Chapter 101 Lan Xiaozhi, I have met Professor Xiaozhi, and his evaluation is unfathomable. In the blue light screen, Professor Oak also mentioned the GS poke ball to Xiaozhi with a serious face. After hearing this, Xiaozhi also recalled. Professor Oak had mentioned this matter to him before. It seems to involve the Pokemon that reverses time and space. Xiaozhi has also studied this for a period of time. And Xiaozhi also met Professor Xiaozhi of the Orange Islands in a video chat at that time. Very impressive. Unfathomable. And it seems that Professor Xiaozhi also watched Xiaozhi's Quartz conference broadcast this time. It seems to like Xiaozhi very much. Remember? At that time, it was said that the Pokeball should be with Professor Xiaozhi of the Orange Islands. I just plan to travel to the Orange Islands and collect some Pokemon there that are suitable for each other and completely different from ours. Then I will just finish my research and some things at hand, so let's go to the Orange Islands. Xiaozhi has also quickly made plans for the future. But he still had to finish thinking about the next stage. He also had some props that he had already thought about to make. There were also some training methods that he had to teach his Pokemon and his girlfriend. So, next, Xiaozhi and his girlfriends, as well as Pokemon they also used the time before departure to constantly learn and make various props. The screen finally freezes on Xiaozhi, his girlfriends, and all the Pokemon, who are training very happily. And in Xiaozhi's specially transformed showroom, the scene where the first medal and the first championship trophy of the tournament were successfully placed. The blue light screen gradually dimmed here. Dr. Xiaozhi, we are finally about to reach the Orange Islands. That mysterious Pokeball is really mysterious. I don't understand what it does. Kona, when Xiaozhi talked to Dr. Oak in the blue light screen, he said that he could reverse time and space. Kona, that must be to summon Pokemon, or there are Pokemon in it, right? Shiba, is there a possibility that as long as this mysterious Pokeball is broken, your Pokemon can come out? Kikyuko, Shiba, please don't be so violent. Kikyuko, if the Pokeball is broken, the Pokemon inside may also be damaged. Isn't this a loss? Adu, although the top Pokemon and the mysterious Pokemon can get out safely even if the Pokeball is broken. Adu, but this is definitely a very bad behavior. We must study it if we can. And there may not be Pokemon inside. For a while, the barrage also started to study this mysterious Pokeball. Because everyone didn't know much about the various Pokeballs before. So everyone can only look forward to the red light curtain. Maybe they can learn a little about Pokeballs soon. Or after retrieving the Pokeball from Professor Xiaozhi in the Orange Islands, everyone can learn more. Because the red light curtain is now lit. In the red light curtain, the scene is also after Xiaozhi and others celebrated in Pallet Town. Professor Oak asked Xiaozhi and others to go to the Orange Islands to retrieve Professor Xiaozhi's special Pokeball. The difference is that Professor Oak and Xiaozhi did not discuss too much here. It is possible that they did not know much about special Pokeballs. After Xiaozhi agreed to retrieve the Pokeball, the group also prepared and went out of Pallet Town directly. But just after leaving Pallet Town, Xiaozhi encountered the tribes of Spearow and Pidgeot, who were fighting for territory. But then the Pidgeots were undoubtedly trapped in the Spearow and even attacked by toucans. At this time, Xiaozhi sent his Pidgeot to successfully lead the wild tribe to fight against Spearow and toucans. The battle was also very fierce during the process. Finally, Pidgeot successfully evolved into Pidgeot. And Xiaozhi kept Pidgeot in the tribe to protect Pidgeot's tribe from harm in the future. Xiaomao, Xiaozhi. My blood pressure is rising. Why did you release Pidgeot again? Xiaomao, can't you think of a way to change the battle between the Spearow and the Pidgeot tribe? Shinji, if it was Blue Satoshi, he would definitely change the environment directly like Barday did, instead of adapting to the environment. Dr. Xiaozhi, while it hasn't happened in our world yet, why don't you do some homework first? Dr. Xiaozhi, ask the two doctors who study Pokemon habitats and Pokemon breeding, Dr. Suki and Dr. Odumaki, for advice? Dr. Uchiki, I still like trainers who know more. I think Blue Satoshi is a good one. Adu, it's really not good to always let go of your own Pokemon. Adu, and you, Satoshi, have also seen Blue Satoshi's control over Pidgeot, and the devilish look he had after Pidgeot was taught. You just let go of such a powerful Pokemon? Adu, no matter how powerful you are in the future, you can't stand letting go like this? Alice, oh. Pidgeot is handsome and cute, and Pidgeot is also handsome and cute. I guess if Xiaozhi's Pidgeot sees this picture, he must be thinking, how can there be a perfect solution? In the double comparison live broadcast room, all the viewers who were watching suddenly had high blood pressure because of Xiaozhi's release. Many people had this feeling when he released Butterfree before, but the feeling was not so obvious at that time. But now this new journey has just begun. Another main Pokemon was released. And it is a main Pokemon that performs so well in many battles. What's going on? Does this family have a mine? Or is your Xiaozhi's team now full of legendary Pokemon? This obviously has only a few Pokemon in the team, but he still releases one here and one there. When can we have a full team of legendary Pokemon like Xiaozhi Lan? Or settle for the next best thing? Even if you can't form a main team of legendary beasts, form a first-line team for the final evolution? When will it take? In addition to the disobedient Charizard, Xiaozhi in the red light curtain also the final evolution of Pokemon? Even if there probably won't be many, right? All of a sudden, the discussion was overwhelming in the bullet screen. The pressure was also put on Xiaozhi. All the people didn't want to put pressure on Xiaozhi, or look down on Xiaozhi, or belittle Xiaozhi. It's just that after comparing the two sides, the difference was too great. They thought Xiaozhi should hurry up and make changes. Because the red screen has played the future scenes. Although the journey is also exciting, Pokemon as a partner can't be easily released. And Xiaozhi's plan to train in the training ground has been inevitably interrupted. Around the training ground, there are trainers all over the mountains and plains. They all want Xiaozhi to think of a way now. If he encounters a similar situation of competition between Pokemon in the future, he must think of a foolproof plan. Or this is a free point question. It's an open book exam. The content of the question has been given to you now. There are so many trainers here to help Xiaozhi find a solution. You won't get 0 points in the future, will you? Xiaozhi, don't train now. Think about it carefully. If your Pidgeot evolves into Pidgeot in the future, it just happened to happen again. How should we deal with such a situation of fighting between tribes? And if your Pokemon doesn't join in, the tribe still can't win, then what will you do? All the audiences at the scene were thinking that Xiaozhi couldn't give a practical solution. Because this is really an urgent matter. Today, you can release Pidgeot to help because Pidgeot's tribe is bullied by other Pokemon in nature and in the spirit world. In the future, you can also continue to release other Pokemon tribes that are bullied in nature. There are really no powerful Pokemon that you can release. Xiaozhi, your Pidgeot is still watching you. He doesn't want to be separated from you either. Xiaoxia is now holding Tijipai, looking at Xiaozhi with a sad face. Tapu and Chi joined the live broadcast room before, which means that there are light screens in front of all Pokemon. This reminds me of your Butterfree, Xiaozhi. Xiao Gang also looked through the records of the live broadcast room and thought that the Butterfree that Xiaozhi released before might be watching Xiaozhi with his wife now. When Xiaozhi heard this, he was a little overwhelmed. Because it was indeed like this. But now a light suddenly flashed in his mind. Combined with the actions he took when dealing with the problem of Butterfree's migration to the south in the blue light screen before. Xiaozhi now subconsciously has an idea. And there is an action. Xiaozhi, Butterfree, are you and your girlfriend doing well now? Xiaozhi, after you have dealt with the problem of migration to the south, you can say a word in the barrage and I will find you right away. Xiaozhi, if there are similar situations in the future, I will learn all the methods in the blue light screen. Solve them myself. Xiaozhi, change the environment in the future. While Xiaozhi was talking, he also made a great determination for himself. At the same time, he really decided to do it. And what everyone did not expect. On Xiaozhi's side, he had already made up his mind to correct it. It seemed that at that moment, the will of the double comparison live broadcast room appeared. At the training ground of the Quartz Conference, Butterfree and his girlfriend were directly teleported back by a halo shining with colorful light. Transportation across the ocean. At the moment when Butterfree and his girlfriend came back, they also hugged Xiaozhi. Everyone understood after seeing this situation. This was Xiaozhi's sincerity and determination to correct it, which was recognized by the double comparison live broadcast room. Everyone at the moment was also very happy to see this situation appear. Even if Xiaozhi will release this Pokemon or that Pokemon in the future, that is only a possible future. Xiaozhi in their world will never be like that again. Moreover, Xiaozhi in the blue world will definitely be able to deal with these problems better. And they have to thank Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. Without him, Xiaozhi in their world would never have made such rapid progress. Xiaomao, I feel my high blood pressure has dropped a little bit. I won't release it in the future. Shinji, release it earlier. Catch it in the first minute and release it in the 5th minute. Following Xiaomao and Shinji's speeches, Xiaozhi also expressed his determination to correct it in the barrage. At the same time, many top trainers in the barrage criticized Shinji's statement of releasing it. After listening to the opinions of so many champions, Shinji gradually corrected himself. In the red light curtain, Xiaozhi and his group continued to set off, and in order to go to Daigon Island, they bought goods at a convenience store. In the store's lucky draw, they were very lucky to win the so-called special prize. The reward was a direct flight to Daigon Island. But then, when they got on the airship, they found out. The airship was very, very shabby. And it was Team Rocket who was operating the airship. There is no doubt that this was another plan of Team Rocket to capture Pikachu. But after a battle of wits and courage in a battle, Xiaozhi and others also resolved the crisis without any danger and successfully arrived at Daigon Island. After arriving at Daigon Island, under the guidance of Miss Joy, they found Dr. Naki's research institute, and successfully appreciated many Pokemon that were completely different from the Pokemon in the illustrated book in the backyard of the institute. The moment they saw Dr. Naki, everyone was attracted by the beautiful Dr. Naki, who was gentle, very bookish, and lazy. After careful consideration, Xiao Gang decided to stay to learn about these unique Pokemon and help Dr. Naki. Xiaozhi and Xiaoxia were also very reluctant to see Xiao Gang go, but they also wished Xiao Gang well. When the two of them landed on the second island in a brand new airship, in this place called Penguin Island, they saw 3 bad boys bullying a Lapras. Just when Xiaozhi and others saw this scene and were about to protect Lapras, a Pokemon observer named Xiaojian appeared. The battle was temporarily interrupted. The bad boys were also driven away by Xiaozhi. And then they sent Lapras to the Pokemon Center for treatment. At the same time, the Rocket team, which had been driven away before, also took a fancy to this Lapras, and they also wanted to snatch him away. But in the end, after the Rocket team got the flying high, Xiaozhi and others successfully protected Lapras. On the next island, Xiagon Island. In order to challenge the Orange League competition, Xiaozhi challenged the Xiagon Island gym. But what surprised Xiaozhi was that the gym competition in the Orange Islands was different from the gym competition in the previous Kanto League Quartz tournament. The gym in Xiagon Island was a competition of the proficiency of Pokemon moves. After a hard battle, Xiaozhi finally won. But it was not easy. After that, he experienced the incident on Jingan Island. Musashi, Kojiro, Xiaozhi, and Junsha also worked together to solve the problem. There was also the Crystal Rock Snake incident. The Pink Pokemon Incident on Penguin Island. The Fossil Secret of the Fossil Helmet. After a series of wonderful stories, Xiaozhi, who came to Xiaotang Island, had won consecutive battles. This made Xiaozhi a little too proud. Just at this time, Xiaozhi and others met Miss Kona from the Four Heavenly Kings. Seeing this, Xiaozhi immediately challenged Kona. At this point, the red light screen gradually dimmed. Everyone was very curious, like a kitten scratching its heart. What will be the result of the challenge between Xiaozhi and Kona? Xiaomao, okay, Xiaozhi. Xiaomao, we have just reached the second league and you are going to challenge the top trainer again, right? Shiba, challenges are challenges, but I feel that Xiaozhi, you have been in the Orange Islands for such a long time, and you haven't captured too many Pokemon. Shiba, Lapras is indeed very strong, but it seems that you haven't trained it too specifically. Just as Xiaomao and Shiba were discussing in the barrage, the blue screen on the other side also lit up. The first scene played was a scene of Xiaozhi's girlfriends setting off to the Orange Islands. And as soon as he went out, he encountered the problem of the struggle between Pidgeot and the Spearow tribe. Xiaozhi. Oh! Spearow is bullying your companions, Pidgeot. But I have a way. Chapter 102 Dr. Uchiki, Xiaozhi, let's talk tonight? In the blue light screen. As soon as Ash and his girlfriends left Pallet Town, they encountered problems caused by the Spearow and Pidgeot tribes fighting for territory. Around Pallet Town, even in the entire Pokemon world, there were a series of problems caused by fighting for territory, or protecting their own territory and habitat. Ash also learned a lot from books. After returning to Pallet Town this time, he also discussed with Professor Oak how to solve the relevant problems. So he immediately comforted Pidgeot, who was already a little anxious. Pidgeot, go up and drive away Spearow and the others. Gyarados, Gengar, Haunter, Ghastly, Ancient Gengar, Butterfree and your wife. You go up and watch too. Once Ash made a move, he would not let his Pokemon be bullied at all. And this kind of bullying of his own Pokemon tribe. Bullying of children within the Pokemon tribe. Subconsciously, Xiaozhi also attributed it to the bullying of his Pokemon. Since the Pokemon were bullied, could he, as a trainer, just sit back and do nothing? Then he would naturally let his good friends go and fight the bad guys. Drive them all away. And Xiaozhi smashed several Pokeballs on the ground and called out the Pokemon. There is no need to elaborate on the overwhelming dominance. Just the ancient Gengar stood there. Or to be more precise, it floated there. Countless Spearows ran away without looking back. And the toucan, after seeing the ancient Gengar, it was obvious that he couldn't recognize what the ancient Gengar was. But he could tell that this Pokemon was not something he could afford to mess with. And the other Crimson Gyarados was not something he could afford to mess with. But Butterfree and Butterfree's wife were not something he could afford to mess with. And Ghastly, Haunter and Gengar were not something these Spearows and Toucan could mess with. Xiaozhi's Pokemon found these Spearows and Toucan and had a good talk. And after a good education, the problem was perfectly solved. Xiaozhi also directly contacted the Wild Pokemon Association in the Kanto region by phone. Directly divided the living range of each Pokemon in the local area. And regularly sent special people to guard here. And the person sent to guard was given a certain task. It can be regarded as solving an employment problem. This move was also learned by many regions invisibly. It can effectively reduce the fight and casualties of wild Pokemon. It can also provide more trainers with a good employment environment. Among these trainers, there are too few who can achieve good results in the competition. Every time they experience a competition, countless trainers retire on the spot. And some of these retired trainers opened Pokemon breeding stores. Some are engaged in Pokemon catering. Of course, there are many more who have not found a suitable Pokemon-related job. And Xiaozhi made this call easily and directly contacted the relevant person in charge of the Kanto region. The person in charge had been warned by President Damaranch before. In the future, if Xiaozhi calls to arrange something, he must obey. So the person in charge heard that Xiaozhi's arrangement was so organized and could solve many problems. There was no hesitation at the time. There were a lot of patrol teams on the spot, and they began to make arrangements. Pidgeot was very happy to see that his tribesmen could live happily. And he was also very happy to see that his trainer had solved the conflicts related to the wild Pokemon tribes in the long run. Pidgeot. Trainer, you are really amazing. I originally thought that this matter might be difficult to handle. But I didn't expect that you could solve it with just one phone call. Pidgeot is really grateful to Xiaozhi now. After Xiaozhi heard what Pidgeot said, he immediately touched Pidgeot's big head and said that these were what he should do. Trainers are growing up and conquering Pokemon all the way, so that more Pokemon can have a good lifestyle and a way of growth. Pidgeot, as the elder brother of these Pokemon, although you may be about the same age, your strength has been completely improved. But these improvements are only for you. As a trainer, I also have the obligation to protect all the Pokemon I see. Of course, if they are not suitable for each other, I will definitely not conquer them, so let them live happily. After all, my goal is to be a Pokemon Master. And we have to explore a realm that is more powerful than a Pokemon Master. While talking, Xiaozhi waved his hand, indicating that everyone could continue to set off. Because after leaving Pallet Town, before going to the Orange Islands, you need to buy a lot of things. And in Pallet Town, some things are completely unavailable. Because some specialties are not available here. So, Xiaozhi's first stop is the convenience store near Daigon Island. Backup Group, Bar, 9, Jeweler Saifu Sulfur. After all, each region has its own commonly used props. The props here may not cover a wide range when they arrive at the Orange Islands. Dunmei, wow, Lan Xiaozhi is finally leaving. Dunmei, the flowers I waited for on Xiagon Island are all withered. Dunmei, water gun target shooting and surfing competition on Xiagon Island, welcome Lan Xiaozhi to come. Xiaodan, same. Mountaineering, freezing ice springs, making ice boats, glacier skiing on Napuru Island. Lan Xiaozhi is also very welcome to challenge. Although our Xiaozhi has not come to my side in the red light curtain. But I will tell Xiaozhi in advance. After arriving at Yuzu Island, there will be a battle. Li Yulai, yes. There will also be a battle on Liugan Island. Li Yulai, and it's a doubles match. With the speeches of the 4 island gym leaders of the Orange Islands. Everyone also knows that the first 2 gyms in the Orange Islands are quite interesting. To challenge. And just now everyone has seen water gun shooting, surfing competition, mountain climbing, ice boat rowing. After the fun activities on the 2 islands, there are battles with the same attributes and doubles battles. For these, some are known to everyone, and some are not so well known. However, when the heads of these gyms came out to explain one by one, everyone finally understood. Shiba, so that's how it is. It seems that I haven't been to the Orange Islands enough. Shiba, after I finish my work here, I still want to go to the Orange Islands to see more. Kona, welcome. I'm waiting for everyone to come to visit me on the island. Kona, the ecology of the Orange Islands is still very good, very comfortable in summer, surrounded by the ocean. Kona, if you come, you will definitely have a good experience. Kikyuko, although I haven't been to the Orange Islands too many times, I still like the Orange Islands very much, especially the climate, through the various changes in weather and records. Adu, after the Orange Islands, will it be possible to go to our Chengdu area? I can't wait. Aju, oh. Champion Adu, don't be so anxious. Aju, the Kanto area is originally the general name of Kanto and Chengdu. And the current Quartz Conference and Orange League competitions are also very good. Xiaozhi will definitely have a very good performance. Xiaomao, that's not necessarily true. Xiaomao, Xiaozhi in the red light screen may not have any good results in the Orange League competition. Xiaomao, I remember that the Orange Islands competition is called the Winner's Cup. Xiaomao, it seems to be a competition to challenge the winner. Xiaomao, these are all what I saw in the book, it should be like this. Following Xiaomao's words, everyone also checked the rules of the Orange League competition. It turned out that after collecting the 4 badges of the Orange League, you can go to the Ganju Stadium. Challenge the chief trainer of the Southern Cross. After challenging the chief trainer and defeating him, you can get the title of honorary trainer and the championship trophy. And in a place called the Victor's Palace, photos of honorary trainers and his Pokémon will be collected. And stone slabs with handprints or footprints. After seeing this, everyone also understood. That is, challenge the 4 gym trainers first, and after all the challenges are successful, you can challenge the strongest one, the last trainer. After seeing this, everyone became curious about this one, the current strongest trainer of the Orange Islands. They all asked in the barrage. And as everyone left messages in the barrage with enthusiasm, the current chief trainer of the Orange Islands finally appeared. Yang Kai, hello everyone. I am the current Orange Islands chief trainer, Yang Kai. Yang Kai, during this period of time, I also learned a lot in the comparison live broadcast room. Yang Kai, don't think I'm so great. Yang Kai, I'm just an ordinary trainer. Yang Kai is also very humble now. Because he had been paying attention to the double comparison live broadcast from the very beginning. But at that time, he didn't have much interest in this double comparison live broadcast. Thinking that this is just an ordinary story of a trainer. But this is the story of a trainer that he thinks is ordinary. After Xiaozhi's Pikachu burst defeated Spearow, he was shocked. He knew that from that time on, he had to pay attention to it. After that, Yang Kai was attracted by the stories in the red light screen again and again. He was also shocked by the stories in the blue light screen again and again. So now Yang Kai is also very humble in the barrage. Group 9443. He felt that he should continue to work hard on his Pokémon training. After seeing how modest Yuji was, the other champions nodded one after another. But at the same time, they were also looking forward to Blue Xiaozhi having a very good performance in the first 2 gyms of the Orange Islands. Hala, very good. Yuji, you can say this, which means that your strength is still very good. I am optimistic about you. Wusong, come on. I mean that Yuji, you have to come on, and our Xiaozhi has to come on, too, and both have to perform well. Day, although our Xiaozhi may have high blood pressure again and again in the future. Day, but overall it is still very good so far. Day, I hope that in the final challenge of the Orange Islands, Xiaozhi can also be powerful. Win your first victory. Day, yeah, after all, Lan Xiaozhi already has a champion. You can't have 2 champions while you don't have any, right? Xiaomao, I think. Xiaozhi, thank you for Mr. Day's encouragement. I just checked the relevant information and it says that Day is the fire attribute king of the Sinnoh region. Xiaozhi, when I travel to the Sinnoh region in the future, I will definitely challenge you. In the blue light curtain. Xiaozhi and his companions were also traveling while constantly checking the blue sky and green water that had begun to change gradually around them, as well as the air full of sea breeze. At the convenience store on the last stop on the way to the Orange Islands, they also purchased a large number of items that were suitable for the climate of the Orange Islands. Now Xiaozhi has a lot of money. There is the continuous remuneration for the articles that were promoted in the Yehung Gym before. There is also the continuous income from the wilderness area, which is settled once a week. There is also an additional share of up to 95% from the Quartz Conference Alliance. So Xiaozhi now buys things that are good and high quality. Strive to give his girlfriends, his Pokémon, and himself, all very perfect treatment. No one can lose his girlfriend plus Pokémon plus himself. In addition, after buying items at the convenience store, they also won the lucky prize. But during the drawing process, Xiaozhi felt something was wrong. When they came to the lucky prize, they found that it was an airship. In addition, Xiaozhi also detected a very familiar waveguide from the inside of the airship through the power of the waveguide. Look, it's the rocket team trio again. Did they build this airship themselves? Why does it look so shabby? Xiaozhi then called out a few of his Pokémon, giving the rocket team trio a big surprise. And Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth had already discussed how to catch Pikachu. After leaving Pallet Town, they had been planning to ambush Xiaozhi. But they didn't expect that they were ambushed by Xiaozhi. In the end, the rocket team once again flew in a classic way. Xiaozhi also used the tools at hand to directly transform this shabby airship. Hanyo Zhao. Finally, they successfully arrived at Daigan Island. On Daigan Island, Xiaozhi and others took a short rest. Following the relevant instructions, we came to Dr. Uchiki's Pokemon Research Institute. When Xiaozhi first came to Dr. Uchiki's Research Institute, Dr. Uchiki was in the bay behind the Research Institute, taking care of Pokemon. When Dr. Uchiki learned that Xiaozhi and others had arrived, she immediately jumped out of the sea and put on the coat given by her assistant. The high-cut swimsuit, wrapped in a slightly loose coat, showed a very plump figure. Xiaozhi, do you still remember? When I chatted with Dr. Oak, you often appeared in the picture. We communicated for a while at that time. Dr. Uchiki slightly lifted his purple short hair and simply dealt with the water drops on his chest. After Xiaozhi saw Dr. Uchiki, he nodded and greeted Dr. Uchiki with a smile. Indeed, I often saw you when Professor Uchiki was chatting with Professor Oak. You are like a sister. But Dr. Uchiki, your figure is better now than before. This vest line is also very good. Is it because of long-term swimming? Before coming to the Orange Islands, I also did homework on swimming and the Pokémon of the Orange Islands. Especially the report on regional differences and adaptability of Pokémon published in the Pokémon Research Monthly last month. I have also read that article many times. Also, when I came to the bay, I seemed to see your assistant on the road feeling very distressed about a butterfree that didn't eat. Have you tried to add some sweeter fruit or fruit juice to the food? As soon as Xiaozhi said this, Dr. Uchiki's eyes lit up. Do you know so much, Xiaozhi? I felt before that you are also very good at Pokémon research. I'll go to your room tonight and let's have a good chat. Zoo. Chapter 103 High-cut swimsuit with big white legs, and paralyzed? In the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi and Professor Uchiki sat together. After chatting for a while about the breeding of Pokémon and the topic of Pokémon research, Dr. Uchiki was also very shocked. The beautiful eyes lit up. Because of the butterfly that didn't eat. It really made Dr. Uchiki and her three assistants feel distressed. Because Dr. Uchiki raised too many Pokémon. And there were often some headaches. And because Dr. Uchiki had no interest in anything other than Pokémon research. And her female assistant was like this too. So in the Research Institute, except for the harmony when studying Pokémon, everything else was very messy. When Dr. Uchiki heard about Xiaozhi's research on Pokémon breeding, he was surprised to find that Xiaozhi was a trainer who had just won the Quartz tournament. He even read his research report from last month. This also made Uchiki I like Xiaozhi a little from the bottom of my heart. Because Dr. Uchiki also took the time to watch Xiaozhi's performance in the Quartz Conference Finals and his previous performance. Especially the big group photo after the finals, and the various amazing Pokémon skills in the finals. Especially the change of the venue. The extremely powerful dominance in the Pokémon battle. All of this also fascinated Dr. Uchiki. And now Dr. Uchiki has brought Xiaozhi and others back to the institute. After seeing the scene inside the doctor's institute, Xiaozhi also touched his head and immediately decided to help the doctor to tidy up. And Dr. Uchiki may have seen Xiaozhi helping to tidy up, so she also helped to tidy up. Her action of helping to tidy up also caused her assistant to be stunned. You know, before Dr. Uchiki, except for studying Pokémon, he had no interest in anything else. It is also a common phenomenon that the institute is messy. And now Dr. Xiaozhi is willing to tidy up the institute. This is simply unimaginable. After the research institute was cleaned up quickly, Xiaozhi also personally prepared special food for Butterfree in the backyard. During this process, Dr. Xiaozhi watched Xiaozhi making Pokemon food. He had a brief exchange with Dr. Oak. During the exchange, Dr. Xiaozhi also learned about one of the missions of Xiaozhi and others to the Orange Islands. So Dr. Xiaozhi asked his assistant to bring the Poke Ball. The upper body of this GS ball is orange-yellow, and the lower body is a little grey-black. Because there is a 397 on the top of the Poke Ball that is very similar to G and S, it is named GS Ball by Dr. Xiaozhi. After Xiaozhi took the GS Ball, he immediately put it away. It's getting late, let's have lunch first, and study the GS Ball in the afternoon. Xiaozhi was talking while arranging lunch for his girlfriends and Dr. Xiaozhi. Before meeting Professor Xiaozhi, Xiao Gang suddenly went against his usual behavior and went directly to Miss Juncha and Miss Joy. Moreover, Xiao Gang told Xiaozhi that he might have to help at the Pokemon Center, so if Xiaozhi had any problems, Xiao Gang would come to help. If he had nothing to do, he would be at the Pokemon Center. Xiaozhi smiled helplessly and expressed his understanding of Xiao Gang's behavior. Xiaoxia and others also smiled helplessly. So, at this moment in Professor Xiaozhi's research institute, Xiaozhi called out all his Pokemon. His 5 girlfriends did the same. The place for dinner was set on the bay outside. Then, everyone turned the doctor's research institute upside down and found the cooking utensils stuffed in the innermost part. Looking at the cooking utensils, Xiaozhi also felt that Professor Xiaozhi might really be devoted to the study of Pokemon. It was obvious that the family had not cooked for a very long time. So, Xiaozhi immediately took out a lot of raw materials from his backpack, as well as the picnic props he had prepared before, and started making them directly on the beach. Adu, as expected. The timeline on the blue light screen is indeed different. Adu, on our side, Xiao Gang stayed, but on the blue side, Xiao Gang never entered Dr. Xiaozhi's research institute. Xiaoxia, maybe for Xiao Gang in the blue world, the charm of Miss Joy and Miss Juncha may be greater than that of Dr. Xiaozhi. Xiaoxia, but this is not as great as Dr. Xiaozhi. Xiaoxia, ah. Xiaoxia, a girl, actually said this is so embarrassing. As Adu and Xiaoxia communicated in the barrage, many people did discover this. The timeline may still have many differences. But the overall main line will definitely not change. Still have a conversation with Dr. Xiaozhi, and then go to challenge the gym. All the viewers also saw many different Pokemon in the double comparison live broadcast room. Because the double comparison live broadcast room has trainers from all regions. So when they saw different Pokemon, they were also very curious. After all, the trainer who travels out always has limited energy. It is impossible to reach all places. And now, whether it is in the red light curtain or the blue light curtain, 7 or 8 months have passed. It is visible to the naked eye that Xiaozhi is more handsome. If you visit all regions, it will take 10 or 15 years to visit them. So the appearance of the double comparison live broadcast room. It can also allow more trainers to see this wonderful elf world in the shortest time. Unio, I feel that after watching for a while, I found that some of the Pokemon in Dr. Xiaozhi's laboratory are indeed different from those in the Kanto region. It's really interesting. Lily, that's right. We have some special Pokemon in the Alola region, and they are not too different from those in the Kanto region. Swiron, for example, Gara. Mao, this should be the regional characteristic. Mao, Professor Kukui told us about it before. Serena, I'm already at the Quartz conference venue. Where are you, Ash? I'll find you. Ash, hi? Ash, did Sally come so quickly? Ash, I'll pick you up. As Serena and Ash chatted. Ash also temporarily walked out of the training ground and took Serena back. Serena was still very cute, wearing a hat. But I haven't seen her for several years. So Serena has changed a lot compared to before. Serena, you seem to be taller and prettier than before. Xiaozhi is now trying his best to learn how to compliment girls. Serena was very happy to be praised by her lover and hugged Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi now understands that he should hug Serena at this time. After hugging Serena's waist, Xiaozhi felt really there was a special feeling. It's hard to say exactly. Ahem, it's not good to do this in public. When we go back to the villa dormitory tonight, we can have a good chat, Serena. Xiaozhi coughed twice, indicating that Xiaozhi and Serena were a little unrestrained now. But she didn't say much on the other side. It seemed that they should communicate peacefully at night. And Xiao Gang next to him clearly felt a different atmosphere. Because Xiaozhi in the real world is different from Xiaozhi in blue. And Xiaoxia is different from Xiaoxia in the blue light screen. Is it the legendary Shura field? Should I tell Xiaozhi a little more? At this moment, just as Xiao Gang felt a chill. Suddenly, several girls came in from outside the training ground. It was basically the same lineup as in the blue light screen. Nancy, Ljia, Amy, Kaoru. Even Kaoru, who originally planned to participate in the competition and train well, temporarily put aside her training and came to find Xiaozhi. After these girls got together, the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Serena. Are you sisters also good friends of Xiaozhi? Xiaozhi and I have known each other since we were young. Nancy. I haven't known Xiaozhi for long, only a few months. But I am very grateful to Xiaozhi. I am very grateful that he can help me return to normal. So tonight, I plan to have a good chat with Xiaozhi. Lika. Our Xiaozhi here should have become a trainer who likes perfume, right? As long as you like perfume, you are a good trainer. In addition, Xiaozhi's Bulbasaur seems to be growing very fast now. Regarding grass-type Pokemon, I also want to have a good chat with Xiaozhi. Amy. Since my father was investigated, I also feel that my father did something very sorry to Xiaozhi before. I am coming to Xiaozhi now, hoping to make up for the past. Sunzi. Xiaozhi, although we have not met in the real world. But let me introduce myself first. I am Sunzi from Girl Town, nice to meet you. With the self-introductions of Serena, Nancy, Ljia, Amy, and Sunzi, Xiao Gang clearly felt that the temperature at the scene had cooled down a bit. And Xiaozhi was still stroking his head stupidly. It seems that he has not yet realized this Shura field. And Xiao Gang was thinking about reminding Xiaozhi now. Before he could take a step, he was stopped by a cold look like an ice knife. Xiao Gang saw that it was Misty. Because this side is really different from the blue world. Maybe we need to divide it into 123,456. He Missy, I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. You can have a good chat with Xiaozhi. After saying this, Xiao Gang ran away quickly. He felt that he couldn't stay here for a second. Although there are many beautiful girls, it is obvious that these girls are interested in Xiaozhi at a glance. So, Xiao Gang is really sitting on pins and needles here. And coupled with the vague status of Misty as the original wife here. Xiao Gang just wanted to remind Xiaozhi, but in this situation, Xiaozhi can only wish for himself. Girls, Xiaozhi, let us accompany you to train. Which Pokemon are you going to fight? Xiaozhi, hi? Xiaozhi, why don't I understand at all? Xiaozhi, I just started practicing talking to girls, you guys should just say what you want to say. Xiaozhi, I can't guess. In the blue light curtain. After finishing a very sumptuous lunch on the beach, Xiaozhi and others also returned to Dr. Uchiki's research institute and began to study the GS Pokeball. Xiaozhi used the power of the waveguide to feel that there should be no Pokemon in this Pokeball. But the Pokeball did emit the power of time and space. It may be a special item that summons Pokemon. I feel the ability to reverse time and space on it. It should be possible to summon mysterious Pokemon through some methods. In that case Mew, Mewtwo, and Moltres, you three come and take a look. While talking, Xiaozhi also called the Pokemon in his team who might know this mysterious item. Mew went up first to feel it. Then came Mewtwo. Last came Moltres. After communicating with each other for a while, the last three Pokemon also came to the same view. Mew. We felt the green natural breath in this GS ball. It should be that using this GS ball in a forest can trigger special phenomena. In ancient legends, it seems to be similar to the sound of the forest. While talking, Mew was also turning around in front of Xiaozhi's head. With that very cute expression of covering her face and laughing, it also stunned Professor Uchiki for a while. Xiaozhi did not notice that Professor Uchiki held Mew in his arms and rubbed her. Now Xiaozhi was thinking about how to use this GS poke ball. But when he had a little idea, he looked up and saw that Mew was placed on Professor Uchiki's chest. Suddenly, Xiaozhi felt that Mew was really naughty. Then, for the whole afternoon, Xiaozhi, his girlfriends, his Pokemon, and Professor Uchiki were discussing how to use the GS poke ball. Dr. Mulan, if this item can be used successfully, if the Pokemon that can reverse time and space is really summoned, it will be a very important discovery for Xiaozhi. As a doctor who studies the Dynamax phenomenon in the Galar region, Dr. Mulan also has some knowledge of other basic Pokemon subjects. A Pokemon that can reverse time and space is too powerful. If there is really a Pokemon that can reverse time and space, it will be a great help to study the origin of Pokemon and explore more secrets of the Pokemon world for Xiaozhi Lan. As the two doctors communicated, all the audience continued to watch Xiaozhi and his girlfriends and Dr. Uchiki having dinner in the blue light curtain. On the other hand, they were also chatting about the Pokemon that did not appear in the GS ball. In the blue light curtain. After a sumptuous dinner, Dr. Uchiki thought that Xiaozhi's cooking skills were really great. Xiaozhi, his girlfriends, and Dr. Uchiki continued to chat in the middle of the night. Because they had to wait a little longer and have something to do. Not long after, they came to the backyard together to watch the nocturnal queen flower. In fact, after Xiaozhi heard this plan, he subconsciously felt that at night, if Pokemon sleepwalk or move at night, some uncontrollable behaviors may occur. However, because Xiaozhi couldn't interfere with Professor Uchiki's plan, so, he didn't disturb Professor Uchiki's interest. Instead, he followed Professor Uchiki to observe with his girlfriends. That nocturnal queen was indeed very special. But as he watched, that queen suddenly emitted paralysis powder. Professor Uchiki rushed out immediately after seeing this. Because she saw that the target of the paralysis powder was a Rattata. Because Professor Uchiki rushed out very quickly, he was paralyzed in order to protect Rattata. After Xiaozhi saw this, he immediately commanded his Pokemon to step forward and carefully repel the queen. And Xiaozhi also personally carried Professor Uchiki back. At this moment, Professor Uchiki was still dressed the same way as during the day. High-cut swimsuit plus slightly loose white coat. Xiaozhi, carry me back to the room. I feel a little hot. Chapter 104, Cleaning the Swimming Pool at Night, Is This Serious? In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi commanded his Pokemon to carefully drive away the Tyrantrum at the first time. And Xiaozhi went forward and carried Professor Uchiki back. Dr. Uchiki had already been infected with the paralysis powder, so his body was also hot. And Professor Uchiki kept pulling Xiaozhi's shirt. Seeing this, Xiaozhi immediately understood. In this case, he needed to take a bath immediately. Just outside Dr. Uchiki's research institute, there was a very large swimming pool. Now time waits for no one. If he took a bath in the research institute, he would definitely be too late. Xiaoxia, Nancy, Lichia, Ai Mei, Sunzi. Hurry up and get some first aid medicine. Then wait for me at the swimming pool. I will restore Dr. Uchiki's condition first. After Xiaozhi finished the arrangement, he immediately hugged Dr. Uchiki and stood up. Immediately ran to the swimming pool. After hearing what Xiaozhi said, the 5 girlfriends immediately made their own arrangements. At the same time, they were also very careful. Sent some disturbed Pokemon back to their original places. In just a little time, Xiaozhi had already taken off Dr. Uchiki's white coat and treated her very carefully. After all, she was poisoned by the paralysis powder of the queen flower. There will be a tingling sensation all over the body. And a little fever. If you don't go into the swimming pool to wash and calm down, it may affect tomorrow's research status. Dr. Uchiki is the female Pokemon doctor of the Orange Islands. She is also one of the few female Pokemon doctors in the entire elf world. At the same time, she is the female Pokemon doctor with the best figure. Xiaozhi must protect Dr. Uchiki. At this moment, Wen Yu is in his arms. Xiaozhi was also very careful. He cleaned all the places on Dr. Uchiki's body that were stained with paralysis powder. However, the amount of paralysis powder after the Queen of Flowers was splashed was very large. So Dr. Uchiki's whole body was touched by paralysis powder. But this did not bother Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi also used his ability and excellent rescue skills. He carefully wiped all the places on Dr. Uchiki that were infected with paralysis powder. In the swimming pool, he also carried out the most perfect treatment. And then, Xiaoxia, Nancy, Rika, Amy, and Kaoru, after coming with various rescue props, they also joined the rescue in the swimming pool. That's it. Xiaozhi and Dr. Uchiki, as well as Xiaoxia, Nancy, Rika, Amy, and Kaoru, spent a very wonderful and unforgettable night in the swimming pool. Wait until the next day. When the sun shines on the swimming pool, it was found that all kinds of swimsuits were scattered around the swimming pool. Xiaozhi was lying on the huge water bed inside the swimming pool. And Professor Uchiki, Misty, Nancy, Rika, Amy, and Kaoru. At this moment, they were lying on Xiaozhi. But when the sun shone on Xiaozhi, he knew that he had to get up and cook. But because of the treatment in the first half of last night and the training in the second half, the intensity was really too high. In the past, everyone got up together, but it was obvious that the girlfriends, who had become 6 girlfriends now, were still sleeping in. So Xiaozhi called out all the Pokemon and started to prepare breakfast. It can be said that it was delicious. Afterwards, after Professor Uchiki and the other 5 girlfriends of Xiaozhi, a total of 6 girlfriends of Xiaozhi, woke up, everyone also ate breakfast happily. While eating breakfast, Professor Uchiki also made his decision to travel with Xiaozhi. And she explained it clearly to the 3 female assistants who had just arrived at the Doctor's Institute. I will continue with Xiaozhi and explore the new Pokemon journey. You 3 will handle the matters related to the Doctor's Institute temporarily. If you don't understand anything, just communicate with me through the Pokemon Encyclopedia. After Dr. Uchiki finished the arrangement, the 3 female assistants nodded. The group immediately boarded the inter-island airship and landed on Penguin Island. Penguin Island is located in the southwest of the entire Orange Islands. It is said to be the world's largest Pokemon theme park, as well as a bustling city, a port, and a large beach. When Xiaozhi and his group arrived at Penguin Island, they immediately saw a lot of ships anchored here. And there were also a lot of tourists. The most famous thing about Penguin Island is the wild Pokemon forest, which is also known as the world's first Pokemon theme park. This is the main tourist attraction of Penguin Island. Novel Skirt 729. Then the Pokemon Center here is on the hill, and there is a large swimming pool over there, where you can put Pokemon with water attributes. Professor Uchiki also directly introduced the famous attractions of Penguin Island in the Orange Islands to her boyfriend Xiaozhi and her good sisters. Then everyone looked around and held hands with each other. Started to go to the place that is known as the world's first Pokemon theme park. Kona, Dr. Xiaozhi is really lucky to be able to travel with Blue Xiaozhi. Kona, I also want to travel with Blue Xiaozhi. But there is no such opportunity. Dr. Xiaozhi, there should be a chance. Who made Xiaozhi in the blue world so outstanding? Dr. Xiaozhi, I traveled with him and became his girlfriend. It was just a matter of course. Xiao Mao, the next scene should be the scene where Xiaozhi captured Lapras. I don't quite understand it. Lapras should be a very strong Pokemon, and it is also very docile. Why would someone bully her? Xiao Mao, in the red light screen, I saw this Lapras often taking Xiaozhi to travel between islands, working hard without complaint. It's really pitiful to be bullied. As Xiao Mao's words came out, everyone nodded while looking at the barrage and the light screen. Because the fact is indeed like this. Xiaozhi's Lapras is indeed very obedient. But for some reason, there would be such a naughty child who bullies Pokemon. And it's Lapras, a particularly docile Pokemon. Daigo, I think we should add a clause to the existing regulations. There are still many naughty children in society who are idle. They cannot bully Pokemon that are accidentally lost. If they bully, they will be punished. Shirana, Mr. Daigo is right. And we must also increase the rescue of accidentally lost or stray Pokemon in a targeted manner. There is only one Pokemon Center in each city, which is too few. It should be changed to 3. Dante, I agree. Dandy, this part of the resources can be provided by the Alliance, or from the Pokemon Competition Organizing Committee. Dandy, only when the living conditions of the elves are getting better and better, the whole world will get better and better. With the 3 champions taking the lead. This is guided by Xiaozhi's very good attitude towards Pokemon, very excellent methods, and very excellent style. The transformation of the rules of the real Pokemon world was also carried out directly. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi and his party came to the park, Xiaozhi also found that there seemed to be a lost Pokemon through the induction of the wave guide. Xiaozhi immediately quickened his pace and rushed over there. And at the moment when Xiaozhi saw Laplace, there happened to be 3 bad boys throwing stones in their hands at Laplace. Seeing this, Xiaozhi also directly used his wave guide power to fix the stones of the 3 children and threw them out at the same time. When Dr. Xiaozhi saw this, he immediately used his authority to call Miss Juncha to throw the 3 bad boys directly into the detention center for reform. Even if Lapras was not harmed, this was an attempted harm. Subjectively, there was a motive for serious harm. So there was no problem in locking them up in the detention center for a long time and punishing them. Moreover, this was under the eyes of Dr. Xiaozhi. In addition, Xiaozhi, who was already famous in the elf world and the champion of the Quartz Conference, was under the watchful eyes of Xiaozhi. So as soon as Miss Juncha went out, she also captured the 3 bad boys as soon as possible. Afterwards, Xiaozhi, through the induction of his own wave guide, concluded that this Lapras was indeed lost temporarily as he had guessed. Xiaozhi also took out the very fresh Pokemon food he had prepared in advance and fed Lapras with it first. And Xiaozhi's girlfriends also selected some of their own cute Pokemon and played with Lapras. Especially, Jigglypuff, who had not come out for a long time. But when Jigglypuff was about to sing, Xiaozhi stopped Jigglypuff. Instead, he gave her a lot of canvases, so that Jigglypuff could draw whenever she wanted to sing. But if she really wanted to sing, Xiaozhi would also release his power in advance, so that Jigglypuff's singing skill, which was stronger than the special move of the legendary beast, would not hypnotize others for the time being. Soon, when Lapras finished this meal of fresh and delicious Pokemon food that he had not eaten for a long time, Xiaozhi and others also came to the Pokemon Center on the island and gave Lapras a good systematic examination and treatment. While treating, several people from Team Rocket appeared again. But under Xiaozhi's advance induction, they failed to snatch again. And the posture of being blown away was different from before. More unique. How annoying. The little brat is too strong now. We have to think of a way. Musashi was flying in the sky with his hands on his chest, as if he was annoyed that he couldn't get what he wanted. After hearing what Musashi said, Kojiro and Meowth nodded. But it's not easy to think of a good way. It seems that Xiaozhi can always catch their plans in advance. Just when the three people of Team Rocket turned into a meteor and flew away, Xiaozhi and others also rested in the Pokémon Center for a while. After Lapras fully recovered and was happy, Xiaozhi communicated with Lapras. After learning that Lapras was very happy to follow Xiaozhi and was willing to be captured by Xiaozhi, Xiaozhi's Pokémon team also added a good partner again. After that, Xiaozhi and his group took Lapras to Xiagan Island, because they had made preparations in advance. And it was also to challenge the Orange Alliance. Xiaozhi brought his girlfriends to the Xiagan gym to challenge. Faced with the very different special rules proposed by Dunmei, Xiaozhi had already heard about it from Niamu. After Dunmei sent out Cisaurus to fight with water guns, Xiaozhi didn't even think about it and called out Blastoise. The game between the two Pokémon, Blasto won the victory with an absolute advantage. In the second surfing competition, Dunmei used Blastoise, and Xiaozhi called out his Crimson Gyarados. He left Blastoise behind by an unknown distance. In this way, Xiaozhi easily got the Sakura badge. Without any effort. Dunmei, oh my god, Xiaozhi's strength is too strong. His Blastoise and Gyarados simply crushed my two Pokémon. Xiaodan, now that you say that it's possible that after arriving at Napuru Island, my result won't be much better than yours. As the two badge gym leaders in front of the Orange Alliance communicated with each other, all the people who were watching the double comparison live broadcast were also shocked. They were just too fascinated by what they saw just now and didn't think of talking. But now that the first Xiagan gym has been challenged, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Blastoise and Gyarados are two Pokémon that joined Blue Xiaozhi's team very early. They are really too strong. As for the control and speed of water-type skills, everyone just saw it. Gyarados is far ahead of Blastoise. To be precise, it can't be called far, but it can't even get the tail gas of Gyarados. In the blue light curtain, after Xiaozhi won the Sakura badge with absolute overwhelming strength, he led his 6 girlfriends to continue traveling. On Jingan Island, Xiaozhi also directly used the power of Wave Guide to resolve the actions of a group of Pokémon who were going to attack humans. And he also went straight to the point and resolved the evil plot of the other 2 members of Team Rocket. In the subsequent journey, Xiaozhi and others also picked up a drifting bottle seeking information about Crystal Onyx. But Xiaozhi had the power of Wave Guide. He directly found the legendary Crystal Onyx through the power of Wave Guide. After communicating with Onyx for a while, Crystal Onyx also expressed his intention to join the team. In this way, Xiaozhi subdued his second Crystal Onyx. After experiencing another story, Xiaozhi and others traveled, played, and held a pool party. Finally, they arrived at the second badge gym, Napuru Island. As soon as he arrived here, Xiaozhi found a trainer named Xiaodan on the shore. Although he told Xiaozhi that he was also here to challenge the gym, but Xiaozhi saw at a glance that this person's wave guide belonged to the kind of wave guide that gym trainers had. So Xiaozhi laughed secretly at the moment and did not point out Xiaodan's behavior. Xiaomao, oh, Xiaodan, your plan seems to have been exposed directly. Lan Xiaozhi must have seen it. Shinji, I feel this way. Lan Xiaozhi smiled quietly, did you notice it? Kona, this smile is so charming. Kona, Blue Xiaozhi must have felt that Xiaodan is the gym trainer through the power of the wave guide. Shirana, I agree with what Kona said. Shirana, Blue Xiaozhi is really more and more charming the more you look at him. Our Xiaozhi here should also work hard. But it is very surprising. This time Xiaozhi seems to be busy with other things and did not respond to the encouragement on the barrage. In the blue light curtain, after Xiaozhi found out that Xiaodan is the gym trainer, he still agreed to compete with Xiaodan. But what is different is that Xiaozhi decided to take a few girlfriends to climb the mountain this time. This way, there is a very happy feeling. It always feels a bit strange for Xiaozhi to compete with Xiaodan alone. And Xiaoxia, Nancy, Ljia, Amy, Fumiko, and Uchiki. When they heard that Xiaozhi wanted to climb the mountain with them, they were also very happy. Because this is also an activity that can increase the affection between boyfriends and girlfriends. At that moment, Xiaozhi, surrounded by his girlfriends, began to quickly head up the mountain. Xiaodan looked at Xiaozhi's movements at this moment, and her jaw almost dropped. Climbing like this. Holding all in your arms. Only then. Chapter 105 Serena, the sisters' swimsuits are so beautiful, and 6 of them are doing it together. In the blue light curtain. Xiaodan is now stunned. Even after the start of the competition, the climbing action was paused. And with this short delay, Xiaozhi has already climbed up quickly with his girlfriends. At this moment, Xiaozhi directly held his girlfriends in his arms with the power of the wave guide. 3 on the left, 3 on the right. So the scene of climbing the mountain that Xiaodan saw now. Xiaozhi opened his arms wide alone. Holding all 6 of his girlfriends in his arms, literally hugging them left and right, climbing up. And there was no foul. It can be seen that Xiaozhi used his own physical fitness to climb the mountain. It was just that he might have used an ability that Xiaodan could not understand at all to hold his girlfriends in his arms. After running, Xiaodan could not see it at all. But Xiaozhi himself could. He could feel the body fragrance of his girlfriends in his arms, which was also very pleasant. The turbulent appearance after running also affected Xiaozhi to a certain extent. But there was no way because the scene was too spectacular. But even in this case, Xiaozhi's speed was still very fast. When he ran to the gym on the top of the mountain, Xiaodan waited for more than 10 times longer before coming up. Xiaozhi, your physical strength is too exaggerated, isn't it? Although I don't know how you carried all your girlfriends up. But this is too strong. Xiaodan took a breath and hummed against the wall on the side, as if he had to take a breath before speaking. This kind of scene has never appeared before. Oh, by the way, your ability just this physical strength, your girlfriend must be very happy. 5. Also, let me introduce myself. I am the gym leader of Napuru Island. As soon as Xiaodan said this. 9. Sanjiaki also took a deep breath to calm himself down and prepared for the gym match. But what Xiaodan didn't expect was. What he expected, to scare Xiaozhi or shock Xiaozhi, didn't happen. 4. Only one side of Xiaozhi was seen holding his girlfriend's slender waist one by one and putting them down. The other side was also smiling and preparing for the battle. 4. This obviously made Xiaodan feel like a big joke. 3. Before, he liked to see the trainer's shocked expression after knowing that he was the gym leader. Then fight. He felt it was very fun. But now Xiaodan seemed to have become Xiaozhi's fun. Oh no, Xiaozhi seemed to know it from the beginning. Dunmei, someone turned into a clown, but I won't say who it is. Xiaodan, it hurts. I thought my tried and true routine would impress Lan Xiaozhi, but I didn't expect it to fail. Lan Xiaozhi looks strong in all aspects, and even his physical strength is super strong. He started training in all aspects since he was a child before the alliance, and he is very strong in all aspects. I really look forward to the same attribute PK between Lan Xiaozhi and Lan Xiaozhi after he comes to Yuzu Island. Li Yulai, same. Li Yulai, you probably haven't played doubles before the Orange Alliance, right? Lan Xiaozhi will be surprised then. The 4 badge gym owners of the Orange Islands who are watching the live broadcast at this moment. It also feels very interesting. At the same time, they are also looking forward to it. And what Li Yulai said is that he has never played doubles before. As soon as she said it, she was corrected by everyone. Li Yulai looked at the overwhelming barrage, and then she knew. It turned out that he was already in a relatively advanced position in the Kanto region. When Xiaozhi Lan faced the top students, that is, in the Pokemon School chapter, Xiaozhi Lan played a doubles battle by himself. Or to be more precise, at that time Xiaozhi had the ability to command many Pokemon by himself. And he was commanding many Pokemon to fight against Misty and Brock at that time. In the 1-on-2 exhibition match, he was not at a disadvantage. Kona, I remember that in the chapter of the top students, Xiaozhi Lan was already very good at commanding multiple Pokemon to fight, right? Kona, it seems to be 4. This 2-on-2 is not a problem for Xiaozhi Lan. Hanazuki, although there is a 2-on-2 battle only in the 4th Orange Islands Badge Gym, and a same attribute battle only in the 3rd Orange Islands Badge Gym, the same attribute battle and the 2-on-2 battle are still very interesting. Lian Yu, actually, if you ask me, the 1st and 2nd Orange Islands Badge Gym are also very interesting. These competitions are also very interesting. Daigo, if it is a battle between Pokemon of the same attribute, the resistance of Pokemon will definitely be very high. I am still looking forward to the performance of Blue Xiaozhi at that time. Katlia, hurry up. Try to visit the Orange Islands in about 3 months in the Blue World. Then can we come to Unova first? Xiao Guang, can we come to Sinnoh first? Xiao Ao, Feng Yuan. Our Feng Yuan area should be the closest. Lily, come to the Alola area. Lily, you can come directly by plane. I will tell my mother to reimburse you for the airfare. As they chatted for a while, the barrage of comments turned into a scene of girls fighting for a boyfriend from another world. Xiao Mao, hi? Where's Xiaozhi? Why aren't the other girls talking? Where are Xiao Xia and the others? Xiao Gang, I seem to know something, but I can't say it. In the blue light screen. On the way to Napuru Island after the gym, Xiaozhi and Xiaodan also started a battle. But there is no doubt. Xiaozhi's own excellent command ability. Add to that the superb ability of all Pokemon that basically covers all attributes and all production. Xiaodan even used all his skills. Even in freezing ice fountains, making ice boats, and ice boat skiing, he used his 100%. Even after completing a big burst for himself. It is inevitable that he was directly crushed by Xiaozhi. Just like this, Xiaozhi obtained his 2nd badge of the Orange Islands. White Wave Badge. After Xiaozhi defeated Xiaodan neatly, Xiaodan also learned from his mistakes and immediately asked Xiaozhi for advice. Ask Xiaozhi how he can complete the gym challenge so quickly. After Xiaozhi pointed out several ways for Xiaodan to improve, Xiaodan thanked him profusely and stuffed him with a lot of specialties of Napuru Island, and then went to the next island. When Xiaozhi and his group came to the 7 Fruit Islands, where pomelo fruits are abundant, Xiaozhi's girlfriends were attracted by the incomparably sweet smell on the island. And because they came through the main gate of the orchard. So Nana, who was in charge of the orchard, also warmly received them. Dr. Uchiki, I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you following the new trainer to conduct an investigation in the Orange Islands? Nana said while enthusiastically leading Xiaozhi and others to stroll around the orchard. When Dr. Uchiki heard Nana's question, he immediately hugged Xiaozhi sweetly. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend Xiaozhi. I will travel with him in the future. Xiaozhi was obviously felt majestic when Dr. Uchiki hugged him. Although he had felt it many times before. And he had needed it many times like before making noodles. But this time, the feeling was still more different. Oh, that's great. By the way, the amount of pomelo on the island has been decreasing recently. I'm just going to check the reason. I wonder if Dr. Uchiki has time to help me take a look. While Nana was talking, she also cast a look for help. Accompanied by the small wooden stick in her hand, it seemed that she was going to find the reason now. It can be seen from the slightly anxious look in Nana. If the pomelo is eaten like this again, it is possible that the whole island, or even the entire 7 Fruit Islands, will suffer. Xiaozhi. It seems to be true. There are fewer pomelo on these trees on the island. They are all green leaves. There are no fruits. Xiaozhi was talking while holding Tijipai up and down. Because Tijipai doesn't like to enter the poke ball, Xiaozhi also gave Tijipai to Xiaozhi to hold. Tijipai is now waving his two little fingers, and seems to be very happy to smell these sweet smells. Pikachu has now jumped onto Misty's shoulders and is playing with Tijipai. Dr. Xiaozhi and Xiaozhi nodded immediately after hearing Nana's request for help. As Xiaozhi activated the wave guide, he felt the energy of a very familiar wave guide. That Pokemon should be Snorlax. It's different from my giant Snorlax. He seems to be a Snorlax who eats a lot. The favorite food should be pomelo. He should be eating happily in the depths of the orchard. Let's go and have a look. While talking, Xiaozhi also held his girlfriend's hands. He began to search following the guidance of the wave guide. During this process, Pikachu also returned to Xiaozhi's shoulder and sniffed his nose again. Although Pikachu likes to eat red apples very much. But in fact, Pikachu is not picky about fruits as long as they are sweet and sour, or delicious. Soon, when the group followed Xiaozhi's instructions, they found a Snorlax sitting on the ground. In front of him was a pile of pomelo fruits that was half a person tall. Snorlax was eating with his hands, taking a big bite on the left and a big bite on the right. And this Snorlax looked very hungry. Seeing this, Nana rushed up and waved her hands, asking Snorlax to stop eating. Snorlax, please stop eating. Or eat a little less. If you keep eating like this, all the pomelo fruits on our island will be eaten up. If that happens, the island will lose its source of income. We will be very sad. As Nana spoke, she also felt very aggrieved. Because he clearly felt that he had no way to stop this hungry Snorlax. And at Snorlax's speed, all the pomelo fruits on the island would be eaten up in a while. If there are not enough fruits on one island, he will go to other islands. Then the 7 fruit islands will face an unprecedented crisis. Shiba, this Snorlax is so hungry, he must be very good at fighting, right? Adu, too, have discovered that Shiba has a lot of fighting ideas in his mind. This is very good. But Xiaozhi already has a giant Snorlax. This Snorlax doesn't seem to have any special features compared to the other giant Snorlax. Adu felt that Xiaozhi already had a very powerful Snorlax, although he had not used it to fight against others for the time being. But the size alone is many times that of this gluttonous Snorlax. Dr. Odake, indeed, Xiaozhi Ian's first Snorlax seems to have more special features than this gluttonous Snorlax, but how did this gluttonous Snorlax come to the Orange Islands? He must have features that regular Snorlax don't have. Dr. Odake's words were like a brick to attract jade. Many top trainers who could speak, or recognized trainers, immediately started thinking. Once someone throws a brick to attract jade, everyone's thinking is so active. Kikuno, Pokemon like Snorlax must rely on walking on land. But from the Kanto region to the Orange Islands. Kikuno, I looked at the map, it must be flying or swimming. Then this Snorlax obviously can't fly. Shimai, could it be that? This Snorlax has water-type skills? Or can it swim? Shimai, or does this Snorlax add water attributes to the original? This is a bit hard to understand. Dr. Kukui, I checked the detailed Pokemon illustrations of the Kanto region, as well as the illustrations previously released by Dr. Oak. Pokemon like Snorlax are very gluttonous, but after eating, they basically sleep and don't move too much. Dr. Kukui, of course, if they are extremely hungry, they will definitely find a place with a lot of fruits and start to feast. Since he can reach the fruit island, it means that after eating the pomelo fruit, he will go to other islands. Alan, what Dr. Kukui said makes a lot of sense. With this analysis, the answer is basically clear. This Snorlax can swim, and it may swim very well. In the double comparison live broadcast room, all the trainers who watched it analyzed it very quickly and correctly. They also came to this conclusion. Snorlax can swim, and it swims very well. There is no doubt that this is also a shocking conclusion. Before, everyone only knew that Snorlax is a strong Pokémon, has a good performance in battle, and can eat 3.0. An ordinary Snorlax just sleeps after eating. But if you say that a Snorlax can swim, it is a bit exaggerated. Since it can swim, it needs a lot of exercise. Then this Snorlax is too self-disciplined. In the blue light curtain. On Xiaozhi's side, after seeing that Snorlax had eaten a lot of pomelo, he immediately used the power of Waveguide to communicate with Snorlax. After the communication, Snorlax's behavior of eating tree fruits was immediately stopped. Snorlax, Snorlax. I felt a very familiar smell, but if I didn't eat, I would be too hungry. And I usually exercise after eating. So you see, I'm not that fat. Snorlax slightly slowed down the speed of eating pomelo. On the other hand, he patted his actually round belly with his big hand. And Pikachu next to him, after translating Snorlax's words to others except Xiaozhi, all the girlfriends were also surprised. But when Xiaozhi heard what Snorlax said, immediately, he thought of the sea area in the middle of the Orange Islands. A very wonderful plan to conquer this self-disciplined Snorlax, and the big eater Snorlax was born in Xiaozhi's mind. So, Xiaozhi released his giant Snorlax first. After the gluttonous Snorlax saw the giant Snorlax, the two Pokémon started chatting happily. After a while, the gluttonous and self-disciplined Snorlax agreed to Xiaozhi's competition. And Xiaozhi immediately waved his hand, indicating that everyone should play together. The rules of the competition are very simple. Start swimming from the first island of the 7 fruit islands. Xiaoxia, Nancy, Lgia, Amy, Kaoru, Naki. Let's swim together. Change into the beautiful swimsuits you bought before. Serena, the sisters' swimsuits are so beautiful, and the 6 of them are swimming together. Chapter 106 Carno, Gardvoir and I have a better impression of Xiaozhi, we want to. In the blue light curtain. Through the communication between Xiaozhi's own giant Snorlax and the gluttonous and self-disciplined Snorlax. Soon everyone and Snorlax were ready to have a swimming competition. Because Xiaozhi had to help the workers and Nana on the island, he quickly collected the remaining pomelo and sold it. So Xiaozhi also said hello and hurried to help. Only Xiaozhi and his 6 girlfriends were left at the scene. And the cute girl who temporarily acted as a referee and held the referee flag, Pikachu standing at the starting point. In addition, Xiaozhi's Crimson Gyarados has already flown to the 2nd island in advance. Ancient Jengar came to the 3rd island. Mewtwo is the 4th island, and Mew is the 5th island. Blatesto is the 6th island, and Butterfree and his wife are the 7th island. The rules are also very simple. Start from the first island of fruit, and swim all the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th islands in order. Finally, return to the first island of fruit. The participants in the competition are Xiaozhi, Xiaoxia, Nancy, Lgia, Amy, Uchiki, and the gluttonous King Snorlax. On each island, Xiaozhi's Pokémon who serve as referees and observers also act as rescuers. And Xiaozhi swims. On the other hand, he will arrange his other Pokémon that can fly or swim in the water to protect the safety of all his girlfriends. Xiaozhi himself will also pay attention while competing. And Xiaozhi himself is also looking forward to it. I can have a good competition with the gluttonous king and self-disciplined Snorlax. There are very few Pokémon with general attributes that can swim. This is actually the same as Xiaozhi's Pikachu being able to fly. Xiaozhi's Pikachu can fly by using the principle of electromagnetic floating and magnetic field. This is a skill that he mastered after a period of study. And this gluttonous Snorlax. When chatting with Xiaozhi's own giant Snorlax just now, he said that he swam all the way here. That means he is also very diligent and self-disciplined. For this kind of Pokémon, Xiaozhi likes it very much. So the idea of a swimsuit swimming competition was derived. Kona, Dr. Uchiki, you have a great figure. This high-cut swimsuit really suits you. Xiaozhi, I didn't expect Lan Xiaozhi could even complete such a long swim. It seems that he is very confident. 15. Xiaozhi, this blue Xiaozhi has such a great figure. Xiaozhi, but my figure although not as big as Professor Uchiki's. But it's pretty good too. Xiaoqian, I'm also very confident. Since blue Xiaozhi is very good at swimming. Xiaoqian, then I have to learn how to swim. I can't just focus on being cute, I have to work on my figure. Xiaoqian, after all, in the blue light screen, Professor Uchiki's ABS are really beautiful. I want to work on them too. The comments in the double comparison live broadcast room. It is now full of messages from all kinds of beautiful female trainers. Everyone is also very interested in the swimming competition between Xiaozhi and his girlfriends in the blue light screen that will be launched soon. And this gluttonous king, self-disciplined Snorlax. It is possible that after this swim, he can no longer be called the gluttonous king Snorlax. See which swimming posture he is familiar with. You can change the way you call him. Talking about swimming posture. Mid-turn skirt, 7, 1Ju1 clothes wine. Many female trainers who are good at swimming also started thinking in their heads. At the same time, in reality, on Xiaozhi's side. At this moment, he was chatting with Xiaoxia, Nancy, Ljia, Amy, Sunzi, and Serena while training in a small room. Xiaozhi originally thought that he might be in trouble. Because when he saw Xiao Gang leave, it was not called leaving, it was just running away. Just when Xiaozhi thought that he would be surrounded by these girls and scolded. What he didn't expect was Xiaoxia and the others took Xiaozhi to a separate training room and really started chatting. While chatting, they also compared their figures with Xiaozhi's girlfriends in the blue light screen. Because they were comparing themselves, the approximate body shape and figure were similar. Xiaozhi was reading a book while talking to his Pikachu, and comparing left and right on the other side. He now knows that there are some words that are too straight and cannot be said. So now Xiaozhi also praises the left and the right. When there is a big difference in figure, he praises her other characteristics. For example, good skin, straight legs, thin waist. Or beautiful ears, bright eyes. If the same words are used too many times, it will also appear perfunctory. So now Xiaozhi is also racking his brains, thinking about a book he had read before. Love tutorial. There are also many words used to describe the temperament of girls. Now Xiaozhi has poured out all the stocks in his mind. He keeps praising Xiaoxia and the others for their beauty. After saying these words, Xiaoxia and the others are naturally very happy. After all, no one wants to lose. And when facing their loved ones, even if they are compared with themselves in another world, they don't want to lose. In the blue light curtain. When Pikachu waved the small flag in his hand. When he and Tijipai waved their hands at the same time, the swimming competition officially began. There was only a splash. In an instant. Ash, Snorlax, Professor Uchiki, and Misty jumped in at the first opportunity. The others, Nancy, Amy were a little slower. But the overall slow speed was not very slow. They all jumped in at the first opportunity and started swimming. With the splashing water, Snorlax and Xiaozhi also led the way. Professor Uchiki and Xiaoxia were in the second batch. The remaining girlfriends were in the third batch. But the first batch, second batch, and third batch. It only lasted for about 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, everyone quickly widened the distance. Among them, Snorlax and Xiaozhi had the most exaggerated distance. Snorlax was using the up and down butterfly stroke. Xiaozhi was using the freestyle stroke, switching between various swimming styles. At the same time, he immediately exerted his whole body strength and rushed out at a very terrifying speed. This butterfly stroke Snorlax, even if he used all his strength, could not even eat Xiaozhi's tail gas after 3 seconds. Very quickly. The second island, the third island, the fourth island. Finally, he returned to the first island. When Xiaozhi returned to the first island, Snorlax barely swam to the middle of the second and third seats. Professor Xiaozhi was a little slower than Snorlax, but it was also very fast. Missy was about 4 or 5 body lengths behind Professor Xiaozhi, also very fast. The other girls were also swimming behind. Because Xiaozhi had crossed the finish line first, he went down for the second lap. He protected all his girlfriends who were a little behind and finished the race safely. Snorlax, why are you so fast? Your speed in one lap is many times faster than mine. Too fast. Snorlax's face was full of disbelief. Because Xiaozhi's speed was much faster than his. And Snorlax could clearly tell that Xiaozhi only used his own strength. That was a swimming technique that could only be used with the strongest control over the body's muscles. Swimming is a full-body exercise. After eating, Snorlax usually exercises except for sleeping time. So he is very confident in what he has. But he didn't expect that such a confident project was completely defeated by Xiaozhi. Snorlax. The trainer is really too strong. The swimming posture is so standard. If I follow him, I won't have to starve. Then can you subdue me? Then I will learn to swim with you. I want to improve my butterfly stroke posture. While talking, Snorlax took a few steps forward and was very sincere. At the scene, it was not Xiaozhi's turn to speak. Pikachu came to Snorlax. Waving his little hand, it seemed to let Snorlax relax. Pika. No problem. Snorlax, relax. Our trainer Xiaozhi is very good. And as long as the Pokemon are suitable for each other, they will tighten their stomachs. As for the issue of eating, it is not a problem at all. Even if you eat as much as you want, you can't eat Xiaozhi out of money. If you can eat Xiaozhi out of money, it means that you have eaten the entire level out of money. And Xiaozhi can mix a kind of particularly good Pokemon food, which is particularly rich in energy. After you came, we trained in the team, and we also had an extra Snorlax in the future, which is really great. As Pikachu danced in front of Snorlax in butterfly swimming, Snorlax was also very happy and played with Pikachu. And Xiaozhi naturally planned to capture Snorlax. Just now, he was just thinking that this Snorlax is really very self-disciplined and has always been a particularly excellent Snorlax. And Xiaozhi also thought of several new skills in an instant, which can be taught to this Snorlax, which is very suitable. In this case, please take care of me in the future. While talking, Xiaozhi threw a Pokeball to Snorlax. After taming Snorlax, Xiaozhi released Snorlax again and called back all his Pokemon. The Pokemon who had been referees on other islands now quickly arrived at the first fruit island. Here, Xiaozhi first used his superb cooking skills to make a fruit feast for all Pokemon. In fact, Xiaozhi made relatively few fruit feasts before. Because Xiaozhi still likes to match a variety of foods. But now that we have just arrived at the 7 fruit islands, all the fruits are very sufficient. Moreover, after hearing Nana's explanation, the owners of the fruit orchards on the other islands were very grateful to Xiaozhi, and they quickly sent a large number of very fresh fruits by airship. Xiaozhi used these fruits and some very fresh raw materials to make a very rich fruit feast. As soon as the feast came into his mouth, Butterfly Snorlax was so excited that he almost cried. Cabby. It's really delicious. And the energy it provides is much better than eating the fruit directly. I feel like I don't need to eat so much in one meal anymore. While eating, Snorlax kept talking. And Snorlax's words. Naturally, his predecessor, the giant Snorlax, the monster fossil pterosaur, and the 2 crystal giant rock snakes, these huge Pokemon, all heard them. Snorlax. Rib. Boom. For a while, the Pokemon in Xiaozhi's team also chatted with each other. The general meaning is that although they are so big, but after coming to Xiaozhi's team, the food they need is not as much as they imagined. The food made by Xiaozhi can give them a very strong sense of fullness. And Xiaozhi will make a lot of food every time, for fear that his Pokemon will not be full. If they can eat it just right, that's the best situation. If they make too much, Xiaozhi will be very caring and share it with other wild Pokemon. For example, this time, Xiaozhi produced a very, very large amount. It was about 1.5 times the budget. In this case, even if all the Pokemon ate freely, their stomachs would be bloated at the end, and they couldn't finish eating. In this case, they would definitely not continue to eat. Xiaozhi would also share the remaining food that had not been eaten with some wild Pokemon in the surrounding Orange Islands. This also greatly improved the favor of wild Pokemon. Shiba, Xiaozhi's swimming 397 is really fast. I thought this Snorlax who can do butterfly stroke is very rare. But what's even rarer is that the trainer can swim faster than this Snorlax. Kaido, I usually train with my Pokemon and fight with each other, and we also fight back and forth. Kaido, but if we compete completely in a Pokemon's strong event, I'm afraid I won't be much better than my own Pokemon. Lua, I didn't expect that although Xiaozhi hasn't used his physical strength for a while once he did, it was still so earth-shattering. I almost forgot that Xiaozhi is also very strong in physical training. Kaloon, if the screen shows the scene of Blue Xiaozhi and I meeting in the future. Kaloon, I must take Gardevoir to ask Blue Xiaozhi how to keep in shape. Have you noticed that it seems that only with swimming training can the body be kept very, very good? Dr. Uchiki, that's right. I also like swimming very much. Dr. Uchiki, but I found that I seem to have a better figure in the blue light screen. It seems that I have to work harder. Everyone also started with Blue Xiaozhi's swimming, and then considered the figures of many female trainers. After all, now, almost all the outstanding female trainers in the entire Pokemon world can make comments in the barrage. For girls, what may be more important than face, or as important as face, is body shape. And their hairstyle. Musashi, hello, hello? Why hasn't the blue screen shown us for so long? Kojiro, that's right. I remember that it was our turn in the red screen a little while later. Next seems to be a story about the ghost ship and an ancient Orange League trophy, right? Meowth, that's it, Meowth. It seems that after the ghost ship, Meowth, I had a very happy time, but in the end, I also understood that Team Rocket is my home. With the Rocket Trio speaking one by one, they also attracted the attention of many champion trainers, superstar trainers, and many beautiful trainers. Because it seems to be just as Meowth said. But will Meowth in the blue screen start on the wrong path? In the blue screen. Then Xiaozhi and his group also came to Starchy Island. When Xiaozhi and his party finished visiting the ancient Orange League trophy, they also found that the Rocket Trio seemed to be eager to try. But then after Xiaozhi and his party drove the Rocket team away, they found that the destination of the Rocket team this time was actually a ghost ship. After perfectly solving the problem of the ghost ship, Xiaozhi and his party and the Rocket Trio came to a mysterious island. This is the mysterious island I sensed. Maybe you can understand true happiness here, meow meow. While Xiaozhi was talking, he was the first to get off the boat. The reason why Xiaozhi said this was because he had already felt that the Rocket Trio, as their plan to snatch him failed again and again, their morale was inevitably a little scattered. Xiaozhi wanted to help these cute and charming villains. Chapter 107 Adu, the Pokemon with the burning indomitable soul, I am optimistic about him. In the blue light curtain. Meow? What is true happiness? Is it the kind of happiness that has delicious food and drinks, and doesn't have to worry about not having enough to eat or sleep? I really like that. It's been so hard in Team Rocket recently. Musashi keeps bullying me. With Kojiro. And Kojiro, you don't know how to resist. Like a punching bag. Meow meow said as she looked around. After hearing what Meow Meow said, Musashi and Kojiro clenched their fists. But they only clenched for a moment and then loosened. Musashi suddenly reflected on himself. It seems to be true. The days during this period were indeed quite hard. The robbery plan failed again and again. If Kojiro hadn't used all his skills to make all kinds of props. Or, if the rockets hadn't worked together. Working part-time on the Orange Islands to earn a living. It's been a long time since I could bear it. Musashi, hi. Musashi, meow meow, are you going to rebel? Musashi, it seems that you have a little idea of never coming back. Musashi used the crazy spinning divine fist to spin Meowth's head, and he was also quite angry. Because although in the red light curtain, Meowth went to this mysterious island during this period of time, and was regarded as a god by the natives of the island. But in the end, he successfully returned to the big family of Team Rocket. Meowth finally believed that Team Rocket was the place he longed for in his heart. But it seems that after Lan Xiaozhi said this, Meowth seemed to obey. Is this going to be a different direction? It seems that if there is really an ideal country, Meowth will betray Musashi and Kojiro without looking back? Ouch! Why are you so anxious? What Lan Xiaozhi said is to let me find what true happiness is. It is possible that he followed me in. Or he took you two to have a look. Meow Meow was now covering her head, feeling very aggrieved. Because there was something to be said. The reason why Meow Meow felt a little unhappy was because Musashi was sometimes very violent. But sometimes, he was very good. So Meow Meow complained about it. He rubbed his head. After hearing what Meow Meow said, Musashi subconsciously understood that he must have done something wrong. Then Musashi was also very embarrassed and apologized to Meow Meow and Kojiro. At the same time, he brought a lot of food. Food packed from the Quartz Conference restaurant. Eat with Meow Meow and others. Continue to watch the live broadcast of the Double Comparison live broadcast room. Because during this period, the food and beverage of the Quartz Conference were provided free of charge. Several people from the Rocket team were also very happy. Except for not being able to disrupt the order of the venue, everyone else was very happy. And they also recalled what the consciousness of the Double Comparison live broadcast room said words. Cannot do anything that disturbs the live broadcast of the Double Comparison room. So, if they take action to snatch the Pokemon of these trainers from the Quartz Conference, it is to give the will of heaven an eye drop. In the blue light curtain. Because of Xiaozhi's advance induction plus advance reminder, Meowth was also slightly alert. But then Meowth also met the natives on the island. The natives regarded Meowth as the guardian of happiness. After becoming the guardian of happiness, Meowth was indeed very happy for a while. But then the natives asked Meowth to use the gathering treasures to bring them wealth. And they directly increased Meowth's strength and asked him to fight. However, Meowth had already spent too much energy to learn to speak. And then asked him to learn skills, and it was the gathering treasures. This was simply forcing Meowth to do something difficult. At this moment, Meowth also recalled the true happiness that Xiaozhi told him. Meowth. What that little brat said really makes sense. The true happiness I want. It is the happiness of being free. It is the happiness of living happily with Musashi, Kojiro, and others. But now there is no way to escape. Meow Meow sat in his seat, looking at the countless natives below. His scalp was tingling. Meow Meow's mind was also spinning very fast. But he found that he had no chance to escape, as there were people everywhere. At this moment, Musashi and Kojiro suddenly appeared. They took Meow Meow away with a hydrogen balloon after a classic opening speech. As for where the hydrogen balloon came from, Musashi and Kojiro did not say. However, when they left, they also thanked Xiaozhi. Meow Meow was also very grateful to Xiaozhi. He really understood the true happiness in this magical experience. True happiness is to be with these two guys, Musashi and Kojiro. Meow Meow, Musashi, Kojiro sat on the hydrogen balloon, waving his arms. He said goodbye to Xiaozhi and the others. Xiaozhi and the others then left the mysterious island. Then they headed to the next island in the plan. Makot Island, which has a large number of insect Pokemon. Kona, who after this chapter is broadcast, it seems that my chapter will come soon. So excited. Shiba, it seems that after this insect island, Xiaozhi and his Pokemon came to an island full of fruit trees. Shiba, after these 2 chapters are broadcast, we should reach Kona. Wusong, I remember that on the red light screen, it was the new Xiaojian who captured the severely injured scythe. Wusong, the original red Xiaozhi wanted to capture it, but failed. In the end, Xiaojian used Mokaiu's hypnotic powder to capture it. Xiaomao, I remember it too. It seems that the rocket trio came to make trouble on the other side. Xiaomao, the reason is that Musashi's hairstyle was destroyed by the scythe tribe, so Musashi planned to capture all the scythes. As soon as Xiaomao said this, Musashi, who was also watching, couldn't help it. Musashi, didn't someone say it before? Musashi, in addition to the face and figure of a girl. Another important thing is the hairstyle. Musashi, the hairstyle was destroyed, so it is reasonable to capture them all. Adu, stop talking. After so long, it seems that your plan has succeeded? Adu, didn't it fail in the end? Adu, and the scythe that Xiaojian captured was particularly strong, and it also beat you away. Kojiro, specifically, was it Xiaojian's scythe that beat us away, or was it Xiaogitu's Pikachu that beat us away? Kojiro, or was it someone else who beat us away? It doesn't matter. Kojiro, the important thing is that we were careless and didn't dodge. Kojiro, you'll see next time. Meow, that's it, meow. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi and others came to the island of Makoto, where there are a lot of insect Pokemon. Since Xiaoxia has already tried to contact insect-type Pokemon, she doesn't have much resistance. Everyone kept looking up and down. There are really too many insect Pokemon on this side. Beedrill, Kairos, Caterpillar, Paras, Metapod. It can be said that there are insect Pokemon all over the mountains and plains, and the whole island is full of insect Pokemon. And everyone also saw from time to time that some insect Pokemon were playing with each other. Some were piking each other. From time to time, you can see that some insect Pokemon were seriously injured. This should be the law of the jungle and nature. Pokemon fight each other to improve their own strength. When I was doing related research before, I also learned about the ecology of this insect island. But because I have never been here in person, I didn't expect the competitive atmosphere here to be so strong. Dr. Uchiki was recording with a notebook while telling Xiaozhi and his sisters, other girlfriends, what he knew. And Xiaoxia, Nancy, and others. After hearing what Dr. Uchiki said, they nodded immediately. They were treating the injured Pokemon all around. It is possible that the Pokemon will still be injured after they leave this insect island. But since they came and saw it, they wanted to help these Pokemon. As long as they saw it, they would help these Pokemon to the best of their ability. And Xiaozhi and Pikachu continued to walk towards the inside of the insect island for a while. They were going to treat those who were more seriously injured. Soon, they saw a very energetic but seriously injured scythe. But this scythe had very sharp eyes. In front of this scythe was a group of scythes. After Xiaozhi felt the power of the wave guide for a while, he knew the cause and effect. This was Scythe, the strongest one in the group. Although this seriously injured Scythe took a short time to form, he had a very strong fighting spirit. And the Scythe it challenged was already the boss of the group, and had maintained it for a long time, and had rich combat experience. After seeing this situation, Xiaozhi immediately decided not to disturb the natural ecology between Pokemon for the time being. Afterwards, Xiaozhi found that the time was almost right after watching for a while. Because this seriously injured Scythe finally fell to the ground after challenging the leader of the group again. When the leader of the tribe saw the defeated Scyther, he immediately ignored him and led the tribe away. It seemed that at this moment, the law of the jungle and nature and the fate of the loser who challenged the leader were fully revealed. Pika, Pika, Pika. Pikachu ran to Scyther in 2 or 3 steps. And he had already taken out the best quality medicine from Xiaozhi's backpack and used it on Scyther. And Xiaozhi at this moment, he has come to the seriously injured scythe. Perceiving through the power of the wave guide. Healing through the power of the evergreen. Soon. This scythe also recovered quickly. And Xiaozhi also found out when sensing through the wave guide. This scythe is very strong in heart and trains very hard. But because of the strict discipline in the tribe, when he challenged the boss, he was abandoned by the tribe without success. Xiaozhi had read about these in the book a long time ago. Don't worry, the reason why you didn't succeed in the challenge this time is that you didn't master the skills well, and you didn't grasp the strength and speed of your body, as well as your offensive rhythm. If you train with me for half a day, you can defeat the boss of your tribe. Xiaozhi also felt that he had a great affinity with this recovered scythe. He also wanted to help the scythe. After hearing what Xiaozhi said, this scyther was very happy to thank Xiaozhi. Because he could only train with his own kind during normal training. But those people were too different from him. There was no progress at all. The only one who was stronger than him was the leader of the tribe. But challenging him meant declaring war. So Scyther was wounded and abandoned by the tribe after failure. Unexpectedly, he met a good trainer like Xiaozhi to help him. So Scyther decided subconsciously. No matter whether he succeeded in challenging the leader or not, he would train with Xiaozhi in the future. After Xiaozhi saw that Scyther was so active, he immediately subdued Scyther. Through his ability, Xiaozhi could feel that this Scyther would definitely perform very well in the future. Adu, this should be a warrior like Scyther. I am optimistic about him. After the capture of Scythe, Xiaozhi also continued to follow Pikachu around the insect island and treated all the injured Pokémon he could see. At lunchtime, Xiaozhi also met up with his girlfriends. And introduced his new partner to everyone. Everyone was very happy. And when everyone was chatting with this scythe, they also found that this scythe was born to be able to fly. It can fly without being taught. This is a very, very rare case. Dr. Kong Mu, Unyielding Spirit. This is an extremely rare scythe. And the story on this side of the blue light curtain, Hanyo Zhao, is different, but equally exciting. Alio, as a trainer of the insect attribute in the Sinnoh region, when I saw this scythe in the Kanto region, my eyes lit up. Alu, this Pokemon will have a promising future. In addition, it has the ability to fly, which is one of its ordinary counterparts. In a battle it is impossible for it to lose, right? Xiao Mao, it should be the same as what Lan Xiaozhi said. This Scyther has learned too little, and no one teaches it at all. As Alu and Xiao Mao discussed. Everyone also put their attention back on the Scyther that Xiaozhi had just captured. This Scyther has fully recovered and is happily eating the high-energy food made by Lan Xiaozhi. These foods are very effective. It is very obvious that all the marks of serious injuries on his body have disappeared, and the emerald green shell on the surface is more translucent. The more everyone looked at it, the more they felt that this Scyther was extraordinary. In the blue light curtain, we have a new partner joining the team. To welcome the new partner, we will move tonight's training content to the afternoon. It's a good opportunity for everyone to help strengthen Scyther's skills. I'll teach him some powerful moves. Mew, come and help practice together, and learn something. Other partners will fight each other according to our previous grouping, and finally have a monthly assessment. As usual, those who pass the monthly assessment will be rewarded with a very good gift package and vacation. While Xiaozhi was talking, he also started teaching Scyther. And Mew also followed Xiaozhi's request. He came to Scyther. Mew. Mew called softly. He turned into Scyther. I'll teach you both at once. This new move is to use your sickle to break through the air. Watch it. Zoo. Chapter 108 Kona, Nei Mew told me you're great, I want to try. In the blue light screen. After Xiaozhi finished teaching Mew and Scythe. The skill named Breaking the Air by Xiaozhi, Mew must have learned it got it. Scythe looked like it needed to practice 3 or 4 more times before it could learn it. Mew. That's not how it's used. Let me teach you. When using this skill, you need to use your sickle to slash forward. Just like the flying type has a move called wing attack. There is also a move called air slash. This move of air breaking sword slash should be the skill that Xiaozhi combined with wing attack and air slash. You follow my example and learn again. We use skills on the water surface. Meow flew around Scythe while teaching patiently. And Scythe was learning very seriously. When Xiaozhi saw this, he was naturally very happy. Soon it was evening. After dinner, Xiaozhi and others took out all the Pokémon as usual and conducted the monthly assessment for this month. When the new Pokémon are being assessed, the difficulty will be appropriately lowered. The other Pokémon that have been in the team for a week are all normal difficulty. Then, as everyone used their skills one by one and fought each other. This time, all members passed the monthly assessment. After all the Pokémon passed the assessment, Xiaozhi also prepared all the Pokémon food and took out the gift bag. Let them eat well here, and then go to sleep in the tent or rest around the camp. Because it is the second round of the assessment. All the girlfriends learn various knowledge and fighting skills. There are also endurance skills and pure skills assessments. Because the environment required is relatively special, Xiaozhi also reminded his Pokémon again. And appointed Pikachu as the captain to watch everyone carefully. Pika Pika. I know. Just like the previous few times, Xiaozhi, you should follow the sisters to train well. Pikachu also called out a few times very considerately, and then jumped on his short legs and went to play with everyone. The night passed quickly. When Xiaozhi and his 6 girlfriends woke up together in a super huge luxury tent. The sky was also slightly bright. After making breakfast and successfully challenging with his scyther, Xiaozhi and his group continued to the next island. On an island full of fruits and vegetables, Xiaozhi gave the Pokémon a short vacation. The Pokémons played happily for a while. Xiaozhi and his group set off again and went to Little Orange Island. The picture finally stopped at the scene where Xiaozhi hugged his 6 girlfriends and came to the dock of Little Orange Island. The blue light screen broadcasting here also gradually dimmed. Everyone who saw this situation also knew that the red side would be broadcast next. Xiao Mao, Phew, it is said that Miss Kona is a trainer with champion strength, and let our Xiaozhi go to PK. Xiao Mao, it is obvious that he was chased and beaten. Kona, no. Xiao Mao, you are praising me a little bit. Kona, I am actually from Quartz Plateau, an ordinary ice attribute trainer. Shiba, Xiao Mao, do you think I have champion level strength? Shiba, I remember someone said before that our Quartz Plateau looks like 4 king level trainers, but in fact they are 4 champion level trainers. Kikyuko, Shiba, when others praise you as a champion, you can be humble. This is your noble character. Kikyuko, but if you say you have the strength of a champion, that's a little inappropriate. Adu, Zeba's strength is also very strong, but when he reads more books and challenges himself, he should be able to become a champion level trainer. As the 4 kings of the Quartz Plateau communicated with each other, trainers from other regions were also attracted by the content of their chat. For a while, they also took advantage of the gap before the red light screen started to play to find various information. Soon they found the information of Miss Kona, the Ice Attribute King. From the leaked information, Miss Kona can be called a trainer specializing in ice attributes. The strength of several main Pokémon is very strong, and the training level is very high. It is said that the intensity of normal training is also very amazing, and the Pokémon are very cooperative. So the strength is beyond doubt. White Sea Lion, Thorny Shell, Slowpoke, Lipstick Sister, Lapras. Each one has very strong strength. Hanazuki, I just checked a lot of information, and it says that Miss Kona not only has a very good figure, but also has a lot of knowledge, and is the first king of the Quartz League. Few wrong, Miss Kona can really be said to be a role model for female trainers. So is Professor Uchiki. Bonnie, as a trainer with ice attributes, I also want to learn from Miss Kona. Bonnie, after playing to Kona the battle between Miss Na and Xiaozhi, I must record it and watch it carefully. With the 3 trainers in Fengyuan area praising Kona. Now Kona is a little embarrassed. In fact, she often looks dazed and reacts a little slowly to things. But whenever she is competing or discussing things, Kona can still concentrate. So, Kona left a message in the barrage, asking everyone to pay attention to the battle in the field. She was also waiting for the scene of her meeting Xiaozhi. Gradually, the red light curtain lit up. After Xiaozhi in the red light curtain came to the little orange island, he had actually heard that Kona was going to give a speech. Xiaozhi is Kona's most loyal admirer. She is very excited and respectfully calls Kona Lord Kona. And then Xiaozhi was very excited and challenged Miss Kona. This was watched by all the trainers, Pokemon and many ordinary people who were watching the broadcast in the double comparison live broadcast room. Xiaozhi's challenge to Kona. Kona actually ignored it. Xiaomao, hi? Xiaomao, what's going on? Shinji, did you see that Xiaozhi's training foundation was unstable? Daigo, Miss Kona in the picture didn't seem to hear it clearly? Daigo, or was she so focused on the beautiful scenery that she was intoxicated by the sea? Shirana, she probably didn't pay much attention to what Xiaozhi said, right? And she probably told Xiaozhi to cherish the beautiful scenery in front of him. As several trainers discussed, Kona herself left a message on the barrage. Kona, I guess I was intoxicated by the beautiful scenery at that time, so I didn't hear what Xiaozhi said clearly. In the red light curtain. After Xiaozhi challenged Kona but got no response, Xiaozhi started fighting with other trainers. But suddenly, Xiaozhi's Charizard lost control during the battle because of poor control. Then Kona sent out Slowpoke and easily used the immobilization method to control Charizard's movement. After pulling Charizard to the ground, Xiaozhi finally took Charizard back. After Kona gave Xiaozhi some popular science and teaching. She also invited Xiaozhi and his party to attend her speech and watch her Pokemon Master battle. After watching Kona's incomparable standard battle, Xiaozhi continued to invite Miss Kona to fight. This time Miss Kona accepted Xiaozhi's challenge, but she won the game without surprise. Through this incident, Xiaozhi also knew trainers and Pokemon should be closely united. After saying goodbye to Kona, Xiaozhi and his party came to Yangbella City, where they met a girl and a boy. Although the two of them are very incompatible, their Pokemon are in love. Here, in order to bring the two Pokemon in love together, Misty, who longs for love, also tried her best and finally succeeded in reconciling the two trainers. After experiencing the Great Plains and the sewer monster incident in Big City, Ash and his party finally arrived near the Yuzu Gym. Because Misty saved the gym leader's sister, the gym leader Yi also expressed her gratitude to Misty. Ash then challenged Yi. After passing the Pokemon Move Proficiency test, Xiaozhi agreed to compete the next day. That night, Yi and Mary invited Xiaoxia to stay in the Yuzu Gym. But Xiaoxia resolutely refused. And in the game on the second day, Xiaozhi also successfully won. After this chapter, Xiaoxia's feelings for Xiaozhi have deepened. But it seems that Xiaozhi in the red light curtain did not have much feeling. Even after II expressed his envy of Xiaozhi, Xiaozhi did not react. Xiaomao, Wooden? Where are he? Shinji, I haven't seen him for a long time. Xiaogang, he is with Xiaoxia now. Xiaozhi, I am training with Xiaoxia, Serena, Nancy, Rika, Amy, and Kaoru. Girls, yes. Xiaozhi has made progress now. Xiaomao, that's good, he is finally not wooden. In the red light curtain. After experiencing a series of wonderful stories such as the sea voyage on the Great Sea, Mekong Island, and Citrus Island, Xiaozhi and others finally came to the last batch Gym Island, Liugan Island. Here, Xiaozhi was suddenly regarded as her son by a lady. Later, Team Rocket drove a robot to raid. Xiaozhi and this lady teamed up to defeat Team Rocket and found out. It turned out that this lady was Li Yulai, the gym leader of Li Yulai Gym on Liugan Island. Also, this mother owns a luxury hotel. At the same time, the place where they fought was in front of the luxury hotel, which was also Li Yulai's gym. The reason why Li Yulai treated Xiaozhi as her son was because Li Yulai's son was also a trainer who took Pikachu out on a trip. Li Yulai missed herself very much. Her own son, and she hopes that she can take care of him. And Li Yulai takes special care of all Pokemon like her own children. After experiencing the destruction of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus robot controlled by Team Rocket, Li Yulai and Xiaozhi defeated Team Rocket together. Li Yulai also came out of the emotion of missing her child and started the battle. Although Xiaozhi also sent 2 Pokemon Pikachu and Charizard in this doubles battle. However, in the process, the 2 Pokemon were beaten badly at the beginning, but they finally worked together to win the game. And Ms. Li Yulai is also the only gym owner in the Orange Islands who is very kind to Xiaozhi. After getting the last batch, Xiaozhi and others also traveled all the way and finally came to the Citrus Island. Here, they launched the final challenge to the Orange League Winner Cup. And the chief trainer Yuji accepted Xiaozhi's battle. This is Xiaozhi's first 6-on-6 full member showdown. In addition, Yuji is a trainer with Dragonite. However, Xiaozhi is also very powerful. He cleverly used tactics and cooperated with Pokemon very well, and finally defeated Yuji's first 5 Pokemon. After going through a lot of hardships in the end, he finally defeated Dragonite. Won the title of Winners' Cup, Southern Cross, Orange League Honorary Trainer. But this can really be called a lot of hardships. It's not easy to win. But no matter what, Xiaozhi finally won the game after a lot of hardships. Xiaomao, her Pikachu jumped up with his tail to avoid the destruction beam. It's really cool. Shinji, Yuji, you Dragonite, you have learned a lot of skills? Shiba, after Pikachu jumped up, he grabbed the 2 tentacles of Dragonite. Why do I feel like laughing? Kikyuko, with the advantage of 4 Pokemon, in the end I won't go into the details, a win is a win. Congratulations to Xiaozhi. It is obvious that all the top trainers are happy that Xiaozhi won this battle. After all, Xiaozhi just failed in the Quartz Conference before. Now he can win the Orange League, which is already a very good result. In the red light curtain. While Xiaozhi and his party were sailing on the sea, they found a group of Lapras. After solving the problem of the theft team, Xiaozhi released Lapras. This scene made the blood pressure of all the audience soar. After that, after releasing Lapras, Xiaozhi and others also came to Convex Orange Island to wait for the ship. Finally, they successfully returned to their hometown of Pallet Town. Here, Xiaozhi returned the GS ball to Professor Oak. At the same time, Team Rocket attacked the Research Institute. But then, with the help of Xiaomao, Team Rocket was successfully driven away. In the days that followed, Xiaozhi and Xiaomao also fought, but Xiaomao won again. Afterwards, Xiaozhi learned from Professor Oak that Xiaomao was going to Chengdu to challenge the league. Xiaozhi also felt that he had to go. So, Professor Oak asked Xiaozhi to take the GS ball and give the Poke ball to the Forger Steel when he went to Hinoki Town. With Xiaojian staying, Xiao Gang joined the team again. Xiaozhi, Xiaoxia, and Xiao Gang started a new journey again. The picture finally stopped at Xiaozhi and others going to another city to participate in the Chengdu League competition. And they were invited by a boy named White to go to White's village. At this point, the red light curtain gradually fell. The audience, fire at full power. Xiao Mao, I give up. Can't you take all these Lapras back? Xiao Mao's complaint undoubtedly ignited the fuse at the scene. For a while, many trainers expressed that they could not accept it. Because Xiaozhi's Lapras had helped Xiaozhi a lot during his travels. It worked hard all the way. It had not had many good days, and had not won many honors with Xiaozhi, but it was released again. But everyone also knows that the world in the red light curtain is just the original future. Xiaozhi in this world can change. So everyone just said a few words. Let Xiaozhi pay attention in the future. And after everyone said a few words, their anger was a little less, and they continued to look at the blue light curtain. In the blue light curtain, a trainer with burgundy hair, glasses, and dark blue long sleeves, wearing a red underwear on the upper body and hot shorts on the lower body, said to Xiaozhi, "I already know your name, Xiaozhi, through the news of the alliance and the message sent to me by Nei Mu. Nei Mu told me that Xiaozhi, you are very good." She licked her lips and added, "I want to try." Chapter 109 Xiaozhi, come on, try. In the blue light curtain. At this moment, Miss Kona, already standing in front of Xiaozhi and smiling, looking at Xiaozhi and his girlfriends. The key point. It is Professor Xiaozhi, who is familiar with Kona. At this moment, he is hugging Xiaozhi and seems to be showing his affection. Seeing this situation, Kona, I immediately said to Xiaozhi half jokingly and half seriously, "I have learned from the news of the League and the message sent to me by Xiaozhi that you are very strong, Xiaozhi. I want to give it a try. If you are free, can you help me prepare for the exhibition match? I just have a speech soon. After the speech, there will be an exhibition match, and you can come to my house afterwards." While Kona was talking, he smiled at Xiaozhi again. At the same time, he slightly raised his hand, moving it from the position behind his back to his chest. Suddenly, the majestic place became more majestic. But before Xiaozhi could speak, Xiaoxia, who was behind Xiaozhi, immediately took a step forward and looked at Kona very excitedly. Xiaozhi understood immediately after seeing this situation. Xiaoxia told Xiaozhi when she came to the Orange Islands that she admired Kona very much. So, Xiaozhi smiled softly. On the other hand, he introduced several of his girlfriends to Kona. "Just give it a try, it's my honor." Xiaozhi agreed to Kona's request first. "In addition, let me introduce you. Except for Namu, you may have known each other for a long time, the other few are my girlfriends. Among them, Xiaoxia, my first girlfriend, admires you very much." Xiaozhi also ranked them in order, because Xiaoxia is indeed his first girlfriend. After hearing that Xiaozhi put forward his first position in such an occasion, Xiaoxia was also very happy. Xiaoxia kissed Xiaozhi sweetly on the mouth. Then he chatted with Kona. At this moment, the other girls were also by the railing, enjoying the beautiful scenery. While listening to the conversation between Kona and Misty, everyone chatted from time to time. During this process, Xiaozhi also chatted with Kona for a few words. But in just a few short chats, it also made me feel that Xiaozhi and I were so compatible. "Xiaozhi, what do you mean the heart of the trainer and the heart of the Pokémon should be together? And in daily training, Pokémon should be treated as relatives. Your idea coincides with my idea. We have such a tacit understanding. I didn't expect that Nei Mu could find such a good boyfriend. I am really happy for her." It is obvious that Kona also likes Xiaozhi. And he also praised Dr. Nei Mu's vision in choosing a boyfriend. When Dr. Nei Mu heard what Kona said, he smiled and hugged Xiaozhi in his arms a few times. After being hugged by Nei Mu a few times, Xiaozhi immediately hugged Dr. Nei Mu in his arms. "Sister, I still like to take the initiative." Because they are now in a relationship, Professor Xiaozhi is a little older than Xiaozhi. So Xiaozhi directly calls Professor Xiaozhi sister, or sometimes just calls her by her name. After chatting for a while, Kona led Xiaozhi to prepare for the performance teaching battle and speech. In fact, it is similar to the exhibition match when Xiaozhi and the top pride fought at that time. It can be called an exhibition match or a demonstration teaching battle. Before the demonstration teaching, Kona also plans to start with the theory. That is, give a speech first. When Kona, Xiaozhi and his group came to the lecture hall, there were already quite a few people here. And as Xiaozhi and Kona walked in together, And as Professor Xiaozhi, Xiaozhi, and others followed in, it immediately attracted the attention of many trainers who came to listen to the lecture. Now, information in the Pokemon world spreads very quickly. The previous Quartz League Quartz Conference. It was also a Pokemon conference with a high broadcast rate in the Kanto region. This includes the Orange Islands. Especially the broadcast rate of this Quartz League Quartz Conference. It is the highest compared to the previous similar conferences. The broadcast rate is about 5 times that of the previous ones. So when Xiaozhi walked in, many people recognized him at a glance. This is the champion of this Quartz Conference. Oh my god! Isn't this the champion of the Quartz Conference? It seems to be the strongest champion in history. Did you watch this broadcast? It seems to be not long ago, not many days have passed. At that time, the entire Orange Islands seemed to be watching this broadcast. I watched it. How could I not watch it? It is said that there were a lot of people watching this broadcast. I tell you, especially that Nether Akala. I think he is really too damn handsome. What is Nether Akala? I think Xiaozhi said before Pikachu also has a scientific A railgun. That move is so cool. You are talking bullshit. I think Xiaozhi's Red Gyarados has a move called Water Dragon Bite, which is the coolest. Discussing on the spot. It seems that they are about to fight directly. When Xiaozhi saw that everyone was so enthusiastic, it seemed that he was a little bit of a distraction. He immediately touched his nose. Xiaozhi felt that things seemed to be developing in an uncontrollable direction. This is obviously Kona's lecture. How did the discussion become Xiaozhi's own? But Xiaozhi felt that there was nothing wrong with it. At most, he would come to talk for a while after Kona finished speaking. When Kona saw that the audience of his lecture was also very interested in Xiaozhi, she was also very happy. So, Kona introduced Xiaozhi very seriously. After introducing Xiaozhi, it was obvious that the audience in Kona's lecture hall was increasing. Many people had no seats, and many even brought their own tables, chairs, and benches to listen. And now, there seemed to be a lot of people gathered outside the door of the lecture hall, all attracted by Xiaozhi. Seeing this, Kona was naturally very happy. Because the theme of her speech was about the cultivation and battle of Pokemon, as well as the daily intercommunication between Pokemon and trainers. Originally, these knowledge, listening to the number of people was not small, but not particularly large either. But Xiaozhi's arrival undoubtedly attracted a lot of popularity. So Kona decided to give up the lecture hall, a fixed place for speeches. Instead, he started his speech in the largest park on Little Orange Island. And this change was undoubtedly very successful. Kona's speech also received a standing ovation. After Xiaozhi's additional supplements and some interesting stories during the trip, he received a standing ovation again. And this time, the speech also mentioned many units related to Little Orange Island, as well as many responsible persons were attracted. Based on the impact of this event, they paid Kona and Xiaozhi very generous rewards. Kona and Xiaozhi also accepted all of these. However, Kona only kept a small portion of her share and gave the rest to Xiaozhi. Because Kona felt that the reason why this speech was successful and why so many people listened to it was entirely because of Xiaozhi. In addition, Kona herself, as the king of Quartz Plateau and Quartz Alliance, was not short of money. Xiaozhi, take this money. You have so many Pokemon and so many girlfriends. The expenses are probably very high. Sister, I have received a lot of allowances from the Alliance for so many years, and I can be regarded as a small rich woman. It was unexpected that when Kona was talking to Xiaozhi, he did not show his usual absent-minded look. This also made Kona feel very happy. But in reality, Xiaozhi naturally could not take this part of Kona's money. After all, Kona and his girlfriend Neimu have such a good relationship. And Kona also said that he wanted to have an in-depth exchange with Xiaozhi and play against him. Xiaozhi was also waiting for this. So, Xiaozhi immediately spent this part of the money that Kona gave him. And he also spent the money that the relevant person in charge gave him just now. All the money was spent. Given to all the girlfriends and Kona. They bought all kinds of very good props that everyone liked very much, as well as Pokemon supplies. After thinking for a while, Kona was very grateful to Xiaozhi for these supplies and accepted them. At the same time, Kona also invited Xiaozhi to fight. Because the speech just now was over, the battle was about to begin. After the speech just now, the teaching performance battle was also completed, and Kona was curious about Xiaozhi's true strength. Xiaozhi, let's go to my house in Little Orange Island to fight together. My house is still very spacious. Niamu and her other sisters, come with us, it will be more lively with more people. Kona is now not at all like an ice queen. After hearing what Kona said, the others nodded and took all the gifts with them. All the girlfriends and Kona herself were so happy that they felt like eating honey. Xiao Mao, no way? What's the matter? Are they sticking together again? Obviously, Xiao Mao found that Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain was about to successfully take down another beautiful and very majestic trainer. Feeling jealous. Shinji, a beautiful female trainer, likes the powerful blue Xiaozhi. Is there any problem with that? Shinji, just like I pursue powerful Pokemon, there is no problem with that. Shinji's speech was still so soul-touching and direct. Alice, that's right. I like Xiaozhi too. Please give me flowers 0 Alice, but I still care about how the battle between Miss Kona and Xiaozhi in the blue screen will play out soon. Alice, before, on our red side, Miss Kona took out the Scorpion, and the red Xiaozhi took out Pikachu. Alice, although Pikachu's thunder caused damage to the Scorpion, Miss Kona's Scorpion used Aurora Beam and Slam, and still easily defeated Pikachu. Alice watched the battle process in the red screen just now quite carefully, and now she knows everything about it. Alan, Miss Kona's main Pokemon should be 6 or more, right? Alan, it's possible that it was not shown too much during the teaching and the playback just now. Alan, it must be stronger. Kaloon, is this a full-scale battle of 6 to 6? Kaloon, it shouldn't be. Kurino, I feel like we can fight a 3-on-3 match. Kurino, if we follow what we said before, Miss Kona is a champion trainer, and she is definitely the same as us. Kurino's recognition of Kona's strength this time has also caused a lot of waves. Before, everyone didn't know that Kona was a champion. It's just that there were some half-joking and half-serious words in the live broadcast room before. Maybe they think that Miss Kona is a champion trainer. In the red light screen, although a little strong fighting quality can be seen, it's not much. Because how to say it, in the red light screen, Xiaozhi is indeed a little bit of a loser. 0-0. Although Pikachu is very powerful, he still can't withstand too much. But what is noteworthy is that Pikachu's thunder move can also be regarded as quite powerful, and it is very impressive. Adu, to be honest, our Xiaozhi's performance in the red light screen is already quite good. Adu, you know, his strength in quartz is not that strong. If you analyze it carefully, although there is still a big gap with the blue side. Adu, but he is also one of the top 16 in a tournament. Adu, but if he is a champion, I guess his strength is quite good. Daigu, no, I am quite optimistic about Xiaozhi's strength. Daigu, whether it is red or blue, it is a very exciting journey. Daigu, isn't the reason why we are attracted to this live broadcast because he is so wonderful? Now Daigu and Adu also have some slightly different views on Xiaozhi's strength. And on Xiaozhi's battle, they have some slightly different views. Generally speaking, Daigu may be more optimistic about Xiaozhi. It is the same for Xiaozhi in any world. Adu, on the other hand, still put forward very strict requirements for Xiaozhi in his own world. Shirana, actually, I think that no matter what Daigu and Mr. Adu said is very right. Shirana, no matter which world, it actually has its own characteristics. Let's look forward to the battle between Kona and Blue Xiaozhi. If Blue Xiaozhi can fight Kona on equal terms, it actually means that Blue Xiaozhi's strength is at least a king. With Miss Shirana's affirmation, there are also many supporters in the barrage. Including Dan Di, he also came out to express his own opinions, expressing his support for Xiaozhi in the two worlds and Xiaozhi in his real world. Dan Di, as the top trainers in each region, it is very good to have requirements for the younger trainers. Dan Di, but we might as well give Xiaozhi in our world some time, as a friend just said. Also give Xiaozhi in the blue world some time. Dan Di, no matter who gets stronger in the end, the process is also very exciting. Dan Di, and as Miss Sirona said, let's focus on the battle first. As Dan Di left a message, Professor Oak also spoke. Dr. Oak, in fact, the strength of our four kings of Quartz Plateau is really strong. Dr. Oak, and in the blue light curtain, there may be more special things, everyone look carefully. As Dan Di, the strongest champion in the elf world, spoke. And as Professor Oak, such a leader in the research world, spoke. The barrage immediately became quiet. In the blue light curtain. At this moment, Kona led Xiaozhi and his group back home. This is a very large villa with a very large swimming pool. Kona briefly introduced his home to everyone, and also made an appointment with Xiaozhi to go to the backyard arena. What impressed everyone the most was the very large bathtub in Kona's house. This battle will be a 3-on-3 one. The first Pokemon is a simultaneous summon. After Kona introduced the rules, he summoned his Pokemon. At the same time when Xiaozhi did the same. Then it's you, Slowpoke. It's you, the indomitable warrior Scyther. Only then. Chapter 110 In-Depth Understanding? Then I'm not polite. In the blue light curtain. After Kona introduced the rules, she and Xiaozhi also called out their first Pokemon at the same time. Slowpoke is a Pokemon with water and psychic attributes. And Scyther is a Pokemon with bug and flying attributes. When Kona saw Xiaozhi playing the ball at the same time, as if he could read his mind, he directly took out the restrained Scyther and was stunned. And this Scyther, Kona saw at a glance that it was different from the normal Scyther. It seemed to be faster and more powerful. The sickle flashing with cold light also showed that he must have very strong strength. Xiaozhi, your scythe seems to be very different. Did you capture it in the Orange Islands? I remember there is an island in the Orange Islands with a lot of insects and bug-type Pokemon. There is also a very natural state of struggle there, and everything follows the most primitive laws. Your scythe seems to be full of fighting spirit, born to fight, and has an unyielding spirit. While talking, Kona also looked up and down at Xiaozhi's scythe. Kona felt that her fighting spirit in her heart was also fully aroused. Before she met Xiaozhi, Kona was basically like flowing water at ordinary times, but turned into hard ice during the competition. But now since meeting Xiaozhi, it seems that Kona has become hard ice all the time, but at the same time, it is passionate water. For this Kona, I don't know why I have become so enthusiastic and curious about Xiaozhi. But the fact is that now, it has changed. After Xiaozhi summoned Scythe and restrained it at the same time, he heard Kona say this again. He also smiled gently at this moment. Yes, the Pokemon of the Orange Islands are really 400 great, or it can be said that the Pokemon of the entire elf world are all great. I did catch this Scythe on the Insect Island. At that time, he was indeed fighting like an indomitable warrior. But it was just that he failed at that time because of his low training level. But now Scythe has been completely renewed after my skill teaching. While Xiaozhi was talking, he kept smiling at Miss Kona. Now Xiaozhi's smile has become a habit. Whenever he meets like-minded female trainers, he will smile at them more. When Kona heard what Xiaozhi said and saw Xiaozhi smiling at her in a gentlemanly manner, she felt her heart was beating fast. Kona was waiting for Xiaozhi and his group at the port because she had prepared in advance. Kona and Professor Uchiki had actually known each other for quite a long time and had always communicated with each other. They would also communicate with each other about Pokemon training and breeding. It was just that the original Professor Xiaozhi was a person who didn't care about anything else except Pokemon research. But now Xiaozhi Bosch has changed. Kona has seen that Xiaozhi has become a person who loves life and her boyfriend. Kona was originally a person who would be very enthusiastic only when encountering a battle, and was relatively slow to react to other things. But now Kona feels that she has become a person who is very enthusiastic about battles and Xiaozhi. Kona is not very clear about this feeling in her heart. She only knew that it was probably the same feeling that Dr. Insider had for Xiaozhi. It was the feeling of seeing a like-minded trainer, a trainer with similar interests. At the same time, after seeing Xiaozhi, a special trainer, that kind of liking, that kind of fascination. Kona felt that she was probably in love. Xiaomao, ahem, as someone who has a lot of girlfriends, I have to say a few words at this time. Xiaomao, Miss Kona in the blue world is probably going to fall in love too. Xiaozhi, hi? I'm still trying hard to chat with Xiaoxia, Serena, and the others. I feel that I'm growing very fast now. How do I compare to Xiaozhi in blue? Xiaozhi in the real world is now talking to Pikachu in a small room. He's chatting with Xiaoxia, Serena, Nancy, Rika, Amy, and Kaoru. While chatting, he's also talking about some topics that everyone is interested in. It can be said that Xiaozhi is doing three things at once. He has to train and talk with Pikachu. He also has to read a lot of basic knowledge books and chat with girls. This makes Xiaozhi happy and painful. That's why he left a message in the barrage. He feels that he is making rapid progress now. As soon as Xiaozhi said this, he was immediately punched by several girls in the room. Xiaozhi, you still need some time to take the blue. Xiaozhi. Did you see that, as soon as you meet Miss Kona, you will firmly capture Miss Kona's heart? Do you know why? Xiaoxia, as a girl who admires Miss Kona very much and joins the team the earliest, has high standards and strict requirements for Xiaozhi. When Xiaozhi heard what Xiaoxia said, he immediately became excited. Xiaoxia, teach me. As Xiaozhi asked for help, Xiaoxia also started to talk. In fact, if Xiao Gang was here, he only needed one ear to understand. Xiaoxia actually didn't understand much. Xiaoxia was also a girl who yearned for love. It's just that now there is a benchmark for Lan Xiaozhi. So when Xiaoxia talked about many things, she directly used Lan Xiaozhi as a sample. And some of the other girls took Lan Xiaozhi as a sample, and some were still very fascinated by Xiaozhi himself. Oh, what the sisters said makes sense, but don't you think Xiaozhi in our world is also great? I just like his very enthusiastic and passionate personality. But this there can only be a little bit in the future. Serena was also holding Xiaozhi's hand while looking at Xiaozhi with affection. If it was Xiaozhi in the past, he would definitely not understand that Serena liked him, nor could he understand this affection. If it was Xiaozhi in the past, he would probably think that Serena might want to fight with him. If it was Xiaozhi in the past, he would be a carbon alloy steel straight man with a big wooden stake. But now Xiaozhi has understood. So he immediately followed suit and held up Serena's hands, staring at her seriously. And Xiaozhi's affectionate gesture also made the girls in the small room feel that Xiaozhi has indeed improved. That's great. In the blue light screen. After Kona and Xiaozhi took out their first Pokemon. And after taking out their first Pokemon at the same time, the two began to fight. Slowpoke vs Indomitable Scyther. Slowpoke uses Psycho to attack. As soon as Kona attacked, she also directly commanded her Slowpoke to use the most powerful psychic skill. As soon as this skill was used, the almost materialized telekinesis appeared around Slowpoke and rushed towards Scyther. As soon as this move came out, Xiaozhi clearly felt that Miss Kona's strength was indeed quite good. First of all, other trainers rarely have the opportunity to have Pokemon with psychic attributes. Secondly, even if they have Pokemon with psychic attributes, this mental telekinesis move is probably not usable. In general, it is just a simple attack using training power. After this mental power comes out, you can see that the space around Slowpoke seems to fluctuate. Although Xiaozhi is very optimistic about Miss Kona in his heart, he has completely seen through the strength of Slowpoke. It is very strong. But no matter how strong it is, it has no effect on Xiaozhi. It just so happens that Xiaozhi can try the air-breaking sword slash that he just taught Mantis to use. Spy Mantis, this is your chance to show your strength. Miss Kona on the opposite side is very strong, but are you afraid? Air-breaking sword slash. Xiaozhi also immediately waved his hand to command Scyther to attack. Instantly. You can see Scyther gather energy on a pair of sickles. Instantly, the entire air-breaking sword slash was slashed out. There are two types of air-breaking sword slash. One is horizontal cutting and the other is X-cutting. And the air-breaking sword slash used by Scyther at this moment is X-cutting. Instantly. The huge X-sword energy, accompanied by the shocking force of cutting through space, directly cut the mental power of Slowpoke into pieces like cutting tofu. Even the materialized mental power had no room to fight back when facing the air-breaking sword slash. The subsequent Slowpoke was also hit directly by this air-breaking sword slash and lost its combat ability directly. Everything happened too fast. And while Kona was shocked, he also felt that Xiaozhi seemed to be able to see through himself, and the activation position of the skills commanded by his Pokémon. But then Kona also shook his head vigorously and prepared for the second battle. And Xiaozhi also took back Scyther directly. In the second game, Kona and Xiaozhi basically threw the ball at the same time. But in fact, this is completely unnecessary. So Kona didn't understand Xiaozhi for a while. The second ball sent out by Na was one of his trump cards, the Thorny Shell. And Xiaozhi called out the butterfly Snorlax he captured in the Orange Islands. Although Xiaozhi's butterfly Snorlax is of general attributes in the illustration. But under Xiaozhi's training, he also popularized a lot of fighting attribute skills. And in the monthly assessment, in the past test that Xiaozhi gave Snorlax, Butterfly Snorlax was also able to use those fighting skills very well. So Xiaozhi thought that taking out Butterfly Snorlax would be a good opportunity to see how he would perform in external battles. Also, it could be used to see if Butterfly Snorlax had truly mastered the essence of fighting skills. Spiny Shell, use Aurora Beam. At the moment when Kona gave the command, a rainbow beam of light rushed straight at Snorlax. This beam was very strong. Very large. It was about 5 times the width of an ordinary Aurora Beam. And Xiaozhi, at the moment when Kona gave the Aurora Beam command, he also directly commanded Snorlax to use the fighting attribute skills he had just taught. That is, Xiaozhi taught Snorlax and Giant Snorlax a move after fusing several skills such as 100,000 horsepower, heavy impact, and true energy fist. Lushan Shenglongba. At the same time when Xiaozhi gave the command, Snorlax immediately rushed towards Spiny Shell. At the same time, the power of the explosion, which was enough to make the waterfall that fell 3,000 feet straight down flow upstream, was already full. In an instant, the Aurora Beam that had already attacked did not seem to cause any damage to Snorlax. Snorlax only saw that he concentrated all his strength in his right fist, and at the same time, the whole fist emitted a green light. In just a moment, Lushan Shenglongba had already hit the body of the Thorny Shell. Then, the Thorny Shell, which had no room to fight back, was directly hit into the sky by this Lushan Shenglongba at full state. The moment Lushan Shenglongba touched the Thorny Shell had been beaten to lose its combat ability. Kona and Xiaozhi saw it at this moment. But because they were fighting, Kona had no way. She knew that if her Thorny Shell was hit up and fell down at the highest point at the same time, she would definitely be seriously injured. Kona was also very anxious at this moment. Subconsciously, she wanted to call her Slowpoke to use the immobilization spell to immobilize the scorpion. But at the moment she wanted to give the order, she hesitated. Because Slowpoke was not one of the Pokémon fighting on the field, it would definitely be against the rules to do so. Just when Kona was at a loss and anxious, she saw a figure jump into the sky and catch the scorpion back when the scorpion was hit into the sky at the speed of light and lost its fighting ability. At this moment, Kona remembered that when the scorpion was defeated and flew upwards, Xiaozhi had already given an order. Snorlax, protect the scorpion safely. It was just this short sentence. Snorlax also jumped up immediately. The speed of this jump seemed to be faster than that of the surging Lushan Shenglongba. At this moment, looking at the scorpion that had returned to her, temporarily lost its fighting ability, but did not suffer any major damage. Kona's heart softened. Kona treats her Pokémon like her own family. She was really worried that the scorpion would be seriously injured in this battle. Because the moment Lushan Shenglongba was used, Kona saw that this move was too fierce and Xiaozhi was too strong. And this move Lushan Shenglongba had never been heard of before. Xiaozhi really gave people too many shocks. Xiaomao, I now understand 3.0. The Lushan Shenglongba used by Blue Xiaozhi to command Snorlax seems to be in the same series as the Pegasus Meteor Fist of the Forsaken Monkey. I have already seen this. Shinji, I have the same idea. I feel that these two moves are to burn the power in the heart and then use the skills with all your strength. And Snorlax, this is really a flexible fat man. Xiaomao and Shinji were chatting in the barrage. On the other hand, they were also recording. They were thinking about whether they could also learn this Pegasus Meteor Fist and Lushan Shenglongba. Because these two moves are modified from the skills of the Pokémon itself. However, Pegasus Meteor Punch may have only modified one anger. And Lushan Rising Dragon King combines 3 or 4 skills. As long as the original skills are mastered, Xiao Mao and Shinji think. Even if they spend 10, 20, or 30 years, there is still a slight possibility. Be able to command their own Pokémon to use Pegasus Meteor Punch and Lushan Rising Dragon King. Daigo, extreme speed, too fast. Daigo, this jump of Snorlax is exactly the same as the scene before. Daigo, and it seems that this Snorlax jumps even higher and faster. Shirana, I also remember that Blue Xiaozhi really took care of the Pokémon of the female trainer who shared the same interests with him. Professor Oak, next, it should be the champion sister jellyfish who appeared. Professor Oak's words also made everyone excited. In the blue light curtain. After thanking Xiaozhi, Kona also prepared for the third battle. This time he also made up his mind secretly. If Xiaozhi can still win so easily, then Kona must get to know Xiaozhi in depth tonight. Or go to the house immediately and get to know Xiaozhi in the big bathtub. Come out, Sister Lip. Chapter 111 Kona, Xiaozhi go in. In the blue light curtain. After Kona revealed his third Pokémon first. The extremely powerful pressure of Sister Lip and the extremely powerful strength emanating from her whole body were also observed by everyone. Xiaozhi's girlfriends were the first to bear the brunt. The one who felt the most deeply was Professor Uchiki. Dr. Uchiki has been with Kona for so many years. It can be said that he is very familiar with her strength and her body. Otherwise, Dr. Uchiki would not have told Kona the news that her boyfriend Xiaozhi came to Little Orange Island at the first time. And now, after seeing Kona take out his sister Lip, Dr. Uchiki subconsciously felt nervous. Uchiki knew the strength of this lipstick. This lipstick can be regarded as one of Kona's main Pokémon. Although Kona also has a Lapras, this lipstick is very strong in attack and speed. And Professor Uchiki also knew. This lipstick of Kona seems to have the ability to predict the future in a short time. She can predict what skills the opponent's Pokémon will use next. Although it may only be possible to predict once or twice, it is also a very powerful skill. So, Professor Uchiki did not care whether he would disrupt the order of the game and immediately shouted at the field. Xiaozhi, you need to be careful. This lipstick of Kona may not be Kona's strongest Pokémon. But it is the best commanded by Kona. And the best Pokémon with Kona. This lipstick has the ability to predict in a short time. You can think of her as the kind of ability to predict the future that can be used about twice in a battle. You must fight well. After Professor Xiaozhi said these words, she felt that the string in her heart was loosened. After all, Xiaozhi now is everything to Professor Xiaozhi. Although this battle is with Professor Xiaozhi's good sisters. But good sisters must stand in the back when they meet a good man. And the reason why Professor Xiaozhi took the initiative to notify Kona to pick him up in advance is also to make the relationship between him and himself go further. Just like Xiaoxia and the others. After hearing what Professor Xiaozhi said, Xiaozhi on the field immediately turned around. He smiled at everyone and his girlfriends. He said that he had no problem. Then, in the last battle, Xiaozhi was sent out. He had been trained very well before. The internal war in the team had already passed, and it was one of the 2 crystal onyxes. When this crystal onyx stood on the field, it also fully enhanced its momentum. Xiaomao, oh! Xiaomao, normal onyx has rock attribute plus ground attribute, which restrains lipstick. It is still quite restraining. Xiaomao, but lipstick has psychic plus ice attribute. Xiaomao, isn't this sending her to be beaten? Shinji, lipstick with ice attribute plus psychic still has a double restraint on regular rock plus ground onyx. Shinji, this doesn't fit the logic of a normal battle between Blue Xiaozhi and Lan Xiaozhi. When Xiaomao and Shinji saw Blue Xiaozhi call out his crystal onyx at the first time, they also frowned slightly. Because these 2 Pokemon, Mr. Lipstick and Crystal Onyx, although they are mutually restrained, it hurts to hit people. But before Blue Xiaozhi, he always took out the kind of Pokemon that almost completely shut out the opponent. To put it simply, it hurts when I hit you, but you can't hit me at all. Even before Blue Xiaozhi, almost all battles are based on the premise of solving the opponent's Pokemon with one move. He still takes out a Pokemon that has resistance and restraint. So this is unprecedented. It can be said that it is the first time that a Pokemon that restrains each other is taken out. This scene makes Shinji and Xiaomao feel quite surprised. And now, in the small room, Xiaozhi was training, watching and chatting with a group of girls. But he thought this might be a plan of Lan Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi, if you ask me, it's Shinji and Xiaomao guys are too serious. Xiaozhi, this crystal onyx may not have the attributes of rock plus ground in the normal sense, and may have other attributes that restrain lipstick. Xiaozhi, and even if it is still rock plus ground, there is no problem. Xiaozhi, Lan Xiaozhi has been fighting for so long, we have confidence in him. As Xiaozhi left a message on the bullet screen, Shinji and Xiaomao also looked at each other at the quartz conference. Eyes. Then he did not continue, and continued to watch. Because Shinji has arrived at the quartz conference. When he came, he happened to see Xiaomao. After the 2 met each other, they chatted and watched the game together. At this moment, with the communication between Shinji, Xiaomao and Xiaozhi, many champion trainers also expressed their opinions. There are also many king-level trainers and gym leader-level trainers. They are also chatting. The general opinions are also different. But it is probably 99.9% to 0.1%. Shiba, according to the previous play style of Blue Xiaozhi, this should be impossible. Shiba, I like Onyx very much and I know it very well. Shiba, is there such a possibility? Shiba, Blue Xiaozhi plans to evolve Onyx to the next stage. Shiba, the next stage is to shut out lipstick. With this sentence from Shiba, it was like a thunderclap in the plain. Many trainers also thought about it immediately, because it was indeed like this. If Onyx can evolve to Steelix, then the attributes of the entire Pokemon will change. It will change from the original mutual restraint between it and Mimi to unilateral restraint of Mimi. If we ignore the specialness of the colorful crystal Onyx and only consider Onyx, the attribute after evolution is Steel plus Ground. Daigo, it is indeed like this. Daigo, and Xiaozhi's colorful crystal Onyx also fascinates me. Daigo, if it can evolve to the next stage, it should be Steel plus Ground. Daigo, Steel plus ground Steelix goes to fight Mimi, and the Steel attribute has twice the restraint. Daigo, then if Steelix is attacked by the Ice and Psychic attributes of Lipstick's original skills, it can also resist the Ice attribute. Daigo is also very excited now, because he has a vague idea in his heart. There is a vague guess. Could it be that Ash can still freely control the evolution of his Pokémon as before? At the same time, there are many trainers who have the same idea as Daigo. But there are also very few trainers who are also optimistic about Ash. They also think that Ash must be extraordinary. But they think, if Ash can still freely control the evolution of Pokémon this time, that would be a bit too exaggerated. Because this colorful crystal rock snake has never fought against others. Also, although Ash has very high-intensity Pokémon battles in his team every day, and the battles with his girlfriend's Pokémon. But this battle, because everyone can't see the details clearly. So, a very small number of trainers think, this colorful crystal Onyx may be a little short of the evolution of Steelix. A trainer, I admit that Blue Xiaozhi is very powerful, but this colorful crystal Onyx is very rare, so is it relatively more difficult to evolve it? A trainer, so I think that no matter how powerful Blue Xiaozhi is, he will definitely win this game. A trainer, but although there is definitely no problem with this. But if you say that Blue Xiaozhi can directly evolve his Pokémon again, a trainer, I think this is a little exaggerated. For a while, the barrage was divided into the majority and the minority. The majority accounted for about 99.9%. The minority accounted for about 0.1%. And this part of the minority is also very optimistic that Blue Xiaozhi can win. It's just that they think that Blue Xiaozhi's pace against the sky can be slightly slower. Don't be so exaggerated. But the majority believes that since Blue Xiaozhi has the strength and is very powerful, he must move forward. Why wait? If you have the strength, you must show it. And as of now, Blue Xiaozhi is indeed like this. If you have the strength, show it. In the blue light curtain. After Kona saw the shiny onyx that Xiaozhi showed, which she had never seen before, she was also very surprised. But at the same time, Kona also knew that Onyx's Pokémon would definitely not have such a big advantage compared to the previous two games. So, Kona did not intend to extend the battle timeline too long. Because she would have to communicate with Xiaozhi soon. Sister Millip, use Ice Punch. Following Kona's command, countless blue lights immediately condensed on the fist of the Lipstick sister. The fist full of cold air immediately hit the big snake. Xiaozhi's girlfriends saw that Kona had already launched after giving the command. And after seeing the cold shining fist of the lily-lipped sister, and the extremely powerful never seen before, even more fierce than the battle with the fighting King Shiba, they understood. Kona's strength is stronger than Shiba. And much stronger. In an instant, all the girlfriends became worried. Originally, they thought that there would be no difficulty in Xiaozhi's future battles, because Xiaozhi's strength is really strong. But this one is really strong, and it may only be limited to the level of the king trainer. Now the strength shown by Kona's lily-lipped sister is much stronger than that of the fighting King Shiba at that time. Xiaoxia. What should I do? What should I do? Although Xiaozhi has never lost before, I have great confidence in him. He is also very strong. But this lily-lipped sister may be a champion-level Pokémon. Nancy. This ice attribute Frost Punch should have twice the damage to Onyx. It is also a skill of Mimi. It is also the ice attribute skill that Kona is best at. Will Onyx be unable to withstand this punch? I am so worried about Satoshi. Lika. Take a deep breath. I believe that Satoshi will win in the end. But there may be a little difficulty in the process. It is over. I feel that my heartbeat has become faster after taking a deep breath. Amy. Kona is really strong. Amy should continue to cheer for Satoshi. Amy has never been so nervous. Kaoru. I heard from the sisters before that Xiaozhi also fought with Hiba, one of the 4 heavenly kings, and won very easily. But this frost punch of Kona's Mimi is of the ice attribute. And it is also a battle of ice attribute that Kona is particularly good at. This is definitely more dangerous than the battle against Shiba. I'm really worried about Xiaozhi. Dr. Xiaozhi. I didn't expect that Kona would directly use her 100% strength of the ice punch. Xiaozhi's onyx attribute should be restrained twice. But it should be okay. For a moment, all of Xiaozhi's girlfriends were very worried. But at the same time, Xiaozhi was not surprised when he saw Kona commanding the attack at 400. He was more relieved. At the same time, he was also calm. But he would not delay or anything. In a hurry. Crystal Onyx evolves. Crystal Steelix Mega Evolve. Super Crystal Steelix, use Omega Charge. In just this moment, Xiaozhi immediately raised his left hand and resonated with Crystal Onyx. In this lightning moment, Crystal Onyx immediately evolved into Crystal Steelix. At the moment of evolving into Crystal Steelix, the Mega Evolution Stone that Xiaozhi had placed on him before also lit up directly. After the Mega Evolution Stone flashed, it directly resonated with the integrated wrist guard on Xiaozhi's hand. Instantly, a colorful light flashed. In the roar of Super Crystal Steelix, the extremely huge body also shocked everyone. The body, which was already very long, became even longer after the Mega Evolution. After the body was completely straightened, it seemed to block the sun in the sky. And with Xiaozhi's command of the Omega Charge, Super Crystal Onyx also roared. Using its own hard body, which seemed to be harder than the hardest carbon alloy steel, it attacked Sister Millip. At this moment, it was like a roaring war beast, raising countless gusts of wind. There was also a burst of flying sand and rocks underground. Just now, a huge deep pit was immediately left on the ground where Super Crystal Onyx stood. The speed was too fast. It was impossible to know whether Super Crystal Onyx swam over, jumped over, or used its incredible ability to get over. All we could see was an Omega Charge. Mistress Lip's Ice Fist, which flashed with azure light, broke without attack. Even before Omega Charge touched Sister Lip, Mistress Lip was swept away by the momentum of Super Crystal Steelix. During the entire Omega Charge process, Super Crystal Steelix's body emitted colorful light. But after completing the skill, the colorful light dimmed a little, but it also turned into the color of steel. To put it simply, it is the fusion of steel and crystal. More beautiful. More majestic. More majestic. More domineering. And Kona's sister, under the Omega impact of this extremely powerful super crystal big rock snake, was also then he was knocked away. Immediately lost the ability to fight. After Xiaozhi cleanly and neatly swept Kona with a very amazing gesture 3-0. In Kona's eyes, there was a dazed look. Even though it was just noon, Kona felt that time was not a problem. After collecting the Pokémon for treatment, Kona said with a dazed look, "Xiaozhi, go into the house." Chapter 112 Xiaomao, Bathroom plus Fusion Skill plus Evolution, I drooled. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi commanded his 3 Pokémon, like a strong wind sweeping fallen leaves. After defeating Kona's 3 ace Pokémon, Kona couldn't even stand steadily now. After she collected her Pokémon into the Pokeball and treated it. Looking at Xiaozhi in a daze. "Xiaozhi, go into the house." After Kona said this, ignoring Xiaozhi's thoughts of encouraging his crystal Steelix, he immediately wanted to forcibly carry Xiaozhi away. "Xiaomao, Bath plus Fusion Skill plus Evolution, I'm drooling at the sight." "Xiaomao, from Crystal Onyx to Crystal Steelix, and then to Super Crystal Steelix, is there still a law?" "Xiao Gang, ahem, we should discuss in 2 groups at this time. The first thing to discuss is Xiaozhi's side. Why can we see a good-looking, beautiful, high-quality female trainer who can take it all?" "Xiao Gang, although I haven't finished conquering Miss Kona on the blue light curtain, I feel it's not far away. Shinji, let me help Xiao Gang talk about the second wave of discussion, which is this direct triple evolution, combined with the problem of omega charge. Shinji, what skill is this omega charge modified with? Xiaozhi, it may be charge, self-sacrifice charge, Iron Head? Xiaozhi, I saw that when Mega Crystal Onyx completed the omega charge, its whole body was particularly bright. I just read in a book that when the skill Iron Head is used, the head will glow. Xiaozhi is now leaving messages in the barrage, and at the same time he is also discussing with several girls in the small room. Serena and Xiaoxia are also quite satisfied with Xiaozhi now. And Xiaozhi is doing his work in the barrage, while leaving messages. They will not disturb Xiaozhi, they will look up and down, left and right, and take a good look at what Xiaozhi looks like now. Of course, this up and down, left and right look mainly refers to the other girls besides Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia has been with Xiaozhi for a long time, so she did not join the hands-on part, she has been watching with her own eyes. And now with Xiaozhi, Shinji, Xiaomao, Xiao Gang and others discussing in the barrage. It immediately attracted the attention of many Pokemon doctors and many trainers. Dr. Platano, this skill named Omega Charge by Blue Xiaozhi must be a fusion of several skills. I saw the color of metal and the breath of steel on it. Adu, that's right. In addition to the breath of steel, I also felt the momentum of moving forward. What Xiaozhi said here is also very right. The collision or self-sacrifice collision must be integrated. Shiba, I think Xiaozhi here is getting better and better now. Shiba, the skill of Iron Head must have been integrated, because when the collision occurred, Mega Crystal Onyx's head was really bright, and it was probably the head that exerted force. With the discussion of Shiba, Adu, and Dr. Platano, many trainers also began to analyze the skill of Omega Charge. They wanted to know if their Pokemon could learn it. Because the collision skill is a very common skill. Including the skill of Iron Head, many Pokemon can use it. Many Pokemon can also use self-sacrifice charge. So for a while, in the real elf world, countless trainers are commanding their Pokemon to try to integrate these skills. And there are many trainers who are trying to guide their Pokemon to expand their learning on the basis of not learning a few skills at all. They will also try to teach Pokemon directly and by example. Teach them how to use Iron Head, how to use charge, and how to use self-sacrifice charge. And their current education methods are similar to those of Blue Xiaozhi. It is possible that they are much worse than Blue Xiaozhi in wisdom, intelligence, and Pokemon. But many trainers believe their Pokemon must be the most hard-working. Even if they can't learn Omega Charge. As long as they can hone their Iron Head, charge, self-sacrifice charge, or charge more, it is also good. Now, basically, trainers like their Pokemon more and more. Pokemon also like their trainers more and more. These subtle changes are due to watching the double comparison live broadcast room. Because whether it is a trainer or a Pokemon. Although only those with strong strength can speak. Although only those who have been recognized by the double comparison live broadcast room can speak. But whether to speak or not, and direct live degree of participation in the interaction between the broadcast rooms. It will not affect their attention to the video. Everyone can see it. So when ordinary trainers and ordinary Pokemon. When these trainers who love Pokemon and Pokemon who love trainers are all paying attention. Everything becomes simple. This is why it is said that the relationship between many trainers and Pokemon is deepening imperceptibly. Because they are learning from Xiaozhi. Whether it is Xiaozhi from the original world, or Xiaozhi in the red light curtain. Or Xiaozhi from another world in the blue light curtain. These Xiaozhis have the same character one after another. They all love Pokemon and love fighting. They all put Pokemon in a very good and important position. And they also put their partners in a very important position. Although Xiaozhi in the real world has not paid much attention to the girl sector before, and has not yet opened his mind. But now Xiaozhi has definitely improved. So in this situation, everyone followed suit and began to pursue progress. In the Pokemon world, a trend of imitating Xiaozhi and learning from Xiaozhi began. In the blue light curtain, when Xiaozhi defeated Kona's 3 Pokemon, and Kona proposed to enter the room, have a good exchange, and take Xiaozhi away directly. Xiaozhi naturally agreed. But he still decided to have a good lunch first, so that he would have the strength to do the work. Don't worry, Miss Kona, I think I'll cook a meal for everyone. The command just now may have consumed a lot of energy. And after your Pokemon are simply treated, I personally think it's better to take them out for treatment. This saves the trip to the Pokemon Center right away, and we can continue our work better. While Xiaozhi was talking, he also stepped forward and grabbed Kona's hand. After Kona's hand was grabbed, his face and ears turned red. So, Kona let Xiaozhi do whatever he wanted. She did whatever Xiaozhi said. Now Xiaozhi has 3 steps to take. The first step is to let his girlfriends and Pokemon cooperate with each other to restore the flowers and plants around him that were affected just now. After all, the battle just now was also very exciting. The second is to prepare the meal for lunch. Kona's family also planted a lot of fruit trees and a lot of fresh ingredients, which can be prepared. And Xiaozhi has recently invented a recipe. After making and eating, you can increase your energy. This is an improvement on the original meal that increases energy. You can think of it as a kind of refreshing food. But it is not like coffee, which makes you too energetic to sleep after drinking it. This kind of food that improves mental strength and concentration is helpful for learning, training. For some very passionate and intense activities, it is helpful. The third thing. It is that Xiaozhi will start to restore Kona's Pokemon. After all, Xiaozhi still feels that Kona was a little anxious after simply treating his Pokemon just now. Okay. All up to you. Xiaozhi is the best. It can be said that Kona is obedient to Xiaozhi now. Xiaozhi asked her to wear red high heels, and Kona would never wear black high heels. So, everyone got busy one after another. Everything was so well organized. And Xiaozhi's Pokemon were already very familiar with this scene. Immediately, Pikachu led the team and arranged everything in no time. Pikachu is also gaining experience now. Every time he was giving orders, he divided the teams into 3 groups. He, the captain, was in charge of 3 small group leaders. These 3 small group leaders were Butterfree, Gyarados, and Pidgeot. They were the first 3 Pokemon to join the team and belonged to the second batch. After this division, the speed was very fast and the efficiency was very high. Pika Pika Pika. Just as we said before, let's work hard together. This time, the food made by Xiaozhi can improve energy. This is also very useful for our own training. The reason why I arranged it this way is that I learned it from Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi arranged Xiaoxia and the others in the same way. It was also arranged in the order of capture. This is the best and fairest way. So, all the Pokemon, Xiaozhi, Kona, and Xiaozhi's other girlfriends also started to act. After the accurate division of labor, the speed of the group was also very fast. After Xiaozhi exerted the power of Evergreen, it was also to attack a few Pokemon first. After treatment, Kona was also given a simple recovery and replenishment. Because, although Kona did not suffer any damage, but it is obvious that Kona was shocked by Xiaozhi's battle just now. Since he was shocked, there must be some slight mental fluctuations. So Xiaozhi also replenished Kona's vitality after a close guidance. After the treatment was completed, after cleaning up the house and the venue, Xiaozhi began to prepare very delicious meals. This time, it can be said to be the most abundant one in history. The reason is very simple. Because Kona's family has a very complete range of food. After matching with Xiaozhi's very complete food, it is almost double the completeness. Then everyone, after using up the very rich, energy-rich, and mental and concentration replenishing food, each had a plan. Xiaozhi arranged a small activity for all his Pokemon after the meal. It can not only help digestion, digest energy, and convert energy into its own strength. They can also use the newly revised and upgraded formula of Pokemon food to conduct better skill training. And Xiaozhi here. He came into the house with Kona, Misty, Nancy, Ligia, Amy, Kaoru, and Uchiki. Xiaozhi, the water pipe in this bathroom should be simply repaired. I originally planned to do this in the afternoon. Why don't we repair it together? While Kona was talking, he was also holding Xiaozhi's hand. After hearing what Kona said, Xiaozhi nodded solemnly. If the water pipe is not repaired, it will definitely be inconvenient to wash and bathe Pokemon normally. So, Xiaozhi and his 6 girlfriends helped Kona to repair the water pipe. It's just that the repair time of this water pipe is a little long. It lasted from about 1:30 after lunch at noon. It was repaired until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After the water pipes were completely repaired, the entire bathroom was covered with various water stains caused by the repair of the water pipes. It had to be cleaned again. And all the clothes were changed again. It happened that at this time, Xiaozhi, who had finished his work, and his girlfriend team, which had now become 7 girlfriends, had opened all the gifts that Xiaozhi had bought before. That was a gift that included a lot of beautiful clothes. And all the clothes were very suitable for the personality, characteristics, and figure of each girlfriend. After changing clothes, Xiaozhi also took his 7 girlfriends to check the training status of the Pokemon. After another team training, Xiaozhi also prepared a very sumptuous dinner again and carried out evening training at the same time. However, during the evening training, the water meter at Kona's house suddenly had problems again. Helpless, Xiaozhi could only help Kona and fix the water meter at home again. However, it is more difficult to repair the water meter, and it takes a long time to adjust the relevant values. Even if 8 people worked together, it took a long time. It started at 10 o'clock in the evening and ended at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning of the next day. But at 7 o'clock the next morning, Xiaozhi still woke up on time. The food last night was very good for replenishing mental strength, concentration, energy, and essence. Maedata and Kona also decided to travel with Xiaozhi from now on. Then, everyone strolled around the little orange island for a while, bought a lot of things, and Xiaozhi also took his girlfriends to continue traveling in the Orange Islands. After experiencing a story and perfectly solving various problems, Xiaozhi and others successfully arrived at the Pomelo Island. As soon as they arrived at the Pomelo Island and got off the pier, the weather was not very good. In this weather, there is a short-haired little girl and her little sea lion training in the sea in the distance. This is not a good thing. When Xiaozhi came here, he found a female trainer and her Pokemon training in the distance. At this time, the sky was already faintly visible, and it seemed that there would be lightning and thunder. Xiaozhi was also quite worried. After seeing this scene, Xiaoxia also felt that it might rain in the sky and there would be whirlpools in the sea. Xiaozhi. In this case, there will probably be whirlpools in the sea. We have to go there and help in advance. Just as Xiaoxia was speaking, lightning and thunder appeared in the sky. And the sea was also turbulent. A huge whirlpool appeared as expected. You guys watch here, I'll go help. While Xiaozhi was talking, he also called out Gyarados. At the same time, Xiaozhi jumped up and rode Gyarados to the top of the whirlpool. This time the whirlpool was very large. And the amplitude is very deep. This little girl and her little sea lion were in the whirlpool, and it seemed that they might be sucked in at any time. But fortunately, Xiaozhi came fast enough, and he directly controlled the whirlpool through the power of his own wave guide. Little sister, don't be afraid, it's okay. While Xiaozhi rescued this little girl and her Pokemon, he also comforted her. Thank you, big brother, my name is Mary, you are so awesome. I like you. Xiaomao, are you there? Tongue. Xiaomao, your home has been stolen. Chapter 113 For the sake of love, don't kiss your brother. In the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi immediately commanded Gyarados to stop the whirlpool, and rescued Mary and the little sea lion to ensure safety. Mary's direct confession also made Xiaozhi's head a little confused. It has been a long time since he has experienced this kind of situation, with a brain gap of about 0.01 seconds. Xiao Mao, ahem, are you there? Your home has been robbed. I am speechless. Mary, Xiaozhi in the blue light screen is so powerful, he can even use his magical power to stop the whirlpool directly. Mary, he is simply Mary's hero. Xiao Gang, this sentence caused double real damage to II. In the blue light screen. When Xiaozhi successfully brought Mary and the little sea lion back to the shore, the weather had cleared up. This should be a scene that often occurs at the seaside, with thunderstorms accompanied by strong winds and whirlpools. Xiaozhi, you said you are a trainer from Pallet Town. Where is Pallet Town in the Orange Islands? And these friends of yours, are they your girlfriends? Marie has always wanted a sister. How about Xiaozhi, you can be my brother too. I already have a brother, and that brother is also very good. But I have always wanted a sister. Xiaozhi, these girlfriends of yours must be great to be my sisters. How about I travel with you in the future? Marie said these words while holding Xiaozhi's hand. It also made Xiaozhi feel a little bit of a joke. Because it is obvious. Marie's age is actually about the same as Xiaozhi. After Xiaozhi came to the Orange Islands, she was arranged to study at the Pokemon Center. She didn't bring her with her. Xiaozhi thought that after all the gyms were played, he could take Xiaozhi with him to the final. Because Xiaozhi still needs to start with the basics. But although Marie looks about the same age as Xiaozhi. Because Marie already has a relationship with Pokemon. So Xiaozhi is curious about the Orange Islands, the initial Pokemon obtained here. And the age of becoming a trainer. But Xiaozhi doesn't ask too much about these details. The purpose of his coming here is just to challenge the third gym. As for this cute little sister, since she wants to recognize me as her brother, then just recognize me. We can travel together when we are old enough, but we are still too young now. Now let Marie go with Xiaozhi. During this period of time, let's study 400 together at the Pokemon Center. Xiaozhi will give them tasks remotely every day. It is also improving very quickly. Little Marie, do you know where the gym is on the Yuzu Island? We just came to Yuzu Island so we are not familiar with it. Now Xiaoxia is also working as a caring big sister. She asked while holding Mary's hand. And Xiaozhi had already arranged it. And with the cooperation of Professor Uchiki and Kona, the location of the Yuzu gym was found. And on the other side, Xiaoxia also found out the location of the Yuzu gym. And Xiaoxia also found out that Mary was the sister of II, the owner of the Yuzu gym. So everyone came to the Yuzu gym while chatting. After arriving at the Yuzu gym, II was very grateful to Xiaozhi and warmly received Xiaozhi and his friends. And Mary was very bold and wanted to invite Xiaozhi to dance. Xiaozhi could only smile and agree to Mary's request. And the Yuzu gym battle was arranged on the next day. It was a 3-on-3 battle of the same attributes. Shiba, in the blue light screen, the development of Xiaozhi's story is completely different from ours. While Shiba quickly sent out his message, he also felt it was very interesting. Xiao Mao, could it be because Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain was the first to discover that Marie might be caught in the whirlpool? Xiao Mao, did you notice that when the weather in the sky gradually became strange and there were signs of a large whirlpool on the water surface, Xiaozhi had already discovered it, and Xiaoxia also reminded him. Xiao Gang, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain can be said to be a prophet. Gone, it was Misty who went to help on the red light curtain, so that's why Mary wanted Misty to be her sister and let her former brother Yi be with Misty. Shinji, I can see it clearly. It was because of Satoshi Lan that Mary liked him from the beginning. It's that simple. Satoshi Lan is too good. Shinji's words hit the soul a little bit, and many people couldn't help but nod their heads. Because the fact is, it is indeed like this. Satoshi in the blue light curtain saw Mary's dangerous move as soon as he arrived at Yuzu Island. And as a trainer, judging from her appearance, Mary may be a little younger, although it is possible that we don't know her actual age. But in terms of figure, it is obvious that she is not outstanding. And the whirlpool at that time was also relatively large. Daigo, in fact, I think it was mainly because of Satoshi Ian's image of a hero saving a beautiful woman that attracted Mary's admiration. Daigo, it's just like in the red light curtain, it's Misty who goes to save Marie. As soon as Daigo's message came out, it also won the approval of many trainers. Because now everyone thinks it's like this. Blue Xiaozhi's first attack also directly changed the original timeline. It also gave Blue Xiaozhi himself a potential admirer. Shinji, but speaking of it, do you think you can beat Blue Xiaozhi? It's definitely unrealistic to say that I can beat him. I can only say that I look forward to a good performance from me in the blue light curtain. Atsumai, indeed. If you say who can beat Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, Atsumai, maybe only the top champion trainer can come. Atsumai, all of us gym leaders are just giving food away. Atsumai, but even in this case, I think it's really meaningful to give food to Blue Xiaozhi. After all, Blue Xiaozhi is so charming. Xiao Dan, I still can't forget the scene in the blue light screen where Xiaozhi took his girlfriend to climb the mountain. Li Yulai, hey! You guys make me miss my own child Koji. In the blue light screen. Wait until the next day, the same attribute battle on Yuzu Island is about to begin. The battle is in a 3-on-3 format. The first battle is for electric attribute. The second is for grass attribute. The third is for water attribute. After II announced the rules of the game neatly. He was also very polite and asked Xiaozhi to start the battle. After all, Xiaozhi saved his sister Marie. And I also saw that his sister Marie seemed to be fascinated by Xiaozhi. And I also knew that Xiaozhi was the champion of the Quartz Conference and was very strong. And I just now also greeted Kona, a very famous trainer in the entire Quartz League, and Professor Uchiki. I also saw that among Xiaozhi's many girlfriends, there were many former gym leaders recorded in the league. So I admired Xiaozhi very much in his heart. So he was very polite to Xiaozhi and asked Xiaozhi to start the battle. He started after he was ready. When Xiaozhi was respected by others, he would respect others more. And I's sister Mary was cheering him up. It seemed that Xiaozhi was Mary's real brother. And I was a thing of the past at this moment. For this situation, Xiaozhi also touched his nose. He felt that he was so charming sometimes. Sometimes it's really good. What's wrong with being more charming? Everyone loves him, especially female trainers. Isn't it to capture more Pokémon and more female trainers when traveling? Also, enjoy the beautiful scenery of the entire elf world. In that case, the first game is Pikachu. While talking, Xiaozhi also sent out his Pikachu. On the other hand, I sent out his own Electabuzz. Brother Xiaozhi, you should be careful. My brother's Electabuzz has a very strong ability to resist electric shock. I recommend your Pikachu to use other skills, not electric skills. At this moment, Mary on the side has directly revealed the biggest secret of her brother Electabuzz to Xiaozhi. After hearing this, Xiaozhi also supported his forehead, saying that Mary is really interesting. After hearing this, I also smiled dotingly. Electabuzz, use Thunder Fist. After the game officially started, I was the first to command his Electabuzz to attack. The Thunder Fist flashing with lightning, accompanied by the posture of Electabuzz rushing forward, looked full of momentum. When Xiaozhi saw Electabuzz attacking, it was combined with what Mary said just now. In fact, he had thought about how to command a long time ago. Pikachu, Super Thunder. With this command, Pikachu's whole body flashed with lightning. Instantly, a thunderbolt that seemed to be able to shatter everything fell. In front of this thunderbolt that could shatter everything, the forward charge of the electric beast stopped immediately. Suddenly, his eyes were full of circles, and he fell to the ground. Seeing Mary was speechless at this scene. Her brother's Electabuzz is very powerful. Many electric Pokémon, when fighting in a civil war, cannot defeat her brother's Electabuzz. It may be because of the characteristics of Pokémon, so Mary reminded Xiaozhi at the first time and wanted him to be prepared. But she didn't expect that in this situation, Xiaozhi still commanded his Pikachu and used a skill called Super Thunder. Directly defeated Mary's brother I's Electabuzz. So cool! Xiaozhi, you are so great! My brother's Electabuzz is so powerful, Xiaozhi, you can win. Great! While Mary was talking, her eyes were full of stars. When Xiaozhi saw Mary's scene, he immediately felt that this little sister was really interesting. In the second game, I called out the coconut tree. And the coconut tree danced when it came out, and it seemed to like dancing very much. Xiaozhi called out Venusaur directly. The result was also undoubted. Just like a grandfather beating his grandson. The coconut tree was directly whipped away by a vine whip. The last game was the water-attributed starfish against Xiaozhi's Gyarados. After the appearance of the red Gyarados, it was full of pressure. If it weren't for I's starfish being able to hold on, I'm afraid that just this pressure would have caused starfish to be defeated on the spot. However, what was more strange about I's starfish was that he used 100,000 volts to attack Xiaozhi's Gyarados at the beginning. This made Xiaozhi feel a little bit interesting. But this fun only lasted for less than a second. Under Xiaozhi's evolved version of Water Dragon Bite Explosion, it was a very neat 3-0. Xiaozhi also obtained his third badge in the Orange Islands, the Wheel Badge. After Xiaozhi completed the gym challenge, Mary kept pestering Xiaozhi, saying that she wanted to travel together. Finally, Xiaozhi had no choice. He chose to give Xiaozhi's contact information to Mary, and sent Mary to the Pokémon Center with Xiaozhi to let them study hard. Xiaozhi, Mary will study with you during this period. When I challenge the chief trainer, I will take you with me. There is no need for you to follow me now. While Xiaozhi was talking, he directly assigned the task to Xiaozhi. Although Xiaozhi may be younger than Mary, but Xiaozhi can handle all kinds of things. And after meeting Xiaozhi, Xiaozhi played with Mew and Mew for a while before continuing to study. Whenever Xiaozhi played with Mew and Mew, Xiaozhi would feel that Xiaozhi was really a good girl. In the future, she will definitely grow up to be a graceful and elegant lady, just like a princess. Xiao Mao, how is it? Xiao Mao, a neat 3-0. Xiao Mao, when comparing the red light curtain and the blue light curtain, it is hard to say which side is stronger or weaker. There is a world of difference. Shinji, in the first match, Pikachu lost to Electabuzz, but Bulbasaur won the second match. Shinji, in the third match, Squirtle fought against Starfish. Starfish's 100,000 volts stunned Squirtle and Red Ash. It was Misty in the red light curtain who cheered Ash up, and Ash won. Shinji, otherwise, Red Ash would have been dejected at that time. Gone, in the red light curtain, Misty's reminder is indeed very important. If Misty hadn't shouted that only Xi could stimulate Squirtle's true potential, Squirtle would not have been able to use the water gun on the ground in the end. Gone, it is impossible for him to learn the water cannon the moment he fell into the sea, and then return to the field to win. This shows that Red Xiaozhi is still brave enough to create miracles. As Xiao Mao, Shinji, and Xiao Gang discussed. Many other trainers also said that this is indeed the case. It's just that the blue light curtain handled it better. Not only did it not let unpleasant things happen, and it stole I's house. From the looks of Mary, when she grows up, she will definitely be one of Xiaozhi's girlfriends. The same is true for Xiaozhi. But it may take a few more years. But during this period of time, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain must have been training and traveling constantly. It is possible that when they visit 2 or 3 more areas, Xiaozhi and Mary will be old enough to train together instead of learning theory here. In the blue light curtain. Then Xiaozhi and his group continued their journey. During the process, they experienced the challenge of a trainer named Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi not only taught her well, but also won directly and neatly. Then on Mekong Island facing the fire on the island, Xiaozhi also directly commanded his water-type Pokémon to help, and put out the fire directly without the need for Xiaoxia and the others to join. During this firefighting process, Blastoise seemed to feel that he was very interested in firefighting. Maybe this is a natural sense of justice. Like to help others. In a smooth journey, Xiaozhi and his party also arrived at the last gym, Liugan Island. As soon as Xiaozhi arrived at Liugan Island, he felt someone hugged his back. Woo woo woo! I miss you so much, kid. You and Pikachu are both hungry and thin. Come into the hotel. Chapter 114 Serena, the wife and sister have all fallen, but it's not my turn yet. In the blue light curtain, the one who hugged Xiaozhi directly was Li Yulai, the gym owner of Liugan Island. There is no doubt that Li Yulai also mistook Xiaozhi for her child. Because Xiaozhi's Pokémon and Xiaozhi's back looked too much like Li Yulai's child. When the child was still around, Li Yulai was busy running the luxury hotel. It is also a gym. It is also the luxury hotel of the largest gym in the Orange Islands. It can be said that this luxury hotel has poured Li Yulai's efforts. So at that time, she neglected her motherly love for her child. But now that the child is traveling, Li Yulai's longing for her is getting bigger and bigger. So Li Yulai has transformed her longing for her child into a mentality of caring for Pokémon for a long time. And Xiaozhi was hugged from behind, and it was obvious that he was a little confused. But he discovered through the power of the wave guide. This mother did not have any malice. She is a very kind and enthusiastic mother. And a very kind mother. Sister, you may have recognized the wrong person. Xiaozhi called Li Yulai sister while reminding Li Yulai. Xiaozhi also felt very kind. He felt the taste of his mother Hanako and Li Yulai. Although their appearance and personality traits are slightly different, the love for their children as a mother is the same. After Li Yulai looked Xiaozhi up and down, she finally found that this was not her child. At that moment, Li Yulai was a little disappointed. But then she adjusted herself. I'm sorry, I've been traveling with my child for the past few years, so I miss him very much. Are you traveling to the Orange Islands? Are the girlfriends behind you? Dr. Uchiki and Miss Kona. Li Yulai also glanced behind Xiaozhi. On the other hand, she was also very surprised. In the entire Orange Islands, Dr. Uchiki and King Kona are famous. It can be said that everyone knows them. Basically, no one doesn't know these two beautiful women. And they are talented and powerful big beautiful women. Now, Li Yulai, as an experienced person, can see at a glance that Dr. Uchiki and Miss Kona are attached to Xiaozhi. So Li Yulai knows that this must be a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. And with so many girlfriends, he can still handle the problems between girlfriends perfectly, which is really amazing. And Xiaozhi smiled slightly. He checked in with his girlfriends at the luxury hotel. This luxury hotel has very high floors. The group has just looked around and the decorations are also very good. And when they came to the Orange Islands, everyone saw the luxury hotels on the islands from the Orange Islands manual. And Xiaozhi also clearly knew that after the gym challenge was completed, he would go to the Orange Island. And the location of the arena for the final challenge is also the Orange Island. There is a very large gymnasium there. Although it may not be as large as the battle site of the Quartz Conference. But it is also very good. Then Xiaozhi and Li Yulai chatted while checking in. And her own Pokémon also seemed to like Li Yulai very much. Li Yulai also felt the warmth of her mother. Pika Pika. Sister Li Yulai, I also felt a very warm breath on you. Mew. And there was also a fragrant breath on her body, very nice, very fragrant. Butterfly. What a fragrant breath, the surrounding environment is also very good, the sky is also very blue. When all the Pokémon were circling around Li Yulai also felt really happy. Then Xiaozhi and his group rested on Liugan Island for a day and prepared for the battle the next day. And at this moment in the distance, 3 people came out quietly. These 3 people are Musashi, Meowth, and Kojiro of the rocket team. They have created a very strong robot through their efforts over this period of time. They called this robot Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Kojiro, this time should be okay, right? When this Mechanical Tyrannosaurus is used, it will definitely be able to catch all of the little boy's Pokemon, right? Musashi looked at the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus next to him. He also pushed Kojiro on the other side. It seemed that he wanted to get a positive answer from him. Definitely no problem. This time I made special processing to Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. And the materials I used were also carefully selected. Kojiro patted his chest at this time, and was very confident in his Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. And Meow Meow has already come to the interior of Mechanical Tyrannosaurus in 2 or 3 steps, getting familiar with it in advance. Meow. Musashi. Kojiro's design this time is really good. This Mechanical Tyrannosaurus will definitely defeat the little devil. It also has a special design to prevent electricity and mental power. Kojiro's production this time is really great. It's worth it for us to help Kojiro find so many props. Meow Meow also praised Kojiro. Because Meow Meow really found that this Mechanical Tyrannosaurus is very exquisite. And the whole workmanship is really very good. In addition to the anti-electric design, reflective design, and related reinforcement design, mental power design. This superb appearance also makes Meow Meow feel very comfortable. As for what Meow Meow said, it's worth it for them to help Kojiro pick up so many props. In fact, this is still a polite way of saying it. If you are honest, it's actually picking up a lot of garbage. But fortunately, the Orange Islands are relatively large, and when they pick up garbage, they see fewer people, and it's not particularly embarrassing. Xiao Mao, hey, are you still here, Team Rocket Trio? Xiao Mao, although Meow Meow said in the video that they found a lot of props, do you think we will believe that? Xiao Mao, this is obviously the same garbage they picked up before. Xiao Mao, it must have been very hard to pick up garbage. Xiao Mao also directly pointed out that when the Team Rocket Trio was making Machine Tyrannosaurus, they were collecting raw materials, the real source of the raw materials. Because even Meow Meow was more reserved when he said it in the blue light screen. But Xiao Mao could tell at a glance what the real source was. After Xiao Mao directly posted the message, many people have already seen it. Everyone also expressed their opinions. In the barrage, they praised the Team Rocket Trio for their perseverance. The entire prop was made very well. It can also be regarded as very delicate. The source of this garbage collection just pick up garbage, it's harmless. Actually, many people really think so. Because Team Rocket is really having a hard time right now. And Team Rocket's trio obviously feels it too. Now everyone is discussing, some are sincere praise, and some are crazy about Team Rocket's trio. Musashi's temper can't stand these mixed words. Musashi, hey, are you kidding me? What do you mean by that? Musashi, although you may really think that it's really not easy for us in the blue light screen to make the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Musashi, but why do I feel so uncomfortable listening to it? Musashi, little brats, I warn you, don't be arrogant now. Musashi, otherwise, when I take away all your Pokemon in the future. Musashi, don't cry. Musashi actually knows that the success rate of snatching is really a little low. But we can't lose on the scene. Besides, what made Musashi feel happy was that, whether in the red light curtain or the blue light curtain, the relationship between Team Rocket and Xiaozhi's relationship with Team Rocket, was relatively subtle and harmonious. Although Musashi felt that Team Rocket and Xiaozhi could be regarded as a battle of wits and courage, it was not that miserable. Musashi did not feel that the 3 of them were being suppressed. On the contrary, she felt that whether she was here, in the red light curtain, or in the blue light curtain, she was fighting Xiaozhi and others. And, under this premise of being indissoluble, they were still working hard to carry out various activities, which was already very valuable. So even if Xiao Mao might be praising the indomitable spirit of the three members of Team Rocket, but it was very harsh to Musashi's ears. So she also signaled Kojiro and Meowth to stand up and speak together. So, the scene gradually became intense. Kojiro, just watch. Our mechanical Tyrannosaurus in the blue light screen must be very strong. When that time comes, catching the Pokemon of the little devil head will be just like catching a doll. Meowth, that's it, meow. The Meowth in the blue light screen must be able to drive the mechanical Tyrannosaurus to kill everyone. When that time comes, we can have our own Pikachu, Mew, Mewtwo, and... In Kojiro, Musashi, after Meow Meow and the others chatted like this in the barrage. Xiao Mao was also very blunt and directly pointed out the naivete of the three people. But the Rocket Trio did not give up. They repeatedly emphasized that they must be more special in the blue light curtain. And the entire production process must be more sophisticated. It is possible to use the same money, or even less money, to make more sophisticated props. Xiao Mao, okay, since you are so confident, then wait and see, I will see how you are blown up to the sky. Rocket Trio, number 2 little brat, what do you know? You are really annoying, you will see how we successfully catch Pikachu soon. In the blue light curtain. Please give flowers 0. Xiaozhi and others rested for a day in Liuligan, and were very happy under the leadership of Liulai, playing in the luxury hotel for a day. Early the next morning, the battle between Xiaozhi and Liulai officially began. After Liulai pointed out the doubles battle, she also summoned her 2 Pokemon. One was Alakazam. It was always Garagara. Xiaozhi, I will use Garagara and Alakazam for doubles soon. Garagara is mainly responsible for long-range attacks. Alakazam is mainly responsible for using the power of the spirit and also for powerful long-range attacks. You have to pay attention when the time comes. It is obvious that Liulai does not intend to give Xiaozhi anything too difficult. She just wants to fight simply and normally. And through the day of yesterday, Liulai and Xiaozhi got along. And through the information about the Orange Islands that Liulai observed before, Liulai easily knew that Xiaozhi was the champion of this Quartz League conference. And he was the kind of champion who won all the way, won consecutive games, and never lost a game, the kind of champion with super high gold content. So Liulai also knew that she would not have much chance of winning against Xiaozhi. Besides, this kind of challenge for gym trainers. Originally, they were not playing for the purpose of winning, but for the assessment. And in Liulai's heart, Xiaozhi had already passed the assessment. Okay, I know. Thank you, Sister Liulai. Come out, Blastoise, come out, Butterfree. Xiaozhi immediately summoned his 2 Pokemon. One is a water-attributed Blastoise. One is a bug plus flying Butterfree. 0. There is no doubt that the restraint is also full. And the subsequent battle was no surprise. With the cooperation of Blastoise and Butterfree, they won the game very neatly. This doubles battle, or 3 vs 3, 4 vs 4, 5 vs 5. It is a comprehensive 6-on-6 melee with 6 Pokemon directly on the field. Xiaozhi had practiced these in his team training. There is no doubt that they are all very familiar with them. For these battles, Xiaozhi usually prepares for any eventuality and practices a lot. And through his advanced understanding, he certainly knows that he needs to play doubles with Liulai. And he also learned about Liulai's strength in advance through Kona and Niamu. Of course, when Kona and Niamu explained it, they did not describe Liulai's personality too much. So this is also a point that made Xiaozhi feel very surprised after coming to Liugan Island, but also very pleasantly surprised. So in the next 2 or 3 days, Xiaozhi and a group of girlfriends continued to train and fight for a few days in the luxury hotel on Liugan Island. In the final analysis, it was because in the Orange Islands, his last battle was a 6-on-6 full-scale battle. You only need to fight the chief trainer once. There is no time requirement. So Xiaozhi also enjoyed the beautiful scenery on the Orange Islands. Because of this luxurious hotel of Liulai, the facilities are very complete and there are many rooms. So Xiaozhi and his girlfriends had a lot of fun here. It can be said that a theme room is basically adjusted every day. After spending these days happily, Xiaozhi and his party also said goodbye to Liulai. On the day of farewell, Xiaozhi and others just walked out of the door of the luxury hotel. Team Rocket appeared in the car of Battle Greymon. Accompanied by the very classic opening remarks, Musashi Meowth Kojiro felt that they would win this time. Just when they wishfully thought that they could catch all of Xiaozhi's Pokémon. A situation that they could never dream of appeared. That is, Xiaozhi was commanding a giant Snorlax this time. Directly broke all laws with one force. One punch blew up the Battle Greymon and sent the 3 members of Team Rocket into the sky. Serena, Peo Pilemi's sister-in-law has fallen, but it's not my turn yet. Gone, Blue Satoshi's lineup is really getting stronger and stronger. Shinji, Giant Snorlax may be a little stronger than Butterfly Snorlax in terms of strength. Butterfly Snorlax may be good at speed, but the strength of Giant Snorlax is really not to be underestimated. In the blue light curtain, Ash and his group continued to set off for the final challenge of the Orange League. Finally, when they arrived at Citrus Island, AI, who was picked up by Dragonite in advance by Xiaozhi, also arrived. Alice, who had previously shouted that she wanted to train with Xiaozhi, but was temporarily arranged by Xiaozhi to study with Xiaozhi, also came with them. Then there was a tsunami of cheers on Citrus Island. Yuji, the chief trainer of the Orange League, entered the venue. Group. Ash, the challenger from Pallet Town and the champion of the Quartz Conference, entered the venue. Following them was 5. Xiaomi, Nancy, Rika, Amy, Kaoru, Professor Uchiki, Kona, AI, and Marie. Chapter 115 Serona, he is very strong, I like him very much. 9. In the blue light curtain. 1. Xiaozhi led Xioxia, Nancy, Rika, Amy, and Kaoru. Professor Uchiki, Kona, AI, and Marie formally stepped into the Citrus Stadium. 4. And walking slowly opposite him was the Orange Island's chief trainer, Yuji. 2. And the surrounding cheers were all enthusiastic spectators. 4. This time, all the seats in the Citrus Stadium were full. 3. Even the organizers temporarily added a lot of empty seats and suspended seats. Even in the aisles, the seats were arranged as much as possible. And because of Xiaozhi's arrival this time, the number of viewers of the entire Orange Islands Winter Cup Challenge directly soared. If the number of viewers of the last Quartz Conference was 3 to 5 times that of the usual Quartz Conference, then the number of viewers of the Orange Islands this time is even more exaggerated. Basically all the trainers who can come are here. Basically all the ordinary people who can come to watch the game are here. Even many trainers from other regions and ordinary spectators from other regions. Even Pokemon doctors and researchers from other regions are here. Xiao Mao, okay, this Blue Xiaozhi's battle is getting more and more popular. Kona, yes, no wonder I was attracted to Blue Xiaozhi so quickly in the blue light screen and became his latest girlfriend. Blue Xiaozhi's charm is really too high. Shiba, that's right. Miss Kona is a very beautiful female trainer in our Quartz Plateau, and her strength is also very strong. Shiba, it must be the right choice to choose Blue Xiaozhi. Kikyuko, Hiba, you've gone off topic a bit. We should be talking about the upcoming battle. Hiba, forget it, Yuji definitely can't beat Blue Xiaozhi, don't even think about it. Adu, ouch. Adu, Hiba, you can answer questions now. In fact, the 400 kings of the Quartz Plateau basically have similar ideas to Hiba. After all, the situation everyone just saw on the red screen is not deceiving. Xiaozhi used his tactics to easily defeat Yuji's first 5 Pokémon. But in the end, because Yuji took out his trump card Dragonite, he also beat Xiaozhi to the last Pikachu. Pikachu jumped up with the bounced tail. Finally, he avoided Dragonite's destructive death ray and won. Throughout the game, Xiaozhi's command can be said to be remarkable. Except for a few places where the command was not too good. As well as putting Charizard in the back position, which resulted in Charizard's strength not being shown at the beginning. Other places are still remarkable. And everyone still remembers the doubles battle against Liuli. At the beginning, Pikachu and Charizard were in a mess. Originally, Pikachu was happy and wanted to double with Charizard to face Alakazam and Garagara. But just when Pikachu showed his fighting spirit, Charizard directly blew a mouthful of fire on Pikachu's face. This also caused Pikachu to get angry and electrocute Charizard. Although the subsequent battle was also carried out normally. In the process, when Pikachu attacked first, Charizard burned Pikachu's tail directly from behind. And behind Pikachu, when Charizard flew over to fight, Charizard was also electrocuted. All the audiences who watched it at that time thought it was quite interesting, but at the same time they also felt that these two Pokémon were quite pitiful. No tacit understanding. Pikachu and Charizard hurt each other. In the eyes of all the audiences, it was also very pitiful. There was no need to make it like this. At that time, everyone was worried about whether Pikachu, Charizard, and Xiaozhi would win. But later, fortunately, the ending was wonderful. After Charizard and Pikachu reconciled, the two Pokémon also showed their respective strengths and finally won the battle. This is what everyone is happy to see. So now everyone, when seeing that Blue Xiaozhi's side won the victory with overwhelming force, and also to fight against the Orange Island's chief trainer Yuji, everyone subconsciously felt that Yuji was just like that, and it was completely impossible to defeat Blue Xiaozhi. But everyone also knew that although Yuji would definitely not beat Blue Xiaozhi, and Yuji's trump card Dragonite, it is even inferior to Xiaozhi's own Dragonite. So in this case, everyone is very curious about what kind of Pokémon Blue Xiaozhi will use to fight. Alice, Blue Xiaozhi has too many main Pokémon. Alice, and it seems that some of them have never fought against the outside world? Alan, this situation does exist. It seems that Ghastly, Haunter, Jigglypuff, Togepi, Moltres, another Crystal Onyx, Lapras, these few have not been used in the battle. Daigo, these Pokémon are all very powerful. Daigo, whether it is Ghastly and Haunter evolving, or the pink demon Jigglypuff, or Togepi evolving, or Moltres, Daigo, and the other Crystal Onyx and Lapras that have not evolved yet, they are all very strong. Shirana, is it possible that in this all-out battle of 6-on-6, Blue Ash will send a Pokémon to fight? Shirana, Blue Ash actually has the strength, right? He is very strong, I like him very much. Alan, that's right, it also reminds me of Mr. Dante. Shirana's words of admiration and confession immediately aroused discussions among many trainers and many viewers. Because Blue Ash's strength is unquestionable now. It's just that sometimes it may be for rotation battles. However, when the strength is fully achieved, there are times when you can rotate a little less. Of course, if you want to take care of your own Pokémon and encourage external battles, you can continue to rotate, which is very good. But now everyone actually wants to see Lan Xiaozhi send a Pokémon that can defeat 6. Just look at that domineering and majestic look. Although Lan Xiaozhi has won all his battles, and his victory postures are very handsome, and he won all the battles as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. But so far, it seems that there has never been a time when a Pokémon was used from the beginning to the end. Dandy, I sometimes do this in the situation that AI Lan said. Dandy, but that was also a battle after consideration. Dandy, normally, I would choose Thunderbolt, Flare Ace, or my Charizard. Dandy, these Pokémon are all very good Pokémon, and they are all my good partners. Dandy, so if there is a multifaceted battle, the winning rate may be higher. Dandy also stood up at the first time and expressed that he did have a record of 1 Pokemon fighting against 6 Pokemon and won all the battles. But when Dandy said it, he was also quite implicit. He just attributed these undefeated records to Pokemon, and did not take credit for himself. Dr. Mulan, Mr. Dandy, you are being modest. Everyone in the Galar region knows that your strength is the strongest. Dr. Mulan, we also hope that Lan Xiaozhi can show his strongest strength this time, because this Orange Island's Winter Cup only has one opponent, so everyone may also hope that the battle can be more exciting. Dr. Kukui, what Dr. Mulan said is very reasonable. Dr. Kukui, for example, I personally want Mewtwo to come out and fight again. It seems that Mewtwo, such a powerful Pokemon, is not used too many times in Xiaozhi's team. Dr. Otamaki, yes. Dr. Otamaki, especially Mewtwo's combat forms, and the armored states that we haven't mastered or even heard of. If we can show those states again, it will be very helpful for our research. Dr. Blatano, I have the same idea now. Dr. Blatano, but we can't control how Lan Xiaozhi fights. We can only hope, or look forward to, or ask Lan Xiaozhi to fight a Pokemon against 6 Pokemon. At this moment, several authoritative Pokemon doctors in the elf world also came out to express their ideas. These words are also very thorough, but also very sincere. They hope that through the study of the double comparison live broadcast room, they can also help their own research. At the same time, it can also play a role in broadening their horizons. Because they think that Lan Xiaozhi is really too powerful. Every move has an extremely profound meaning. In the blue light curtain. After both sides entered the battlefield and the referee announced the rules of the game, Yuji summoned his first Pokemon, Ditto. After this Ditto successfully stood on the citrus sports field, it also attracted all the audience who were watching the game shouted. Although they knew that Xiaozhi, who was challenging this time, was very, very strong. And he was the champion trainer of the Quartz Conference. However, this did not prevent them from cheering for their local training first. Yonkai's Ditto is very strong. No matter how powerful Xiaozhi is, the Pokemon he sends out can definitely imitate. That's right. And Ditto is really good at imitating. It shouldn't fail. But I heard that Xiaozhi has a lot of legendary Pokemon, and those legendary Pokemon Ditto seems to have never imitated them. Can this succeed? With one after another. There were many audiences at the scene. Some were cheering for Yonkai. Some were cheering for Xiaozhi. There were also many people who were very nervous. Ditto can indeed imitate a lot of Pokemon. But can he imitate legendary Pokemon? After Xiaozhi saw Yuji call out his first Pokemon, he also called out his own Pokemon. Mewtwo, today's 6 battles are all up to you. As Xiaozhi finished speaking, Mewtwo appeared. In an instant, Mewtwo's image was also seen by all the audience. Mewtwo's very tall height and full of pressure. And the state of floating in the sky. It also shocked everyone. Although many viewers had already bought a lot of peripherals through the channels of the Quartz Conference. They bought various props of Mewtwo, and even many people bought Mewtwo's life-size pillow. But there is a big difference between buying these peripherals and seeing Mewtwo in person and buying tickets to watch this battle. And 95% of all the expenses for the peripherals they bought before will be given to Xiaozhi. So this also represents their support for Xiaozhi. While they are very supportive of Xiaozhi, they also see the appearance of Mewtwo, one of Xiaozhi's trump card Pokemon. And Xiaozhi seems to have said that this Victor Cup battle must be completed entirely with Mewtwo. How can this not make everyone feel shocked and happy, and feel that it is worth the ticket price? Just like that, with the official appearance of the 2 Pokemon, the game officially began with the referee's whistle. After seeing the oppressive Mewtwo, Yonkai also felt a strong sense of invincibility in his heart. He felt that when Mewtwo floated there, the strong pressure and the aura full of pressure were almost suffocating Yonkai. But at this moment, after Yonkai took a look at the huge Dragonite statue on the citrus sports field, Yongkai also calmed down and felt that he still had a chance. Ditto, activate your skills. Transform. Transform into Mutuo. As soon as Yuji said this, everyone stared at Ditto more intently. And Ditto agreed and immediately started to activate his skills. Transform. Before, when Yuji's Ditto transformed, it was able to successfully complete the transformation every time. Even though many opponents' Pokémon were very powerful at that time, they were able to transform successfully in the end. Yuji felt that this time his Ditto would definitely be able to transform into Mutuo. And by transforming into Mutuo this time, his Ditto would definitely make greater progress. Xiao Mao, can it transform? Dr. Oak, what are you thinking? It definitely can't transform. Xiao Mao, who was watching the double comparison live broadcast, also asked curiously. But when he asked this, Dr. Oak rolled his eyes at his grandson. Xiao Mao was quite smart before, and his comments were quite interesting. But I didn't expect that he would ask such a question now, whether Ditto can transform into Mutuo. This also made Professor Oak subconsciously think that Xiao Mao might have watched the battle a little too much, and he still needs to watch while training. In comparison, Xiaozhi is very hard-working. Professor Oak, how can Yuji's Ditto transform into Mutuo? What is the concept of Mutuo? Dr. Kukui, that's indeed the case. Ditto 3.0 has a limit to his transformation after all. Yuji, I think so too. I seem to be a little too confident in the blue light screen. A Pokémon as powerful as Mutuo must not be imitated through the skill of transformation. Alas, it seems that the first game is lost. Xiao Mao, relax, I feel that you can't win a single game, Yuji. Yuji, it hurts. In the blue light screen. The subsequent situation was just as Professor Oak and Professor Kukui had expected. After Ditto activated the transformation skill, it completely failed. There was no way to imitate Mutuo. And Mutuo did not waste any time. Under Xiaozhi's command, it directly activated the skill and eliminated the first 5 Pokémon of Yuji at the speed of light. Knocked down Ditto with one punch. Kicked over Onyx with one kick. Facing Gengar, he showed a more terrifying suppression than Gengar. In the 4th game, Bulbasaur was taken away with a flame punch. In the 5th game, when facing Electabuzz, he also defeated it with a clean and neat Spirit Break. This time, the first 5 games of the 6-on-6 full-scale battle were held at the Citrus Stadium. If the time for substitutions is not counted, the first 5 games took only 6 seconds in total. 2 of the seconds were the time when Ditto failed to transform. The other 4 seconds were the time when all of Yuji's Pokémon were defeated by one move as soon as they came up. After doing all this, Mutuo was also suspended above the Citrus Stadium, and it seemed that his fighting spirit had been completely raised. Because he knew that the next thing Xiaozhi had told him about, the ace Pokémon Dragonite in front of him, was about to appear. It's decided to be you, Dragonite. After Yuji summoned his Dragonite and successfully appeared on the field. After the fat figure appeared on the field of the Citrus Sports Field, Xiaozhi also made adjustments. Mutuo, Y Evolution. Chapter 116. What kind of champion are you? Yuji was beaten 6 times. In the blue light curtain. After Mutuo won the first 5 battles very neatly, Yuji's trump card Dragonite also successfully appeared. Xiaozhi had already made it very clear to Mutuo before. The first 5 Pokémon were almost able to win directly without any pressure. The last Dragonite, in fact, had no pressure. But in order to make Mutuo fight more heartily, Xiaozhi also decided to make Mutuo Mega Evolve. At this moment, Xiaozhi directly showed his comprehensive battle system wristband and resonated directly with Mutuo. With the resonance, the Mega Evolution Stone that had been arranged before also lit up on Mutuo. After the resonance was completed, Mutuo's Y form appeared. After turning into the Y form, Mutuo's body became a little smaller. It looked more like a baby. The giant head formed a bulge that looked very similar to headphones. It looked very much like a headset. Many audience members at the scene saw Mutuo super evolve into a. It seemed that there was a little cute Pokemon, and many people took photos directly with their own devices. It seems that there have been some rumors about what Mutuo will look like after Mega Evolution. But looking at those photos, even if you buy the peripherals, it is definitely not as comfortable as watching it in person. That's right. Even if you watch the video 10,000 times, it is not as good as watching the real game in person. And this Mega Evolution of Mutuo seems to have reached its peak attack power. In that case, can Mr. Yuji's Dragonite withstand it? It seems that although Mr. Yuji's Dragonite is also very powerful, it has never faced such a terrifying Mutuo. Why? For a moment, many of the audience at the scene, or more than 99% of the audience, said that Lan Xiaozhi's Mutuo Y was too powerful. And he showed his strength directly without any hesitation. It is very in line with the aesthetics of many audiences. If you have strength, show it and don't hide it. As many spectators discussed the game, even trainers and Pokemon doctors from other regions were watching and discussing. 15. If you look closely at the VIP viewing area, you can find that all the 4 kings of the Quartz Plateau have arrived. Kona is behind Xiaozhi at the moment. Because of his girlfriend, he has a good viewing position. Adu, Ziba, and Kikyuko are all sitting together. Adu and Ziba have watched Xiaozhi's game at the last Quartz conference. Kikyuko didn't have time to watch the game because she had research to do. She just watched the live broadcast. In addition to her daily Pokemon training, Kikyuko is also engaged in related Pokemon research. She is also very interested in Pokemon research. All this is for the person who used to be. Adu wants me to say that there won't be any surprises in this match. Can you please say a little this time? Don't be like the last time we watched the match at the Quartz conference, where we couldn't say a word for 3 minutes. Shiba was watching Mutuo, which had evolved into Mutuo's Y form. On the other hand, he took out a very accurate camera and kept taking pictures. When Adu heard what Shiba said, he obviously touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. No one would have thought that Adu, the champion who dominated the Kanto region, was Adu. Adu, a dragon trainer, and a top trainer. The last time I watched the Quartz conference and watched Xiaozhi play in the finals, I couldn't speak for a long time. If I use Adu's own words, I was shocked and didn't have a good adjective to describe Xiaozhi for a while. But in the eyes of Hiba, this action is undoubtedly a sign of being scared. Hiba thinks that sometimes Adu just thinks too much, which is actually completely unnecessary. Like too strong, like Xiaozhi is too awesome. Or for example, too handsome, this move of Mutuo is too cool, such as the simplest and most direct way of praise. These are all completely possible to say in Hiba's opinion. But it seems that Adu's mouth was sewn shut before, and he couldn't say anything. So now, after hearing Hiba say this to him, Adu immediately reflected on it. In fact, Adu admires Xiaozhi very much in his heart. After all, the two of them knew each other quite early, and if you count it, they may have known each other a year ago. At that time, they were still on the sea, on a ship. After Adu received the alarm from Miss Junsha, he cooperated to catch the bad guys of Team Rocket. At that time, it seemed that Xiaozhi had just started traveling not long ago. But at that time, Xiaozhi's Pikachu's move of 10,000 Thunder Prison directly shocked Adu. Adu had never seen such a powerful electric skill. Adu had never seen such a powerful Pikachu. So the reason why Adu spoke less before was that the shock was getting bigger and bigger. And the reason why Ziba felt a little less was because Ziba had been defeated before. Adu had heard Ziba say that not long before the Quartz conference, Ziba had a PK with Xiaozhi. But he was swept away like a fallen leaf by the autumn wind. At that time, Xiaozhi's strength was already very, very strong, just before the Quartz conference. So, the different time when the two people knew Xiaozhi led to different shocks. Adu's shock may be stronger than Ziba's. Okay, I get it. I knew Xiaozhi a little earlier, so I might be more shocked. I will try to say the wrong thing. Adu also waved his hand, signaling Ziba to stop talking about his repetitive things. After Ziba heard what Adu said, he immediately hugged Adu and asked him to relax. And Kikyuko, who was on the side, was also looking at the record. Because now in the field, after Dragonite appeared and after Mutuo Mega evolved, the whole battle has begun. Dragonite, attack! With this command from Yuji, Dragonite immediately flapped its wings and rushed towards Mutuo. The speed was very fast, and the overwhelming smoke and dust were directly raised. For a moment, all the audience at the scene could not see the position of Dragonite clearly. But the inability to see the position of Dragonite clearly was only the audience's inability to see the position of Dragonite clearly. It had no effect on Xiaozhi. Not only can he sense the position of his opponent through the power of Wave Guide, he can also use his observation haki to feel how the opponent will use his moves. Yongkai did not give specific instructions for Dragonite's attack this time. Maybe he just wanted Dragonite to use his super high speed to test it. But Xiaozhi didn't have time to waste. He was still in a hurry to bring his two new girlfriends back to Pallet Town. Mutuo, use the Specium Ray. After Xiaozhi pushed his hat back and shouted loudly, Mutuo on the field immediately raised his two arms high. At the same time, cross his left and right arms. In an instant, an extremely powerful ray of light shot through his right hand. The moment the ray shot past, it seemed as if all the energy in the world had gathered in Mutuo's palm. The speed seemed to be like real light, breaking through the smoke in an instant and hitting directly. When the smoke dissipated, Dragonite's eyes were already spinning and he had lost his ability to fight. Dragonite loses its ability to fight. Satoshi wins this match. The total score is 6-0. Congratulations to Satoshi for winning the challenge. Win the Orange League Winner Cup and the title of Honorary Trainer. After checking the results of the match at the speed of light, the referee immediately announced it. Everyone was stunned at the moment. They didn't expect that the referee could react so quickly. Could it be that the referee was not curious at all about what this light was? And now, Yuji was standing in his command area. His eyes stared at the field in disbelief. It seemed that he didn't react either. But it was Yuji's own problem that he didn't react. The match was over. His Dragonite had already fallen to the ground with his eyes spinning. And Mutuo Y, the winner, was still floating above the field. And the girlfriends behind Satoshi jumped for joy when they saw that Satoshi had easily solved the Orange League's chief trainer. At the same time, Li Yulai, who rushed over from her own luxury hotel to cheer for Xiaozhi, was also very happy. And Kona, who is also Xiaozhi's girlfriend among the 4 kings of Quartz Plateau. And the other 3 kings of Quartz Plateau very happy. The scene was also cheered by these top trainers. Xiao Mao, damn! Xiao Mao, what is the Specium Ray? Xiao Mao, why does it feel much more powerful than the Destruction Ray? Xiao Mao, is this ray one of the skills that Mutuo can learn? Xiao Mao watched the scene in the blue light screen where everyone was cheering and cheering for Blue Xiaozhi. On the other hand, he said that he couldn't understand it at all. Xiao Mao could only see very superficially that Mutuo used the positive and negative forces that seemed to exist in the world at that moment. Or to put it another way, it is the positive power and the negative power. When the positive power and the negative power converged, he crossed his hands and fired this Specium Ray. If you insist that Mutuo has a skill that is very similar to this, it may be the high-speed star. This high-speed star seems to be something that Mutuo likes to use very much when he is training. But with Lan Xiaozhi's several teachings, high-speed star is a skill that can be used very quickly, but its power is too low. Mutuo has never used it again. But it was not long before, in the last round of the finals of the winner's back, Mutuo actually used Specium Ray, which was a little similar to high-speed star, but the power was probably countless times greater. It is hard not to suspect that this is a skill that evolved from high speed. So, not only can Pokémon evolve, but the skills of this Pokemon can also evolve? Dr. Kukui, looking at this Specium Ray, it may be a fusion of high-speed star and some skills with psychic attributes. Lan Xiaozhi is really too strong. Dru, Mewtwo's special attack attribute should be very, very high. This ray should also be a special attack type skill. Blue Xiaozhi has a strong grasp of the skills. Dr. Yamanashi, the skills that Blue Xiaozhi showed before, the skills that can be changed, all tend to be open and close. Dr. Yamanashi, but this Specium Ray, as if it was a beam of light shining cleanly, directly defeated Dragonite. As several Pokemon doctors communicated, everyone could speak in the barrage, and they all spoke in the barrage. Those who could leave messages in the barrage also left messages in the barrage. Even Yuji, while looking at his Dragonite, felt his scalp tingling. Yuji, just now my Dragonite told me that if he was asked to take this ray, even 100 of him would not be able to take it. It might be a skill of Mewtwo's Y-type psychic attribute. Xiao Mao, almost, a clean sweep of 6-0. So cool. Shinji, I still think that this move has been changed based on the prototype of the skill of High Speed Star. Shinji, so we should have a chance to learn it. Shinji still thinks that he should have a chance to learn this move. He is watching while switching to training. When Xiao Mao saw that Shinji, who had just discussed and watched with him, was training, Xiao Mao also started training immediately, and at the same time he reflected on himself, I actually didn't make good use of this period of time just now. Xiao Mao, Xiaozhi, are you still training now? So, Xiao Mao immediately left a message in the barrage to find out if Xiaozhi was training now. Xiaozhi, yes, I am training with Xiaoxia and the others now. I feel that it is really interesting to talk and train with girls. I am doing 3 things at once. Oh no! 4 things at once. Xiaozhi replied to Xiao Mao while he was busy all the time. It can be said that he used all his time without wasting any time. Xiao Mao, damn! I only had this slow time to watch with Shinji for a while and didn't train. Xiaozhi sneaked away, right? Xiao Mao, I have to train now too. Shinji, obviously you are a little fascinated by what you are watching. Shinji, but it is indeed a good thing to train earlier. Don't delay it any longer. Xiaozhi has improved a lot now. As Xiao Mao and Shinji entered the training ground one after another to train, everyone's eyes gradually returned to the blue light curtain. In the blue light curtain, at this moment, Xiaozhi was standing on the award-winning stage with all his girlfriends and all Pokemon. Congratulations on winning, Xiaozhi. Congratulations on winning the title of honorary trainer. I've always wanted to find someone who can beat me, but many trainers who challenged me couldn't even beat my starting Pokemon. After that, I always hung the Dragonite's Pokeball around my neck. No trainer has ever been able to beat my Dragonite before. You are the first trainer to win. While speaking, Yuji solemnly handed the Orange League's related honors to Xiaozhi. This is a very beautiful championship trophy, and the only medal specially made by the organizing committee. At the same time, Yuji also led Xiaozhi to the Victor's Palace. Here, Xiaozhi successfully made rubbings and preservation of his handprints and the first prints of all participating Pokemon. In fact, it is Xiaozhi's own handprints and Mewtwo's handprints. But as a special individual, the organizer added the handprints of Xiaozhi's entire lineup, and added a group photo of Xiaozhi's entire lineup. Compared with the Quartz Conference, there are 3 more Pokemon: Lapras, Butterfly Snorlax, Indomitable Scyther. 2 more girlfriends: Kona, Namu. After doing these things, Xiaozhi prepared to set off and return to Pallet Town. Just when the GS ball was to be taken back for careful study, the other 2 new girlfriends were also to be taken home. And when Xiaozhi and his party were sailing on the sea, through the power of the wave guide, a group of poachers was sensed. After Xiaozhi solved and dealt with all these people, he also encountered a group of Lapras. One of them looked very similar to Xiaozhi's. Lapra. Chapter 117 Professor Oak, so high-tech? I feel like I'm about to lose my job. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi solved and dealt with the theft gang, he also encountered a group of Lapras. Xiaozhi found that his Lapras was very similar to the leading Lapras in the group through the induction of the wave guide. And it seems that they may be relatives. Xiaozhi immediately commanded Lapras to swim over and have a detailed chat. As Xiaozhi communicated with the Lapras group, Xiaozhi also learned that his Lapras was accidentally separated from the group at that time. The group also stayed in the sea and kept searching. But they didn't expect that they couldn't get too close because they encountered the theft gang before. The scene where Xiaozhi defeated the poaching gang and dealt with them all neatly was also seen by all the Laprases. The Laprases were very grateful for what Xiaozhi did. Gone, Xiaozhi in the red light curtain was released to reunite. How will the town in the blue light curtain deal with it? Alice, although this Lapras is very cute, it must be the child of another Lapras mother. How will Xiaozhi deal with this problem? Akira, they should choose to keep Lapras, or they will choose to capture Lapras and his family. They should be together, and they will definitely not be released. Zebana, Xiaozhi is already very powerful. Zebana, in comparison, if he can also make achievements in the Pokemon ecosystem, it can be called perfect. Zebana, I really like the way he dealt with the poaching gang just now. Don't give these bastards any chance. Dro Dumaki, yes, these poaching gangs have caused great damage to the ecology of Pokemon, and have an unimaginable devastating blow to the ecological balance of the Pokemon world. Dro Dumaki, if a wild Pokemon population is targeted by a theft gang, and there is no particularly strong pillar in this wild Pokemon population, it is simply an unimaginable disaster. With the messages of several top trainers and Dr. Odumaki, everyone is very concerned about how Blue Xiaozhi treats Lapras and his population. At the same time, Xiaozhi in the real world is also paying close attention to the words. Although he has not traveled to the orange group yet. But in the picture, whether it is the red light curtain or the blue light curtain, he may encounter it in the future. The red light curtain should be the picture she travels all the way, the picture she can touch without any change. In the blue screen, as the double comparison live broadcast room said at the beginning, it was a picture of another world. Xiaozhi now knew that he must combine the pictures of the two worlds. Learn what he can learn from it, and it is such an advantage. If I encounter these problems in the future, I will definitely properly handle the living habitats between the tribes, so that Laplace's parents can rest assured. Xiaozhi was looking at the screen in front of him in the small room, and thinking on the other side. And Serena, who was standing next to him, also threw herself into Xiaozhi's arms at this moment. Are you thinking about Laplace? As long as this matter is not released, there is a way to properly solve it. If we meet in the future, we can train Laplace and his parents together. Serena's words seemed to open the conversation box. Many girls also expressed their opinions one after another. Generally speaking, it is almost the same. They all want to improve the habitat and bring Lapras and his relatives with them. This is the best option. In the blue light curtain. Xiaozhi also learned this after communicating with the Lapras tribe through the wave guide. His Lapras is indeed the child of the leader's Lapras. Others may hesitate about these. Because the daily expenses of eating and sleeping for so many Lapras are very, very high. Even before leaving the town, the Pokemon professors may have told you. All the Pokemon that cannot be raised should be sent back to the professor's research institute, and the professor will take good care of them for you. But after all, no matter how well they are taken care of, many trainers also think that there is a limit. But this situation will not happen to Xiaozhi. If possible, everyone follow me back to Pallet Town. I just plan to improve my home a little bit and build a big training area. Also build a big backyard. While Xiaozhi said this, he also looked at this group of Lapras very seriously. And the Lapras tribe felt very kind and intimate with Xiaozhi. Immediately, they nodded without any hesitation. When Xiaozhi saw this situation, he immediately took out his pokeball and threw it upward with force. That's it. About 15 lapras were all collected by Xiaozhi. Then Xiaozhi and his party followed the route and took the boat back to Pallet Town. Xiao Mao collected them all. Great. Shinji, Blue Xiaozhi seemed to say. Shinji, I want to renovate his house and build a backyard. Shinji, do you want to become a Pokemon doctor? In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi and his party returned to Pallet Town, he also took his 2 new girlfriends home first, had a meal together, and took a nap. The next day, after resting, he came to Professor Oak's laboratory and discussed the use of GS balls with Professor Oak. During the communication with Professor Oak, he also cooperated with the communication with Professor Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi also determined that the place where this pokeball was used might be in the Chengdu area. Professor Oak seemed to have a vague idea that he might know more about this pokeball. But Professor Oak did not choose to say it. Xiaozhi also noticed this situation. But he did not ask too much. Because when Professor Oak was young, he must have experienced a very exciting and wonderful trainer career. After saying goodbye to Professor Oak, Xiaozhi began to renovate his home. This renovation was not a conventional expansion of the home. Xiaozhi chose to build a new home directly on a large open space at the southernmost end of Pallet Town. This is Xiaozhi's second home after returning to Pallet Town. Here there is a larger battle space and a better quality of life. And when the Pokemon League learned that Xiaozhi was going to work part-time on Pokemon research and expand his new home, the League also directly provided a lot of manpower and material resources. It took only about 3 days for Xiaozhi's research institute, which was about the same area as Professor Oak's, to be born. Besides, the backyard of Xiaozhi's research institute is even bigger. Xiaozhi even specially asked 2 crystal giant rock snakes to build a mountain together. And with the help of several water-type Pokemon, a very large lake was built. It can be said that there are mountains, water, and pastures. Professor Oak, well, I feel like I'm about to lose my job. After Xiaozhi's research institute was built, Xiao Mao also came to congratulate Xiaozhi. Of course, after the two met, they inevitably had a battle. But Xiao Mao was undoubtedly swept away by Xiaozhi's extremely powerful suppression. But Xiao Mao is used to it now. And now, every time he stands against Xiaozhi, he feels that he has made progress. And after returning to Pallet Town, Xiaojian, who had been traveling with Xiaozhi before, chose to stay in Pallet Town to help Xiaozhi take care of the research institute. And Xiao Gang returned to the team. The final scene is also frozen in the scene where Xiaozhi and others set off for Chengdu, carrying GS balls with them. The blue screen that broadcast here also gradually dimmed. Transfer Group 37172. As you know, this is the chapter of the Orange Islands and it has been broadcast. Like the red screen, the next thing will definitely be the story of the Chengdu League. Or it may be about the development of the mysterious GS Poke Ball. Xiao Mao, are the trainers of the Chengdu League here? Xiao Mao thinks that since the Chengdu chapter may start soon, at least the trainers should get to know each other. Asu, hello everyone, I am a gym trainer of the Flying Attribute Gym. ABI, I am a trainer of the Bug Attribute. Xiao Qian, I have already become very familiar with everyone just now. I am a trainer of the Class 1 Attribute. Matsuba, I am a trainer of the Injo Gym, and the Pokemon I am good at is the Ghost Attribute. ACI, I am from the Azure Gym, my Pokemon is a fighting type. Ami, I am the trainer of the Asashai Gym, Steel Attribute. Lubo, Kaji Gym, Ice Attribute. Xiao Chun, Yan Mo Gym, Dragon Attribute. As everyone entered one after another, they all left messages in the barrage. Whether you are familiar with the Chengdu Alliance or not, everyone has seen that the gyms in the Chengdu area still follow the posture of the Grand Alliance. There are still 8 badge gyms. It is not ruled out that there are other badge gyms. But the famous ones are definitely these 8 gyms. It seems that only Xiao Qian talks more. The other 7 gym leaders may have been observing secretly before and did not say much. Maybe they were all shocked by Xiaozhi's wonderful journey. Dr. Kong Mu, in this case, I will introduce myself again. Dr. Kong Mu, I am a doctor who studies the breeding habits of Pokemon in Chengdu. Adu, then I will introduce myself too. Adu, I am from the Quartz Plateau region, and I can also be called the Four Heavenly Kings of the Kanto Alliance. My strength is pretty good. Adu, I am also the champion of the Regional Alliance. With the self-introductions of Professor Kongmu and Adu, all the viewers who watched the double comparison live broadcast were excited. It turns out that the strength of these trainers is really very strong. And now as the images of the Kanto region and the Orange Islands region are played, these two regions in the real world have also begun to set off waves of Pokemon fever. In the elf world, Pokemon are like angels. But there are still some people who look forward to becoming trainers, but they may be blocked because of various difficulties and obstacles. But now with the emergence of the double comparison live broadcast room, and with Xiaozhi, whether it is the red light curtain or the blue light curtain, after successfully traveling to the Kanto region and the Orange Islands region, the trainers in these two regions also began to increase sharply. The number of people who receive initial Pokemon from the Pokemon Professors Research Institutes in various places is also increasing rapidly. Spare, 2, Skirt 83 Land Feed Slip 0. Including many forests, many basins, many suburbs, and wild areas. New trainers have begun to come in groups to capture their favorite Pokemon. And now with the continuous broadcast of the double comparison live broadcast room, the tourism industry in the Kanto region and the Orange Islands region has also begun to develop rapidly. Group Urju. This is something that no one could have thought of before. Before in the elf world, it is possible that only the Alola region is suitable for long-distance travel, because it is like an island in summer, with very good air and environment. But now after the Kanto region and the Orange Islands region have been exposed, more people have begun to travel to the Orange Islands. And as Xiaozhi's lineup in the red and blue light screen has become well known to everyone, more and more people have begun to use Pikachu as their initial Pokemon. There are also more and more people who start using Caterpillar as their initial Pokemon. There are also many people who use Pidgeot as their initial Pokemon. These three Pokemon, whether it is Pikachu's first form Piku, or Pidgeot, or Caterpillar, or the very powerful Beedrill of Team Rocket's Sakeke, which appeared before. These kinds of housebirds or housebugs also caused everyone to compete to capture them. And now, after capturing Pokemon, everyone will not be very anxious, but will choose to slowly cultivate a bond with Pokemon. They will also choose to slowly train with Pokemon. And now, with the double comparison live broadcast room, the red light curtain gradually lights up. More and more people are also starting to watch the live broadcast while training, without wasting any time. Ding! With the double comparison live broadcast room, a very crisp live sound. The red light curtain gradually lights up. Celebi, a time travel encounter. When this subtitle lit up, everyone understood. This should be a special episode like Mewtwo's counterattack. Before the red light screen was fully played, many people couldn't wait. This time travel encounter, these few words made many trainers think of Xiaozhi's GS ball before. Shiba, is this time travel encounter the same as what Xiaozhi discussed with Master Oak at that time, the ability to reverse time and space? Shiba, these two abilities should be similar, right? Kikyuko, there are still some differences between reversing time and traveling through time, but they are probably the same category. Kikyuko, Pokemon is a very magical creature. It is very normal to have the ability to reverse time and space or to travel through time and space. Adu, when I heard the name Celebi, I felt a natural breath, a green breath. Is he a forest elf? Kona, this must be a Pokemon that lives in the forest, must be very cute, and his daily life must be carefree, right? In the red light curtain. At the entrance of a forest, a boy with a backpack was traveling to the inside of the forest. After walking for a while, he suddenly met a girl who called herself Yongju. The girl named Yangju gave him a very delicious and beautiful bread. She also said something to the boy named Sueshan. If you hear the sound of the forest, don't move around. Although the young Sueshan felt very strange after hearing this, he also followed the local rules. The guardian of the forest has the ability to travel through time and space. If you don't want to be taken to other times, remember not to move around. This sentence was also Yangju's subsequent supplement, and Sueshan also remembered it and continued to move forward. But not long after he walked, he sat down and suddenly found a green Pokemon flying towards him quickly. Behind this green Pokemon, it seems that a bad guy is chasing him. Behind him, there is a Houndoom and a Scyther chasing closely, which seem to be the Pokemon of the bad guy. Then Xuecheng also hugged the Pokemon in his arms and ran away. Maybe the mysterious Pokemon sensed the danger. He activated his ability, and the whole forest began to shine. Pop. Chapter 118 Serena, Private Training Room 502, we and Xiaozhi are all in the red light curtain. When Xuecheng hugged Celebi and ran desperately to avoid the pursuit of Pokemon hunters. Maybe Celebi in Xuecheng's arms felt the danger. He exerted his ability, and his body glowed in an instant, and the whole forest glowed with it. When Celebi's power began to be used, the whole time and space changed. With a whoosh, Celebi and Sueshan in the forest disappeared. Xiao Mao, why do I feel that this Sueshan I seem to have seen his photo somewhere? Shinji, Xiao Mao, you must have seen it wrong. Shinji, how could this person have seen a photo? This person is obviously from many years ago. Kona, it looks like this. This person is obviously a trainer from many years ago. He may have traveled back to the present or the future. Shiba, the ability to reverse time and space, the ability to travel through time and space. It's really enviable. Adu, the Pokemon hunter behind is really annoying. Adu, Miss Junsha, did you see this scene? Adu, we need to increase patrols in the Pokemon world, arrest all these Pokemon hunters, and crack down on their gangs at the same time. Junsha, got it. Junsha, but these Pokemon hunters and Pokemon poaching groups are indeed very rampant in more remote areas. Junsha, there is no complete cure yet, but we will work hard. With the discussion of several king-level trainers, as well as Adu and Junsha, all the viewers who watched the double comparison live broadcast also had a simple understanding of the beginning of the entire video. This Pokemon should be the Celebi mentioned in the title. It is very mysterious and very cute at the same time. It really represents the breath of nature and the breath of the forest. It is even possible that it is the guardian of the forest represented by the girl named Yangju at the beginning. In addition, these hateful Pokemon poaching teams are too bad. They chase rare Pokemon everywhere, and think about doing some bad things after catching these Pokemon. Or do some bad things, such as sending these Pokemon for research or selling them directly for money. These things are unacceptable to the audience and trainers. Dr. Mulan, compared with these Pokemon hunters, there are relatively few poaching teams in the Galar region, probably because of Mr. Dante's strong rule. Zebana, I have to say that Mr. Dante is still very powerful. Zebana, although I was not convinced by Mr. Dante at the beginning. Zebana, but after I challenged Mr. Dante 427, I can say that I am convinced by Mr. Dante. He is fully qualified to be the champion of the Galar region. Mari, that's right, Mr. Dante is really a very good trainer and a very good leader. Mari, but I feel that Xiaozhi must be very good, and he will definitely be able to perfectly solve the problem of Celebi this time. Xiao Qian, the title is called The Encounter Through Time and Space, so it must be time and space travel? Xiao Qian, but we can't tell how it travels back and forth. It should be traveling to the future, right? It shouldn't be traveling to the past. Xiao Qian, looking at Xuecheng's appearance, he should be a trainer from the past. Following the discussion of several trainers, everyone is more curious about the content in the light screen. Because the Pokemon that reverses time and space and travels back and forth in time and space is at least a legendary beast. And, looking at Celebi, this should be a mythical Pokemon. And Celebi's special ability is to travel through time and space, bringing people to the future or the past. This is really a great advantage. Kurino, there should be a limit to the ability to travel through time and space. Kurino, but if you can maximize the use of Celebi's ability, I believe it can change a lot of things. Alan, yes. Most trainers must have gone through a process from being unknown to developing. Alan, some of this process was handled well, and some were handled slightly worse. If you can use the ability to travel through time and space to perfectly go back to the past and solve those problems that were not handled well. Alan, doesn't that mean that future training will be smooth sailing? The messages left by Kurino and Alan are obviously a reminder to everyone. For a moment, all the trainers watching became more excited. Everyone is looking forward to what kind of story will happen when Celebi meets Xiaozhi in the red light curtain. What kind of story will happen between the young boy Xuecheng and Xiaozhi? And this story should happen in Chengdu. Will the trainers in Chengdu meet Xiaozhi and show some beautiful stories? Just as everyone continued to watch with great interest. Mr. Dandy, who had not said much before but was mentioned by everyone, felt that the ability of the Phantom Pokemon was not so easy to use casually. Because reversing time and space involves the basic rules of the elf world, which is also the most important rule of time and space. The ability to reverse time and space must be used in unavoidable and extremely dangerous situations. Just like Celebi in the red light curtain, in order to avoid the attack of the elf hunter, he had to use this time and space shuttle in self-protection. Dandy, among the basic rules of the elf world, two very important ones are time and space. All Pokemon with special abilities must be very cautious and use their own abilities. Dandy, so even if you have mastered this ability, you must make good use of it and not use it casually. Dandy, if Celebi is captured by those Pokemon hunters, or if Celebi is subdued by those people with bad intentions, it would be really terrible. It is possible that Dandy thought of the Dark Elf Ball developed by Mewtwo before. Of course, that Elf Ball only subdued Pokemon and did not affect the will of Pokemon. But as time went on, Dandy also learned that there were Dark Elf Balls in some evil organizations. Dark Elf Balls can not only subdue Pokemon by force, but also directly subdue other people's existing Pokemon. And it can also directly darken those Pokemon. After darkening, Pokemon become more violent and more brutal. The skills have also undergone earth-shaking changes, and it can be said that he has completely changed a person. Professor Oak, what Champion Dante said makes a lot of sense, it is indeed like this. Professor Oak, this is why I have been committed to studying the relationship between Pokemon and humans for so many years, and I am very disgusted with evil organizations. As Dante and Professor Oak, two top heavyweights in the elf world, discussed with each other. Everyone continued to watch the screen. The protagonist Xiaozhi has appeared. In the red screen. The screen has turned to several decades later. Xiaozhi and his friends, in order to participate in the Chengdu League competition, really set off to another city. On the way, they accepted White's invitation and went to White's village. After arriving at the Chengdu League, Xiaozhi also started some battles with trainers on the roadside. This also made Xiaozhi more determined that he must make a name for himself in the final competition of the Chengdu League. To make himself achieve a good result. As everyone sailed forward, Xiaozhi and his friends also saw a very magical and mysterious Pokemon. This was discovered by Pikachu. After everyone arrived at the location, they sent the appearance of this Pokemon to Professor Oak for analysis. Professor Oak told everyone that this was the legendary Suicune. After Xiaozhi and his friends learned about it, they continued to explore in White's village. Not long after, Xiaozhi and his friends accidentally met the old Yang Yuan. In Yang Yuan's home, there were also old photos of the year. A very long time has passed. After Xiaozhi and his friends met Yang Yuan, they learned about the forest. After that, when Xiaozhi and his friends were traveling in the forest, they encountered the phenomenon of forest sounds caused by Celebai's travel through time and space. And happened to meet Sueshan, who traveled through time and space. After Xiaozhi and Sueshan met, the group also learned that Celebai had the ability to travel through time and space. After that, Xiaozhi and Sueshan successfully found the injured Celebai, together. At the same time, the strongest coder of the rocket team, Bixias, found the hunter who chased Celebai many years ago. Through extremely bad destruction and violent capture of the dark elf ball, he learned the whereabouts of Celebai from the hunter. Then Bixias began to capture Celebai. In addition to the extremely powerful dark elf ball, he also has a powerful four-legged robot. Bixias's equipment is very powerful. Not long after, Xiaozhi and Sueshan met Bixias while treating Celebai. But Xiaozhi and Sueshan also successfully defeated Bixias's Pokémon through cooperation and escaped with Celebai. During the escape, the group met a Rumpy and his baby bear, and there were many other wild Pokémon to lead the way for Xiaozhi and others. Finally, everyone came to a very mysterious lake. When Sueshan put Celebai in this lake called the Lake of Life, Celebai's injuries healed. Xiao Mao, this lake has appeared in many classics, but few people have encountered the Lake of Life in reality. Adu, it should be. This lake is said to have magical powers that can heal seriously injured Pokémon. Alice, this evil rocket team is really just as the dandy champion and Professor Oak said. It is really too bad to do anything to achieve their goals. Xiaozhi, it's like this. I didn't expect that this evil dark elf ball could directly snatch other people's Pokémon and turn other people's Pokémon directly dark. This is really too bad. Serena, don't worry. Now we must have confidence in Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi will be able to handle this problem properly. Nazi, now our Xiaozhi has come to his senses. Nazi, I believe that Xiaozhi in the red light curtain will also work hard. Xiao Gang, oh. It seems that Xiaozhi has made great progress during this period of time. Xiaomao, Xiao Gang, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, just look at the red light curtain carefully. In the red light curtain, the fully recovered Celebai happily played with Xiaozhi and their friends. And Xiaozhi and Sueshan became good friends. But the good times did not last long. After only one night, Xiaozhi and his friends met the evil coder Bixias of Team Rocket again. Celebai was also very unlucky and was caught by Bixias's dark elf ball. Suddenly, Celebai became very cruel and violent, and began to destroy the forest wantonly. Then, when Xiaozhi and Sueshan tried their best to rescue Celebai, Suakun appeared. With the help of Suakun, the situation eased a lot. But Bixias is more ambitious now, he wants to catch Suakun as well. But because of the help of Xiaozhi and his friends, Suakun finally escaped. Afterwards, Xiaozhi and Sueshan also used the power of Suakun to enlighten Celebai. Finally, Celebai also successfully escaped from Bixias' control. And at this time, the dark elf ball in Bixias's hand also exploded, and the previous monster also disappeared. But as a result, Celebai also became very weak because of the dark ball. And because the Lake of Life was polluted, even after Celebai was taken to the lake for treatment, it was of no use. Although, with the help of Suakun, the water of the Lake of Life returned to normal, but because Celebai was too seriously injured, the lake water was completely ineffective. At this time, everyone felt uncomfortable. The wild Pokémon in the forest all cried. At this critical moment, the sound of the forest appeared again. Many Celebai appeared above the Lake of Life, circling continuously. They restored the status of this Celebai. When a group of people thought that the matter was over and the Celebai tribe left, the evil rocket team senior coder Bixias appeared again. He took the opportunity to catch Celebai and wanted to use the device to fly away. But Xiaozhi jumped directly without hesitation at this time, grabbed Bixia's legs, and 100,000 volts followed. After that, Celebai, who was safe, also used his ability to protect Xiaozhi and Pikachu who fell from the sky. But Bixias who fell was still very fierce and wanted to fight stubbornly. But in the end, all the Pokémon in his Dark Elf ball had escaped. And with the help of all the wild Pokémon in the forest and the siege of several people, Bixias was finally brought to justice. Finally, Sueshan and Xiaozhi reluctantly said goodbye. Sueshan returned to the 40 years ago he mentioned. Xiaozhi and his friends also left the forest where the Lake of Life was located, and remembered this wonderful memory firmly. Then they continued their journey. The red light screen that was broadcast here, and gradually dimmed. At the same time, the blue light curtain gradually lit up. Yet, brave. Yet, although Xiaozhi in the red light curtain is not strong at this time, his bravery and his tenacious struggle, his courage to sacrifice his life for Pokémon, and his act of saving Pokémon without considering his own safety, are simply too strong. Liwa, the charm of Red Xiaozhi is simply infinite. I have been fascinated by him. Caido, I didn't expect that before the story of Red Xiaozhi's Chengdu League officially began, I would encounter such a thrilling, exciting, and tense story. I feel that Red Xiaozhi and I are also a perfect match. Shirana, Husarina, are you with our Xiaozhi now? Which room is he in? Serena, private training room 502. At the same time, the blue light curtain slowly lit up. In the blue light curtain, after Xiaozhi and others came to the Chengdu Alliance, they also rested in the city for a while and experienced the local customs and practices of the Chengdu area. During this period, Xiaozhi also used the GS ball and the feather of the Phoenix King for induction. He felt that the summoning of the props was getting deeper and deeper. Should it be in a certain forest? Chapter 119 Dr. Blatano, this is too fast. In the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi is now staying in his room. Carefully observe the GS Pokeball and the feather of the Phoenix King in his hand. These things have been since he came to the city area. The feeling is getting deeper and deeper. And now as Xiaozhi keeps thinking about the words he exchanged with Professor Oak before. And as Xiaozhi keeps thinking about the various states after he obtained the Phoenix King feather, Xiaozhi feels that the Phoenix King feather may be used in the near future. GS Pokeball may also be used. But because the time may not be right, Xiaozhi can only release the induction of his wave guide. Xiaozhi, what are you thinking about? Professor Insider hugged Xiaozhi gently from behind. On the other hand, he also saw that Xiaozhi was worried about the two special props. After all, Dr. Uchiki had studied the GS Pokeball for a period of time at that time, but he didn't figure it out. So she wanted to communicate with Xiaozhi to see if she could help Xiaozhi figure out how to use the GS Pokeball. Dr. Uchiki also mobilized his connections and kept asking around during this period. And Kona now walked into the room and chatted with Xiaozhi. At the same time, other girlfriends gradually walked in. Because everyone has seen these two props. But there is no good way to use them. So everyone started brainstorming. Xiaozhi's Pikachu now jumped on Xiaozhi's shoulder, waving his hands up and down. At the same time, Tijipai also came to Xiaozhi's arms and waved his hands. It seemed that he wanted Xiaozhi to be happy and there was no need to be so stressed. As for Xiaozhi himself, he didn't feel much pressure. He was just waiting for the opportunity to use the GS Pokeball. I don't feel any pressure. Look at my recent training and everyone's training. Aren't they all going on as usual? It's just that I feel that we may be close to that forest. When Xiaozhi continued to spread the wave guide and kept sensing, he also felt the breath of the forest and the breath of nature. And the other girlfriends and Pikachu and the Pokemon outside were naturally very happy when they heard Xiaozhi say this. So in the next few days, they kept strolling around. In addition, Xiaozhi also used remote control to command Xiaojian in Pallet Town to help him do some simple work. In Pallet Town, Xiaozhi's research institute has now started operation. The first research topic is a special Pokeball called Light Pokeball by Xiaozhi. This special Pokeball is made of very special materials. and it is a pokeball processed by special technology. It is equivalent to strengthening all the original pokeballs of Xiaozhi. The pokeballs collected in it. Or to be more precise, the Pokemon collected in the latest light pokeballs will be purer in their hearts. And the progress will be faster, and the related skill forms will also change. To put it simply, it means that new skills can be learned with half the effort. For these light pokeballs, they actually belong to Xiaozhi alone. Dr. Platano, this is too fast. And now Xiaozhi's research institute is still researching various information about mythical Pokemon. And various information about mythical beasts. After all, Xiaozhi thought of his fire when he saw the flame bird. Subconsciously, he also thought of the other Zapdos and Articuno. In addition, there was a particularly powerful Pokemon in the deep sea. Also, there were several Pokemon that were resurrected by the Phoenix King in a mysterious fire. For these, Xiaozhi's research is also gradually advancing and is being carried out intensively. It is possible that the traces of these mythical beasts can be searched in the near future. So, a group of people also made their own arrangements step by step. About 2 or 3 days later, Xiaozhi and others also traveled to a forest. In this forest, Xiaozhi felt a very strong hybrid wave guide. And they also met an old grandmother named Yangju. From Yangju, Xiaozhi and others learned about the legend of the sound of the forest. If you hear the sound of the forest, you can't move around. After hearing this, Xiaozhi suddenly thought of his GS Pokeball. So after Xiaozhi thanked Yangju, I chatted with her for a while. During this time, Yang Yuan also took Xiaozhi to visit her house and showed Xiaozhi and others many old photos. The more Xiaozhi looked at these old photos, the more he felt that there were stories in them. Shiba, Xiaozhi in the blue light screen is really thoughtful. Shiba, these photos should be the photos of Celebi and Sueshan when they traveled through 40 years ago. Adu, when Celebi was hunted by the first Pokemon hunter at that time, it should have been hunted for a very long time. Adu, so after coming to this forest, Celebi met Sueshan, and then triggered time and space shuttle. So Sueshan is also an extraordinary trainer. Kikyuko, Sueshan so familiar. Hanazuki, oh! Hanazuki, is this a kind of existence similar to the time and space paradox? Furong, Hwayu, you seem to know a lot. Furong, is there any Pokemon professor who can help explain it? I don't quite understand what time-space paradox is. With the communication between many trainers, everyone is gradually moving towards a special term similar to time-space paradox. Because everyone is a top trainer, they are more interested in many time and space skills. At the same time, they are also very curious. If these time and space skills really reverse time and space, it is possible that the things that changed in the past have also changed in the future. But with the questions of several trainers, the scene was deserted. Several Pokemon professors came out and tried their best to understand something. But because the light screen did not play the relevant pictures, everyone could not understand it more deeply. But at this moment, Professor Oak was in his research institute, looking at the light screen while flipping through a long sealed notebook. The content of the notebook was exactly a painting drawn by Professor Oak at that time. The changes you make when you return to the future will also affect your present. The things you have changed and the things you want to change are the things you have to change now. Dr. Oak muttered to himself, and his notebook was also in his hand. Maybe he had something to say, but he didn't choose to say it in the end. In the other double comparison live broadcast room, the discussion did not come to a conclusion. So the news about the time-space paradox was finally left unresolved. Everyone also turned to discuss how Lan Xiaozhi would solve the problem of Team Rocket. Because of the actions of Bixias of Team Rocket on the red light screen, everyone's blood pressure was a little high. Xiao Mao, you, Bixias, should not have the right to speak. Xiao Mao, if you have the right to speak, and if you don't have it yet. Xiao Mao, I think I should give you a ride. Xiao Mao now feels that his blood pressure has risen quite high. Bixia's series of actions in the red light screen just now. And his dark elf ball made everyone's heart tighten. Because the dark elf ball looks so oppressive. And if the dark elf ball is promoted, it will be a devastating news. If there is a special elf ball to counter the dark elf ball, it may be a little better. But if there is no countermeasure, you can only watch your Pokemon being taken away by the dark elf ball. That's really pitiful. Dr. Kukui, I think Xiaozhi in the blue light screen just now may be researching his own light elf ball. Backup Aiken Barju, 3, Research, 6, Feed, 4, Li Yuling. Dr. Kukui, we can follow the research ideas of Xiaozhi Lan, or we can try to develop a light elf ball on our side. With Dr. Kukui's speech, many people suddenly realized that this is indeed the case. Although everyone doesn't know much about the light poke ball. And Lan Xiaozhi didn't explain in detail how to use the poke ball in the light screen. But everyone still wants to work hard. If we can make a light poke ball to counter, that would be the best. If we can't make a light poke ball, we have to counter Team Rocket's behavior. We have to completely defeat these people on Team Rocket. Dr. Sora, I still think this is a little incredible. Dr. Sora, this is a little too surprising. Dr. Sora, poke ball, this is a basic item. Dr. Sora, if the types can be expanded and if they can be modified, it would be very shocking news. Dr. Yu, most of the poke balls developed by the latest technology company Pokemon Research are based on ordinary red and white balls, and do not involve too advanced poke balls. Dru, but if we can develop advanced poke balls, we can definitely change the basic pattern of the current Pokemon world. With the prospects of the two doctors, Dr. Blatano had a different idea. Dr. Blatano, if you ask me, we should follow the steps first and take a good look at how Xiaozhi will deal with the problem of Bixias in the blue light screen. Such a bad guy should be evaporated on the spot. Dr. Blatano, as for poke balls, I think we can't make them. We just need to watch carefully. After all, Xiaozhi is much stronger than us Pokemon doctors now. Please give flowers 0. With the speech of Dr. Blatano, and the speeches of Dr. Yu and Sorum Mode before, everyone gradually understood. It is possible that the facts are indeed like this. The technological capabilities displayed by Lan Xiaozhi, his wild imagination, his outstanding execution ability, his comprehension, and his IQ, all of which are incomparable to them. So everyone chatted for a while. I felt that this topic might not get to the point, so I returned my mind to the blue light curtain. At the same time, Xiaozhi in the real world was also studying hard. It's just that his learning posture is rather strange now, as if he is surrounded by a group of girls. It seems that they are playing tricks on him. In the blue light curtain, when Xiaozhi and his group walked in the forest, he was also using his waveguide induction. He sensed a very strong waveguide here. And these waveguides seem to be more messy, happier, more nervous, and some carefree. The more chaotic and nervous ones should be wild Pokemon that are in trouble or encounter something scary. The carefree and happy Pokemon should be Pokemon that are a little further away and have not been targeted by the bad guys yet. But outside these Pokemon, there seems to be a particularly evil Pokemon, who should be Team Rocket. While sensing, Xiaozhi commanded his Pokemon to look around. On the other hand, he also asked Pikachu to look around to see if he could find something different. 0. Because sometimes, Pikachu's little eyes are still very interesting. Pika Pika. No problem, I will definitely look carefully this time. I found it very quickly when I met Team Rocket before. Pikachu also waved his little hands. On the other hand, he kept looking around. Then as expected, Xiaozhi and Pikachu found something strange almost at the same time. Xiaozhi discovered the legendary Pokemon Suicune. Xiaozhi knew Suicune, so he didn't need to send a photo to identify him. Pikachu discovered that many Pokemon were running towards him at the first time. There must be someone chasing him. After seeing this, Pikachu immediately called out Pika Pika. In an instant, All the Pokemon that Xiaozhi still had in the Pokeball went out. The extremely exaggerated momentum and infinite pressure directly enveloped the surrounding environment. But this infinite pressure will not cause any damage to wild Pokemon. Under Xiaozhi's teaching, his Pokemon will only attack at a fixed point. I feel a very urgent wave of guidance that I am eager to find. There should be a trainer who is running away with Pokemon. While Xiaozhi was talking to his girlfriends, he was also continuously sensing. And after hearing what Xiaozhi said, the girlfriends behind Xiaozhi also became worried. Is there a Pokemon being chased? Is it a Pokemon hunter or a poaching group? Xiaoxia was also helping Xiaozhi hold Tijipai, and she was also very worried. In that case, do we need to set up a siege net? This evil villain, the bad guy who hunts Pokemons, bring him to justice. Dr. Xiaozhi made preparations in advance. If you want to save wild Pokemon, the best way is to kill all the bad guys. Simply saving wild Pokemon is just a temporary solution. Only by saving wild Pokemon and killing all the bad guys together can we best protect wild Pokemon. At the same time, while other girlfriends were still discussing how to save and protect Pokemon, a sound of running non-stop also ran towards Xiaozhi. At the same time, he was holding a Pokemon in danger and seemed to be seriously injured. Xiao Mao, sure enough, there are some on this side of the blue light curtain. Different. Xiao Mao, this Bixias is really fast, and Celebi is with Sueshan after traveling through time and space to the future. Shinji, it doesn't matter, the bad guy's ending is the same. Shinji, no, you can watch it later, I must make Bixias regret giving birth to him. Xiao Gang, that's about it, I'm just curious about what skills Xiaozhi uses here. In the blue light curtain. Just when Sueshan saw Xiaozhi and his group while holding Celebi, and saw Xiaozhi's incomparable strength, he also ran quickly for help. And the Bixias who were chasing him behind him also attacked one after another. Dark Bangiras. Use evil light. In an instant, an extremely thick evil light, which seemed to be permeated with the breath of death, went straight to Sueshan and Celebi. Chapter 120 Dandy, oh? Is it going to be used? Damn! It's amazing! In the blue light curtain. When Bixias saw Sueshan running wildly with Celebi in his arms, and when he seemed to be running faster and faster, Bixias also commanded his Dark Bang IRAs to use the evil light directly. In an instant, an extremely thick light directly hit Sueshan's back. At this moment, Sueshan had no time to see the attack from behind, he only knew that he should protect Celebi with all his strength. But Sueshan didn't understand at the moment. Why did he suddenly travel from the original world to the current, completely different world after holding Celebi? And Sueshan didn't understand why the person chasing him changed after he traveled to the current world. And Sueshan didn't understand why the person chasing him was so powerful when he changed. And it would be fine if he was just a little powerful. He was actually much more powerful. And there was no way to understand the Pokemon he took out. Sueshan knew the Pokemon that came out of the black Pokeball. A giant mantis. A Bangiras. And a Nura. But these three Pokemon exude a dark and evil aura all over their bodies. And their skills seem to be completely different. Those skills are completely different from the knowledge Sueshan learned before and the knowledge in the books. And what was taught in the books before. These Pokemon can't be like this now. So, at this moment, Sueshan can only think about how to escape next. On the other hand, he is also thinking about how to find a good way to get rid of the people behind him. Although Sueshan has already thrown his Pokemon Cayman Charmeleon called out and helped on his shoulder. But Sueshan now had to hold Celebi, and there was another Charmeleon on his shoulder. He really had no good way to escape. So the image of Sueshan that can be seen now is that he held Celebi tightly with one hand and protected it in his arms. The other hand grabbed the two legs of his Charmeleon. To ensure that his Charmeleon would not fall down because of his intense running. The reason why Sueshan was able to run for so long and escape for so long. And he was able to get rid of Bixias as soon as Bixias caught up. And he was able to run so long and so far. It was because of the help of Charmeleon. This Charmeleon of Sueshan was his very good partner. And all kinds of sparks, jets of flames, smoke screens along the way, also helped Sueshan a lot. And now when Sueshan was running and running, just when he was about to be caught up by the bad guy Bixias, suddenly he found a very shocking and powerful aura in front of him. This aura was powerful at the first moment. It was extremely shocking at the first moment. But the second time, almost at the same moment, Xuecheng felt a sense of closeness. It seemed that a trainer was here to rescue. Or maybe this trainer was waiting here to punish the bad guy who did bad things. So Xuecheng did not hesitate and immediately burned all over his body. He was motivated, shouting and running towards Xiaozhi. The Pokemon in my arms should be the target that the bad guys behind want to hunt. At this moment, Sueshan only had time to say this sentence, and he found that Bixias was chasing him again. Bixias was now chasing Sueshan in a very exaggerated posture. At this moment, Bixias stepped on a rocket jet and flew directly in the forest. But fortunately, there were many trees in the forest. This also delayed Bixias's rhythm. Otherwise, if he ran on the flat ground, Sueshan would not be able to outrun Bixias even if he had 100 legs. And Bixias is now commanding his Nura, Bang Iras, and Mantis to hunt in the forest. But the speed of these Pokemon is not very fast. And because Bang Iras is relatively large, Mantis is relatively slow and cannot fly. Nura is relatively small, but the dense branches in the forest blocked her view. This is also the reason why Bixias' team could not speed up, so Sueshan had to run so far. But Bixias is not worried at all when he sees Sueshan and Celebi. He seems to enjoy the feeling of cat and mouse. If we can successfully catch the Pokemon that can travel through time and space, then it will be of great help to the research of Team Rocket. And it will also help my plan. If I can successfully capture it, I can become the boss. No matter how much you run, you can't outrun my rocket propulsion device. Banjura uses evil rays. While thinking, Bixias also commanded his Pokemon to attack. In an instant, he saw one after another thick, pure black rays, which went directly towards Sueshan. Just as the extremely fast light was about to hit Xuecheng's back, causing casualties without being able to stop it. Mew! A pink creature that looked like a mouse and a cat appeared in front of Xuecheng. He used this pink, bouncing ball-like thing to directly block the attack of Bang Ilas. And he used this bouncing ball to directly wrap Xuecheng and Celebi. When Bixias saw this mysterious Pokemon, Bixias' eyes were wide open. Oh my god, isn't this the mysterious Pokemon Mew that Miyamoto reported a long time ago? At that time, Miyamoto said that Mew was found near the Andes Mountains, and then he went to look for it, but it disappeared unexpectedly. I didn't expect that Mew from South America would appear here. God really helps me. While Bixias was talking, the golden light in his eyes became even stronger. The entire Rocket Team's senior and senior coders all knew Mew, which was a legendary Pokemon. It was also the Pokemon that Team Rocket had been trying to pursue for a long time. But in the end, the disappearance of Miyamoto, who was in charge of finding Mew, also led to the end of this matter. And Bixias knew that Miyamoto had left a daughter in Team Rocket, but her current level was relatively low. But for all this, Bixias is now trying to shake his head, throwing these things that are completely irrelevant to the current plan behind him. At this moment, he has only two goals. The first is to capture Celebi. The second is to capture Mew. Go, Dark Pokeball! At this moment, Bixias stepped on the rocket thruster and took out a dozen Dark Pokeballs from his belt. These dozen Dark Pokeballs can be said to be Bixias's entire inventory of Dark Pokeballs. But now Bixias has never thought about what will happen if all these Pokeballs fail. And, while throwing out Pokeballs, he also directed Banglas, Nura, and Claw Mantis to change the target of attack. Put the main force of the attack on Mew. At the same time, Bixia's was also speeding up. But just when Bixia's threw all the dark Pokeballs and hit Mew and Celebi, another Pokemon appeared again. This was Xiaozhi's Mewtwo. The moment Mewtwo appeared, all the dark Pokeballs immediately became invalid and fell to the ground. But Bixia's own momentum. Now there is no way to stop it. He himself can't stop. And now Bixia's excitement filled his entire heart, and he is now completely twisted. And he is now completely excited. Oh my god, isn't this the Mewtwo that Boss Sakaki had planned before? I thought he actually came to this forest. If I can catch Mewtwo back, it will be an unimaginable achievement. No. I will capture Mewtwo myself. Bixia's now seems to have been blinded by lard. It doesn't consider at all. Can he beat Mewtwo with his insignificant skills? He didn't even consider whether he could beat the trainer behind Mewtwo and Mew. He didn't think about it with his few brains. Mewtwo and Mew appeared in the forest at the same time. And they were both to save Sueshan and Celebi. Why on earth? Xiao Mao, this Bixia's has a bad head. Xiao Mao, as long as he had a little brain and thought about it, he would know that Mewtwo and Mew appeared at the same time, and someone must have ordered them to save Sueshan and Celebi. Xiao Mao, but this operation of Lan Xiaozhi really made me excited. Xiao Mao, he was the first to save Sueshan and Celebi at the most difficult and dangerous time. Xiao Mao, in addition, Mew and Mewtwo, two Pokemon that have a little connection with Team Rocket, were sent out. Xiao Mao, this is incomparably stimulating to Bixia's spirit. While Xiao Mao is training now, he has also thought about the scene after Bixia's, the big bad guy, sees Lan Xiaozhi. And with Xiao Mao's preemptive message, many trainers have also begun to imagine the next scene. Because Bixia's strength is quite strong. But all the trainers at the king level here think that he is just like that. And even if you are stronger than Bixia's, even if you can beat a trainer at the king level, can you beat Lan Xiaozhi? Bixia's is a senior cadre, or the strongest cadre. At best, he is a trainer at the peak of the king level. And the evil Banglas, evil Nura and giant claw mantis just now are also shown in the red light screen. Even if your blue team is more unexpected, it is more special, but how strong can it be? And it is possible that it is not necessarily very strong, it is possible that they are actually about the same. Because many viewers, after comparing the strength of the opponents that Xiaozhi faced in the red light curtain and the blue light curtain, still found a very common point. That is, whether you are a trainer in the red light curtain or a trainer in the blue light curtain, the strength is actually about the same. Even if the strength fluctuates, it is only about 5% of the normal difference. Because whether it is the performance in the Quartz Conference, the performance in several gyms of the Orange League, and the final challenge. In the eyes of the audience, they are all the same, without any difference. And when Xiaozhi and his opponent stand up, the strength shown by them is really the same. So, many trainers are waiting to see Team Rocket. This is a joke of the so-called most powerful and highest-ranking cadre Bixia's. But at the same time, everyone also noticed what Bixia's said about Musashi's mother, Miyamoto. Few people know about Miyamoto, so many people left messages in the barrage to ask about it. As people asked more and more questions, Sakaka did not come out to answer the questions. It was the secretary who stood up. Masato, some things about Musashi's mother Miyamoto are indeed complicated, but we also do not deny that Musashi's mother Miyamoto was once a very important person in our rocket team. Masato, when Miyamoto was 20 years old, she was arranged to find Mew, and she was successfully found. Masato, but at the same time, there was no news again. At that time, according to the internal information of the rocket team, Musashi was only 5 years old. Masato, and after Musashi's mother Miyamoto disappeared, a poor family adopted Musashi. But because of poverty, Musashi's childhood was indeed quite sad. Masato, that's all I know. With Mana's explanation, many trainers felt extremely heavy when watching. But at the same time, Musashi's mother Miyamoto must have done a lot of bad things for Team Rocket, so let's talk about this separately. So, everyone was discussing this while looking at the scene in the blue light curtain. Because, Bixias has seen Lan Xiaozhi now. In the blue light curtain. At this moment, Bixias's dark pokeballs were all taken away by Mutuo. He didn't use his few brains to think about why the scene became like this, why Mutuo and Mew appeared on the scene. He didn't use his few brains to think about why the scene became like this, why Mutuo and Mew appeared on the scene. It's really a fly. This sentence was the last sentence that Bixias could hear. After this sentence, Mutuo only condensed his momentum and switched to the X state. Mutuo's whole body strength was mobilized, and it seemed to reach the fastest speed in an instant. At the moment when the azure light wave condensed, Mutuo punched. In an instant, Bixias completely disappeared in the forest, turning into ashes. And his 3.0 Bang IRAs, Nura and Giant Claw Mantis fell to the ground and lost consciousness the moment they escaped from Bixias' control. Mutuo did a good job. This Kaioken, I haven't asked you to use the Kaioken at multiples yet. If you were asked to use 100 or 1,000 times the Kaioken, then this Bixias would die even faster. Not necessarily, the normal Kaioken is enough to make him reincarnate. After killing Bixias, Xiaozhi also directed his Pokemon and girlfriends to quickly restore order in the forest and settle down those wild Pokemon that were frightened before. At the same time, Xiaozhi also used his Tokiwa power to treat Celebi. And Sushin, at this moment, after seeing the boy before, showing such a powerful strength, he was also shocked. Hello, I am Oki Sushinari from Pallet Town. Thank you very much for saving this Pokemon. While introducing himself, Sushin kept thanking Xiaozhi. At the same time, he also settled his Charmeleon and treated it. When Xiaozhi heard Sushin's full name, his whole body was obviously shocked. But at the same time, Xiaozhi did not say much, just nodded secretly. He took out the gift from the Phoenix King that he had just received when he went out to travel from his arms. When Xiaozhi took out the colorful feather, he threw it high up. Dan dig, oh! Is it going to be used? Damn! Against the sky. In an instant, only a gorgeous rainbow flashed in the sky. And at the far end of the rainbow, the Phoenix King, who was covered with colorful clouds and shining with colorful light, appeared. The destination he flew to was Xiaozhi's side. In an instant, this scene shocked everyone except Xiaozhi. Chapter 121 Collect all the mythical beasts, it's good not to leave any. In the blue light curtain. After Sushin finished introducing himself, Xiaozhi was rescuing Celebi. When he took out the colorful feathers and activated the power of Evergreen, the colorful feathers also flashed with an extremely sacred light. At the same time, a gorgeous rainbow appeared out of thin air in the sky. The gorgeous rainbow was accompanied by a loud cry. The Phoenix King flew towards Xiaozhi. While flying, it still scattered a little afterglow. At the same time, when the Phoenix King appeared, all the Pokemon in the forest came out. They also appeared together. There was also Xiaozhi and Pikachu who saw it before. But at the same time, Suicune disappeared quickly. He also appeared beside Xiaozhi at this moment. He seemed to have a very strong liking for Xiaozhi. And with the appearance of the Phoenix King, and with the Phoenix King's treatment of Celebi, and with Xiaozhi's treatment of Celebi, Celebi now shouted softly and recovered. At the same time, it also flew up in the sky. Rabbi, thank you for saving me. Thank you so much. While Celebi was flying in the sky, he activated his ability and summoned his tribe. The appearance of the Celebi tribe also made the breath of life in the entire forest more vibrant. And at this moment, those Pokemon that were panicked and frightened when the bad guy Bixias chased Celebi. Now some of their scratches have been carefully treated by Celebi. And in the entire forest, the grass and trees are growing more vigorously. At the same time, when the Phoenix King appeared and flew towards Xiaozhi, almost everyone in the entire Johto region saw the Phoenix King shining with colorful light. The afterglow under the vibration of the wings made many people believe that they could see eternal happiness. And it also made many people believe that they could have happiness forever. Xiao Mao, I am jealous, I am jealous, I am jealous. Xiao Mao, I remember that I haven't said I was jealous for a long time, but now I am really jealous. Xiao Mao, this is not jealousy, nor is it jealousy. Xiao Mao, it's the factory I just built that is used to produce vinegar. Xiao Mao, I am jealous. No doubt. Now Xiao Mao has gradually lost his judgment ability and his calm cultivation skills. Originally, he thought that his cultivation skills should have improved under the stimulation of Lan Xiaozhi. Lan Xiaozhi should never surprise him again, and Lan Xiaozhi should never be able to touch him again. It can shock him again. Because Xiao Mao feels that he has seen too many shocks before. The previous Mutuo, the previous Mu, the previous Molters. Each of them caused unimaginable shocks to Xiao Mao. Just when he thought that he would never be shocked again, first, Lan Xiaozhi developed a new boxing technique called Kaioken. Also, Lan Xiaozhi said that when facing Bixias, 1x the Kaioken can easily defeat him. Now Xiao Mao can still recall that Mutuo was burning with azure gas all over his body, and then took Bixias away in an instant. If it is as Lan Xiaozhi said, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, how strong can it be? And the other one is Celebai's tribe. The third one is the successfully summoned Hou. Xiao Mao is not the naive guy he was at the beginning. He would not think that Celebai summoned his tribe, and Lan Xiaozhi summoned Hou, just had a simple chat and let it go. Xiao Mao can be said to be very familiar with what Lan Xiaozhi said before. Shinji, Xiao Mao, you want to say the 3-year period, right? Shinji, but now it seems that it has only been about a year. Shinji, the time on the blue light curtain counted from when he left Pallet Town. Shinji, it has been a little more than a year so far. Shinji's words were like a sharp scimitar, stabbing Xiao Mao's chest repeatedly. Originally, Xiao Mao had comforted himself and felt that this was not a big deal. But Shinji's reminder reminded Xiao Mao of what Lan Xiaozhi had said before. Shiba, indeed, Lan Xiaozhi summoned the Phoenix King. On the one hand, he might want to use the Phoenix King's colorful feathers to treat Celebai, and on the other hand, he must want to have some relationship with the Phoenix King. Kikyuko, Shiba, why is what you said a little strange? What you mean is that Pokémon can also become human trainers. This is a bit of a fantasy. Adu, in fact, is there a possibility that our human trainers are also a kind of Pokémon? Watching, the chat in the barrage became more and more exaggerated. Suddenly, many Tianwang trainers said that they had never ridden such a fast car before. This is not an ordinary car at all. This is the most intense roller coaster. As a result, many champions came out to maintain order temporarily and asked everyone to talk less. We should still discuss the main point of the topic. Dandy, ahem, we should still return to the topic of Xiaozhi and Hou. When Xiaozhi summoned Hou, it should be a battle. There should be no other possibilities. Dandy also pulled the topic back immediately. He felt that it was not good for so many top trainers to talk about driving in the barrage. If you want to talk, you can talk secretly in private. So many people are watching. And with what Dandy said, many gym owners and trainers in the Galar region also directly helped Dandy to support the scene. Zebana, it's like this. I remember that Xiaozhi gave a time of 3 years. Zebana, it seems that 3 years is enough to complete the improvement of his own strength, and then he will come to subdue Hou. Aunio, there is indeed such a thing, I also remember it. Aunio, but how do you subdue the Hou? Aunio, through battle? Aunio, the Hou is a divine beast that holds power. I seem to symbolize immortality and rebirth. Kau, I just checked the information about the Kanto region. It seems that in the legend of the Kanto region, the Hou resurrected 3 unknown Pokémon, and those 3 unknown Pokémon eventually seemed to have evolved into 3 divine beasts. They seemed to be burning the tower. Nizii, the specific information I found is about this much. I can't find out more. Nizhi, this also means that the Ho has 3 good friends, or 3 subordinates, and these 3 subordinates also have divine beast level abilities. Mary, doesn't that mean that as long as you subdue the Ho it means that you can subdue a 1st level divine beast and 3 3rd level divine beasts? Mari, it just so happens that Ashlan hasn't captured a legendary Pokemon for a while, so let's collect all the ones we've seen this time. As soon as Mary's words came out, they immediately caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. Many trainers before also thought that Ashlan might be going to fight with Ho, and might want to capture Ho and then Celebi. Because Ashlan never lets the legendary Pokemon he encounters run away. And Ashlan also helped Celebi a lot and saved Celebi's life. It's not too much to capture Celebi. But now, with Mary's message, everyone also called out. According to legend, Ho has 3 legendary Pokemon as followers. And these 3 legendary Pokemon are indeed legends circulating in the Kanto region. And it seems that one of these 3 Pokemon is Suicune that Ash and his friends saw before. The 2nd and 3rd ones should also be very powerful. No one knows the specific details. However, now as we get to know more deeply, many trainers in Yeoju City have also consulted a lot of materials to supplement relevant information. Matsuba, there are indeed related legends in the classics. Matsuba, these are only recorded in the oldest classics. Legend has it that 700 years ago, Yeoju City built 2 towers. They stand on the east and west sides respectively. These 2 towers symbolize the friendship between Pokemon and humans. Matsuba, the view from the top of the tower is even more spectacular. The tower on the east side is used to wake up Pokemon, while the tower on the west side is used to put Pokemon to sleep. The legendary Pokemon Ho lives in the bell tower on the east side. Matsuba, but 150 years ago, a bolt of lightning struck the tower on the west side. This bolt of lightning was very powerful at the time. The tower on the west side instantly turned into a sea of fire. It is said that the fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally a heavy rain fell, which extinguished the flames. Matsuba, but at this moment, there is little left of that tower, and 3 unknown Pokemon were burned to death in the fire. Matsuba, but at this time, Ho descended from the sky and resurrected them. Matsuba, and there is also a legend that a Pokemon in the ocean once lived in this place, but later for some reason, he seemed to fly to a place called Whirlpool Island. With Sanjai's introduction, he has already said everything he knows and everything he has carefully summarized. This is all he knows. He doesn't know anything more. But this is enough. Everyone has also captured a very key point from what Sanjai said. At least there are 5 mythical beasts involved. One of them flew to the Whirlpool Island, which may be a top-level mythical beast at the same level as the Phoenix King. And the other 3 may be one of Suicune. The other 2 are other mysterious Pokemon. Xiao Mao, oh my god, Sanjai, you said so much, it seems that every word is like a knife, stabbing in my chest. Shinji, it's not a big problem, let's wait and see. Blue Xiaozhi should be able to capture it directly. If he can capture more Pokemon, won't it be more motivating for us? Xiaozhi, too powerful. I must continue to train. Xiaozhi, in the future, I will also capture so many powerful Pokemon to make my Pokemon Master training career more complete. In the blue light curtain. When the Ho successfully landed in the forest, and summoned his tribe in Celebi, and flew around Xiaozhi. And when Suicune was intimate, he also kept walking around Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi has now figured out what to do. But at the same time, the other Suishan was completely confused. What's going on? The legendary Pokemon Ho. The tribe of the mythical Pokemon Celebi, which represents the forest and healing, and Suicune, which is also a legendary Pokemon. The other Pokemon I don't know, it's so tall, it might be. The other one is like a mouse and a cat, pink Pokemon. Hi. Why is one of the two Pokemon that saved me just now gone? What's going on? Why did two Ho-OHs suddenly appear? Now Xuecheng is holding his Charmeleon, and his head is completely confused. Because the Pokemon that just made a mew sound has disappeared. Now there are two Ho-OHs. And the two Ho-OHs look exactly the same, and the aura they exude is also the same, sacred and noble, and the 7-color rainbow light they exude is exactly the same. Xuecheng even took 2 steps forward and felt the peace of mind and happiness brought to him by the 2 Phoenix Kings. This made the young Xuecheng feel that his brain was not enough. At this moment, he decided. After he reached a certain level in his Pokemon training career and won the championship, he would switch to a Pokemon researcher, Pokemon 430 Dream Doctor. If he did not work as a Pokemon doctor, Xuecheng might still dream of the scene in front of him when he was old. It was still the scene in front of him, with legendary beasts everywhere and 2 Phoenix Kings looking at each other. Xuecheng wanted to speak several times, but he couldn't. He could only hold his Charmeleon silently and watch the dynamics of the scene with Xiaozhi's other Pokemon. Pika Pika. It's okay. Xiaozhi should want to subdue the Phoenix King. At that time, I should go up and play PK with the Phoenix King. When we just left Pallet Town, we set a 3-year time limit. Although it hasn't been 3 years yet, I feel I'm full of strength now. Pikachu's words, accompanied by dancing and direct translation by Mutuo's telepathy. Xuecheng felt like he had a brain problem. Pikachu, who can be seen everywhere in Kanto, why can he say such a thing? And why is this trainer called Xiaozhi so strong and so charming? But now Xuecheng knows that it's best for him to say nothing. And don't say anything. Just nod silently, just watch silently. Because Xiaozhi has already taken action. Celebi, you have recovered now, right? That's great. Xiaozhi waved his hand and touched Celebi's green garlic head. Xiaozhi is also very happy now, rubbing Xiaozhi's hand, waving his little arms, as if he wants the tribe to come down. After seeing the response from his companions, Celebi's tribe also hurried down. And at the same time, they also chatted. After chatting for a while, the most powerful leader, who seemed to be the leader of the Celebi tribe, came to Xiaozhi and clicked Xiaozhi's poke ball. Rabbi! We just discussed and decided to travel with you and become your Pokemon, and my tribesmen are also. In the future, we will all train with you. As the leader of the Celebi said this, he stretched out his hand and tapped the newly made light poke ball on Xiaozhi's waist without waiting for Xiaozhi to speak. Just like that, the leader of the Celebi was successfully captured. And the Celebi who were flying in the sky just now came to Xiaozhi and lit up the poke ball. Xiaozhi successfully captured all the Celebi. Ah, this is good. After seeing this scene, Xiaozhi touched his head immediately, saying that this was an unexpected situation, but it was also a very good situation. It is naturally very good to be able to capture all of them. He originally wanted to leave a few for nature. But if this is the case, he won't leave them. Xiaozhi will help solve problems in the future. Hello, Ho-Oh. Nice to see you again. Chapter 122 Lily, the sisters in the water are so happy, when will it be my turn? In the blue light curtain. After more than a dozen Celebi were captured by Xiaozhi, Xiaozhi also glanced at Ho-Oh. It means that it is Ho-Oh's turn to express his opinion. Xuecheng and Xiaozhi's girlfriends were very surprised when they saw this. However, Xiaozhi's girlfriends were surprised because they felt happy for Xiaozhi. Xuecheng, who was standing aside, almost couldn't close his jaw. Including Charmeleon in his arms, he felt that his jaw couldn't close either. Roar! What's going on with Xuecheng? How could so many powerful Pokemon be captured by Xiaozhi? Is it because Xiaozhi's pure heart, kind heart, and extremely powerful strength infected them? I don't understand. And I was also shocked. Charmeleon was talking to Xuecheng. On the other hand, he felt that his dragon life was a bit dreamy. He could see this. At this moment, Sueshan and Charmeleon were also staring at the two Hoohs in a daze. Suddenly Sueshan suddenly discovered, or he suddenly remembered, one of the two Ho Kings. It must be the mysterious, mouse-like and cat-like, cute pink Pokemon. Oh my god! Even the legendary, powerful beast Ho King can successfully transform. Could it be that he is even more powerful than Ho King? Sueshan felt that the knowledge in his head was not enough. This also gave him a kind of. After completing the journey of a trainer, he must work as a Pokemon researcher and Pokemon doctor. Sueshan felt that he had to fill his head with more knowledge. And now he clearly knew that this picture was not easy to come by. This may be the beginning of a battle. Xiaozhi vs Ho King. So Sueshan immediately took out the sketchbook from his backpack and put Charmeleon next to him, letting him watch with him. At the same time, Sueshan also swiped and started sketching directly. Xiao Mao, damn, how come this Sueshan's habit is so similar to my grandfather's? Xiao Mao, I remember when I went to the research institute a long time ago, I saw a lot of my grandfather's sketchbooks in the institute, with many sketches of Pokemon on them. Xiao Mao, I also asked my grandfather at that time, and he said that he had developed a habit in his early years, and he liked to go to the front line to observe Pokemon in person. Only in this way can the information he gets be true. Shinji, so, Sueshan may become a trainer like Professor Oak in the future. Shinji, no. This Sueshan seems to say that his name is Oak Sueshan, and it seems that he also came to Pallet Town. Is he Professor Oak from another time and space? Xiaozhi, huh? Xiaozhi, no way. Could it be that I was so long ago? Xiaozhi, oh no. Could it be that I met Professor Oak when he was young while traveling? Xiaogong, I feel like my head is about to smoke, I can't understand. At this moment, as several young trainers chatted in the barrage, many top trainers also saw their discussion. Professor Oak's original name is indeed Oak Yukinari. Everyone knows this because many academic journals publish their original names. However, few trainers in the entire Pokemon world know about the news about Professor Oak in his early years. They only know that Professor Oak's attitude towards Pokemon in his early years is almost the same as it is now. They all love Pokemon and bravely rush to the front line to protect Pokemon. Group 59144. They regard Pokemon as more important than themselves. And the same positive and Pokemon-loving character can also be seen in the current Professor Oak. It's just that when Professor Oak does research now, he is more rigorous and calm, and strives for truth. In order to do a good job in research, he always takes the risk of being attacked by Pokemon to observe and sketch Pokemon. In Pallet Town, many trainers and many residents believe that Professor Oak is an enthusiastic and kind elder, and he is usually very approachable. But if you want everyone to connect Sueshan and Professor Oak, it is still a little difficult now. Because whether it is Sueshan in the red light curtain or Sueshan in the blue light curtain, not much information is revealed. Everyone only knows that his name is Sueshan. So everyone at the moment also observed carefully with a continuous attitude. Kikyuko, Sueshan and our Professor Oak have the same name, but our Professor Oak retired and started to study Pokemon after achieving very good results in the match. Kikyuko, this is what I can't understand. I think our Professor Oak has become weak. Kikyuko, whether it is Sueshan in the red light curtain or Sueshan in the blue light curtain, his Charmeleon is very powerful. Kikyuko, I believe that no matter what happens in the future, he will fight Pokemon well. This is something that our Professor Oak cannot compare to. As Kikyuko spoke, many superstar trainers nodded in agreement. Even many champion trainers did nod in agreement. But this agreement was only for the two sides of the agreement, the Oak Yukinari, who just happened to have the same name and surname. But regarding Kikyuko's saying that Professor Oak was weak, no one dared to respond. Because everyone knows that Kikyuko and Professor Oak were very good friends, and they might have developed into boyfriends and girlfriends for a period of time. But later, because Professor Oak retired after achieving peak results in the battle, may have led to some related changes. But these are the behaviors of retiring at the peak of his trainer. In the opinion of most other trainers, this is the performance of one profession reaching its peak and impacting another profession. This is a very good performance. It is not considered to be weak at all. So after everyone heard what Kikyuko said, the number of people leaving comments in the barrage suddenly decreased. And even if someone left a comment, they would never dare to agree with Kikyuko's remarks. What a joke! Professor Oak is the leader of the Pokemon research community. Except for people like Kikyuko, who used to have a very close relationship with Professor Oak, who can say that he has become weak. Who else dares to say that Professor Oak has become weak? This is simply an old man hanging himself, thinking that he has a long life. In the blue light curtain, after Xiaozhi and Ho-Oh greeted each other, Ho-Oh also nodded to show his intimacy with Xiaozhi. The fully stretched wings of Ho-Oh, combined with the fully upright height, are about 4 meters. That is, close to the height of more than 2 people. But at this moment, Ho-Oh and Xiaozhi communicated without any obstacles, and Xiaozhi was also very happy to communicate. Since meeting Ho-Oh after leaving Pallet Town, and after meeting the gift of Ho-Oh and receiving the colorful feathers of Ho-Oh, this colorful feather really helped Xiaozhi a lot. The first one was a blessing for Xiaozhi's entire journey, a blessing of smooth sailing, which Xiaozhi thought was a very auspicious omen. The second one was when he met Charizard in the wild. At that time, it was the feathers of Ho-Oh that helped Xiaozhi solve the trouble directly. If there was no help from Ho-Oh at that time, it was possible that Charizard would still be sent to the Pokemon Center for treatment, which would definitely delay it for a while. Although Xiaozhi had a way to stabilize the state of the little guy's dragon at that time, it was definitely not as effective as direct on-site treatment. And the third time was this time. The feathers of Ho-Oh directly helped Xiaozhi rescue Celebi. Although Xiaozhi's own power of Evergreen also played a crucial role. However, the overwhelming life force emanating from the colorful feathers also stabilized the seriously injured Celebi in the first place. Because Xiaozhi felt the nervousness and anxiety of Celebi when she was being chased, and the wave of serious injuries, Xiaozhi knew that this matter had to be dealt with immediately. So the feathers of the King of Phoenix were very important to Xiaozhi. It really helped a lot, and Xiaozhi was very grateful to Ho-Oh. And Pikachu, who had come to Ho-Oh and was gesticulating, was also telling Ho-Oh about the wonderful and interesting stories along the way. Pika, Pika. Ho-Oh, you are so beautiful. Pikachu's first sentence was to praise Ho-Oh directly and fiercely, as if he had learned it from his trainer Xiaozhi. And the effect of this move was very obvious and very effective. Ho-Oh was praised like this. The waves emitted were even happier and happier. Pika Pika. When I was young, before I went out to travel, Xiaozhi told me about the legend of Ho-Oh, and we were looking forward to meeting each other since then. It would be the best if we met Ho-Oh when we just left Pallet Town. Then, as expected, we also met Ho-Oh, and you gave us such a good gift. Thank you so much. After Pikachu finished speaking, he also jumped lightly and jumped onto the back of Ho-Oh, as if giving Ho-Oh a small massage. And Mew, who had already turned into Ho-Oh, was now flying back and forth in front of Ho-Oh. Except Ho-Oh himself, who knew that the one who turned into Ho-Oh in front of him was definitely not himself. And Xiaozhi could feel which one was the Ho-Oh transformed by Mew. Others could not feel it at all. Even the Ho-Oh transformed by Mew and the Wave Guide were exactly the same. Under such circumstances, Xiaozhi could only sigh that Mew, a mysterious Pokemon, really deserved to be called the ancestor of all Pokemon. In other words, it was the father and mother of all Pokemon. Because many mythical beasts are genderless, so it is okay to call him male or female. Or it is okay to describe him as male or female. Then, after Xiaozhi released all the captured Celebi, he continued to optimize the forest while chatting with Ho-Oh and Suicune on the side. He was rubbing around Xiaozhi with his blue body and 2 white ribbon-like tails. And he was running around in the forest with Xiaozhi's Pokemon in a sliding manner. And he also helped some wild Pokemon in the forest to continue to recover. Then, it seemed that Suicune was still talking to Xiaozhi, wanting Xiaozhi to go to a place with him. Suicune. Xiaozhi, I will take you to a place. There is a very magical lake there, which can be used to heal and evolve the mind. It is very helpful for the training of Pokemon and the training of trainers. While Suicune was talking to Xiaozhi, he also wanted to lead Xiaozhi to the Lake of Life. And Xiaozhi also learned about Suicune's thoughts through induction. He immediately waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow. The Ho-Oh and the Ho-Oh transformed by Mew flew together in the sky. They arrived at the Lake of Life at the same time. It was unknown whether the Ho-Oh wanted to have a good time with Mew, or the two Pokemon were curious about each other after meeting. The Ho-Oh and the Ho-Oh transformed by Mew chose to take off at the same time. The Lake of Life was not far away and could be reached in a few minutes. They chose to lift themselves into the sky. One flew from the left side of the sky to the Lake of Life in the middle, and the other flew from the right side of the sky to the Lake of Life in the middle. At this moment, all the people in the Johto area were confused. Even people near the Johto area, some of whom were relying on observation equipment and powerful observation equipment to observe, were confused. What's going on? Why are there two Ho-Kings? Are they a male and a female? Are they lovers? Don't you use your brain? Pokemon like legendary beasts should have no gender. And you said they were male or female. Aren't you afraid that Ho-King will hear you and come down to give you a kiss? Damn, I just said that casually. Why did you say so much? And if Ho-King comes down to give me a kiss, I won't wash my face anymore. I'll print the kiss from Ho-King and keep it well. Good guy, giving you a kiss turned into kissing you? Or do you think such remarks are more exaggerated than one? One is more outrageous than another. Because everyone feels that no matter how they speak, it is not enough to describe the shock brought to everyone by the two Ho-Kings. It is far less shocking than the shock of two Ho-Kings appearing at the same time in the sky. Before, being able to see Ho-King was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. The last time Ho-King appeared was thousands of years ago. Today, the Phoenix King seemed to have visited the Johto region. In a short period of time, it flew through the sky twice. And the second time, there were two of them with the same appearance and aura. Ho-Ohs of exactly the same nature flew over at the same time. And it seemed to converge at the northwest corner of the Johto region. Here, there is a very vast forest next to the legendary village. It is said that if a qualified trainer travels in the forest, he can encounter a lake full of vitality that can bring back the dead. Xiao Mao, fortunately, I thought Lan Xiaozhi was going to subdue Ho-Oh and Suicune again. So it seems that Lan Xiaozhi is still quite reserved. It seems that he just greeted and chatted with Ho-Oh, but did not take action. Xiao Mao is now watching the light curtain while training, and he also breathed a long sigh of relief on the other side. But just as he calmed down, Shinji made another stab. Shinji, is there a possibility that Lan Xiaozhi just took his Pokemon and girlfriends to the Lake of Life to soak together and adjust his own state? Then he fought with Ho-Oh above the Lake of Life? In the blue light curtain. After arriving at the Lake of Life, Xiaozhi also learned about the function of the Lake of Life. He immediately took off all his clothes without hesitation and jumped into the Lake of Life with a splash. At the same time, his girlfriends did the same. The other Pokemon, led by Pikachu, came to the far end of the Lake of Life, where there were many trees in the middle. They also took a bath. After a long time. After Xiaozhi finished his business, he also felt refreshed. Lilia, the sisters in the water are so happy, when will it be my turn? When Xiaozhi finished cleaning himself and with the help of his girlfriends, or at the strong request of his girlfriends, he was helped by his girlfriends to put on his clothes. Xiaozhi also found the side, where the Phoenix King was happily chatting with Mew and Mewtwo, and said to the boat, "Let's fight. I want to conquer you, I've been thinking about it for a long time." Chapter 123 Xiao Mao, damn! It really became a roasted bird. In the blue light curtain. As Xiaozhi finished his work and put on his clothes. And he put on his clothes with the help of his girlfriends. He also found Huo, Mutuo and Mew chatting in the grove not far away. Xiaozhi came to the side of the three Pokemon and first reached out to touch Mew. He patted Mutuo again. Finally, he said to Huo with a chuckle. Huo, do you have time? Let's fight. I have been thinking about fighting for a long time. And Xiaozhi said this. On the other side, Pikachu, who was originally in the Lake of Life, playing and fighting with his companions. At this time, when Xiaozhi said that he would fight Huo, he was extremely sensitive. Electromagnetic floating was immediately activated. Ejection started. With a whoosh, he flew directly over. Pika Pika. Yes, please accept our challenge, Huo. I feel my fighting spirit is burning now. Pikachu waved his fists and made a cute pose of fighting each other. On the other hand, he returned to Xiaozhi's shoulder, as if he wanted to challenge Huo together with Xiaozhi. Chew. As you wish. Huo immediately spread his wings and chirped to express his agreement, and also fluttered his wings and flew up. Finally, the battle place between Huo and Pikachu was chosen above the Lake of Life. Huo directly chose to fight in flight, while Xiaozhi and Pikachu chose to fight after electromagnetic floating. Now Pikachu can use electromagnetic floating very skillfully. And the flying time and flying rhythm are very, very skillful. And this battle also attracted the attention of many wild Pokemon in the whole forest. And it also attracted the encouragement of all the Pokemon in Xiaozhi's team. Xiaomao, okay. It seems that Lan Xiaozhi has taken action against Huo. Shinji, isn't this something that everyone can guess? Shinji, didn't you guess it before, Xiaomao? Shinji, but when you saw Lan Xiaozhi chatting with Huo, you probably thought that Lan Xiaozhi would not choose to go straight to the point, right? Xiaogong, I understand this feeling too well. There was hope at first, but then there was despair. I was like this when I was chasing many girls. Xiaoxia, Xiaogang, why are you promoting your past of crazy pursuit of girls in public again? This is not a good thing. Xiaozhi, oh, Xiaogang may just be reminded of the past. Xiaoxia, let's continue training. Hanako, our Xiaozhi can do 430. Great. Hanako, is he able to get along with girls? Hanako, just now when I saw that Blue Satoshi had taken his 7 or 8 girlfriends back to see his mother, I felt very uncomfortable. But then Hanako was also very happy. Because her own Satoshi finally learned to take advantage of others. Hanako was very happy. During the time when Hanako and Satoshi chatted for a while. In addition, many Pokemon doctors and top trainers who followed the live broadcast of the double comparison were watching the battle between Satoshi and Huo. I became very curious. Because the Pokemon Huo has always been a legend in the elf world. Unlike the legend of fantasy, relatively few people know about this legend. It can be said that in the elf world, no one does not know the legend of Huo. Everyone knows and has heard that. Anyone who has seen Huo can be happy, and it is permanent happiness. Everyone knows it now. The Huo resurrected 3 Pokemon that had died. And now, these 3 Pokemon may have become legendary beasts. One of them is Suicune, who has appeared twice in the light curtain. Alice, how will the battle between Blue Xiaozhi and Huo have a good result? Huo should be much stronger than the Moltres that Blue Xiaozhi captured before. Alan, that's for sure. The Pokemon that the Huo targets in the legend should be the boss of Moltres. Alan, that is to say, Moltres is targeting Suicune in the blue light curtain now. Alan, although it seems that Suicune is not that strong, it is possible that Moltres is much stronger than Suicune. Alan, but the 2 Pokemon should be ranked at the same level among the legendary Pokemon. Kaloon, yes, this means that if you want to capture Huo, the difficulty level of fighting him is many times higher than that of capturing Moltres. Kaloon, if we simply consider the difference between the second-level legendary Pokémon and the first-level legendary Pokémon, and the power of the world they control, this gap will appear even more exaggerated. With the communication between the two top trainers, Alan and Kalun, there was a discussion about capturing Ho-Oh, and a discussion about comparing the strength between Suicune and Moltres. For a moment, everyone started to think. In fact, if it were a different Pokémon, if it was a Pokémon that was not so popular, people would think that when Blue Xiaozhi captured it, people would not have such a strong sense of participation. All of this is because the popularity of Ho-Oh in the elf world is too high. It is also because the Pokémon Ho-Oh represents life, immortality, and resurrection. Because as everyone understands the Scorched Towers in Yuzhou City and as Sanjay explains the legend of Yuzhou City, more and more people are also focusing on the legend of Yuzhou City. And the legend of the original two towers, people are beginning to understand more and more. With the release of details, everyone also understands. The Pokémon Ho-Oh is really extraordinary. He may be the first legendary Pokémon that first appeared in the public eye. Or it can also be called the first legendary Pokémon that appeared in the public eye. All of this is possible. Everyone is already very familiar with the legendary Pokémon. Normally, they are divided into mythical Pokémon and legendary Pokémon. However, it is said that there is a very mysterious ultimate cave in the Alola region. From time to time, strange beasts will come out of it. But these strange beasts are not within the scope of discussion for the time being. Now everyone is staring at the picture in the blue light curtain. Because Ho-Oh and Pikachu are now in place in the blue light curtain. At this moment, Ho-Oh, which is on the left side of the Lake of Life, and Pikachu and Xiaozhi floating on the right side of the Lake of Life, are ready for battle. Now, Ho-Oh is flapping his gorgeous wings, constantly and continuously improving his strength. For this opponent in front of him, and for such a powerful opponent, he also used his full strength. The sense of oppression of Ho-Oh is now fully pulled. Every time he vibrates his wings, he can bring a strong pressure to his opponent. It has been so long since the last battle of the Phoenix King that he himself can't remember it clearly. But the Phoenix King is very familiar with his own strength and characteristics. He can bring strong oppression to all opponents facing him. He can bring extremely strong suppression to all opponents facing him. This suppression power is naturally possessed by him as a legendary Pokémon and a first-level beast. And the Phoenix King has a strong vitality at all times. He heals himself at all times. And the Pokémon around him that he wants to heal. Of course, during the battle, this healing ability is only effective for himself. So to put it in a simple way, unless you can cause unimaginable one-time damage to the Phoenix King. Otherwise, if you want to defeat the Phoenix King, if you want to put the Phoenix King into an endangered state, so to capture it, these are impossible to do. Only if you can cause unimaginable damage to the Phoenix King at one time, the Phoenix King will become possible to be captured. Only if you defeat the Ho-Oh in one go, the Ho-Oh will recognize you. So it becomes possible to conquer you. Defeating the Ho-Oh is actually the same as defeating the Ho-Oh in one go. It is a relationship on both sides of the equal sign. If you want to defeat Ho-Oh, you can only use a very powerful specific skill to defeat Ho-Oh. Other multi-frequency skills will have no effect at all. You can only defeat it with one move. Come on, Pikachu. Ho-Oh should be restrained by your electric attribute skills, Pikachu. If you can defeat Ho-Oh in one go, then you are really great, Pikachu. Come on, Pikachu. You are the best. Xiaozhi now. On the one hand, she kept jumping around in the viewing area behind her. On the other hand, Tijipai, who was holding Xiaozhi, cheered for Pikachu and Xiaozhi. On the other hand, he was very confident in Pikachu. And Xiaozhi's other girlfriends are the same now. They did not consider the pressure of the legendary Pokémon like Ho-Oh. They did not consider how powerful the legendary Pokémon like Ho-Oh is. Xiaozhi's girlfriends only know that their boyfriends are going to do something that no one has ever done in the elf world. They only know that their boyfriends are going to fight the legendary Ho-Oh. They are going to conquer the legendary Ho-Oh. As Xiaozhi's girlfriends, Misty, Nancy, Rika, Amy, Kaoru, Professor Uchiki, and Kona. What they need to do now is to support their boyfriends unconditionally. Transfer Group 8939644460. Cheer up your boyfriend. Support your boyfriend. And now Xiaozhi's full lineup of Pokemon has been scattered around the Lake of Life, watching with those wild Pokemon. For example, Charizard is now explaining to some wild Pokemon around him how strong his trainer Xiaozhi is. For example, Blastoise is now watching his trainers battle in a very comfortable posture. In addition, it is also for several Water-type juniors in this forest. He was explaining how his trainer, Xiaozhi, guided him to learn skills and how to guide him to defeat powerful enemies one after another. Another example is Venusaur at this moment. He is now explaining to several wild Pokemon around him how he overcame his worries about evolution. How to evolve under Xiaozhi's guidance. So that his strength can be continuously improved. So that Xiaozhi's team can become more powerful. And some other Gyarados, Gengar, Snorlax. All Pokemon are the same. They occupy the best viewing position, and are also discussing this topic with the wild Pokemon partners around them. Even in the forest, there is an emerald green baby Gilas. This little cutie, which is much greener than the average baby Gilas, is chatting with Crystal Rock Snake and the monster fossil pterosaur on one side, and eating the soil on the ground on the other side. Yuki! Brothers, are you all Xiaozhi's Pokemon? I just came up from deep underground in the forest, eating dirt. The soil in this forest is very nutritious, but I still seem to be very hungry. Thank you very much for helping me get so much nutritious soil, and for sharing your Pokemon food with me. Young Kiraz was eating the soil. On the other hand, he took the crystal rock snake and the monster fossil pterosaur and handed the Pokemon food to young Kiraz. These Pokemon foods were made and distributed by Xiaozhi after all his Pokemon came to the Lake of Life. This is a very good habit of Xiaozhi. When he comes to a new place and is ready to start an activity, he will make food for all Pokemon at the same time. And he also makes food for himself and his girlfriends at the same time. The quality of the food this time is also very high. And it is a food made by integrating the previous recipe for increasing energy. As little Gilas ate the soil and Pokemon food, he felt that the soil in his mouth was no longer fragrant. This was a feeling he had never had before. The soil around this Lake of Life. It was very rich in nutrients. Little Gilas was very happy to eat before. But now he ate the food made by Xiaozhi. And it was this kind. Xiaozhi made it uniformly, and it was differentiated, and it was specially made for rock or ground attribute Pokemon. Little Gilas also felt very happy. And the Crystal Onyx, which had not evolved yet, called the Crystal Steelix, which had evolved, over at this moment. And the monster fossil pterosaur next to it was also chatting with little Gilas. The general meaning is, their trainer Xiaozhi is very good. He can not only teach Pokemon and learn all kinds of powerful skills. And when making Pokemon food, it is also classified, and every Pokemon will be taken care of. In particular, they will take care of their own attributes and hobbies. And the young Kiraz, who is being paid attention to by these brothers and sisters, now feels that his future goals have a direction. Yuki! Then after Xiaozhi finishes the battle, I will go to talk to him and ask him to subdue me, okay? I also want to be his Pokemon, and I also want to learn powerful skills. While talking, the young Kiraz was also paying attention to the dynamics on the field. Because the current Ho-Oh has completely improved the momentum of the whole body. And Xiaozhi has also commanded Pikachu to mobilize the power of thunder between heaven and earth. Lightning and thunder have begun to flash over the entire Lake of Life, and there seems to be more thunder and lightning in the sky. And at this moment, above Pikachu's head and over the entire Lake of Life, a large cloud of lightning began to gather. Crack, crack, it kept ringing. And at this moment, Xiaozhi also directly commanded Pikachu to absorb the power of thunder between heaven and earth. Pikachu, absorb the power of heaven and earth. Absorb the power of lightning. Use the super giant electric ball. Following Xiaozhi's command, Pikachu also directly used electromagnetic floating and jumped into the sky. One after another, lightning gathered on Pikachu's body. Pika Pika. At this moment, the lightning power in the entire thunder cloud has gathered on Pikachu's tail. A group of incomparable huge electric balls also condensed on Pikachu's tail. At the same time, the Phoenix King also gathered all his strength, folded his wings, and burned with mysterious flames all over his body. There is no doubt that this is the activation of skills. And at the same time, the Phoenix King rushed directly towards Pikachu. At the same time, Pikachu's super giant electric ball has also been accumulated. The tail slapped heavily, and the super giant electric ball also hit the Phoenix King. In an instant, an unprecedented explosion occurred above the entire Lake of Life. Xiao Mao, damn it! It really became a roasted bird. Chapter 124 All are coming, the sacred beasts of Kanto are about to be taken. In the blue light curtain. When the King of Phoenix accumulated all his strength plus flashed with sacred flames, he rushed towards Pikachu. At the same time, Pikachu also accumulated the power of lightning between heaven and earth, and with the help of the lightning power in the lightning cloud, he completed a supergiant electric ball. And the moment when the supergiant electric ball was slammed towards the King of Phoenix, a violent explosion sounded above the entire Lake of Life. In an instant, nothing could be seen. The dust that was splashed was also larger than the dust from all the previous battles. When the King of Phoenix activated his skills, he had already raised all his pressure and all his strength. And with his wings folded and burning flames, he flew over the Lake of Life at a super low altitude and attacked Pikachu. Pikachu mobilized the power of lightning between heaven and earth, and even used electromagnetic levitation to fly into the sky and absorb the power of the lightning cloud. That electric ball was bigger than any electric ball Pikachu had used before. That huge electric ball could really be called a supergiant electric ball. Instantly, the Pokémon watching the battle around the Lake of Life were also talking about it. But these Pokémon were very distinctly divided into two camps. One was the camp of wild Pokémon, and the other was the camp of Xiaozhi's Pokémon. These Pokémon in Xiaozhi's Pokémon camp also knew the legend of the Phoenix King, and their viewing position was also the best. At this moment, many wild Pokémon on the periphery who did not occupy a very good viewing position also wanted to squeeze forward. Everyone wanted to sharpen their heads and wanted to see what was going on in the field at the first time. However, the best viewing position around the Lake of Life has been completely occupied by Xiaozhi's Pokémon. The second best position is occupied by some very good Pokémon who want to come and join Xiaozhi. One typical example is young Kiraz, who is looking at Xiaozhi with admiration. At this moment, young Kiraz is waving his two short arms, constantly trying to disperse the smoke in front of him. He can't wait to see the result. But no matter how much he waves, the smoke can't disappear. Because the smoke is far away from him. The entire Lake of Life has a very wide range. And the smoke is just a simple explosion after it explodes. The smoke has no effect on the Lake of Life itself. Therefore, in this case, everyone is not worried about the safety of the Lake of Life. And even if the smoke flies into the Lake of Life, there is Suicune next to it. Suicune can purify all the water sources in the world. With Suicune here, not to mention the normal smoke and dust from the explosion, even if the Lake of Life is completely dry, many Pokémon believe that Suicune can perfectly restore the Lake of Life to its original state. And all the wild Pokémon also clearly feel it. This explosion has no effect on the Lake of Life. Because the Lake of Life is still shining at this moment, it seems that the Lake of Life is also there is consciousness, there is wave guide. The Lake of Life may even feel the battle between Pikachu and Ho-Oh. The lake believes that this battle has made the Lake of Life even more outstanding. The previous Lake of Life could only play the role of resurrection and recovery. But the current Lake of Life has also witnessed this earth-shaking duel. Xiao Mao, what's the matter? Xiao Mao, why is everyone silent? Xiao Mao, I waited for 3 seconds, and I saw that no one spoke, so I took the initiative to speak first. Xiao Mao, it's definitely not because I'm a chatterbox, and it's definitely not because I don't train seriously. Xiao Mao, I can provide a different perspective. Xiao Mao, can the Lake of Life be moved? Xiao Mao, didn't Lan Xiaozhi set up a research institute by himself? Xiao Mao, how about moving half of the Lake of Life? As soon as Xiao Mao said this, a large number of people were shocked. The shock of moving half of the object away may be no less than the collision between Pikachu's supergiant electric ball and Ho-Oh's move of Brave Bird Attack plus Holy Fire. Many champion trainers have already seen that Ho-Oh's move must have Brave Bird Attack and Holy Fire. Brave Bird Attack is the main skill of the flying attribute Pokemon, and it is a physical attack type skill. Although the trainers don't know the specific information about Ho-Oh at all. But these champion trainers can keenly capture that Ho-Oh must have used his full strength this time. Before the battle, Ho-Oh had already fully improved his momentum. Kahili, Ho-Oh should be a flying plus fire attribute Pokemon? This flying skill is really too powerful under the use of Ho-Oh. As for the specific attributes of Ho-Oh, we can only guess that it is flying plus fire, because fire also represents eternal life and hope. Pakila, in addition, this fire-attributed move should be the legendary, very mysterious Sacred Fire, which has a very high probability of burning the opponent. Pakila, and seeing that Ho-Oh attaches so much importance to this battle, it is possible that his Sacred Fire is more powerful. Katlia, too powerful. We have never seen Ho-Oh fight before, but we didn't expect that after seeing Ho-Oh fight this time, it might be even more powerful than the legend. Katlia, such a clean and neat use of Brave Bird Attack plus Sacred Fire, Ho-Oh is really worthy of being a legendary Pokemon. For a moment, 99% of the trainers in the barrage were deeply fascinated by Ho-Oh. Everyone saw a fire-attributed skill, plus a flying-attributed skill. Moreover, these two skills may belong to the original skills of the Ho-Oh. After using them, the power of the moves is definitely an explosion. However, just when they were surprised by the skills of the Ho-Oh, a sentence on the barrage also made them suddenly wake up. Xiao Mao, I say, do you need to simply lead the rhythm of everyone's discussion? Look at Lan Xiaozhi. His Pikachu's super huge electric ball, is he legal? Xiao Mao, look at Lan Xiaozhi commanding Pikachu to control the weather. Xiao Mao, this is to force thunder in the sky during the battle. Xiao Mao, recall. Was there no cloud above the Lake of Life before? That is, Xiao Mao's words. It made the audience suddenly wake up. It seems to be the case. Before, the sky above the Lake of Life was completely cloudless and clear. But after Pikachu launched his skill, or when Pikachu launched the giant electric ball, the whole world began to change color. The whole world began to change. Just like Pikachu can also control the power between heaven and earth. Xiaozhi's Pikachu seems to be like a mythical beast, able to control the order between heaven and earth. Just like controlling the authority between heaven and earth. He made the originally clear sky suddenly become thunderous. He made the sky above the Lake of Life, which was originally cloudless, suddenly become turbulent, and the lightning was powerful one after another. Shiba, if you ask me, the person who really understands Xiaozhi Lan may be Xiao Mao here. Shiba, every time he can make a short speech, he can directly let us discover the difference between Xiaozhi Lan. Shiba, indeed. The King of Phoenix is indeed very powerful and mysterious. Shiba, but isn't it even more rare for Blue Xiaozhi and his Pikachu to successfully challenge Ho-Oh and not be at all inferior to him? At this moment, Shiba made a very clean and sharp speech, which was unusual. It also won the applause of many champion trainers. Adu, Shiba is absolutely right. This super huge electric ball, to use Xiao Mao's words, it is completely illegal. Densi, I really don't know what I will do to Xiaozhi in the future, whether it is Xiaozhi in the red light curtain or the blue-eyed Ash, how will I face him? Densi, I won't look down on Ash's Pikachu like a green-headed person, right? Internal Group 5191242243. Densi, I definitely won't. Densi's speech was full of his strong desire to survive. At the same time, when Densi said this, it also resonated with many trainers. Because if it was the Red World, they couldn't see the wonderful stories that Red Ash had experienced along the way. Including the Blue World, they didn't seem to be able to see the Blue Ash, who was invincible and commanded Pokémon to take all the legendary beasts one by one. Only their real Elf World, which is also a parallel world, can see the red light curtain and the pictures in the blue light curtain. Although the red light curtain shows the various wonderful stories that the future Ash has experienced without any changes. But in the screen, when the red Ash screen is playing, there are still many trainers in the red light curtain who look down on Xiaozhi's Pikachu, or think that Xiaozhi Red does have some objective problems. Then these short-sighted trainers may still exist in the future, and these short-sighted trainers may also include some trainers who are watching the live broadcast now. At this moment, Denji and Day, who spoke one after another, only hope that they can be good trainers in the red light curtain in the future. And it would be best if they can become friends with Xiaozhi Red and Blue. And it is very interesting that Denji and Day have a relationship very similar to that of Xiaozhi and Xiao Mao, both of whom are rivals. And now, they have become very good friends. In the blue light curtain, the smoke generated at the moment when the attack of the King of Phoenix and the super giant electric ball of Pikachu collided is now slowly dissipating. During this period, there are also many Pokémon who use various wind-blowing skills to completely blow away the smoke above the Lake of Life. But unfortunately, no matter how they used the wind, the smoke could only dissipate slowly. Please give me flowers 0. Finally, they were helpless. All the Pokémon could only look forward to the result of this battle. Because in this battle, both sides only attacked each other once and then stopped. Then the result is very simple. The result of the battle is out. One move will win. And then when all the Pokémon, Xiaozhi's girlfriends, and Xiaozhi's Pokémon saw the result of the battle, everyone cheered. Including all the wild Pokémon, they also cheered for Xiaozhi. Because Xiaozhi's Pikachu successfully defeated the Phoenix King with this move, the super huge electric ball that condensed the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, the Phoenix King can only barely use its remaining strength to float on the water of the Lake of Life, but it is obvious that it has lost its ability to fight. On Xiaozhi's side, it seemed that he had known the result through the power of wave transmission before the smoke dissipated. At this moment, Xiaozhi seemed to want everyone to see him conquer Ho-Oh at the moment when the smoke dissipated. He specially made a Ho-Oh pattern on a light poke ball that was lit on his belt. This was the first batch of poke balls that he had made in his own research institute. There were 7 poke balls in this first batch. And the second batch has been sent to the destination, just waiting for Xiaozhi to receive it. The first of the first batch of poke balls, a special poke ball representing Ho-Oh, was sent after Xiaozhi pulled back his hat and successfully threw the poke ball. 0. Ho-Oh had already turned into a red light and was collected by the poke ball. Click. Tick tick. Pop. In less than 2 seconds, Ho-Oh was successfully conquered by Xiaozhi. All the Pokémon who saw this scene could not hide their excitement. Because Pokémon usually communicate and chat when they play and eat, or when they play games with each other, they will communicate. The scene they saw today, where Ash defeated Ho-Oh and successfully recaptured Ho-Oh, will become their lifelong memory. Yuki. Wow, Ash is really amazing. I want to go find him. At this moment, the emerald young Helas wanted to flutter his 2 short legs to find Ash and chat with him to see if he thinks highly of him. But the scene was completely surrounded by Pokémon. If he hadn't happened to be in the position of Onyx, Steelix, and Pteranodon, it is possible that he couldn't find a good viewing position. Mew. Do you want to find Ash? I'll take you with me. At this moment, the dream seemed to sense the young Kira's thoughts. Mew immediately laughed softly. He activated his ability, and conjured 2 pink soft balls out of thin air, and brought the young Kiras to Xiaozhi's side. At this moment, Xiaozhi had just captured the King of Phoenix. Now he was calling the King of Phoenix out to chat. Because Xiaozhi still had some actions to do next. And he had to continue on the Lake of Life. But the sudden arrival of the young Kiras at this moment, and the fact that it was Mew who brought the young Kiras with him, also made Xiaozhi feel quite surprised. Oh! It's really very cute, and it's a very rare quasi-god Pokemon, the young Kiras. It's still a different color flash. Little guy, do you want to be captured by me? Xiaozhi had already felt the thoughts of the young Kiras at the moment through the power of the wave guide. So, he also squatted down gently and touched the head of the young Kiras, as if he wanted to chat with him for a while. But at this moment, what young Helas wanted was for Xiaozhi to capture him as soon as possible. Because he seemed to feel that Xiaozhi was the one destined for him. Yuki, Yuki! At this moment, young Helas kept shouting, and his 2 short legs kept flapping. The general meaning was, I decided to follow you in the future, as long as you accept me, I will be your Pokemon. When Xiaozhi felt that young Helas was so eager in his heart, and understood what young Helas said, he also chuckled. He took out the Pokeball and captured young Helas first. Besides, he now asked Xiao Gang to help him get the remaining light Pokeballs. He wanted to change all the Pokemon balls today, but because he had something to do next, he couldn't leave for the time being. After Xiao Gang agreed and ran to help immediately. Xiaozhi also said a few words to the Phoenix King. And the Phoenix King nodded at this moment. At the same time, Suicune also came to Xiaozhi. Only seeing the Ho-Oh at this moment, flapping its wings constantly. After a while, Xiaozhi felt 2 relatively strong waves. Thunder God. Entei. Only. Chapter 125 Blue Xiaozhi, only 5, there are 3 more, let's go. In the blue light curtain. Ho-Oh directly summoned his Ho-Oh guards through remote summoning. Thunder God and Entei are now standing with Suicune. Standing obediently and cleverly at the edge of the Lake of Life. Thunder God is a yellow Pokemon that looks like a 4-legged tiger. It has black stripes and a white belly, and its fangs are also very sharp. Entei is a huge Pokemon that looks like a lion and has 4 legs. Its strong limbs are all equipped with iron rings, and its back is like white smoke like hair, and its whole body is brown. Suicune is a blue, slender, 4-legged Pokemon. There are white diamond-shaped spots on its knees. These 3 legendary beasts are all well-behaved now. They stand beside Xiaozhi like 3 pets. It seems that they want to please Xiaozhi. Everyone was happy after seeing this scene, including all the Pokemon. Although it is very unlikely for a wild Pokemon to see a legendary beast once, just like being struck by lightning out of thin air. And seeing so many legendary beasts at once is like being struck by lightning more than a dozen times in a row, and the probability is even lower. But now all the wild Pokemon who saw this scene felt an unimaginable peace. It seems that the shock and surprise in their hearts have been completely resolved by Ho-Oh and Ho-Oh's guards. It is also possible that it was resolved by Xiaozhi directly. At this moment, Xiaozhi nodded after seeing that Ho-Oh had summoned his 3 guards, because he had a plan next. Xiao Mao, wait a minute. Xiao Mao, I remember that Blue Xiaozhi seemed to have learned about a story about a Pokemon in the deep sea before. Xiao Mao, it seems that this Pokemon is involved in the legend of the Scorched Tower. Could it be? Xiao Mao, the moment Blue Xiaozhi got the feather of the Phoenix King, he had already 430 thought about who he was going to capture, right? Shinji, I suddenly thought of something. Suppose there are 4 Phoenix Kings and his 3 followers, and there is only 1 Pokemon in the deep sea. Shinji, then will the Pokemon in the deep sea also have 3 followers? And is one of the followers Moltres? Xiao Gang, 4 + 1 + 2 = 7, isn't this exactly the number of the first batch of light poke balls of Xiaozhi? Instantly, all the trainers who watched the double comparison live broadcast immediately couldn't hold back. They were about the legendary Pokemon. When they had never seen it a few times. When they didn't know who was who. Before, I had no idea how powerful, fierce, and incomparable the legendary Pokemon were. Is Lan Xiaozhi going to collect 7 legendary Pokemon today? Is it so exaggerated? Shiba, are we shocked right now? Or should we wait a little to show respect and then be shocked? Adu, what are you waiting for? Adu, in this situation, can you hold back the shock in your heart? Adu, anyway, I can't hold it back anymore. Adu, if I saw Lan Xiaozhi now, I would hug his thighs and ask him to teach me how to capture the legendary Pokemon. Adu may be a little bit overwhelmed now, too envious. Shiba, Adu. Shiba, how come you have lost all the authority and dignity as the champion of Johto, and the invincible momentum? Adu, first of all, I am not invincible. At least I can't beat Dandy now. Adu, secondly, if I can learn how to subdue the legendary Pokemon by hugging Blue Xiaozhi's thigh, then I will hug him more and pay more. Isn't this a good thing that falls from the sky? As Adu and Ziba communicated with each other. Many trainers who watched the double comparison live broadcast but had no right to speak also discovered it. It turns out that the top trainers are not much more reserved than ordinary trainers when facing powerful Pokemon. It is possible that these top trainers will be even more crazy when they encounter the top and legendary Pokemon. And just when everyone felt very shocked, curious, and very much looking forward to it. As the protagonist of the double comparison live broadcast room, Xiaozhi in real life suddenly touched his head. Xiaozhi, did the double comparison live broadcast forget me when comparing again? Xiaozhi, I always feel that this is about the Pokemon in the deep sea, and about the Phoenix King and his 3 guards, and there are 2 special episodes in the middle. Then, it was as if Xiaozhi's words had opened the play button of the dual comparison live broadcast room. The blue screen paused temporarily. The scene remained in the blue Xiaozhi and Ho-Oh, as well as Ho-Oh's 3 followers, the young Kiras he had just captured, a group of Pokemon, and the scene of his girlfriends watching. The red screen gradually lit up. Xiao, can you give me some advice? Can you broadcast it a little faster? My full gold gym should not be a gym that is too far back in the city. I want to meet Xiaozhi soon. Ami, oh, now that you say that, my shallow green gym seems to be a little far back. Can you insert some information about me first? I also want to make friends with Xiaozhi, and I also want to be his girlfriend. Xiao Chun, so now that you say that, my gym seems to be the farthest back. I'm a little anxious. As the 3 female gym trainers in the Johto region spoke one after another, all the audience felt very interesting and expected. The red light screen officially began to play. Phantom Pokemon, Lugia is born. In the red light screen. In the very first screen, a legend was shown. It is said that there is an ancient legend circulating on a small island in the south. When the god of ice, the god of thunder, and the god of fire are angered by humans, the world is about to collapse. There is a crazy collector, Gilroda. In order to lure out the legendary sea god Lugia, he used a method to capture the flamingo on Asia Island. And this action caused natural disasters to occur all over the world. It happened that Xiaozhi and his group were trapped by the wind and waves on the sea, and then washed up to Asia Island in the center of the Orange Islands. He was recommended as the controller by the goddess of celebration, Flora. The controller must go to the 3 islands of the sacred bird and obtain 3 completely different treasures. Then bring the treasure back to the temple guarded by Slow King. The temple is naturally located on Asia Island. And the goddess of celebration will play the music of the celebration there. The Song of Lugia. After learning the details, Xiaozhi and Pikachu also set off. After being taken to the Island of Fire by the captain, Xiaozhi and Pikachu found the relevant treasure. This treasure is the treasure of Moltres. After that, they experienced a story. Lugia was awakened. And because of Giluda's instigation and plan, Molten, Zapdos, and Articuno attacked each other desperately. It seems that the prophecy of the end of the world is about to come true. And then Lugia appeared. He wanted to stop the war single-handedly. But it is obvious that his strength was suppressed by the three birds. But later, Lugia used telepathy to guide Xiaozhi on how to stop the war. When Xiaozhi was desperate to help, he was blocked by the three birds. But fortunately, the three members of Team Rocket drove the broken speedboat and cooperated with Xiaozhi. They hoped to save the world. The reason is that only by saving the world can the Rocket Trio continue to follow Xiaozhi and continue to be bad guys. The group finally rushed to the temple of Articuno and took back the treasure. But when they set out to rush back, the three mythical birds appeared again. Zapdos directly destroyed the speedboat. And Xiaozhi also saw with his own eyes that Articuno was severely injured by Zapdos and Moltres. But then Lugia saved Xiaozhi and Pikachu. And the Rocket Trio, after realizing that they were a burden, resolutely jumped into the sea. After that, Gyuda tried to capture Lugia, but failed. Lugia used a cyclone attack to destroy the hovercraft, and before falling into the sea, threw Xiaozhi and Pikachu out. Xiaozhi lost consciousness after falling into the sea. Seeing that he was about to sink to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Xiaoxia jumped into the sea without hesitation and rescued Xiaozhi and Pikachu. Finally, Xiaozhi ventured to the temple and put the last treasure together with the treasures collected before. At this moment, Furula also played the song of Lugia. Finally, the struggle between the disaster and the three mythical birds ended. At this moment, Lugia also rose directly from the ocean. Along with it came the ocean currents that caused the climate change caused by Lugia. The subsequent events were also perfectly resolved. The three mythical birds returned to the island. Lugia thanked Xiaozhi in person and continued to sink to the bottom of the sea. Continue to exist as a legendary Pokémon. The three members of Team Rocket who jumped into the sea before also successfully floated to the island and survived. And after learning that many people knew about Team Rocket's behavior, they felt very happy. And they also began to reflect on themselves. After this chapter was played, the next one was also played. The Emperor of the Crystal Tower. This special episode also let everyone know about the strength of Entei, and also made many people feel that the plot is relatively independent. It seems that there are Pokémon from the Johto region in it, which may be skipped. When the red light screen gradually dimmed, all the audience also understood that these Pokémon are really very strong. If they hadn't gone through a simple popular science before, they really didn't know much about the strength of Ho-Oh and Entei. Through the special episode, they also learned about the strength of Entei. Then, as the same level as Entei, Reigong, and Suicune should have similar strengths. And everyone also learned about the story of Lugia and his three younger brothers through the special episode. Lugia has the power to affect ocean currents. And the power of Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno to cause changes in the world. It's just that everyone who watched it couldn't help but gasp. It's just that Ho-Oh and Lugia, although they both have three younger brothers. But it seems that the three younger brothers of the Ho-Oh are less troublesome. Although the content of the Emperor of the Crystal Tower is relatively small. But many viewers can imagine the relevant plot. Although Lugia's birth is more talked about, the audience has already seen directly that Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno are not easy to deal with. In the end, Lugia has to clean up their mess. Or to be more precise, Lugia leads the legendary bird Pokémon. When these three bird Pokémon fight, Lugia is the only Pokémon who can suppress them and stop their endless struggle. To put it simply, Lugia is a bit like a nanny in everyone's eyes. And the Ho-Oh is like a closely united relative with his three younger brothers in everyone's eyes. Xiaoqian, I can't wait to speak first. Xiaozhi in the red light screen is a little too brave. Under such extreme conditions, he dared to save the world without hesitation. He is really a hero. Ami, it turns out that it is not only Blue Xiaozhi who has heroic spirit. Ami, Red Xiaozhi is also heroic. Ami, when will Xiaozhi come to the gym? I can't wait. Xiao Chun, when Xiaozhi comes to the gym, I will definitely give my all. I believe that I in the red and blue light screens will definitely do so. As the three gym trainers in the Johto region spoke, the barrage became lively for a while. No one thought that these two special episodes were also very exciting. Once again, the wonderful story of Red Xiaozhi was shown. Daigo, Red Xiaozhi's selfless dedication and saving the world, and finally being able to save it successfully, this is really great. Daigo, if such a disaster also occurs in the Fengyuan region in the future, I, as the champion of the Fengyuan region, will definitely stand up. Kurano, that's right. Kurano, but it seems like I haven't seen Miss Sirona for a while. She seemed to have asked Xiaozhi's room number just now. I also want to go find Miss Sirona. Shirana, 502 Private Training Ground. Xiao Mao, this could it be that Xiaozhi here has also stood up? Is his learning progress so fast? Shinji, Xiao Mao, you should be happy for Xiaozhi. In this way, Xiaozhi will have no shortcomings, right? Xiao Mao. After Xiao Mao was choked by Shinji's words. The chat in the barrage. All of them are focused on the story of Xiaozhi Red facing Lugia and his three disobedient brothers, as well as Entei. These stories let all trainers know that these Pokemon are really too strong. And at the same time, after the red light screen dimmed, the blue light screen continued to play. 3.0. In the blue light screen, Xiaozhi has been chatting with Ho-Oh, Suakun, Entei, and Rei Kao for a while. And he also took advantage of this time to make very delicious Pokemon food for several newly added Pokemon. These Pokemon food of Xiaozhi have a very strong attraction to all Pokemon. Even if you are the top legendary beast, you can't stop eating. Xiaozhi just watched these Pokemon eat. On the other hand, he also took out 3 special Pokeballs. These are 3 special light Pokeballs with the patterns of Entei, Suakun, and Rei Kao. And the 3 Pokemon, when they saw these 3 Pokeballs, lit up the Pokeballs without any hesitation. They were captured at the speed of light. That's it. The number of mythical beasts that Xiaozhi has captured today has reached 5. Young Gilas, Ho-Oh, Rei Kao, Entei, Suakun. In that case, there are still 3 more planned for today. Xiaozhi muttered to himself. On the other hand, he also called out Moltres. At the same time, he waved his hand to signal Mew to come over. Mew was playing with young Gilas just now. Now seeing Xiaozhi calling him, he also turned around in the sky and came to Xiaozhi. Mew. Chi. While Xiaozhi was communicating with Mew and Moltres, the 2 Pokemon kept nodding. And then Xiaozhi also handled all the things in the forest and the Lake of Life. And with the help of Suakun, he transferred enough water from the Lake of Life to his own research institute. After the first stage was completed, Xiaozhi drew a comma for himself. Next, the second stage will begin. Mew, teleport us to the deep sea. I'll go talk to Lugia. Chapter 126. I'll educate them for you, so you don't have to clean up the mess all the time. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi arranged all the tasks properly and handled all the things, he also started his next plan. After explaining to Mew the location of the deep sea to be teleported, Mew also shouted happily. Mew. Okay, no problem. Xiaozhi, are you going to capture a new partner again? Lugia, I think I saw it when I went there to play before. But I didn't turn into his appearance that time. This time, I will turn into his appearance the moment Lugia comes out and play with him in the sea. In fact, Mew has always been like a carefree child. When Xiaozhi assigns him a task, after completing the task, he will play with the new Pokemon he met. Just like Mew today when he met Ho-Oh. Of course, tell me when you are ready. Then. At this moment, Xiaozhi also confirmed again that the Pokemon and girlfriends were around. And Xiao Gang had also rushed back and brought back all of Xiaozhi's second batch of light poke balls. The number of this batch of light poke balls is very large, which is completely enough. First, all the balls were changed. Then, Xiaozhi, his girlfriends, and all of Xiaozhi's Pokémon stood in the designated positions. Xiao Gang stayed behind temporarily to deal with the aftermath of the forest and the Lake of Life. Xiao Gang will meet Xiaozhi at the first gym in Chengdu. Mew. After Mew shouted happily again, he activated the teleportation ability directly. Just now, Mewtwo, who was next to Mew, asked Mew if he wanted to help. Mew said that this distance was a small problem. After learning that he had no chance to perform, Mewtwo felt that he must hurry up and move forward to take his place in Xiaozhi's team. There are more and more legendary Pokémon at this moment. And Mew has an irreplaceable group teleport. Mewtwo felt that he must win all the battles directly and cleanly when he can come out to fight in the future. This way, he can fight more battles outside. This way, he can make everyone remember Xiaozhi and remember him, Mewtwo. Mew. After that, after Dreamy circled the sky again, the group teleportation was directly activated. The next second, all the people came to the deep sea. Seeing the endless sea and the deep blue, all the Pokémon and Xiaozhi's girlfriends were stunned. Meow is really cute and powerful. I didn't expect it to teleport as soon as I said. Quick! Come down and give your sister a hug. So cute! Just as Xiaozhi's girlfriends were talking about it, Meow came to Xiaozhi's girlfriend's arms again, being rubbed like a little cutie. And Xiaozhi's other Pokémon are now looking around curiously. Although it is in the deep sea, it seems to be unimaginably calm. It seems that there is a very powerful sea god under here, controlling the deep sea environment. And Xiaozhi is staring at the endless sea at this moment. He also looked at several islands in the distance. He started according to the original plan. Molten, call out your two enemies. Also, call out your boss. As soon as Xiaozhi said this, Moltres flew out of the team and hovered in the sky. Almost in the next second, when Moltres fully unfolded its momentum, Articuno and Zapdos appeared with their wings vibrating. A Pokémon with a deep blue body and many spikes, emitting the breath of lightning, is Zapdos. A Pokémon with a blue body like ice crystals, emitting a cold breath, is Articuno. And when these two Pokémon came out, and when Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno met, when they were about to fight, a majestic breath also appeared in the deep sea. It should be the breath of Lugia. He seemed to feel that his three brothers were going to fight again. Xiao Mao, if there is a way, it must be Blue Xiaozhi who has the way. Xiao Mao, how can I attract Lugia? How can I get Lugia to come out and talk? Xiao Mao, of course, let my three little brothers, that is, Lugia's three little brothers, all fight together. Or all communicate in a friendly manner. Only in this way will Lugia notice. While Xiao Mao was training, he was watching the picture in the blue light screen, and he did not forget to give his sharp comments. Xiao Mao now felt that he admired Xiaozhi in the blue light screen more and more. He could now understand more and more that Lan Xiaozhi's meticulous plan. However, these insights still had to wait until Lan Xiaozhi made a move before Xiao Mao could see them. If Lan Xiaozhi did not make a move and did not implement the plan, even if you gave Xiao Mao 800 heads, he would not know what Lan Xiaozhi would do next. Gone. As for Blue Satoshi, he hasn't seen the special episode about Lugia's egg explosion, so how did he know that the three legendary Pokémon, Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos, don't get along with each other? Shinji, is it possible that some books he read in advance mentioned that these three Pokémon don't get along with each other? Shinji, or maybe when traveling in the Blue World, Blue Satoshi heard about this through what he saw and heard in the Orange Islands. Then all his plans began to unfold one after another. Ash, when can I have the IQ of Blue Satoshi? Ash, I feel like I have improved a lot now. I seem to have a girlfriend. Ash, but I still feel like I can't catch up in terms of IQ. When several young trainers typed their messages on the barrage, a group of champions and Pokemon doctors also started to discuss. All the champion trainers and Pokemon were racking their brains to think about it based on the images played in the video just now. How did Xiaozhi Lan see the relationship between Lugia and the three birds? Because everyone can see it clearly. Analyzing the information revealed in the blue light screen, there is no information that can show the grudges and hatreds between Lugia and his three younger brothers, like a nanny. And when Xiaozhi Lan was traveling and challenging in the Orange Islands, the screenplay did not show that Xiaozhi Lan had investigated Lugia and his three younger brothers. Alice, could it be that Xiaozhi Lan conducted an investigation in the scenes we didn't see? Alice, because sometimes when the light screen is playing, it may jump, just like at the very beginning, it only played a few simple scenes of Xiaozhi Lan from the age of 5 or 6 to before the official journey at the age of 10. Lan, Alice, what you said makes a lot of sense, and it is indeed possible. Lan, of course it is also possible. Is this information too simple for Xiaozhi? He knew it a long time ago. Daigo, it is very likely. Xiaozhi and Professor Oak may know much more in the blue light curtain, and Xiaozhi may have known it when he was very young. You will have a comprehensive understanding of these mythical beasts. Daigo, otherwise, how could he make so many light pokeballs in advance? And they were customized? As the three champions communicated with each other, all the audience gradually understood. It turned out that it was possible that Blue Xiaozhi had calculated everything a long time ago, or in other words, Blue Xiaozhi had already thought about what his future plan was at the very beginning. In the blue light curtain, after the three legendary Pokemon, Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno, met, they immediately didn't look at each other. Originally, Moltres didn't want to take the initiative to provoke a war because of Xiaozhi's instructions. He just wanted his other two enemies to see that he was no longer the same as before. However, Zapdos and Articuno may have obviously felt the improvement of Moltres. They immediately looked at each other and attacked Moltres. And at this time, Moltres also followed Xiaozhi's instructions. Call your two enemies out to have a chat. You don't take the initiative to fight, but if they take the initiative to fight you, then you should teach them a lesson. This is what Xiaozhi told Moltres just now. With the order of his trainer, Moltres immediately gathered all the flames on his body and chirped loudly. Raised his momentum completely. Even at the moment when his momentum was fully raised, the seawater in the entire deep sea showed signs of evaporating directly into water vapor. And the surroundings were getting hotter and hotter. Along with the evaporating water vapor, the momentum of Articuno and Zapdos attack also paused. Chew! Why do I feel that Moltres has become so powerful after not seeing him for a while? How did he train it? Chew! It's totally wrong. Even Moltres was very powerful before. But it wasn't as powerful as this. I felt the pressure from the boss on him. Chirp! What boss or not, let's fight him first while he hasn't come out yet. Chirp! Okay, no problem. As Articuno and Zapdos communicated with each other, which only Xiaozhi could understand, these two legendary Pokemon, they immediately regained their previous momentum and attacked Moltres. Seeing this, all of Xiaozhi's girlfriends also covered their eyes, not daring to look. At the same time, Xiaoxia gently pulled Xiaozhi and asked him if he wanted to give some instructions. Because they now believe in Xiaozhi's ability to command. They also believe in the strength of Pokemon under Xiaozhi's command. But if they don't command at all, wouldn't it be a little bit impolite to the other two legendary Pokemon? After all, Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos should be at the same level of strength. Even if their strengths are a little different or a little stronger, they should not deviate from that range. Xiaozhi, do you want to give some instructions? Xiaoxia was the first one to be conquered among all the girlfriends. She gently pulled Xiaozhi's little finger and whispered in Xiaozhi's ear. After hearing what Xiaozhi said, Xiaozhi chuckled and turned back to kiss Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, do you still remember the team training we do every day? Besides, hasn't Molters been in the team for a while? I told him a long time ago. When he meets his two enemies in the future, if he wants to PK, he must be the strongest and the one who crushes. Let Molters play completely by himself today. One skill should be enough to defeat his two enemies. Xiaozhi chuckled and kissed Xiaoxia. On the other hand, he looked at the girlfriends and Pokemon who were worried about him just now, and explained with a smile. After hearing this, the Pokemon laughed happily at each other. They were quite nervous before, after all, the three birds were very powerful after the fight. And as the three birds increased their momentum, the sea surface began to fluctuate. But then Xiaozhi's other Pokemon also felt the power of Mew. Because it was obvious that the fluctuations were small after a while. This might be the activation of Mew. And the other girlfriends saw Xiaoxia step forward and showed concern for Xiaozhi in advance. Xiaozhi actually kissed Xiaoxia. This immediately made Nancy, Lugia, Aimee, Fumiko, Professor Uchiki and Kona a little envious. So, they also followed one after another, carefully, one step at a time, and walked forward 430 times in a suspended state, leaving marks on Xiaozhi's face. Soon, Xiaozhi's face was kissed with 7 lipstick marks. After seeing all the sisters kissing, Xiaoxia also kissed herself. Xiao Mao, I really am. Xiao Mao, I won't say that Lan Xiaozhi is a winner in life, but this is the fact. Xiao Mao, I have already agreed with Molters in advance on the battle between his two enemies and the future on the other side. He not only kissed his girlfriend, but was also served by his girlfriends. Xiao Gang, Xiao Mao, this service on the mouth be a little more subtle, don't describe it so exaggeratedly. Xiaozhi, what's the big deal? I'm being served now. The girls in room 502, Xiaozhi, what are you talking about? It's not that exaggerated. Shinji, no wonder I feel that there are fewer female trainers in the barrage chat. It turns out that they all went to find our Xiaozhi. Hanako, come on, Xiaozhi, be safe. Xiao Mao, auntie, you are more exaggerated than me. In the subsequent barrage chat, the style of the painting was slightly distorted. Many people are curious about what Xiaozhi is doing in the small room in reality. Some say that he is training well, and some say that he is improving his communication skills with female trainers. Some people said that they were fighting with Pikachu and other Pokemon, as well as those Pokemon of female trainers. There were all kinds of things. For a while, the topic gradually became more unrestrained. However, fortunately, the battle between Molters, Articuno and Zapdos in the blue light curtain was attractive enough. It also drew the attention of many trainers and many viewers back. In the blue light curtain, when Articuno and Zapdos wanted to take action first to see the strength of Molters. When they showed their desire to take action, and began to prepare for the charge attack, and had already attacked Molters. Only Xiaozhi's Molters was very easy. It burned all the flames on its body. This was the burnout. It was just that this time, although the burnout was very easy to start, but its momentum was already full. The damage was also explosive. The damage of Molters using burnout was countless times higher than the previous time. Bright burnout. With this move, the improved burnout was used. In an instant, boundless flames rushed towards Zapdos and Articuno. Before the boundless flames, the endless power of burnout arrived. Zapdos and Molters were blown away by the hot wind brought by burnout that swept in synchronously. They were blown down to the sea surface, and their eyes were full of circles. And after Molters killed his two enemies in one move, a huge ocean current appeared in the deep sea. An ancient, heavy breath appeared. The first to rise from the ocean was Lugia's mask-like head. Chapter 127 Shinji, my suggestion is not to count, there is really no one left. In the blue light curtain, when Lugia flapped his wings and floated out of the deep sea, He also brought his 2 younger brothers up with him. At this moment, Zapdos and Articuno had been beaten to the point of losing their ability to fight, so they could only be carried on Lugia's back. After Lugia fully spread his wings, he was very imposing. Along with the vibration of his wings, a strong wind immediately blew up above the sea surface, as if a storm was about to begin in the sky. And with the appearance of Lugia, the deep sea, which had been calm again, also became turbulent. But the amplitude of this turbulent wave was obviously controlled by Lugia within his ability. He seemed to know that the trainer in front of him was very powerful. At the same time, he also felt that one of his younger brothers, Moltres, was now very powerful. Chu. Trainer who came from afar. I already know your intention. Thank you very much for helping me. Chu. There is no need for fighting, I am not very good at fighting myself. As Lugia spoke, he also used his own power. Recovered Zapdos and Articuno, who had lost their fighting ability before. After they recovered, their attitudes immediately changed 180 degrees. After hearing what Lugia said and seeing that Zapdos and Articuno's attitudes had obviously improved, Xiaozhi nodded. That's really great. Let me introduce my good friends to you first. So, at this moment, Xiaozhi began to introduce his girlfriends and his Pokémon one by one. Every time Xiaozhi introduced them, his girlfriends would give Lugia, Zapdos, and Articuno a sweet smile. When the Pokémon were introduced, each one would use a signature skill. Because in the deep ocean, and Lugia has an unimaginable ability to control the sea. So it is also very good to practice skills here. One after another dazzling skills. One after another, skills that Lugia himself has never heard of. It made him feel dizzy. Chu. These skills not only have I never heard of them, but I have also never heard of them when I was communicating with my tribe members. Because the legendary Pokémon many of them have tribes. Only the strongest in the tribe can be called a divine beast. Only can they master authority and the rules of heaven and earth. And the Lugia in front of him is the boss of the tribe, the most powerful and overwhelming boss. Every once in a while, he will communicate with his tribe members, so as to understand what is happening around the world. In such a long time, under the premise that Lugia racked his brains and thought about it. He couldn't remember which Pokémon could have such powerful skill attack power. And Lugia felt boundless pressure when he looked at some of Xiaozhi's giant Pokémon. Lugia's size is not small in Pokémon. But compared with Xiaozhi's giant Snorlax and the monster fossil Pterosaur, it is obviously smaller. Compared with the super ancient Gengar and the super ancient Alakazam, it is just like a child. The height of these ancient Gengar and ancient Alakazam is probably several hundred meters. For a moment, Lugia and his other 2 brothers, Zapdos and Articuno, were speechless. This also deepened Lugia's determination when he first felt Xiaozhi's strength. It also made Zapdos and Articuno seem to be no longer legendary Pokémon, no longer mythical beasts. Instead, they were the most ordinary Pokémon, the weakest Pokémon. And after comparing their strength, they really felt that they were the weakest. Shiba, I remember that the Johto League required registration at the beginning, right? This is also convenient for recording the strength improvement of trainers. When signing up for the final Silver Conference, you also need to register, right? Adu, when did you become roundabout? If you want to say that when Xiaozhi Lan registered, you should scare Miss Joy, who was in charge of registration, to the ground, you should just say that you want to scare her to the ground. Asu, the order of challenging gyms in the Johto region is basically the first one is the Kikyo gym. Am I going to be the first gym trainer to be beaten? The conversation between Ziba and Adu also directly aroused the interest of all the audience to discuss, because it is indeed like this. Every time you arrive in a region, you need to record the information of the trainer through the Pokémon Encyclopedia. A simple entry of information for the initial strength. Everyone can already imagine what the expression of Miss Joy, who is responsible for helping Lan Xiaozhi when he entered the information. And following Asu's idea, it is indeed like this. It's just that the Kikyo gym is the first one. ABI, don't lose confidence. After coming to Johto, Lan Xiaozhi will definitely use the Pokemon he captured in Johto to fight with us, and then we will definitely start all over again. This sentence of ABI made Xiao Qian feel very uncomfortable. Xiaoqian, start all over again? Xiao Qian, ABI, is your brain broken? How can you start all over again? Xiao Qian, when did the league limit players to use Pokemon and use powerful Pokemon to fight? Xiao Qian, sometimes gym battles only limit the attributes of Pokemon. As long as you have Pokemon with corresponding attributes and Pokemon that meet the requirements, there will definitely be no restrictions on strength. Xiao Qian, and it seems that almost all battles in the Johto region do not limit Pokemon attributes. Xiao Qian, after Xiaozhi came to the Johto region, he simply wanted to go through all the gym trainers. Xiao Qian, but I also hope that Xiaozhi can go through me. Matsuba, Xiao Qian, when did you become so bold? Matsuba, scared. Accompanied by the exchanges between several Johto trainers. And with the speeches of the Johto Regional Competition Organizing Committee on the barrage. As well as the speech of the General Manager of the Gym Challenge in the Johto region. Everyone also understood it thoroughly. All challenges in the Johto region will not limit the strength of Pokemon. You can use your original Pokemon, or you can come to Johto to capture new Pokemon. And the person in charge of the Johto region once again emphasized that the Johto region does not restrict Pokemon of any attribute. This is slightly different from the Orange Islands. When the person in charge of the Orange Islands heard what the person in charge of the Johto region said, he immediately felt that he had been implied. Suddenly, the two groups of people started to discuss each other enthusiastically. ASI, each region has its own characteristics. Me, in my gym battle, I use Steel attribute Pokemon. I really can't wait to fight against Blue Xiaozhi's super colorful Crystal Steelix, and I also want to be Blue Xiaozhi's girlfriend. Lu Bo, don't you want the gym? Xiao-kun, you can ask the Alliance to take over. If you miss Lan Xiaozhi, there will be no such good man in the world. Adu, Xiao Chun, why have you fallen for him before you even met him? With a group of trainers in the Johto region exchanged in the barrage. All the audience watched with great interest. And all the audience were also very curious about what kind of outstanding performance Red Xiaozhi would have in the Johto region. Because everyone felt that Red Xiaozhi would definitely bring his main force to achieve a good result in the Johto region. After all, there is still a top 16 in the Quartz Conference. And Pikachu, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Charizard. These main Pokemon, these veteran Pokemon, have been with Red Xiaozhi for a long time. Coupled with the newly captured Pokemon, their strength will definitely become stronger and stronger. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi showed his strength, Lugia, Zapdos, and Articuno all happily joined Xiaozhi's Pokemon family. Directly scoring a goal was neat and tidy. So Xiaozhi captured 9 legendary beasts today. They are Ho-Oh, Raikou, Entei, Suicune, Young Helas, Celebi, Lugia, Zapdos, Articuno. Some of the legendary Pokemon here were captured in battle. Others were shocked by Satoshi's strength and joined Satoshi's Pokemon family very actively and happily. Afterwards, Satoshi and his group set out on the road to Wakaba town. The scene also stayed here. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Satoshi and his girlfriends, as well as all his Pokemon, were together. Satoshi hugged his girlfriends, and the Pokemons were all smiling. The blue light screen gradually dimmed at this point. The red light screen began to light up gradually. Xiao Mao, come on, should we take some time to count how many legendary Pokemon Blue Satoshi has captured? Shinji, my suggestion is not to count until there are none left. Watch how our Satoshi starts his journey to Johto without changing anything. Gone, in this silver tournament, which is the regional tournament of the Johto League, Satoshi must make it to the semi-finals, right? Missy, that's right. We still have confidence in Satoshi. Nancy, that's right. Lika, even if Satoshi in the red light screen had an accident in the silver tournament of the Johto League, it was the original Satoshi who suffered a Waterloo. Satoshi in our real life will definitely not be like that. Asuka, that the red light screen lit up. In the red light screen, Satoshi and his party had arrived in Johto. When they arrived in Wakaba town, this also means that they have arrived in the town where the wind of opening is blowing. After arriving in Wakaba town, Satoshi and his party will go to register for the league tournament in Johto. But it happened that Joey, who was in charge of the registration, happened to go to Dr. Sora's research institute. Xiaozhi happened to be rushing over there. During the journey, they learned that the crocodile prepared for the rookie trainer was stolen. Xiaozhi and others were very angry. After they searched, they found that it was indeed the work of the Rocket Trio. After a battle, the Rocket Trio was driven away. Crocodile was also successfully rescued. Xiaozhi and his group, who then started a new journey, met Nana. This is a baseball fan. Her Pokemon is a very cute Chikorita. But because Xiaozhi said bad things about the team that Nana liked, Nana was very unhappy. So she challenged Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi easily defeated Nana's 3 Pokemon with Charizard. Afterwards, Nana was very sad, and she was provoked by the Rocket team and decided to compete again. But she didn't expect that this was actually a trap set by the Rocket team. After the Rocket team came to Johto, or to be more precise, after following Xiaozhi to Johto, they also started working frantically. But this time, the mission failed and was knocked away again. As the journey continued, Xiaozhi found a group of Heracross in a withered forest. Just when Xiaozhi was extremely excited and wanted to capture them, the guard team appeared and stopped Xiaozhi. After explaining the relevant reasons, Xiaozhi decided to investigate with the guard team. In the end, there was no surprise, and the Rocket team's plan encountered an accident again. Xiaozhi also successfully captured Heracross. Then in a small valley, Xiaozhi, Xiaogang, and Xioxia successfully helped Miss Yuki solve the problem. Xiaozhi and his group continued to travel and got lost in the confusing forest. But here, they suddenly met Xiaomao. Xiaomao told them that they had to rely on the power of a Pokemon called Gugu to pass through this forest. After renting a Gugu that could not stand alone, Xiaozhi and others encouraged this timid Gugu. Finally, they successfully walked out of the confusing forest. In the later Dongmen town, Xiaozhi and his friends also experienced the town's performance competition. They protected the treasures in the orb-spined spider town. They also met Blue in Tianmu town and a series of stories happened. They also protected the little frightened deer. And later on the trip, they also met a wild chrysanthemum leaf. When Xiaozhi wanted to subdue her, this chrysanthemum leaf also challenged Xiaozhi and carried out, but the result was that Chico was always at a disadvantage. She refused to admit defeat until she was covered in wounds. After Xiaozhi sent her to the hospital for treatment, Chico recovered slightly. And the Rockets also took a fancy to this Chico who was full of fighting spirit. But in the end, Chico was moved by Xiaozhi and followed Xiaozhi on his journey. After another story, after a long journey, and it was already late at night, Xiaozhi and his party finally arrived at Happy Town. After staying at the Pokemon Center, they were taken care of by the Pokemon nurse, an overly enthusiastic Happy Egg. But because Happy Egg was in a hurry, Xiaozhi and others could only sleep hungry. Okay. The 3 members of the Rockets were also very hungry. But when they arrived at the Pokemon Center, they found that this Happy Egg was once a classmate of Musashi. After Musashi, who was trapped in his memories, met Happy Egg. Happy Egg gave all the food in the hospital to Team Rocket. But the next day, facing Miss Joy's questioning, Happy Egg couldn't explain it at all. But fortunately, Musashi also suppressed his grief, and with the cooperation of Xiaozhi and others, he successfully cleared Happy Egg's suspicion. After another story, Xiaozhi finally arrived at the Kikyo Gym. In a 3-on-3 battle, Asuka's Koku easily defeated Xiaozhi's Chikorita. But then he was defeated by Pikachu. Asuka's second Dodori was also defeated by Pikachu with a thunder. The third Pidgeot easily defeated Pikachu with a blow. But then, in the contest between Pidgeot and Charizard, although he was very fast and hurt Charizard's wings, but what was unexpected was that Xiaozhi commanded Charizard to use the flame vortex to the back, and combined with the final earth throw, Xiaozhi finally won the first badge of the Johto region. The wing badge was obtained. At this point, the red light screen gradually dimmed. The blue light screen slowly lit up. Asuka, wow, Charizard is really strong. Red Xiaozhi is also very powerful. Akane, Chikorita is so cute, just like a little girl. Matsuba, Xiaozhi and his group, the scene of encouraging Gugu in the forest is also very warm. Xiaomao, Nana is a novice trainer, Xiaozhi can take Blue with him on the trip. Xiaomao, Yuki is also very good, a craftsman and trainer, can also be taken with him. In the boat of the blue light screen. Hello, I am Xiaozhi from Pallet Town, I want to register for the Johto League conference. This is my Pokemon encyclopedia, these are my Pokemon information. Chapter 128. The nurse uniform is really cool. In the blue light screen, Xiaozhi and his group successfully arrived at Wakaba Town and began to prepare for the registration procedures for the Johto League conference. But when they came to the front desk and Xiaozhi handed over his Pokemon book, the person in charge, Miss Joy, saw who Xiaozhi was at a glance. Oh my god, you are the champion of the Quartz Conference and the winner of the Orange League Victory Cup honorary trainer. Xiaozhi from Pallet Town. Joy, who was in charge of helping at the moment, also stood up from the front desk and looked at Xiaozhi with starry eyes. She was temporarily filling in for the job of Miss Joy at the front desk today. Because she was Joy, who was responsible for Pokemon care. Not Joy at the front desk. But Xiaozhi didn't expect to come to Johto to register today. This is a trainer who has been famous in the Johto area for a long time. A legendary trainer. Although Xiaozhi has not come to Johto yet. But there are many people in the Johto area who also watched the game of the Quartz Conference. And watched the game of the Orange Islands. Whether it was the scene in the Quartz Conference where Ash cut 6 Pokemon in the finals. And the crushing score of 6-0. Or the scene where he captured the Flame Bird before the start of the Quartz Conference. Or the scene in the final Winners' Cup of the Orange Islands where he used Mewtwo to defeat 6 chief trainers, Yuji. One after another, everyone was excited as long as they could see it. Even in the current Johto region, many new trainers have begun to take Ash as a role model. Wow, it's really Ash, can you sign for me? Sign here. Joey pulled her clothes a little and pointed to a more private place. She had never been so bold before. And she had never had a boyfriend. Opposite Joey. It was not Ash's turn to speak, and Misty and the others on the side were shocked. This Joey relied on her beauty and good figure. Was it a proposal in person? Then, under the gazes of Xiaoxia, Nancy, Ljia, Aimee, Sunzi, Dr. Uchiki, and Kona, Joey suddenly came to his senses. So she he pulled his collar up a little, touched his nose and continued to talk to Xiaozhi embarrassedly. Sorry. I've never been so excited before. But I don't know why, after seeing you, Xiaozhi, I was very excited. I can also help with the information registration. After the registration, I'll take you to Dr. Suki's Research Institute. It's almost break time, and Dr. Suki's Research Institute is not far from us. While talking, Joey also started to help Xiaozhi register. The registration method is very simple. Insert the Pokemon encyclopedia into the machine and read it. And confirm the information. Okay, this is for you. Xiaozhi was in a state of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He held the illustrated book in his hand and was about to hand it to Joey again. When Joey saw Xiaozhi repeat this action, he immediately stepped forward and grabbed Xiaozhi's hand, feeling very embarrassed. After squeezing it up and down, he took the illustrated book from Xiaozhi's hand. This action made Xiaoxia and other girlfriends look a little bit unbelievable. Joey was really bold. However, Xiaoxia and the others respected Xiaozhi very much. They won't say anything. And they also understand that it is because of Xiaozhi's charm that Joy is like this. And Xiaoxia and the others are actually very happy to add another sister to their team. Even if it's a bit too unrestrained. Of course, as long as Xiaozhi likes it, Xiaoxia and the others will not have any objections. So, Joy took Xiaozhi's illustrated book with both hands. She also put the illustrated book into the machine and began to check the information. Xiaozhi from Pallet Town. Professor Oak's favorite student. Quartz Conference champion. Orange League, Winter Cup honorary trainer. The Pokémon are, Pikachu, Crimson Gyarados, 2 Butterfree, Pidgeot, Blastoise, Charizard, Venusaur. Wow, Xiaozhi, you have so many Pokémon, and they are all very strong. Joey checked the information with Xiaozhi. On the other hand, he looked back at Xiaozhi and expressed his love for Xiaozhi. And his admiration for Xiaozhi. And Xiaozhi now touched his nose. Joey was too enthusiastic. But in this case, Xiaozhi must accept the kindness of others. So, he thanked Joey and asked her to continue checking. Garces, Haunter, Gengar, Jigglypuff. Pokepy, Forsaken. What kind of Pokemon is this? Why don't I know it? Giant Snorlax. What is this? Junyang Sonkai I7 Juyuju. Joey, who had checked here, felt a little messy. But as a well-trained person, she would not make any mistakes. Even if she made any mistakes, she would not make any mistakes in front of Xiaozhi. She would not make any mistakes in front of this person whom Joey liked at first sight. Joey calmed down and continued to check. Dragonite, Dragonite, Monster Fossil Pterosaur. Joey's forehead was already sweating. He knew Dragonite and Dragonite. In the last Yanmo gym in the Johto area. One of the gym owner's Iokun's trump cards is Dragonite's evolved form, Haxorus. And Xiaozhi actually already has Dragonite. And this monster is a pterosaur. How come his body is so big? And the giant Pokemon before. But although Joey is trembling all over, he has to continue to input. If he can't hold on to the current input. If he wants to have a closer relationship with Xiaozhi later. Wouldn't it be so embarrassing at that time? When thinking of this, Joey shook his head hard. Resisting the shock in his heart, he continued to check the information. Super Ancient Gengar, Super Ancient Alakazam. Pokemon that are several hundred meters tall. Mewtwo, Mew, Crystal Onyx, Moltres. Why don't I recognize any of these? Are they legendary beasts? I remember. This is the Moltres captured before the Quartz Conference. I heard this story. There are also Mewtwo and Mew that performed in the Quartz Conference finals, and Mewtwo that defeated 6 in the final battle of the Orange Islands. I have seen all of this. Maybe I was too excited and forgot everything. And Xiaozhi on the side. When he saw Joey entering the information, he trembled all over. Cold sweat came out. Immediately, he also took the handkerchief from Xiaoxia and wiped Joey. It's okay. Everyone knows this information, I also used it when I played in the game. There are some Pokemon that I haven't entered yet. I have used it in public, but the Johto Gym tournament will be here soon, and everyone will know about it. Don't worry, Joey, take your time to check. While helping Joey wipe his sweat, Xiaozhi also wiped off a few drops of sweat that had leaked onto his collar. Soft. Oh okay, I remember now. I was so excited that I forgot a little bit. Joey thanked Xiaozhi. He continued to check. Crystal Steelix, Lapras, Butterfly Snorlax, Indomitable Scyther. These are a little better than the Mewtwo Mew just now. Ho-Oh, Raikou, Entei, Suicune, Young Helas, Celebi, Lugia, Zapdos, Articuno. I can't do it anymore. After reading all the remaining Pokemon of Xiaozhi in one breath. After insisting on checking the information, Joey also fell down limply. Seeing this, Xiaozhi immediately held Joey in his arms and went to the lounge behind to recover. After a unique massage, Joey also woke up. Now she is looking at Xiaozhi with admiration and affection. Faced with this situation, Xiaozhi immediately asked Joey to relax. You can wait until she has rested well, and then take Xiaozhi and the others to Dr. Kongmu's research institute. After all, they have just arrived in Rui Town, and Xiaozhi and the others have not started to stroll around. Xiaozhi still kept it in mind, every time he arrived in a new town, you have to have fun for a while and buy some specialties to send back to the new town. Besides, at this moment, Xiaozhi's girlfriends also came in to let Joey relax during the break. Because Joey is now their sister. Besides, if you change the angle, they are in Joey's position and identity. Seeing Xiaozhi, and Xiaozhi still talking to them so kindly, they will definitely fall. Xiao Mao, good guy, he got another one as soon as he came to Johto. Shiba, I think this Joey's business level is still very good. Shiba, although he was shocked, he still insisted on entering the information and checking it, so that Xiaozhi successfully landed in Johto. It softened after the league conference. Adu, in this Johto league, Wakaba Town, the top Joey is already pretty good. Adu, if someone else comes, it may be much worse than her. Adu, if you were put at that level, you saw so many mythical beasts that you have never known, what would you think? Adu, if I were Joey, I guess I wouldn't wake up yet. As Ziba and Adu discussed, many viewers who watched the live broadcast nodded one after another. Because the full lineup of Blue Xiaozhi was pulled out, it was really spectacular. The mythical beasts were everywhere. And these mythical beasts had a very good relationship with Xiaozhi, very good, and some took the initiative to let Xiaozhi conquered, especially the three little brothers of Ho and Lugia. They didn't fight at all, they were convinced immediately. Asu, I'm more concerned about what kind of Pokemon will be sent out by Blue Satoshi when he challenges Kyojim. Xiao Qian, after we in the blue light screen meet Blue Satoshi, male trainers will definitely improve a lot if they can talk to Blue Satoshi a few more times. Xiao Qian, as for us female gym leaders, I don't know what others think, I definitely want to be Blue Satoshi's girlfriend. Even if there are so many goalkeepers in front of me, I'm not afraid. Ami, me too. And I really want to see Blue Satoshi's one crystal steel snake and one crystal onyx. Xiao Chun, I want to fight Blue Satoshi faster. I can't wait. Hanazuki, let's go through Johto as soon as possible. We Feng Yuan welcome Satoshi's arrival. My Absol is welcoming Satoshi. Fu Rong, wow, Huayu, you are a little early. Whether in the red light curtain or the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi has just started his journey to Johto and has not yet reached the final competition. You asked them to come to Feng Yuan? Bonnie, Fu Rong, you are slow to react. A good trainer must be fast. Bonnie, even if Xiaozhi in our world may still have some time to meet us, we in the red and blue light curtains are the same as us in another world. Bonnie, so if you can see it in advance, it is especially good 1 minute earlier, 1 second earlier, it is all good. So, in the discussion of a group of top trainers, everyone also turned their eyes back to the blue light curtain. In the blue light curtain, after Xiaozhi interacted intimately with Joey and helped Joey recover his spirit, Joey made a decision and quit his job at the Pokemon Center. As Xiaozhi's 8th adult girlfriend, she joined the queue of Xiaozhi's girlfriends. Joey then led Xiaozhi and others to Dr. Suki's research institute. Here, Xiaozhi easily cracked the rocket team's intention to snatch Crocodile. After successfully finding the crocodile, Xiaozhi and Professor Sora had a long conversation. Dr. Sora had heard about Xiaozhi many times. Dr. Sora had heard Professor Sora praise Xiaozhi many times during his communication with Professor Sora. Dr. Sora also learned that Xiaozhi had established his own research institute and had assistants to help run it. Congratulations, Xiaozhi! Your Xiaozhi Research Institute has been successfully running. When do you plan to officially unveil the institute? We will definitely help you when the time comes. And if you have any materials that are not enough, just tell us. We, the Pokemon doctors, are old friends with Professor Sora. Dr. Sora chatted with Xiaozhi. On the other hand, he took out a lot of relevant research materials and raw materials that he had in surplus. For these, Xiaozhi was naturally not polite and accepted them all. And expressed his admiration for Dr. Sora. Because Professor Suki has been studying the breeding habits of Pokemon in the Johto region for a very long time and has made very good progress. Then the group also stayed in Professor Suki's research institute for a while and had a very happy chat. After a few days, they continued their journey. Along the way, Joey also played his advantage as a local. He explained various interesting stories about Johto to Xiaozhi and others. He also popularized science to Xiaozhi that there are many fans of Xiaozhi in Johto now. Xiaozhi, let me tell you now, many novice trainers who receive Pokemon will talk to me about you when they receive and register. Your popularity in Johto is really very high. While talking, Joey kept gesturing to show Xiaozhi's high popularity in Johto. Just at this time, a trainer wearing a baseball cap and a yellow shirt with black stripes. He was holding his Chikorita and running towards Xiaozhi. Hey, this might be the fangirl of yours that I mentioned, Xiaozhi. It looks like she is a novice trainer who likes baseball very much. The Pokemon in her hand is one of the 3 starter Pokemons in the Johto region, the grass-attributed Chimenops. As Joey explained, Xiaozhi also smiled and looked at the young female trainer running towards him. Wow! Is this really Xiaozhi? My name is Nana. I saw you when I went to Dr. Suki's laboratory before, and I couldn't believe my eyes at that time. Nana ran towards Xiaozhi, and she was very happy at the same time. When Xiaozhi faced such an innocent and cute girl rushing towards him. Naturally, in order to protect Nana's safety, he could only reach out and catch Nana. Nana, don't be so excited, I am Xiaozhi. Are you a fan of the Electabuzz baseball team? As Xiaozhi said this, Nana became even more excited. Those little hands simply didn't know where to put them. Chapter 129, Night Visit to the Tent, Girls Also Like Men? In the blue light curtain. After Nana rushed into Xiaozhi's arms with her Chikorita, he was unwilling to let go. And after Xiaozhi admitted his identity, and saw that Nana was a fan of the Electric Beasts baseball team, and hugged Nana gently. Nana's little hands simply didn't know where to put them, and they kept touching Xiaozhi. It seemed that she wanted to confirm that Xiaozhi was really Xiaozhi. Maybe for Nana, being able to see Xiaozhi and hug Xiaozhi. And she could also feel the friendly breath of Xiaozhi. This was a great satisfaction for Nana. And now Nana was also very curious. Why did Xiaozhi know that she was a fan of the Electric Beasts baseball team as soon as he saw her? But Nana didn't think about these carefully. She subconsciously thought that Xiaozhi and she were in tune with each other. Then Nana had a conversation with Xiaozhi. After Nana received her initial Pokemon from Professor Suki's laboratory, she began her journey. She also became a trainer. And now after seeing Xiaozhi, Nana was unwilling to be separated from Xiaozhi, and was thinking about whether she could train with Xiaozhi. After hearing Nana's request, Xiaozhi agreed without any hesitation. This innocent and bright girl, this girl Xiaozhi could feel the tenacious will to fight. So she joined Xiaozhi's training team. At this moment, the Rocket Trio was watching not far away. After seeing Nana being captured by Xiaozhi so easily, Musashi also slapped his thigh. Are you kidding me? How come the little devil is getting stronger and stronger? And he got 2 girlfriends when he came to Chengdu. One is Joey, who is a nurse, and the other is Nana, who loves baseball and has a very good chickweed leaf. I was originally thinking about whether I could cause some conflicts between Nana and Xiaozhi. so that Nana could challenge Xiaozhi, so that the little devil let Nana win. Catch Pikachu while Xiaozhi lets Nana win. Musashi is now clenching his fists. He is looking at Xiaozhi and Nana not far away through the telescope. Kojiro and Meowth are nodding frantically. They have been following Xiaozhi for a while. But they haven't found a good opportunity to make a move. And they have been working part-time all the way here. So they definitely don't have as much money as Xiaozhi. And they are now thinking about whether they can use the power of technology to collect some honey in the surrounding forests. But this plan has not been implemented yet. But to be honest, Xiaozhi is really good. I heard that he has captured a lot of Pokemon along the way, and there are many real beasts. The beasts that our boss couldn't catch were all captured by Xiaozhi. Look, I have made a record in my notebook. While Kojiro was flipping through his notebook, he was also talking to Musashi and Meowth about Satoshi's latest strength. After hearing what Kojiro and Musashi said, Meowth nodded. But don't worry about these things for now, we still have to find opportunities. Meow. Meow. Why do I feel my telescope is blocked by a yellow thing? Meow. Just when Meowth was curious and wanted to take the yellow thing away, he saw the Pikachu they had been thinking about day and night. Musashi and Kojiro also saw the Pikachu they had been thinking about day and night. At this moment, not only did Pikachu come to the front of the rocket trio. Even Xiaozhi and others who were still talking before were waving at the rocket trio. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth found something wrong after seeing this situation. They wanted to fight immediately. But it was too late. In a classic 100,000 volts and a classic explosion, the rocket team was blown away again. And then, after temporarily getting rid of the rocket trio, Xiaozhi and others continued their journey. After arriving in the Chengdu area, Xiaozhi still saw a lot of Pokemon that were completely different from the Kanto area. But Xiaozhi didn't have a good feeling about these Pokemon. XXXX. So, everyone just kept walking. While walking, Joey, who had just joined the team, was also chatting with Xiaoxia and the others to promote their relationship. Because Joey is now one of Xiaozhi's girlfriends. As a new trainer, Nana is now holding Xiaozhi's Pikachu and rubbing her cheek intimately. And Pikachu also likes Nana very much. At the same time, Pikachu and Nana's Chikorita played very well. After a few days, Xiaozhi and his group also came to a forest. But this forest has already shown signs of withering. Xiaozhi also learned through the waveguide's induction. The original forest should have developed very well. But it is possible that it was impacted in a short period of time. This forest is called the Forest of Heracross. In this forest, there should be a lot of Heracross. As for ecology, Heracross should be the center, maintaining the ecological balance. After Heracross absorbs the sap of the tree branches, it will leave some for other Pokemon because the absorption of sap is not excessive. There will be no problem with the forest under normal circumstances. But now the forest is withered, something different must have happened. Is it possible that the forest of the invading Pokemon was destroyed? Joey also used the knowledge she knew to do her best to help Xiaozhi analyze. Just these few simple words made Xiaoxia and others look at Joey with new eyes. They didn't expect that Joey, who was usually responsible for handling various matters in the Pokemon Center, was so familiar with the Chengdu area. After hearing Joey's analysis, Xiaozhi nodded. He immediately gave Joey a small reward. After being kissed by Xiaozhi, Joey's ears were red. She felt that it was good enough for her to help Xiaozhi to the best of her ability. If it was useful, naturally, it is the best. If the information I said is useless, it is understandable. After all, Joy is usually very busy working at the Pokemon Center. There is not much time to study. But every time she studies, she cherishes it. And she has been reading all kinds of books in a comprehensive way before. Then, Xiaozhi also emitted a waveguide to sense. And Xiaozhi's girlfriends and some Pokemon also looked around. Then, as expected, Everyone found foreign invaders in this forest of Heracross. Kairos. Because the invading Kairos came in groups. There were so many. So Butterfree, Heracross, and some other Pokemon that depended on trees for survival could only plan to escape. However, after Xiaozhi discovered the situation, he immediately used the power of Waveguide to stabilize all the Pokemon first. Bulbasaur, use your own power to transform the forest. It should be very simple. Others should also lend a hand. With Xiaozhi's command, Bulbasaur also immediately exuded its own power. In an instant, the buds of Bulbasaur also exuded a bright light. This is the fragrance that Bulbasaur exudes after converting the energy of the sun. After this fragrance was emitted, Xiaozhi stopped his Waveguide control and let all Pokemon regain their freedom. After the Pokemon regained their freedom, they stopped fighting after smelling the rich fragrance emitted by Bulbasaur. And Bulbasaur now exudes countless pollen from its flowers. After these pollens fell on the withered trees, all the trees became lush again. At the same time, Blastoise, Crimson Gyarados, some water Pokemon also automatically started using water guns. Some Pokemon directly used Rain Prayer. The entire Heracross forest, in a very short time, it went from dry and withered to lush and fragrant. And the Kikaros have come to Xiaozhi at this moment, chirping and wanting to tell Xiaozhi about their experiences. After Xiaozhi heard it, he was not surprised at all. It was the Rocket Trio who wanted to make money. In the forest of Kairos, they began to harvest trees in batches. It was all for the nectar in the trees. After Xiaozhi and others drove away the rockets, it was also directly reproduced, making the forest of Kairos lush. The girlfriends who saw this, especially Nana, who had just joined the team, looked at Xiaozhi with even more admiration. Xiao Mao, it's over, another one has fallen. How many are there? Xiao Gang, not counting Mary from the Orange Islands and Xiao Ai who is still learning, there are now 9 adults. Shiba, which is more important, conquering a girlfriend or resolving a fight? Adu, I think that Xiaozhi's conquering a new girlfriend is as important as his saving 2 waves of wild Pokemon and commanding his Pokemon to change nature. As several trainers spoke in the barrage, many people also stood up to express their opinions. Basically, many female trainers hope that Xiaozhi can reach their own stage as soon as possible. And the male trainers envied Xiaozhi for being able to conquer so many girlfriends, and admired Xiaozhi for being able to find and solve problems so quickly. Xiao Qian, I thought I would be the first girlfriend of Lan Xiaozhi in Chengdu, but I didn't expect that I would be ranked 3rd before I even met him or started challenging a gym. Please give me flowers 0. Asu, Xiao Qian, it seems that you missed someone when you said this. Bye, Miss Yuki? Ami, in that case, Ami, wouldn't I have to be ranked even further back? For a while, the chat in the barrage gradually shifted towards the number of Lan Xiaozhi's girlfriends and the order of his girlfriends. Many Tianwang trainers were also amused and helpless when they saw these remarks. But many female Tianwangs did not say anything to stop them at this moment, because they also thought so in their hearts. Among them, the 2 female Tianwangs in Fengyuan area were the representatives. But they couldn't say it clearly. Few wrong, it's okay, let's continue to watch Lan Xiaozhi's pictures. Many Heracrosses are thanking Xiaozhi and there is a pink one that looks so cute. Bonnie, that's right. Let's continue to watch the content on the screen, otherwise we will miss it soon. Xiao Mao, I seem to feel that the 2 kings of Fengyuan region are thinking about something in their hearts, but they didn't say it. In the blue light screen. Oh? Do you want to join my team? At this moment, Xiaozhi looked at the strongest among the Heracrosses. And the wave power is also the best. And Xiaozhi likes it very much, a pink Heracross with different colors flashing said. After hearing what Xiaozhi said, the pink Heracross also nodded continuously. At the same time, several companions beside him were also talking around Xiaozhi, explaining the advantages of their Heracross who wanted to join the team. This scene immediately made Xiaozhi's girlfriends feel very interesting. This is like an enhanced version of self-recommendation. Recommend yourself, and then ask your partners to recommend you as well. This Heracross may have discovered something unusual about Xiaozhi. And he was especially grateful to Xiaozhi for resolving the problem between Heracross and Kairos. So he wanted to take the initiative to join Xiaozhi's team and train with Xiaozhi. And this pink Heracross is really cute. He is pink all over. And with the whole body of Heracross, and the way he dances when he speaks and makes movements. It also makes Xiaozhi's girlfriends feel very fond of him. Then, Xiaozhi did not hesitate at all, took out his light elf ball, and captured the pink Heracross. And he supplemented and transformed Kairos Forest and Heracross Forest again. Only after ensuring that all the Pokémon in the forest and all the environment would reach the best, he stopped. On that day, Xiaozhi and his party did not continue their journey. Instead, they chose to camp and rest in the forest of Heracross. During the camping, Xiaozhi made special upgrades to all the Pokémon that he had captured recently. In addition, a welcome ceremony was held for each new Pokémon that joined the big family. This welcome ceremony is also something that Xiaozhi's team has been doing. Moreover, this welcome ceremony was hosted by Pikachu. At this welcome ceremony, Pikachu, as Xiaozhi's initial Pokémon, was also very happy to hold a welcome ceremony and let all the partners perform their talents. The Pokémons were communicating with each other, chatting, and eating food. They were also telling their own jokes and playing various games. At this time, Xiaozhi and all his girlfriends, as well as Nana, who had just joined the team, were also playing with each other. As time went by, Nana was determined to travel with Xiaozhi. Nana took advantage of the activities between Pokémon. And when all the Pokémon were participating attentively, he walked directly into Xiaozhi's tent. I participated in a very unique and interesting game that Xiaozhi and his girlfriends were playing. In this game, Nana can get very good training and can unlock a lot of trainers' moves. When the next day dawned, Xiaozhi slept with Nana on his left and Joey on his right. When the two girls woke up together, they knew that they had truly integrated into Xiaozhi's team. Then the two girls gave each other a sweet good morning kiss. In addition, Xiaozhi was kissed by his other girlfriends. The group also got up, started to make breakfast, and ate. After a period of travel, when traveling to a small valley, suddenly, a young Donka rushed out. Following Donka closely, it was a girl with green hair, wearing a pink and white dress, and a red corset. She showed off her perfect figure. "Hello, trainer in front." For some reason, my little donkey suddenly started running. "Please help me stabilize him." "Wait. Are you Ash from Pallet Town?" Just then. Chapter 130 Ash, Sirona, I'm done, wait for me to put on my pants. In the blue light curtain. When Ash and the others came to a small valley, a little donkey ran towards Ash. And from the looks of it, it raised a piece of dust, and the impact was also very strong. Behind the donkey, there was a girl in a white dress and green hair chasing after him. In her eyes, there was a look of anxiety. When she saw Ash, her eyes immediately lit up. Because she recognized him, that was Ash from Pallet Town who had been playing on TV before. "Are you Ash from Pallet Town? Please help me." This beautiful girl was in the Shield Valley. Yuki is engaged in the breeding of Dongia, as well as the search and carving of agate. And Xiaozhi just felt a sense of tension. And there was a very anxious wave running towards him. Now after hearing someone talking, Xiaozhi immediately smiled and nodded, using the power of the wave to stabilize the running Dongia. This little Dongia seems to be relatively young, has not grown long teeth, and it seems that its abilities have not yet fully developed. Don't worry, Dongia has stabilized. It may be because he stepped on a trap, causing Dongia's mood to be a little unstable. While Xiaozhi stabilized Dongia, he asked Pikachu to look around. Soon, he found several traps that looked very familiar at first glance, and also had the Rocket Team logo. After seeing this situation, Xiaozhi immediately chuckled twice. All the traps were removed, and the safety of the entire valley was upgraded. And Miss Yuki saw Xiaozhi stabilized decided on his own donjia. After helping to upgrade the valley, he immediately became more fond of Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi really thanks you 433. I am usually looking for and carving agates, and taking care of the little donjias. I am listening to the information about your game. Because I usually work in the wild, I can't hold the broadcasting equipment in real time. I can only rely on listening to solve it. I listened to the story of your quartz conference and the last game in the Orange Islands. My donjias also listened to it. It's amazing. At this moment, Yuki was preparing food for Xiaozhi, his girlfriends, and his Pokemon. On the other hand, he was looking at Xiaozhi with stars in his eyes. Because usually, when Yuki was working, no one else talked. Yuki had already been independent and engaged in the life of a Pokemon trainer and craftsman. In addition, this job of finding and carving agates also requires concentration, but the income is also quite good. So in daily life, you need to find an activity that can relieve tension. Although living with the donjia can make Yuki very relaxed, Yuki also feels that she needs to find a spiritual sustenance. The sudden appearance of Xiaozhi made Xiaozhi famous all over the world. It also made Yuki pay attention to him. And after Yuki watched some replays of Xiaozhi, and after listening to the live broadcast of Xiaozhi's game, Yuki fell in love with Xiaozhi directly. So Yuki immediately expressed her love for Xiaozhi. On the other hand, she was very happy to look at Xiaozhi. And Xiaozhi was very happy after knowing that he had so many fans in the Johto area. So Xiaozhi also helped Yuki slightly improve her skills in finding and carving agates. In addition, he also taught Yuki some methods that can make his hand carving more efficient and less wasteful. At the same time, Xiaozhi's Pokemon were playing with Yuki's 4 donjia. They were having a lot of fun. And the younger donjia, who had not yet grown up, was also very happy to play with Pikachu. This scene was also seen by Yuki. It seemed that she was also making a very difficult decision in her heart. But it seemed that when she made this decision, it was not so difficult. Xiaozhi, I will train with you in the future, okay? I will train with my donjia. During the trip, I believe I can also find a better way to make agate carvings. After hearing this request, Xiaozhi immediately agreed. So, Yuki was in a very happy mood. Xiaozhi and the others were also very happy. After finishing the meal prepared by Yuki for them, they continued to move forward. In the later Enchanted Forest, Xiaozhi passed through the Enchanted Forest directly through the power of the Wave Guide. After meeting Xiaomao, the two sides also exchanged for a while and then separated. Xiaozhi also learned that Xiaomao would also participate in this silver conference. The two sides encouraged each other and then moved forward. During the process, Xiaozhi and the others also came to the home of Lingjun, who rented Gugu. The timid Gugu was also very kind and enlightened, making him stronger. Xiaomao, does Blue Xiaozhi even understand handmade products? Dr. Mulan, it seems that Blue Xiaozhi's scope of knowledge is really wide, but there will be more and more Pokemon soon. Dr. Mulan, should he let some of his companions' Pokemon go back? Dr. Kukui, return to Xiaozhi's research institute in Pallet Town? Dr. Kukui, this is actually a method, but Xiaozhi doesn't need to worry about the cost. With so many Pokemon on him, he can take them out for training every day and live with them every day. He doesn't need to put them back. Dr. Odumaki, many trainers sent Pokemon back before to allow doctors in related areas to conduct research. Dr. Odumaki, but Dr. Oak in the blue light screen should not need these studies. He seems to know a lot. Dr. Odumaki, the information in the research institute is also very complete. And Xiaozhi has already worked part-time as a Pokemon researcher and Pokemon doctor, so he doesn't need to put them back, just bring them with him. As several Pokemon doctors communicated with each other, everyone reached a consensus. When the economy is fully up to par and more than enough, it is naturally best to be able to travel and live with your Pokemon for a longer time. The reason why Dr. Mulan came up with the idea of asking Xiaozhi Lan to teleport some Pokemon back was because she was worried that Xiaozhi Lan might be too busy to handle the increasing number of Pokemon in the future. However, many trainers in the barrage reminded Dr. Mulan, Blue Xiaozhi has too many girlfriends, and it is enough to take care of them all at ordinary times. And Xiaozhi's Pokemon all have a very strong sense of self-management. With the existence of Pikachu, no matter which Pokemon, they are very cooperative. In the blue light curtain. Then Xiaozhi and his party came to Dongmen town, and helped Ali, the owner of the beautiful flower, to improve. Ali also successfully won the championship in the town's performance competition. And after Xiaozhi improved Ali and Ali's beautiful flower, Ali also found that she couldn't leave Xiaozhi. So Xiaozhi's girlfriends added another beautiful trainer, Ali. Then they experienced a series of stories, and Xiaozhi handled them perfectly. Just when Xiaozhi and his party got up, kissed, made breakfast, and ate breakfast as usual, a chrysanthemum leaf seemed to run over, smelling the fragrance of breakfast. The next Chico, after running over with 4 legs, was very proud and didn't want to eat at first. But when Xiaozhi's Pikachu saw Chico like this, he also hurriedly brought the Pokemon food for himself, and took another food specially made for grass attribute Pokemon and handed it to Chico. After Chico felt Pikachu's warm behavior, he also thanked Pikachu. Then he started to eat happily. While Chico was eating, Xiaozhi also came to Chico and touched her head very intimately. And he also chatted with Chico. After eating, Chico still showed a very strong fighting spirit. And now she feels that her energy is very abundant. And it seems that after eating the Pokemon food specially prepared by Xiaozhi, the power value of the moves has been improved. Pass. Xiaozhi, I want to challenge you. Chickweed's words also made Pikachu feel choked while eating. This Chickweed obviously didn't play by the rules. After eating the food specially prepared by Xiaozhi, some wild Pokemon either acted very friendly or thanked Xiaozhi. Never did they turn around and challenge Xiaozhi after eating. But the surprise was over in a flash, and Pikachu immediately danced and told Chickweed how powerful their trainer was. When Xiaozhi heard that Chickweed was going to challenge him, he chuckled and sent out Bulbasaur with the same attributes as Chickweed. When Chickweed saw Bulbasaur, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she challenged Bulbasaur with all her strength. Because Bulbasaur had received Xiaozhi's instructions, she was very optimistic about Chickweed, who was competitive, arrogant, and elegant. So during the battle, he also tried his best to guide Chickweed to use more powerful skills. But the difference in strength between the two sides is really like the stars in the sky and the grass on the ground. The difference is really too far. In the failures again and again, although Chickweed tried very hard. And even in the end, when she had no more physical strength, she still wanted to persist. However, Chickweed finally trembled, and her limbs and feet became soft. Because Bulbasaur paid great attention to controlling the use of skills during the battle, Chickweed was not injured, but just exhausted. When Xiaozhi saw this situation, he immediately chuckled and immediately restored Chickweed. Afterwards, Chickweed was also very happy to join Xiaozhi's Pokemon family. Xiaomao, if you want to conquer Pokemon, you must first conquer the Pokemon's stomach. Group Gone, qualified Pokemon food, or Pokemon food that is different and outstanding, can bring unimaginable improvements to trainers. Arcane, support. The ash in the red light curtain captured Chickweed through fighting and caring for it, which moved Chickweed. Baracane, the ash in the blue light curtain captured Chickweed through his own abilities, the food he made, and the communication between his Pokemon and Chickweed, as well as the communication between himself and Chickweed. Arcane, blue ash is so gentle. Or whether it's red or blue, they're all great. 9 Arcane, and Mimel Tang, she's clamoring now that she wants to eat such delicious food too. When will Blue Ash come to Johto? Akane, when will our Ash here make such wonderful Pokemon food? Ami, same question. Leak when the real Xiaozhi saw these messages in the barrage. Sulfur Xiaozhi also read the books on Pokemon cooking in his left hand more seriously. Sacrifice he is now communicating with his Pokemon in a room full of female trainers, and fighting. Feet and the private training room, which was originally small, has become spacious under the operation of Miss Sirona. Sulfur Xiaozhi, let's practice. The private training rooms at the Quartz Conference can be expanded. Now I have it has been expanded. While directing the battle, I'll see what kind of state your strength is in. Miss Sirona sent out her Pokemon. On the other hand, she also signaled Xiaozhi to speed up his progress. Okay, Miss Sirona, I'm done. Wait for me to put on my pants. Xiaozhi immediately jumped up from the sofa, tidied his clothes, and started the battle immediately. Xiaozhi didn't want to miss any opportunity to improve. In the blue light curtain. After Lan Xiaozhi captured Chikorita, the group continued their journey. After experiencing a series of stories, Xiaozhi and others also felt the Pokemon Center in Happy Town. Because when they came here, the time was estimated. Moreover, they never traveled at night. There was enough time during the day, and looking at the relevant maps, the routes were the best. So, when they arrived at the Pokemon Center in Happy Town, it was just over 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I know this Pokemon Center. There is a very enthusiastic Happy Egg inside. I came here to learn and help some time ago. Joey said as she led Xiaozhi and her sisters into the Pokemon Center. When everyone came in, a very enthusiastic Happy Egg came over with 2 legs. While walking over, she was holding 3.0 food and seemed to give some to Xiaozhi. But maybe because she was in a hurry and didn't pay attention to her feet, she actually tripped over her left foot. But fortunately, Xiaozhi and Pikachu found this situation at the first time and went up to help, helping Happy Egg stand firmly. Then everyone started chatting with Happy Egg. And because there was an acquaintance like Joey, everyone had a happy chat with Happy Egg. After that, the Rocket Team trio also came to this Pokemon Center. When they saw Xiaozhi and his group. Originally, Musashi didn't want to go in for the time being. They had to think about how to find a good way to get the little devil's Pikachu. But suddenly, Musashi saw his classmates from the Pokemon nursing school through the telescope. So Musashi changed his mind temporarily. While Xiaozhi and his friends were resting after dinner, he sneaked into the Pokemon Center. Because Xiaozhi and his friends chose to make their own food when they were eating, and the food in the Pokemon Center was very sufficient. What awaited Musashi and his friends was a constant supply of food. Obviously, Happiny recognized his classmates at a glance. There was also a necklace that was split into 2. Here, the 3 members of Team Rocket also received sufficient supplements. And with Kojiro's observation, he keenly discovered that among so many foods, many of them could only be made by Xiaozhi. So the 3 members of Team Rocket were moved to tears. Here, they didn't make any moves to cause trouble for Xiaozhi and his friends. In fact, it was equivalent to not giving them another flying experience. Xiaozhi and others continued their journey, and after experiencing the promotion of the Pokemon School, they finally arrived at the Kikyo Gym. Hello, I am Xiaozhi from Pallet Town. I want to challenge the gym. Chapter 131 Knock on the door at 9 p.m., twin ponytails, mini-skirt, black framed glasses, pink suspenders. In the blue light curtain. Xiaozhi and others finally arrived at the Kikyo Gym and began to prepare for the challenge. The gym owner, Asuka, was originally training inside at this time, but when he keenly heard someone coming to challenge. And this name was very familiar. He immediately put down his training and ran to the front desk registration position of the gym. Asuka originally thought that he would train for a period of time to improve the status of his Pokemon. Then he would come to better assess the trainers who challenged the gym. But he didn't expect to hear the report of the challenger from Pallet Town. And this challenger called himself Xiaozhi. Asu was also very nervous. He wanted to let his Pidgeot carry him to the reception desk in the gym. But it was obvious. This was not possible. He could only run as fast as he could. At this moment, Xiaozhi and his group, who were registering at the front desk, were surrounded. They were surrounded by the female trainers who came to the Kikyo gym at the same time to challenge them. They all looked at him with admiration, asked for autographs, and made sweet noises. And there were many female trainers who were wearing very little clothes, leaning against Xiaozhi. Oh my god, it's really Xiaozhi. When Xiaozhi played in the game before, I watched it on TV. I also bought a lot of peripheral props. I happened to bring postcards today, can you sign them for me? A hot female trainer. At this moment, she was waving a postcard of Xiaozhi in her hand. On the other hand, she was pushing forward. That sisters, can you please stop pushing? I also want Xiaozhi to sign for me. I still have his Pikachu doll here, I put it in my backpack. I'm so lucky today. A female trainer wearing black framed sunglasses, twin ponytails, and a miniskirt may be shy but still insisting on pushing forward. Mutuo is also very handsome, especially when Xiaozhi commanded Mutuo to win 6 in the last game of the Orange League Winners' Cup. I was stunned at that time. But I didn't bring any related peripherals, how about you sign on my suspenders? A girl wearing a pink suspender also pointed to the left side of her shoulder strap, wanting Xiaozhi to leave a mark here. Similar female trainers can be found everywhere. Some male trainers actually wanted Xiaozhi to sign for them, but seeing this situation, they were too embarrassed to squeeze forward. And now they also saw the gym leader, Asuka. Now he was charging forward with a very exaggerated attitude. After seeing so many enthusiastic fans of his, Xiaozhi immediately felt very happy. He first used the power of the wave guide to communicate with everyone, so that everyone calmed down relatively, and one by one, he satisfied the autograph request. If you have a postcard, sign on the star card. If you bring related peripheral props, sign on the base or back of the peripheral props. You can also let your Pokemon come out and press a palm print or footprint on it. And those who don't bring anything and ask for an autograph on their body. Xiaozhi also satisfied the requests of these hot female trainers. Xiaomao, Asuka, are you watching? Xiaomao, interview you as the gym leader trainer of Kikyo Gym, how do you feel now? Asuki, no feelings. I just want the sisters in front to leave a place for me to squeeze in and sign. Shiba, damn. Asuki is good. You must have a bright future. I am optimistic about your performance on flying a tribute Pokemon. Kahiri, very good. You can position yourself correctly, and you can learn from, imitate, and ask for advice from powerful trainers. Kahiri, Asuki, you may be the next king-level trainer in the Johto region, the king of flying attributes. As the top trainers communicate with Asuki, everyone can see that Asuki in the blue light screen has completely transformed into an admirer of Xiaozhi. Xiaoqian, humph. Xiaoqian, some sisters in the blue light screen are so cunning. Xiaoqian, I clearly saw that they also brought postcards or dolls in their small bags. Xiaoqian, but they all said they didn't bring any. Xiaoqian, this is clearly an attempt to take advantage of blue Xiaozhi. Xiaoqian is now furious. Ami, that's it. Ami, that girl with the pink sling clearly brought such a big Pikachu doll in her backpack. Pikachu's head is popping out. Ami, she also opened her big, fluttering eyes to deceive Xiaozhi, really. Ami, I wonder if the me in the blue light screen will ever let Xiaozhi sign his autograph on my bow. Xiao Gang, blue Xiaozhi is the master of love. Xiao Gang, I have decided that I will record blue Xiaozhi's every word and action carefully. The previous records are not enough. Start over. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi satisfied all the female trainers' requirements for signatures, Xiaozhi came to the battlefield under the personal escort of Asu. Actually, Asu wanted Xiaozhi to sign for him, but it was really late. There were too many female trainers, and they were too enthusiastic. If Asu went up and used his position to ask Xiaozhi to sign for him, or chatted with him for a few more words, it was possible that after those female trainers signed, they would be eager to see Xiaozhi fight, and they would be able to press Asu to the ground and unable to raise his head. The Kikyo Gym Challenge is a 3-on-3 singles match. When all the Pokémon on one side lose their combat ability, they will be considered defeated. After Asu quickly explained the rules of the gym challenge, Gugu, who had been beside Asu, also came to the battlefield. This Gugu is usually not in the Pokeball. He really likes to be by Asuka's side. On the other side, Xiaozhi also sent out his Pikachu. Because it is so popular. As soon as Pikachu came on the field, many trainers who were watching the game, as well as many female trainers who called their friends and sisters to watch the game, immediately couldn't hold back. Sisters, Pikachu is on the field. I'm recording it with a video device here. Who of you can go and turn on Kikyo? The TV station called over and asked them to broadcast live. The female anchor sister of Kikyo TV station has come, but she can't squeeze in from the outside. Kikyo Gym has been surrounded by more than 10 layers inside and outside. As several fanatical female fans discussed, many people subconsciously looked behind them. It turned out that the entire Kikyo Gym had been surrounded by 10 layers inside and 10 layers outside. There were also a lot of fanatical fans rushing towards Kikyo Gym. For a moment, it seemed that the whole Kikyo city had heard about Xiaozhi's challenge. And now, Xiaozhi has also sensed through waveguides, sensing that there are a lot of fanatical waveguides around him. For these, Xiaozhi feels pretty good. He became a Pokemon on this road of becoming a master, more and more people like him, which is the proof of his success. So, Xiaozhi decided to play a wonderful battle, a very entertaining battle, to show his female fans. Because Xiaozhi is very familiar with all the gyms in the Johto area. He is also very familiar with the attributes of the Pokemon of all the gyms and gym owners. So under the premise of taking out Pikachu, not only can he achieve restraint, but he can also be very gorgeous. Pikachu, use bright 100,000 volts. Pikachu, use bright volts to attack. Pikachu, use bright 10,000 thunder prison. As Xiaozhi commanded his Pikachu to use the light series moves that he had just taught in a performance-like manner, Asu's Cuckoo, Dujule, and Pidgeot were all defeated cleanly and neatly. Asu, it's exactly what I thought, but I saw that after Xiaozhi defeated me in the blue light screen, he was also explaining the relevant knowledge to me. Asu, I guess he might tell me how he developed these skills. I also hope that I in the blue light screen can develop skills by myself. ABI, it's very likely. After all, there is also a Pidgeot in your Pokemon, Asu. It's possible that Xiaozhi thinks your Pidgeot speed is also very good, and you are also very hardworking and in good condition. Abai, that's why Xiaozhi is willing to talk to you more. Abai, then there are Scythers in my team and Metapod. Will Blue Xiaozhi talk to me more then? With the communication between the first two gyms in the Johto region, Kikyo Gym and Braised Skin Gym leaders in the barrage, many viewers have already understood. Xiaozhi in the red light curtain and Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain have completely different ways of traveling at the beginning of the Johto League. One is still mainly about experiencing and conquering new Pokemon. And the other is to become a Pokemon master in advance. Although Blue Xiaozhi has not yet experienced the final master level trainer competition. But in fact, many of his, which is no different from a master level trainer. Top level Pokemon skills, this is the foundation. Coupled with the passion along the way, the love for Pokemon, and the understanding of each Pokemon subject and every detail. This is an advanced project. In addition, along the way, he has begun to experience the treatment of a Pokemon master. Where he goes, he is surrounded by people. Where he goes, there are many people who can recognize Xiaozhi and come to ask him for advice. Blue Xiaozhi has actually become a Pokemon master. The next journey is to continue his journey as a Pokemon master. Travel all over the elf world and experience the differences of various regions in the entire elf world. Scenery. Dr. Sora, Red Satoshi and Blue Satoshi have taken different paths, but they are also very successful paths for each of them. It is really great. Dr. Odumaki, that is indeed the case, and I am also looking forward to the fact that Satoshi in the blue light screen can continuously upgrade and transform his research institute. Dr. Odumaki, it is estimated that after traveling in each region, Satoshi will go home. Dr. Odumaki, then when he goes home, he should upgrade and transform Satoshi's own research institute every time. I believe that his research institute will get better and better. With Dr. Sora and Dr. Odumaki praising Red Satoshi and Blue Satoshi respectively. Everyone also expressed their agreement. Red Satoshi's act of saving the world in the special episode before is worthy of everyone's admiration. Blue Satoshi won all his trips without hesitation. And he has a superb IQ, is a mastermind, and his girlfriend's identity as a collector makes everyone feel envious and shocked. Daigo, but there is a question. It seems that there are not many pictures of Lan Xiaozhi's research institute for the time being. Are there any Pokemon in the backyard of the research institute? Alice, Daigo, your question is indeed very critical. Is it possible that in the pictures we haven't seen, Lan Xiaozhi has already collected some Pokemon from different regions? Alice, put them in his own research institute? Dante, I think Alice's idea is it is possible. In addition to the Pokemon that Xiaozhi brought with him to fight, he might collect some more Pokemon and train them in the research institute. There might be a rotating team in the future. In the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi then gave Asu a general science lesson. The entire series of skills of light have a larger attack range, stronger move power value, and more gorgeous move pictures. 433. This is also a series of skills that Xiaozhi tailored for all his Pokemon. If Asu wants to develop his own skills, Xiaozhi's advice is to practice more, read more books, and feel more with Pokemon. If the time is right, he may be able to develop his own skills. And Xiaozhi also told Asu not to worry. Because Xiaozhi himself is different from ordinary trainers. Xiaozhi learns very quickly. Although it has been a long time since leaving the Lake of Life and coming to the first gym in Johto. But it was only less than a month. For ordinary trainers, it may take years or 3 years to develop new skills. 7 and before that, when Xiaozhi was conceiving the light poke ball. He had already started a series of preparations. After Xiaozhi successfully got the light poke ball and all the Pokemon were replaced. All the skills of the light series can be used perfectly by Xiaozhi and Pokemon. 9 after that. After Xiaozhi got the wing badge of the Kikyo Gym. Xiaozhi and his party also stayed in Kikyo City for a few more days. During this period, Kikyo TV station conducted a 3-day interview with Xiaozhi. During the interview, Xiaozhi also communicated with many trainers in Kikyo City. On the TV station's interview program, Xiaozhi also used his own knowledge to popularize to all the audience how to train better. It was genuine and the teaching was done seriously. This 3-day interview and the live broadcast of each interview directly set off a sensation in Johto. Not only in Kikyo City, but also in the entire city of Johto, all the cities were broadcasting this program. The economic benefits caused by this program are countless. All related units also connected to the information of Xiaozhi's Pokemon Encyclopedia as soon as possible. According to the rules set by President Damalankai before. After removing the necessary labor costs, 95% of all income was transferred to Xiaozhi's account. This 95% income was the same as the transfer payment made by a series of people such as the office of Yahung City where Jia was located and Caesar, the director of the wilderness area. He was transferring money continuously. As long as there was income, as long as the copyright of this part, or the part of the building that Xiaozhi helped to renovate, generated income, there would be continuous transfers. On the last day that Xiaozhi and others planned to stay in Kikyo City, When Xiaozhi was preparing to rest and do some exercise, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Through the induction of the wave guide, Xiaozhi found that outside were the group of beautiful and hot female trainers who had asked him to sign before. And it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Damn, so many beautiful girls. I don't know if I can handle it. Chapter 132 Blue Xiaozhi, what are you doing? Xiaozhi and the others just finished taking a shower. In the blue light curtain. Today, Xiaozhi had originally planned to rest with his girlfriends because he would leave early tomorrow morning to continue his journey. But there were so many beautiful female trainers who admired him coming to him. Xiaozhi must ask about the situation. After letting all the female trainers into the house, Xiaozhi chatted for a while and understood. These female trainers all felt that Xiaozhi would leave Kikyo City tomorrow. So tonight, they wanted to leave beautiful memories with Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi also chuckled at the moment. At the same time, he called out his other girlfriends. Originally, they had all taken a shower and were ready to rest and exercise. In this case, they would just rest together after taking a shower. Before resting, they would play some games and exercise for a while. It was no burden for Xiaozhi. As Xiaozhi's first girlfriend, Xiaozhi saw so many beautiful female trainers from Johto coming to Xiaozhi. She laughed immediately. She threw the towel directly. Xiaozhi was also slightly surprised when he saw this. Xiaozhi, don't worry, my brother just vomited. This night was spent in ups and downs, and one wonderful skill training after another. Xiaozhi also got up early the next morning. After one sweet morning kiss after another, Xiaozhi's face was almost covered with kisses. Xiaozhi was finally able to get up and start a series of work. After finishing all the finishing work after the end, Xiaozhi and his group also set off to continue the next journey. The screen gradually dimmed when it was broadcast here. Finally, it was fixed on the picture of Xiaozhi and all his girlfriends setting off towards the rising sun. At the same time, the red light screen gradually lit up. Xiaomao, wow, I just said wow, we can't see the specific details here, I just know that there are too many beautiful trainers who knocked on the door and went in. Xiaomao, has anyone counted it specifically how many are there? Xiaomao has always been very serious about recording the number of girlfriends that Lan Xiaozhi has dated. It seems that he will also work harder in the future and cannot lose to Lan Xiaozhi in the number of girlfriends. Shinji, there are too many people. The people who participate in the evening training and the people who play games, even the villa that Kikyo City arranged for him, which is so big, is a bit crowded. Alice, the focus of my attention. It's still Lan Xiaozhi himself. Alice, he is really excellent. Alice, I gave Asu a scientific popularization. When accepting the interview in the blue light screen, I really explained it to everyone seriously. There is no doubt that Alice has been completely fascinated by Lan Xiaozhi. Lan, that's right. Kikyo City has also made great preparations for the 3-day interview. Daigo, I think we should also learn from Kikyo City in the blue light screen and do the same in our region. Daigo, I decided to start with Feng Yuan. Daigo, I can take care of many newcomers to Feng Yuan. In this way, it is imperceptible. Many champion trainers who are watching the double comparison live broadcast are starting to experiment from their own regions. This change has also increased the sense of belonging of many trainers to new cities and new regions. It also allows many trainers to experience something they have never felt before. Xiaozhi, the red light screen has begun to be released. I can't wait to see how I use Charizard to challenge and fight in the Johto region. Xiaomao, indeed, Charizard's strength and obedience are constantly increasing. In the red light curtain. While continuing their journey, Xiaozhi and his party met a Meryl by the river. And she was crying while walking by the river. It seemed that she couldn't stop crying. Seeing this, Xiaozhi and others hurried forward to ask. Through the conversation between Pikachu and Meryl, everyone knew that Meryl was lost. She lost contact with her trainer. No wonder Xiaozhi failed to capture her just now. And when Xiaozhi wanted to hug her, she cried. She didn't cry when Xiao Gang hugged her. During this process, the three members of Team Rocket drove over in an exaggerated manner, trying to snatch Meryl and Pikachu. However, because Meryl cried very loudly, the three members of Team Rocket who were driving lost control of the car directly under the influence of the crying. The members of Team Rocket were then blown away. Meryl and Pikachu also fell into the river. Misty also jumped down to save them. However, during this process, Misty, Meryl, and Pikachu were separated from everyone. However, at this time, Misty, the owner of Meryl who had just rushed over, also missed it. She was very anxious. She also cried anxiously. The separated Misty, Meryl, and Pikachu were looking for the main group together. Misty didn't pay attention and yelled at Meryl, causing Meryl to run away in fear. Although Misty also quickly found Meryl. But she seemed to prefer to be close to Pikachu. When walking, she always held Pikachu's hand. She also ate delicious food with Pikachu. But whenever Misty wanted to communicate with Meryl or wanted to hug her, Meryl also cried loudly. Later, Meryl found a field full of flowers. She thought about watering the flowers with a water gun to make them look better. But she didn't expect that she would anger a group of giant bees in the field. But fortunately, Pikachu succeeded in saving the beauty. After that, there was a storm and lightning. Because Meryl was very afraid of lightning and was timid. So she was scared away again, but Misty followed her and protected her. Finally, the relationship between Meryl and Misty also improved. After defeating the Rocket Trio again, the group finally reunited. Although Meryl was very nostalgic for Misty and Pikachu. But there was no way. She still left with Miyuki. Xiao Mao, everyone, please remember this is a key point. Xiao Mao, Blue Xiaozhi is probably going to find Pikachu's first girlfriend. In the red light curtain. Afterwards, the Rocket Trio still did not give up. They drove the strange Aber robot, which they built with all their savings, and moved towards Xiaozhi and others. But unfortunately, Xiaoxia's Tijipai and a tail force ran into the robot. After that, they experienced a series of very exciting and interesting stories of Pokemon. Xiaozhi and his team successfully stopped the Rocket Team's robot from going movement, so that the city is not destroyed. During the subsequent journey, Xiaozhi and his party met GK who used Charizard. GK also led Xiaozhi and his party to fly to Charizard Valley. However, because Xiaozhi's Charizard's carrying capacity is not strong. Because after arriving at Charizard Valley, he was defeated by many other Charizards in the valley, so Xiaozhi had to re-examine his teaching of Charizard. Because, although it has experienced several failures, Charizard still has fighting spirit. And it seems that there is a female dragon in the valley, which also makes Charizard have a good impression. Afterwards, Xiaozhi was very sad, but he had to pretend to be cruel, so he left Charizard in Charizard Valley for training. In this way, Charizard temporarily left Xiaozhi's team. Xiao Mao, good guy, just said that Charizard will become a great help to Xiaozhi in the future, and now he is temporarily leaving the team for training? Xiao Mao, but it's okay. Xiao Mao, Charizard will probably come back later. Xiaozhi, Miss GK in Charizard Valley, and so many other Charizards are so strong. Xiaozhi, I need to train Charizard now. Xiaozhi, Miss Serona, let's continue. In the red light curtain. Afterwards, Xiaozhi and his party came to Sunshine Town. Here, Xiaozhi relied on the help of Meowth of Team Rocket. Under Meowth's translation, Xiaozhi solved Sunflower Monster's mood problem and helped Chisa win the beauty pageant. Afterwards, Xiaozhi was in a battle with a boy who was returning home from cram school. Because Chikorita and the opponent's Rattata were both covered with scars, Xiaozhi thought of changing people. But because of this, Chikorita became unhappy. Afterwards, Chikorita sneaked out at night, but with Pikachu's search, Chikorita and Xiaozhi finally restored their harmonious relationship. Afterwards, on the way to Hinoki town, Xiaozhi and his group helped Azumi to find the sedge that was blown away by the tornado. In Scorpio town, they met a father and daughter pretending to be the messengers of justice. And in the sheep village, they helped Xianglian to drive away the rocket trio, allowing Alien to see her daughter's confidence and strength. In the subsequent forest, after being attacked by the giant claw mantis, they understood the good intentions of the trainer. And Xiaozhi successfully defeated the trainer's child. Let him understand that fighting is not just about fighting with data, but also about commanding with passion. After a while, Xiaozhi successfully recovered a lil egg in the forest. And after experiencing a story, he finally came to the Hinoki gym. The battle venue was in the forest. In the first battle, Xiaozhi defeated ABI's orb spider with Chikorita. In the second battle, Xiaozhi defeated Metapod with Pikachu. In the third battle, after ABI's last main Pokémon, Scyther, appeared. He first defeated Xiaozhi's Pikachu with Split and Slash. But Xiaozhi was not in a hurry afterwards. He sent Infernape to fight calmly. During the battle, Xiaozhi let Infernape find an opportunity to come above Scyther and use Jet Flame. Since Scyther had no defense against this jet flame that fell from the sky, it was defeated directly. After defeating ABI's Silent Warrior, Proud Warrior and Gorgeous Warrior, Xiaozhi successfully obtained the insect batch. Matsuba, ABI, these nicknames of yours are quite interesting. ABI, hehe, it's okay. Xiaoqian, is it my turn soon? I can't wait. I am also looking forward to the scene in the red light curtain. In the red light curtain. After searching for Farfetch and the exchange meeting, Xiaozhi and his group also participated in the Pokemon firefighting meeting. Due to Xiaozhi's Squirtle's excellent command, the former Squirtle's subordinates also performed very well. In order to allow his Squirtle to train better, achieve his goals better, and help the Squirtle team gain better honors, Xiaozhi chose to leave the Squirtle on Miss Kuncha's side. Xiaomao, MD. Xiaozhi, can't you take all these squirrels with you? Shinji, Charizard, just let Charizard train, there will be a chance to come back in the future. Will you, Squirtle, not come back in the future? Xiaozhi. At this moment, Xiaozhi in reality is training while watching the double comparison live broadcast room, and he feels very uncomfortable on the other side. In the future, when I travel, I will never let Pokemon leave me again. I will handle everything properly, such as these Squirtles, I can. Xiaozhi looked at Squirtle not far behind him and found that Squirtle was also looking at Xiaozhi with reluctance. Xiaozhi immediately knew that he had to change. In the red light curtain. In Xiaozhi the group experienced the story of Wooper's nursery, the story of Jigglypuff vs Blue, and the story of Dalubi. When Xiaozhi and his group were fishing, a crocodile suddenly appeared, which made everyone excited. After a battle, Xiaozhi successfully captured Crocodile. After that, Xiaozhi started to train his Pokemon after he was at a disadvantage in a battle with Infernape. Xiaomao, this is a big problem. You only train after losing, but you just start if you don't lose? In the red light curtain. After that, Xiaozhi captured Nitole, passed the Bear Forest, and experienced a series of stories in the Superpower Town. Finally, he successfully arrived in Goldman City. In the first battle with the Goldman Gym, although Xiaozhi defeated Xiaoqian's first two Pokemon. However, Xiaoqian's last milk tank directly reversed the situation and defeated Xiaozhi. In addition, Xiaoqian was very kind to lead Xiaozhi and his group to visit the ranch of Multank. Xiaozhi originally wanted to learn how to defeat Multank. However, the rocket trio messed up afterwards. The ranch was also in a mess. However, with Xiaozhi's help, the rocket team was also driven away. Xiaozhi challenged again. Although the challenge was not conducted in the gym, Xiaoqian was still impressed by Xiaozhi's tactics. He admitted that the challenge was successful this time. During the battle, Xiaozhi first used Crocodile and then used Incarnadine. How, these two Pokemon greatly reduced the speed of Miltank. In the end, Pikachu was able to win successfully. Defeated Miltank. After winning, Xiaozhi finally got his third badge of the Johto region as he wished. Regular badge. The red light curtain at this point gradually dimmed. The blue light curtain gradually lit up. Xiao Qian, oh! I didn't expect the tactics behind Red Xiaozhi to be so good. Really good. Xiao Mao, I didn't expect Red Xiaozhi to start playing tactics, it's really good. Ami, Xiao Qian's full gold has been played, and my Xiaozhi should not be far away. Xiao Qian, that's right. Ami, you reminded me. Blue Xiaozhi's side is about to start playing. I hope Blue Xiaozhi can come to full gold city soon. In the blue light curtain, there seems to be a Meryl squatting by the river in front of Xiaozhi. Is she alone with her trainer? Xiao Misty saw it at a glance. There was a Meryl squatting there, looking very wronged and very sad. And Xiaozhi had just discovered this Meryl through sensing. He was just looking for the trainer of this Meryl through sensing. Afterwards, Xiaozhi didn't spend much effort and asked Mew to bring the trainer back. Thank you so much. This female trainer with dark green hair, beautiful face, big eyes and willow-shaped eyebrows is named Miyuki. Usually, she dotes on her Meryl. Just now, when her Meryl was accidentally lost, she was already crying anxiously. Wait! Are you Xiaozhi from Pallet Town? Before, I specially asked the housekeeper at home to help me buy a lot of postcards about you and your Pokemon peripherals. My home is not far from here, why don't you come home with me to kill? I want to thank you very much. At this moment, Miyuki was also holding Xiaozhi's hand. On the other hand, she ran directly towards her home. Chapter 133 GK, come on. Trample me, don't do it because of me. In the blue light curtain, Miyuki held Xiaozhi's hand and trotted forward, while she kept thanking Xiaozhi. She also kept expressing her love for Xiaozhi. After listening for a while, Xiaozhi and his group understood. This beautiful girl named Miyuki is a young lady from the Johto region. The family situation is pretty good. And Xiaozhi saw that his Pikachu seemed to play very well with Meryl, and immediately nodded and agreed to Miyuki's invitation. Soon, everyone arrived at the gate of Miyuki's house. A very grand mansion. As soon as you enter the gate, there is a large courtyard in front of a very spacious villa. Facing the courtyard, you even need to take a car to reach Miyuki's home. Here, Xiaozhi and his group were also warmly entertained by Miyuki's family. Especially when Miyuki's family saw Xiaozhi, they also recognized Xiaozhi. Miyuki's father and mother saw that their daughter was also very interested in Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi also took good care of Miyuki. It was said that he helped Miyuki find the lost Meryl along the way. Miyuki's family loved this Meryl very much. But maybe because Miyuki was a little timid by nature. And this Meryl was also quite timid. He often liked cry together. But now, in the eyes of Miyuki's parents, Miyuki is comforted by Xiaozhi. After Xiaozhi's very short communication, she has already overcome the habit of crying and crying. Xiaomao, good guy, I thought Miyuki was a rich woman in the blue world, but I didn't expect her to be a rich woman. Shinji, it's still Xiaozhi who has a way. He locked Miyuki's heart with his own heart in a few seconds. Shiba, Miyuki's yard is so big that you need to drive from the gate to the innermost part of the villa. Shiba, this seems to be similar to Kojiro's house. Adu, Kojiro is bound by his family. He is not happy. Adu, but Miyuki doesn't show any signs of unhappiness. Except for being a little timid and shy, everything else is pretty good. Xiao Qian, it's over. I have to move one seat back. Ami, same, I have to move one seat back at least. Xiao Mao, two gym leaders in the Johto region, you may have to move several seats back. Xiao Mao, think back on this journey. Were there other girls? Xiao Mao's remarks hit the soul. Because it seems to be true. Lan Xiaozhi is really excellent. And every time, he properly handles the relationship with beautiful girls. And having more girlfriends is a perfect example of Lan Xiaozhi's excellence. So although Xiao Qian and Ami may say something sour, but in their hearts, they are also very happy to see Lan Xiaozhi get girlfriends one after another. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi and his group and Miyuki's family happily finished dinner, Pikachu and Meryl were also brought along. They all held hands and played in the villa's super large yard. And Miyuki also had a rosy face, pulling Xiaozhi to do business. After a night, Miyuki waved goodbye to her family. She was going to travel with Xiaozhi. Pikachu and Meryl were also holding hands. Later, during the trip, the Rockets used all their savings to build the strange Abe robot. It was also discovered in advance by Xiaozhi using the power of the wave guide. The plan of the 3 rockets went bankrupt. And Xiaozhi directly confiscated the strange Abe robot and resolved the crisis. After that, Xiaozhi and his group met GK, who was training with Charizard in a large valley. After seeing GK, Xiaozhi immediately felt that this trainer should be a full-time Charizard trainer. And during the training, GK suddenly found that someone was watching him from the side. When GK looked back carefully, I found that this was Xiaozhi, who I had paid close attention to recently and played every game. Immediately, GK rushed forward and held Xiaozhi's hand. Oh my god, it's really Xiaozhi! Xiaozhi, you used Charizard too few times in the game. I strongly suggest that you should make Charizard the main force in the future. In addition to the fire attribute skills, your Charizard also uses other attribute skills very well. Can you teach me? My little Lisa also wants to learn those, especially powerful Charizard skills. While talking, GK introduced the little Lisa he took care of to Xiaozhi. After seeing Lisa, Xiaozhi immediately called out his Charizard. As soon as Xiaozhi's Charizard appeared, it immediately howled at the sky. Just this howl completely attracted Lisa's attention. It seemed that at that moment, Lisa fell in love with Xiaozhi's Charizard. Xiaozhi, do you have time to go with me to Charizard Valley? There are a lot of Charizards there, and I am responsible for taking care of them. They are all wild Charizards, and there are no trainers. So in order to prevent dangerous poachers, they are trained very seriously. But I think it's not enough to just train seriously. We also need to invite a professional Pokemon master or a professional Charizard master to teach them. GK also said all the words that he had been holding back for a long time. He had never thought that he would meet Xiaozhi himself one day. Because the news that Xiaozhi was traveling in the Johto area had been seen by GK. But the Johto area is so big that it is impossible to know how long Xiaozhi will stay in a certain place. Originally, when GK was training, she would also think about when Xiaozhi would come to her for training. She was so worried that she lost her appetite. But she didn't expect that it was as if the heavens heard GK's call, and Xiaozhi really came to the vicinity of Charizard Valley. This valley is not far from the Charizard Valley. So GK immediately grabbed Xiaozhi's hand again. She wanted Xiaozhi to agree to her request. Come on. Trample me. Don't be because I am a girl, so you should pity me. I am also very confident in the Charizards. While GK was talking, she was also looking at Xiaozhi seriously. And Xiaozhi, he had not spoken just now. In fact, he was politely waiting for GK to finish what he said. But unexpectedly, the more Xiaozhi listened, the more he felt something was wrong. I haven't expressed my opinion yet because of politeness, so that Miss GK can finish her words at once. Why is Miss GK getting more and more excited the more she talks? Why is she willing to pay any price? No, there is no need to pay any price. It is also helpful for me to meet the beautiful Miss GK and fight against your Charizard. We can just learn from each other. There may be some methods that I need to ask you for advice. Charizard, let's go. You haven't flown for a long time. While talking, Xiaozhi asked Charizard to prepare to carry people. Because Xiaozhi had too many people, the remaining girlfriends were taken away by Gyarados and the monster fossil pterosaur. The girlfriends sat on the 3 Pokémon of Xiaozhi and set off for Charizard Valley. After seeing that Xiaozhi agreed to her request, GK was very happy to let her Lisa take off. During this process, GK kept chatting with Xiaozhi in the air. And GK was surprised to find that after Xiaozhi's Charizard was fully loaded, the speed was much faster than her Lisa. If Xiaozhi hadn't deliberately maintained a very slow speed, little Lisa may not even be able to handle the tail gas of Xiaozhi's Charizard now. For a moment, GK's admiration for Xiaozhi has directly surged into her heart. Love also surged into her heart. Yet, compared with the teaching method of Charizard on red Xiaozhi's side, the strength of Charizard on blue Xiaozhi's side should be stronger. However, it is indeed as Miss GK said, the number of times that blue Xiaozhi's Charizard comes out to fight is really a little less. Dancy, less is less. Dancy, day, do you want to think about how many Pokémon blue Xiaozhi has not fought yet? Dancy, the newly captured Ho-Oh has not been beaten. The 3 little brothers of Ho-Oh have not been beaten. Lugia has not been beaten. Among the 3 little brothers of Lugia, the other 2 are Moltres. I haven't beaten them either. Dancy, not to mention the newly captured young Helas and Heracross. Even if you queue up, you have to beat all these Pokémon in one round. Dancy's remarks were like a list of dishes in the barrage. It also made Day a little speechless. 100, 167, 1055. Although he likes fire attribute Pokémon very much and is also a king level trainer who focuses on fire attribute, but he had to admit that what his good friend Dancy said did make some sense. There are too many Pokémon in Lan Xiaozhi's team. And the well-trained Pokémon, it can be said that all of them are well-trained. It seems that no matter which Pokémon is taken out to play a few more rounds, it seems to be unfair to other Pokémon. Pakula, hey, the 2 trainers should not have conflicts with each other. Pakula, it is definitely not good to quarrel over this matter. Although I am also a fire-attributed king-level trainer, I also want Xiaozhi to use Charizard to fight more, but if he doesn't use it more I can tolerate it, it's just that I feel a little aggrieved in my heart. Shiba, why do I feel that your words also want blue Xiaozhi to fight more with Charizard? Adu, what about Dragonite, Gyarados, and Pteranodon? Kikyuko, Adu, are you confused? Pteranodon is not a dragon-attributed Pokémon. And Gyarados is the same. Gyarados is a dragon-attributed Pokémon? Does it mean it is a dragon if there is a dragon in its name? Professor Soramaki, okay. It is possible that Adu Champion wanted blue Xiaozhi to use more dragon-attribute Pokémon for a while. Professor Oak, actually, everyone should be happy. Professor Oak, blue Xiaozhi has too many excellent Pokémon in the team, so he can select the appropriate Pokémon to fight outside after some selection. Professor Oak, but every night, can't we see a general idea of the team training? Professor Oak, although we can't see the details of the specific training, we know which Pokémon participated. With the speeches of Professor Sora and Professor Oak respectively, many top trainers who watched the double comparison live broadcast gradually calmed down. Blue Xiaozhi has too many top Pokémon, and each of them is well trained. As long as the Pokémon joins the team, there is no Pokémon that is not powerful. In this case, you can take whichever one you want in the external battle. Because in Xiaozhi's team, the training of his Pokémon at night was indeed as the 2 Pokémon doctors said, and the improvement was too great. In the blue light curtain. After arriving at the Charizard Valley, or to be more precise, the moment when Xiaozhi's Charizard vibrated its wings and arrived at the Charizard Valley. All the wild Charizards in the valley have already felt the pressure brought by Xiaozhi's Charizard vibrating its wings. All the wild Charizards are under the training of GK, and their strength is very strong. And they also listen to GK very much. But now they have already ignited their fighting spirit. They want to fight against this powerful Charizard led by GK. Roar! This strange trainer, his Charizard is so strong. The majestic appearance of vibrating wings is too amazing. Roar! The strong wings, the powerful body, and the high head are just like the dragon in the dream. Roar! I tell you, you'd better pay attention. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see that Sister Lisa stared at the Charizard with admiration in her eyes? As the Charizards roared in the Charizard Valley, they also communicated. After Xiaozhi helped all the girlfriends down safely, he also commanded the Charizards to conduct special training for their own kind in the Charizard Valley. This was also the point that GK wanted to ask Xiaozhi for help along the way. GK admired Xiaozhi's training method very much. After Xiaozhi's Charizard received Xiaozhi's instructions, it roared and stood on the high platform of the Charizard Valley. And Xiaozhi didn't waste time at this moment. Directly activated the two super evolution modes of Charizard. Under the demonstration of the two evolution modes of X and Y. All other wild Charizards also started special training while GK called out their names one by one. First, 3-on-1. Then 5-on-1. Then 10-on-1. Finally, all the Charizards came together to besiege Xiaozhi's Charizard. But even if all the Charizards came together, Xiaozhi's Charizard only needs one move. A common large character Flame Blast can cover all opponents in all directions. Yet, before, there was a flame jet that fell from the sky on Xiaozhi's side and commanded the Infernape to use. Xiaozhi on this side commanded his Charizard to fall from the sky, and the large character Flame Blast he used was really cool. In the blue light curtain. After the entire training process, Xiaozhi also began to combine actual combat training and began to give specific explanations to the wild Charizards in the Charizard Valley. And after some explanations, after completing the entire teaching process, the girlfriend and Pokemon who followed Xiaozhi to Sunshine Town, GK and GK's little Lisa were added. The wild Charizards in Charizard Valley also became the first group of Pokemon in Xiaozhi's research institute. Xiaozhi, who is responsible for assistant work in Xiaozhi's research institute, will properly place these Charizards, and Xiaozhi will also regularly check the improvement of Charizards. After that, Xiaozhi and his party came to Sunshine Town. Just as Joey, Nana, Ichi, Ali, Miyuki, and GK were explaining the customs of Johto to Xiaozhi, a girl wearing a sun hat who was connecting a water pipe suddenly shouted, "Ah, the water pipe is broken. The mountain spring water is all over my body, all wet, it's a pity." Chapter 134 Xiaomao, another object of abuse has been added. How exciting it is! In the blue light curtain. This little girl is Qinsha, who is using the spring water from the mountain. When Xiaozhi saw that Qinsha's spring water pipe was not connected properly this time, and her clothes were all wet, Xiaozhi did not hesitate. He immediately took off his coat and put it on Qinsha. And Qinsha was now completely wet. She didn't wear many clothes, and if she did, she would definitely catch a cold when the cool wind blew. So, Qinsha took it with a shy face. This seemed to be a familiar male's clothes. And when she took the clothes, Qinsha also secretly glanced at Xiaozhi. She felt that Xiaozhi was very familiar, and very handsome, and very temperament. But for a moment, it seemed that she couldn't remember it. But then Qinsha, with the help of Xiaozhi, first, he took off his soaked clothes, leaving only his underwear. When Xiaozhi saw this, he immediately became very gentlemanly. Although he was helping Qinsha change her clothes with his eyes fixed on her. But he had no other thoughts in his mind. Just pure in admiration, Qinsha must have trained very well. She has a good figure. A slim waist. Then, when Xiaozhi looked at Qinsha like this, she naturally found that Xiaozhi's eyes were very pure. Qinsha immediately looked even more embarrassed. But she did not stop Xiaozhi from helping her change clothes, and she was also helping her to tidy up her wet coat and pants. Then these clothes have been sorted out. You can change them properly when you go home. After Xiaozhi sorted out the clothes, he also chuckled and handed them to Qianxia. After Qianxia took the clothes handed over by Xiaozhi and saw Xiaozhi's extremely pure eyes, Qianxia suddenly remembered. Are you Xiaozhi from Pallet Town? I am the champion of the Quartz Conference and the honorary trainer of the Orange Islands Winners' Cup. And you also accepted an interview in Kikyo City. Oh my god, it's really Xiaozhi. After confirming Xiaozhi's identity, Qianxia immediately threw herself into Xiaozhi's arms without caring about the untreated water pipes next to her. And this time, Qianxia and Xiaozhi were both soaked. The clothes on their bodies were soaked. The underwear that was vaguely visible was also a spring scene. Xiaozhi saw everything he could see. But these were all unexpected situations, and Xiaozhi's own clothes were also wet, so he was also a victim. So Xiaozhi also laughed lightly at the moment. He took his usual spare clothes from Xiaoxia's hands, as well as another set of Xiaoxia's and other people's usual clothes. Then Qianxia was very embarrassed. After packing everything up, she invited Xiaozhi and others back home. Along the way, Qianxia also held Xiaozhi's hand and explained to Xiaozhi how she cultivated sunflower monsters. Xiaozhi also learned about Qianxia's profession in full. The fresh air, soft sunshine, and natural spring water. The water pipe that was just connected was the one that brought the spring water all the way down. But it is possible that the water pipe broke under the wind and sun because it had not been changed for a while. Qianxia was very embarrassed again and apologized to Xiaozhi while walking. Xiaozhi waved his hand quickly, saying that it was nothing as long as people didn't catch a cold. At this moment, when Qianxia led Xiaozhi and others back home, Xiaozhi and his group also saw the very natural, healthy, and pure decoration in Qianxia's house. They also saw the two sunflower monsters that Qianxia said she cultivated very well. At this moment, the two sunflower monsters were drinking water. But Xiaozhi clearly felt that one of the ones that was cultivated more outstandingly looked a little listless. Chisa, the sunflower on the left, is it because the other sunflower that she usually plays with is missing? Or is it because the other friends are missing, which makes her feel a little depressed? Through the wave guide, Xiaozhi also explained the situation to Chisa as soon as possible. After hearing what Xiaozhi said, Chisa hurriedly checked her sunflower. This sunflower was the one Chisa planned to take to the beauty pageant of all the sunflowers. If there is a problem now, the problem of the sunflower must be solved first. The beauty pageant can wait for a while. Pokemon must be taken care of first. So, under Chisa's inquiry and with the help of Pikachu, the sunflower also explained the reason. It turned out that it was because one of her good friends, another sunflower, was recently exchanged. So she lost her playmate. After understanding the situation, Xiaozhi and his group also took Chisa with them. They came to the Pokemon Center. I saw the original sunflower monster. Lu Bo, exchanging Pokemon with each other does allow trainers to use a variety of different Pokemon, but the disadvantages are also reflected. Alice, that's true. The Pokemon after the exchange will lose contact with the original Pokemon's playmates. In this case, if the Pokemon on both sides are not properly arranged. Alice, if no one can understand the real reason why the Pokemon are unhappy, the status of the Pokemon will get worse and worse. Few wrong, then should we promote a rule for exchanging Pokemon, and slightly restrict the exchange of Pokemon between trainers on the original basis? Few wrong, or take other different ways. As several trainers left messages in the barrage, many people also noticed this point. At the same time, many trainers around the world began to reflect. They recalled some details of the original Pokemon exchange. It seems to be true. When we exchanged Pokemon before, they were really reluctant to leave. We shouldn't exchange Pokemon just to improve our own abilities. But many times, if some Pokemon are not exchanged, we can't capture other new Pokemon. Why don't we take a look right away? The little intelligence in the blue light screen can't target Pokemon exchanges. Is there a good way? Because in our world, Pokemon exchanges it has been going on for a long time. As the live broadcast was being watched, many trainers were communicating with each other. Thinking about Pokemon exchange was also initiated all over the world. All of a sudden, more and more people began to take notes. They believed that Blue Xiaozhi would solve this problem properly. In the blue light screen. After regaining her sunflower monster status, Kisha also participated in the competition and achieved excellent results. During this period of time, Xiaozhi also had a series of exchanges with Kisha. At the same time, he communicated with the senior management of the Pokemon League Association in Chengdu. And he also exchanged opinions with President Damalanchi. Because there are indeed some details about Pokemon exchange. Otherwise, sometimes, Pokemon is really too pitiful. Afterwards, Xiaozhi also went through the Pokemon League Conference and the Pokemon League Association. Directly announced that all Pokemon exchanges from today must be registered in the Pokemon Encyclopedia. After all Pokemon are exchanged, a unified return visit record must be made every once in a while. Each return visit record must have a very detailed investigation report and a dedicated third trainer present. Novel Skirt 729. At the same time, all Pokemon exchanges were also subject to a third-party audit by the Pokemon Center. The original Pokemon exchange between trainers. It can be a private exchange or through Pokemon Dream Exchange Conference. However, after Xiaozhi issued the corresponding policy, it can only be exchanged through official channels. All private exchanges will experience the most severe blow. You can choose not to exchange. But as long as you choose to exchange, you will be responsible for the trainers of both parties. Then you will be responsible for the Pokemon of both parties and the good friends of the Pokemon of both parties. After this set of Pokemon exchange regulations was released, it was also a temporary. The response was very big. But because it was Xiaozhi who jointly released it with the Pokemon League Conference and the Pokemon Association, so no one had any objections. And the promotion of the entire plan was also carried out by the League, a gradual promotion with guidance as the main approach. This is also a good guiding rule to guide all trainers in the future to make reasonable and necessary exchanges. It also fully allows those trainers who do not take good care of the Pokemon after exchanging them, or those trainers who exchanged them again not long after, will be punished. Afterwards, after leaving Sunshine Town, Kisha also took her sunflower monster and traveled with Xiaozhi. Xiaomao, well, another target has been added. How exciting! During the journey, Xiaozhi and his group also encountered a challenge from a boy who was returning home from a cram school. Faced with the challenge of this boy who was returning home from a cram school, Xiaozhi originally did not intend to pay attention to it. But Chikorita showed a strong desire to challenge. After Xiaozhi allowed Chikorita to fight, Chikorita came on the field and directly killed Rattata with a flying leaf knife. While Xiaozhi and his group continued their journey to Hinoki Town, they also helped Azumi to directly resolve the big tornado, and perfectly cracked the trap set by Team Rocket and others in Scorpio Town. At the same time, they also directly helped Xianglian to improve her special skills, which greatly enhanced the little girl's strength. After that, Xiaozhi and his group also traveled to a forest. Xiaozhi and his group came to the forest. The team was also very long. But at the same time, they were chatting happily with each other. At this moment, when Xiaozhi and others were preparing to make a fire to cook, Pikachu keenly discovered that there seemed to be a giant mantis around him who was always watching him. Please give me flowers 0. Pika Pika. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something together? It's delicious. It's especially delicious. Pikachu was jumping around, holding a few foods that Scyther liked to eat, trying to pass them to Mantis. The other side was also very enthusiastic. When Mantis saw Pikachu jumping towards him, it immediately shook. Because in his perspective, this Pikachu was full of electric light, and its strength was extraordinary. Mantis also stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Because he was afraid that if he moved a little, Pikachu would think he had the intention to attack. Although he was ordered to observe on the spot, he had no malice. But the Pikachu in front of him was too powerful. "Xiao Mao, good guy, I shouted directly, and that side directly attacked Red Xiaozhi, under the pretext of wanting to confirm Red Xiaozhi's strength. Xiao Mao, this side is standing still and waiting. Although this uncle named Muramasa is also very strong. Xiao Mao, but his sneak attack is definitely it must be despised by others, and he won so many championships for nothing." Xiao Gang, however, Muramasa on the blue light screen should have asked Mantis to stay on the spot, but Pikachu discovered it too quickly. It should not be a sneak attack. No doubt. The barrage also expressed their incomprehension of Muramasa's behavior of observing in secret. Even if there was no sneak attack in the blue light screen, but just observing, it was also a bad behavior. This is simply the worst of the worst. In the blue light screen, Muramasa, the trainer of Mantis, came out and apologized to Xiaozhi very sincerely. After sincerely explaining his origin to Xiaozhi, Xiaozhi nodded to show that he understood. As for Muramasa, several girlfriends of Xiaozhi in Chengdu also knew a little about it. He was indeed a very powerful trainer. He won many championships. In addition, Muramasa opened his own site to help more new trainers. But Muramasa's own child Shinjo did not agree with his father's ideas. So Muramasa was very troubled. Shinjo believed that the deep meaning of Pokemon battles should be various materials. Only when various materials are prepared can the battle have better results. After hearing what Muramasa said, Xiaozhi and others felt that parents are often the most miserable people in the world. And Xiaozhi also learned through the induction of the wave guide that the order received by the giant claws was indeed to observe on the spot. In his heart, Muramasa also thought that after observing for a while, he would confirm that it was Xiaozhi, and then ask Xiaozhi to teach his child properly. Under such circumstances, this time, Xiaozhi made an exception and helped Muramasa to sort out his son's ideas. After hearing that Xiaozhi was willing to help him, Muramasa felt very happy. In fact, he asked the giant claws to observe there because he really wanted to confirm Xiaozhi's identity first. But just when Muramasa confirmed it and was about to ask the claw mantis to retract it, the claw mantis had already been discovered. Muramasa was very grateful to Xiaozhi for helping him without any grudges. He quickly agreed as long as Xiaozhi could bring Shinjo back to the right training path. The annual income generated by Muramasa's Pokemon Gym, as well as the various materials collected every year, they were all transferred to Xiaozhi's research institute intact. It is obvious that Muramasa now knows that Xiaozhi has opened his own research institute. After hearing this reward from Muramasa, Xiaozhi nodded. When Xiaozhi and others came to Muramasa's gym and saw Shinjo. When Shinjo also saw Xiaozhi, he subconsciously wanted to analyze Xiaozhi's Pokemon. But Xiaozhi's legendary beasts, fantasy beasts, and so many powerful Pokemon. How could an ordinary trainer like Shinjo analyze them? After a one-sided battle, Shinjo also repented. After that, Xiaozhi and others dealt with and connected some of the profits of the Muramasa gym. After letting Muramasa contact Xiaozhi, they continued the next journey. Pika Pika. Mew. Pikachu and Mew, near a cave, seemed to have found new partners. Inside this cave, there are all kinds of caves going back and forth. If a trainer goes in to look for Pokemon, it is really not easy to find. But Pikachu and Mew are both very flexible Pokemon. The two little cuties immediately got in. After a while, a Charmeleon was brought out by them. After some communication and interaction, Xiaozhi subdued this slightly introverted and gentle Charmeleon who was destined to be with him. After that, they continued to move forward while training. Finally, they arrived at the door of the Hinoki gym. Chameleon, use the trick I taught you right away only then. Chapter 135 Sirona, Champion's Style. In addition, letting girls spray water is In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi and his party arrived in front of the Hinoki gym, Xiaozhi also called Chameleon out of the pokeball and gave instructions. During this period of training, Chameleon has mastered very powerful skills, and it can be used very well. But this slow and slightly gentle personality has not changed. But Xiaozhi also likes Chameleon's personality very much. It is relatively introverted and gentle. At the same time, through observation during this period of time, all the Pokémon in Xiaozhi's team have a high evaluation of Chameleon. And Chameleon has always played the role of a very qualified, new Pokémon in the team, and is doing its best to get along with everyone. Xiaozhi saw all these actions, and he was also training Pikachu and the others to follow his lead. So when Xiaozhi came to the door of the Hinoki gym, after the last instructions, Xiaozhi was about to step in. And the girlfriends around him, seeing Xiaozhi encouraging Lich before the gym battle, also came forward to cheer for Lich. Because in the previous gym battles, other Pokémon had already decided what to bring out, and they all ended the duel cleanly after bringing them out. Only Lich was specially thought out by Xiaozhi before the battle. The key reason is that Xiaozhi's Lich is a little slow and gentle. And Xiaozhi and his girlfriends, they have learned from their contact during this period that Lich is actually not weak in Xiaozhi's team. Whether in battle, or in the usual team training of defense and counterattack, as well as evasion. In fact, Lich is already very strong. Misty. Relax, Charmeleon. If we fight right now, you have a big 433 attribute advantage. Remember we told you many times during training. Fire attribute Pokémon has a very, very big advantage over grass attribute Pokémon. And the trainer of the Hinoki gym, Bai, is not very strong. Only one giant claw can be called an opponent. Kona. Charmeleon, it's okay, you will definitely win. Just follow Xiaozhi's command and use your skills well. This is a very restrained battle, there is no problem at all. Dr. Uchiki, do you remember how to use those skills that Xiaozhi told you during the team training last night? Do you remember how to use the light series of skills? Charmeleon, you will definitely win. Don't be afraid to challenge your opponent bravely. This is also further proof. It's not just about strength, but also about character and courage. As three of Xiaozhi's girlfriends came one after another to comfort Infernape, the flames on Infernape's back were burning even more fiercely. But the strange thing is that even at this moment, Xiaoxia, Kona, and Professor Uchiki picked up Infernape one after another. But the flames on Infernape's back did not hurt them at all. It seems that Xiaozhi's Infernape can control the high temperature of the flames. Asu, tell me, Abi, are you going to be defeated in 1 or 2 strokes? Abi, haha, what you said, does my Scyther have no ability to fight at all? Xiaoqian, I don't think it has the ability to last a week. Matsuba, it's okay. If your performance in the blue light curtain is not so good, I will ask Lan Xiaozhi for advice when he comes to the Yuanzi gym. I will also ask him about the matter of Phoenix King. ACI, Sanjai, what you said is not quite right. You should expect that you in the blue light curtain can ask Lan Xiaozhi about the matter of Phoenix King. What does it have to do with you in this world? Ami, Uncle ACI, your words hit the soul a little. Lubo, listening to you young people chatting, I feel that my fighting spirit has been burned. Lubo, I originally felt that nothing in the world could touch me, but I am also looking forward to the duel with Lan Xiaozhi and me. Xiao Chun, Senior Lubo is right. I am also looking forward to fighting with Lan Xiaozhi, especially his Dragonite and Gyarados. As several viewers in Chengdu spoke one after another in the double comparison live broadcast room, the scene became more lively for a while. Because it is true. Just as some gym leaders said. Fire attribute Pokemon. Facing grass attribute Pokemon, they just chased and beat them. And when it was Blue Xiaozhi's Pokemon, they chased and beat them even more. Although everyone didn't see how Blue Xiaozhi specifically trained Lil Earth, it was definitely not a big problem. Even if several trainers expressed their concerns about whether Lil Earth might show a timid and fearful personality because of external battles. But then, more people left messages. I think there may be a little shy and a little timid in Xiaozhi's team. But being afraid of fighting, or being afraid of losing the battle, this is absolutely impossible. In the blue light curtain. After arriving at the Hinoki gym, after queuing up for registration, Xiaozhi followed the gym owner, ABI, to the battle site. When ABI saw Xiaozhi queuing up for registration, he immediately said to himself that he finally had the chance to see Xiaozhi. So, he chose a wider battle site. ABI chose to start the battle in the forest. The lush trees around seemed to add a lot of strength to ABI's grass attribute Pokemon. After seeing this, Xiaozhi immediately gave ABI a small thumbs up. This is indeed a way to improve ABI's strength and enable him to fight better with himself. And he can learn some knowledge from me. Master ABI, you have watched my TV interview in Kikyo City before. I mentioned above the detailed impact of the gym battle venue on Pokemon. Xiaozhi sent Lil Egg to the battle area first to let him adapt to the venue in advance. Adapting in advance, this is his first external battle. On the other side, ABI was also praised. After being praised by Xiaozhi, ABI immediately felt that he was valued. Thank you for the compliment. Your interview. Next, ABI seemed to want to express to Xiaozhi endlessly how he learned from Xiaozhi's special interview. How to improve his training by watching Xiaozhi's special interview and other materials. But when Xiaozhi heard that ABI was going to talk endlessly, he immediately chuckled and politely reminded ABI that he was fighting now. After seeing Xiaozhi's reminder, ABI immediately apologized embarrassedly. These things can wait until after the battle. It's you, Scyther. ABI's first one was Scyther, which he called the gorgeous warrior of Pokemon. Xiaozhi saw this situation and didn't feel the slightest surprise. ABI might have thought that his most powerful Pokemon should go on the field first. The weaker Pokemon should be lined up a little bit behind. If there is a chance to win the first game, it would be the best. If you can't win the first game, you will definitely not win the next one. And ABI must have known that Xiaozhi himself has never lost in the battle for so long. So it is a good choice for ABI to use all his strength in the first battle. Scyther uses Sword Dance, Shadow Clone, Split, and Continuous Slash. As soon as ABI got started, he directly used Sword Dance to improve Scyther's own strength. Then he commanded Scythe to split into more than a dozen clones and attacked Xiaozhi's Infernape. The sharp sickle-like claws were a sign that the split and continuous battles were all activated. ABI was going to use all his first wave of skills at once. This must be something he learned from Xiaozhi's interview. In a normal battle, if you challenge a master, the first round of attack is often the most likely. This is what Xiaozhi himself remembered and said in the interview. There is no doubt that ABI recorded it carefully. After Xiaozhi saw this situation, he immediately nodded in affirmation. But affirmation is affirmation. ABI's move is indeed more useful for others. But for himself, it is ineffective. Infernape, use the light and fire contract to turn the surroundings into a sea of fire. Xiaozhi just gave a light command and let Infernape use a skill that he had trained countless times before. As soon as the skill command came out, Infernape nodded immediately and used numerous fire pillars to attack. On the grass attribute field, the power of light curtain fire contract was doubled. The power of all of Xiaozhi's skills, combined with the light poke ball and Xiaozhi's unique training method, has been increased to infinity. Adding the grass attribute, this light fire contract immediately trapped Scyther that was rushing forward after launching the skill. The battlefield has turned into a sea of fire. And farther away, Xiaozhi has already arranged water attribute Pokemon to act as firefighters, so there is no problem at all. Shiba, good guy, this is another direct change of the field attribute. The grass attribute field was suddenly changed to a fire attribute field. Adieu, it's over. Adieu, just this light fire contract, the game is over. Adu, the surrounding field environment will not change, and your next few Pokemon will not use water attribute skills, the field cannot be changed. Adu, already lost. One skill lost 3 Pokemon. Few wrong, basically, it is exactly the same as what Champion Adu said. On this kind of fire attribute field, and it is a field with strong fire attribute damage, the grass attribute Pokemon can be left alone, or just surrender. We can still fight this. If ABI in the blue light curtain has fighting spirit and the Pokemon can adapt, this is also an opportunity to improve myself. But if the Pokemon can't adapt, then there is really no way to fight. And Lan Xiaozhi's light and fire contract is really awesome. He uses his own training method plus light poke ball, plus some methods we don't know, to make the Pokemon so powerful. One after another. Many top trainers said that Lan Xiaozhi's move directly changed the venue, which was too powerful. They also wanted to learn it, want to become a trainer who can change the field attributes. But they just can't learn it. No matter how they learn, they can't learn it. In the blue light curtain, there is no doubt about what will happen next. Under Infernape's light and fire contract, with both damage and changing the field, Scyther hasn't even gotten close yet. Even just starting, it was burned by the flame field and lost its ability to fight. And the other Pokemon of ABI who followed, after sending them out and trying a little, were burned by the high temperature and lost their will to fight. In the Pokemon battle, whether you lose your ability to fight or your will to fight, as long as you show that you don't want to fight and can't fight, you will betray and fail directly. In this way, Xiaozhi got his second Chengdu region batch. Insect batch. After winning the 3-on-3 game neatly, Xiaozhi immediately stepped forward to encourage Infernape. If it were any other Pokemon, in this situation, Xiaozhi would choose to encourage very straightforwardly and directly. But Xiaozhi's Charmeleon is relatively gentle and introverted, so Xiaozhi is also constantly guiding it. Because he believes. After the final victory, and such a straightforward victory, the guidance and encouragement given will be more efficient than the usual encouragement. Charmeleon, you see, we just defeated a very powerful enemy, and it was in a disadvantageous field at the beginning. But in our subsequent battles, did we turn the disadvantage into an advantage? This shows that your ability is completely up to standard, Charmeleon. Then in this situation, we must train well in the future. While saying this, Xiaozhi also picked up Charmeleon. And Charmeleon is now rubbing his eyes with his 2 little hands, and he is also very moved. And Charmeleon's body immediately radiates white light. This is because of Xiaozhi's encouragement after the battle, and he was motivated to evolve directly. Shirana, this lich has the potential to be a champion. If it evolves directly to the second stage, it may be able to compete with the main force of the peak champion Pokemon. 3.0 Daigo, I agree. Although it was slow in the battle, the result was very good. The battle process was also neat and tidy. The skills used were very powerful. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a peak champion. Alan, if you say that Xiaozhi's lich hits the grass-type Pokemon like hitting a child, it may be a bit too much. But this is the fact. In the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi's lich evolved directly and neatly to the final form, jumping 2 levels in a row. The size of Infernape is much larger than the previous lich. And the whole fighting spirit and the whole state are also more excited than lich. After evolving into Infernape, it is obvious that his fighting spirit and personality have improved a lot. It evolved under Xiaozhi's encouragement, which is very strange, but also very normal. After that, Xiaozhi and his group said goodbye to ABI and continued to move forward. After a while, Xiaozhi and others happened to find that there was a firefighting competition for Pokemon. At this time, Xiaozhi remembered his Blastoise. So, Xiaozhi went to register his Blastoise for the competition. During the registration process, Xiaozhi also met Russell's Squirtle team from the Orange Islands. He also saw Junsa, who participated in the competition for the first time, and her Squirtle team. When Xiaozhi saw Junsa, Junsa also saw Xiaozhi. And Junsa also knew that her Squirtle team was the subordinate of Xiaozhi's Blastoise before. Coincidentally, her Squirtle team is very nervous now. So Junsa wanted to ask Xiaozhi to see if he could restore her Squirtles. Because Junsa really wanted her Squirtles to win the championship. Xiaozhi, can you let me spray water? I'm nervous. Yes, I can. Chapter 136 Xiaozhi, white silk plus high heels are great, I'll take care of the spraying. In the blue light curtain, Junsa looked at Xiaozhi and the Blastoise he called out, and she was immediately impressed. Xiaozhi, can you teach me how to spray water? Your Blastoise should be particularly good. While Junsa was talking, she crossed her hands and put her head on her chest. Coincidentally, the weather was hot today, and Junsa's collar was slightly opened. No problem, helping Miss Junsa learn to spray water and letting you spray farther is my unshirkable task. Xiaozhi also said that there was no problem at all. Only a simple special training is needed to let Junsa's team learn to spray water for firefighting better. And now after Xiaozhi's Blastoise was called out, he was very happy to see his former subordinates. At that time, they were still playing pranks in the Kanto area, but now they have been officially recruited. Shuibolt, Shuibolt! I'm so happy to see you all again. Xiaozhi is my trainer, and I have many other Pokemon companions, and everyone is very nice. After a few days of special training, it's no problem to get the world's first place. Don't even mention this small championship. Johnny, the boss really envies you. We have also performed several firefighting missions with Miss Junsa, but sometimes we are still worried, afraid, and sometimes a little nervous. Johnny! Boss, you are our backbone. Why don't we follow you in the future? You ask your trainer Xiaozhi to bring Miss Junsa with you, we also like Miss Junsa's big white legs. Johnny! Stupid. Fortunately, the boss's trainer and Miss Junsa don't understand what we say. If Miss Junsa understood and knew that you like her big white legs and I like her black stockings and high heels, she would have to teach us a lesson. Jenny. When Miss Junsa was on a mission, she never wore black stockings and high heels, but sometimes she showed her beautiful thighs. Miss Junsa was also very hard-working in her training. She was very serious. She also had to carry out missions and was sometimes transferred to other places. It would be a good thing to follow your trainer, the boss. Jenny. That Miss Junsa didn't seem to understand what we were saying. 15. But why do I feel your trainer is looking at us and laughing? Does he understand everything? At this moment, several Squirtle squadrons looked at Xiaozhi and smiled at them. It felt as if they had been seen through. So they quickly asked the Blastoise boss. Blade. Yes. You just talked about black stockings, white legs, high heels. Xiaozhi understood everything. But it doesn't matter, I'll go talk to Xiaozhi. He might be happy to take Miss Junsa with him on the trip. And Miss Junsa seemed to be interested in Xiaozhi just now. Blue Stole quickly persuaded his brothers not to panic, these are all small things. Blue Stole believes that there is nothing that Xiaozhi can't handle. If Xiaozhi can't handle it, the one that was brought out during the duel with Mewtwo, as if it was a founding god, probably can't be solved either. In the hearts of Xiaozhi's Pokemon, Xiaozhi is their only one. He is also an omnipotent existence. Yeah, no problem. Xiaozhi had already listened to the conversation of the Squirtles. In addition, he listened to his own Blastoise, which was more interesting and seemed to be thinking about the wording and a more implicit request. Xiaozhi also endeared himself not to laugh. The other side nodded in agreement. Let Blastoise host the special training, and Xiaozhi help with the plan. Blastoise still wanted to join the training in person. And then, with the efforts of Junsa, Xiaozhi, Blastoise, Squirtle, and Xiaozhi's other Pokémon, the training was carried out very efficiently. Moreover, under the premise that Junsa couldn't understand the Squirtle's usual whispers. Junsa was surrounded by her own, those honest and cute ones, but actually a little bit black-bellied. Thinking about sending Miss Junsa out as soon as possible. Junsa was also surprised many times. Specific performances were: when the Squirtle were spraying water to act, they accidentally wet Junsa's newly changed uniform. Sometimes. 1 minute ago, Miss Junsa just changed into a pair of clean shoes. But the next minute, a Squirtle who usually looks the most honest wet her shoes again. One pair after another, one pair after another. At the end, Junsa had no choice. She could only wear high heels during training. Besides, when the cool wind blew, her big white legs were exposed outside, which was a bit cold. Miss Junsa had no choice but to put on a pair of white stockings that she usually wore. At the end, even her usual work uniforms were all changed, so she could only put on her usual clothes. And it got more and more exaggerated as time went by, even her clothes were soaked. She could only change into Miss Kona's low-cut dress that she usually only wore for Xiaozhi to see. But every time Junsa changed her clothes, she was willing and very grateful to Xiaozhi. Because Xiaozhi, every time he saw Junsa's Squirtles had problems, he would patiently teach them and take the initiative to provide Junsa with clothes. Xiaozhi is really nice. How about I apply for a long-term secondment to protect Xiaozhi's safety? Xiaozhi is now a very famous trainer. If I don't protect you 24 hours a day, you might be targeted by bad guys. Just like that, Junsa successfully fell. That night, she touched Xiaozhi's super large bed. She lay there. After a period of training. Under the leadership of Blastoise, the Squirtle team under the team also won the championship of the firefighting competition in one fell swoop. And won with a crushing advantage. Other people's water guns spray at a regular distance. Their water guns can spray 5 or 10 times the distance. Xiao Mao, Lan Xiaozhi is really good at teaching others to spray water, and Miss Junsa's Squirtle sprays water better. Xiao Gang, that's right, I didn't expect that Lan Xiaozhi could give Squirtle such a big improvement in the skills of this kind of Pokemon, which is more inclined to rescue. Alice, in this case, Lan Xiaozhi's team not only has Pokemon Doctor, Pokemon Nurse, and Miss Junsa who punishes the strong and eliminates evil. Alice, this full profession is basically collected more completely. Adek, indeed. I like Lan Xiaozhi's way of life and training very much. It is also what I have been doing. Adek, this leisurely training method is worthwhile to come to this world. Katlia, Mr. Adek, are you still traveling in the Unova region? Adek, yes, after visiting the Unova region, I will go to other regions. This is the most suitable way for me. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi led the Blastoise and the Squirtles to win the firefighting competition. It is also to take Miss Junsa and her Squirtle with them on the trip. When passing by Wubo's nursery, it also helped Nana solve the difficulties perfectly. Near the Onyx Cave, Xiaozhi and others found that Team Rocket wanted to pass through the Onyx Cave, and seemed to want to rob Xiaozhi and his team of water attribute Pokemon. This also made Xiaozhi feel that Team Rocket was getting bolder and bolder. But Xiaozhi still sent them through the Onyx Cave. It's just that the one who used flying was passed. After a while, Xiaozhi and others passed by a wide river, so everyone went down to the river to play. Xiaozhi and Xiaoxia were sitting in the upper reaches of the river fishing. The two were still competing. While fishing, Xiaoxia was also lost in memories. Xiaozhi, do you remember? When we first met, we met through fishing. Your fishing skills were superb at that time, one Pokemon followed another Pokemon. Xiaoxia was also sitting next to Xiaozhi, and the other side was constantly swinging the fishing rod. Xiaozhi now gently scratched Xiaoxia's nose, indicating that he must remember this matter very clearly. I must remember this matter very clearly. If I hadn't been very lucky at that time and met you, Xiaozhi, where can I find such a good girlfriend? While Xiaozhi was talking, he kept adjusting the fishing rod. Because the two of them were fishing together, the other girlfriends were helping to prepare dinner. So Xiaozhi and Xiaozhi started fishing together and chatted. There are also some rules for the position of the fishing rod. One is facing east, and the other is facing west. If both are facing south at the same time, the fishing rods may fight. So one is on the left and one is on the right, one is on the east and one is on the west. This way, it is more spacious and the chance of catching Pokemon is greater. And the subsequent process is indeed the same. Water attribute Pokemon followed one after another. But in this process, it seems that Xiaozhi did not find a Pokemon that satisfied him. After all the water attribute Pokemon came up, Xiaozhi also waved to his girlfriends. If you are not too busy, you can come and take a look. If there is anything you like, if the Pokemon also approves, you can take it back for cultivation. Misty discovered that Xiaozhi caught Pokemon one after another. But it seems that he has never been very satisfied. Xiaozhi understood. It is possible that Xiaozhi is waiting for the water-attributed starter Pokemon in the Chengdu area. Xiaozhi, are you waiting for the water-attributed crocodile in the Chengdu area? This kind of Pokemon should be rare in the wild. Xiaozhi was talking while helping Xiaozhi look around. Because although Xiaozhi had already captured Chimonanthus and Lilegg in the Chengdu area, but if he wanted to capture another starter Pokemon in the wild, it would be a bit of luck. Although Xiaozhi also felt that her boyfriend must be very lucky, if all three were gathered, it would be a bit dreamy. So now Xiaozhi also called Nancy, Kona and Professor Uchiki to help find it together. When Nancy, Kona and Dr. Uchiki saw Misty calling them, they also stopped their work temporarily and helped to search. Xiao Mao, haha, Blue Satoshi's luck is finally getting worse. It seems that Red Satoshi still has a little advantage. Shinji, I remember that a small saw crocodile suddenly jumped out of the red light curtain. This little crocodile loves to dance. And loves to play in the water. And it keeps shouting "Wanny Wanny" all the time. Shinji, I don't know if it's the same on the blue light screen. Day, no one should be so lucky, right? Day, can you gather all the 3 starter Pokemon in the wild? If you can gather all the 3 starter Pokemon, I will go to Dansi's house today to wash his stinky socks. Dansi, damn, Day, don't use me to make fun of me for no reason. Dansi, although we have a good relationship, I haven't asked you to wash my socks yet, just wash my short-sleeved shirt. At this moment, in the barrage chat, the audience in the double comparison live broadcast room are also very harmonious and very happy to chat. Because now everyone can know. Now is the time for Xiaozhi to improve his strength, make his strength stronger, and make his Pokemon more. So everyone is looking forward to what method Blue Xiaozhi will use to capture new Pokemon next. It shouldn't be possible to bump into a very happy, dancing crocodile like the red one, right? It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? In the blue light curtain. With the help of Xiaozhi and others in the search, and Xiaozhi's continuous fishing 437 and waveguide sensing. Sure enough, after a while, Xiaozhi found that there seemed to be movement in the bushes in the distance. And the Infernape, which has evolved into Infernape, now ran over first. Since evolving into Infernape, he has become much braver now. Kyokyo. There seems to be a blue Pokemon hiding there, Xiaozhi, I'll go and take a look. Infernape also greeted Xiaozhi, and then ran over in 2 or 3 steps. When Infernape just got into the bushes, a blue crocodile ran out. The 2 eyes of the little crocodile seemed to be narrowed with a smile, and its 2 relatively strong but powerful short legs kept jumping in the bushes. And it shouted digging mud, digging mud. And when the little crocodile saw the inferno, it didn't seem to be afraid at all, but ran towards the inferno. Dig mud, digging mud. Hello, let's dance together. The little crocodile stretched out its hand and was about to grab the inferno to play together. And when the Inferno saw this Pokemon it had never seen before, it felt that there was a fate in the dark. So, the Inferno took the little crocodile back to the camp. Played together. Not shy at all. And Xiaozhi was also very happy after seeing the little crocodile. After a conversation and a very delicious meal specially provided for the little crocodile. The little crocodile was conquered by Xiaozhi. Xiaomao, I don't understand, this is cheating. Why can making Pokemon food give you such a big advantage? Xiaomao, why can making Pokemon food give you such a good Pokemon to eat, and he will be obedient? Xiaomao, he followed Blue Xiaozhi so happily. Obviously, Xiaomao now feels that his previous and subsequent remarks are slapping himself in the face. Just before, I said that Blue Xiaozhi's side may be different from the red side, but although the details are different, there is no difference in the results. And Blue Xiaozhi's side is undoubtedly more dominant. The status of Charmeleon and Croc is completely different. The Croc on the red light curtain often likes to tease Infernape. On the blue light curtain side, Charmeleon takes good care of Croc. Daigo, this may mean that Blue Xiaozhi's education of Pokemon is very good, because only very good Pokemon education can make his Pokemon recognize new partners at the first time and communicate well with them. Hirana, I agree with Mr. Daigo's statement. Blue Xiaozhi is also very strong. I can't wait. In the blue light curtain. After taming Crocodile and finishing the meal, Xiaozhi and his group continued to set off. After a long journey, they came to a Pokemon Center to rest. Xiaozhi saw the battle invitation posted on the message board of the Pokemon Center. Armored Bird. Looking for a battle with fire attribute Pokemon. What kind of silly girl is this? Chapter 137 Adu, no one can stand this strength. In the blue light curtain. When Xiaozhi was resting in the Pokemon Center, he saw a battle invitation posted. It said that a trainer named Mikey was eager to fight with fire attribute Pokemon. And the Pokemon she used was Armored Bird. The moment he saw this battle invitation, Xiaozhi felt that this female trainer named Mikey might have a little abnormal brain circuit. Is she going to increase her strength? Are you going to choose a battle with opposite attributes? Xiao Gang, you are going to challenge this Armored Bird with steel and flying attributes. What do you think of the Pokemon with different attributes? At this moment, Xiaozhi was also interested and asked Xiao Gang about his thoughts. After seeing this battle information, Xiao Gang also frowned. If Armored Bird is attacked by Pokemon with fire attributes and Pokemon with electric attributes, there will be bonus damage. Although it is possible, this trainer named Mikey is very confident in her Pokemon, but this kind of reverse attribute battle should be avoided as much as possible. Personally, I think that if you want to have a high difficulty battle, you can use some other methods to do it. If your Pokemon is seriously injured during the battle because of the reverse attribute battle, it is actually not worth it. There is no doubt that Xiao Gang frowned while looking at the battle information. On the other hand, he also felt that it was not appropriate. Actually, Xiaozhi also thought so in his heart. But now that he has come to the Pokemon Center, and he is resting, and the training time has not yet come, you can also give your fire attribute Pokemon an additional training opportunity. Xiao Gang, what do you think of me using him to fight against Mikey? While Xiaozhi was chatting with Xiao Gang, he also reported a name to Xiao Gang. Before Xiao Gang could speak, Xiaoxia, who was listening next to him, had already covered her mouth and laughed. Xiaozhi, if you increase the strength of this beautiful female trainer like this, what if she cries? By then, won't we have another sister in our team? As Misty spoke, she gently rubbed the flesh on Xiaozhi's waist. Xiaozhi felt itchy when he was rubbed like this, and immediately picked up Misty. After returning to the room, Mikey's way of fighting was also found. When Mikey learned that the one who was going to challenge her was Xiaozhi from Pallet Town. It was Xiaozhi who was the champion of the Quartz Conference. It was Xiaozhi who was the honorary trainer of the Orange League Winter Cup. At the same time, after Xiaozhi, who was already famous in Chengdu, Mikey seemed very flattered. After agreeing on a time, Mikey also came to the competition venue in advance. Xiaozhi only brought Xiaoxia, whose legs were a little weak and could hardly walk, to participate in the battle. Xiaozhi, you are so bad, you still brought me here. As Misty spoke, she gently hit Xiaozhi's chest. But now Xiaoxia is not angry at all. She seems very happy. Her face is red. And Xiaozhi chuckled. After a brief pre-match exchange with Mikey. After confirming again that Mikey will play a battle of reverse attributes. Xiaozhi was not polite. Since this trainer named Mikey hopes someone can strengthen her. Xiaozhi happens to have a fire attribute Pokemon. Since the team has trained many times since it was captured. But there has been no external PK. Come out, Entei. The next second, Entei was summoned by Xiaozhi. The strong limbs, the brown hair like a sharp blade, the majestic body, and the flames from time to time. All of them announced to Mikey that he was a legendary Pokemon. Similarly, it also meets Mikey's standards and is a fire attribute Pokemon. Shiba, Frog Fun, Lan Xiaozhi is serious. It really fulfilled Mikey's wish and strengthened her well. Adu, maybe Lan Xiaozhi wants to completely let Mikey, this girl wake up, mother. Adu, under normal circumstances, if you can play with an advantage, play with an advantage. Adu, after all, Lan Xiaozhi has never played a battle with reverse attributes. The messages from Ziba and Adu in the bullet screen area of the double comparison live broadcast room can also be regarded as a hit. This is one of the reasons why Lan Xiaozhi chose to directly use Entei this time. Before, everyone speculated that it might be Charizard or Infernape. But everyone thought about it, whether it was Charizard or Infernape, okay. They have all been fought before. Then in Xiaozhi's lineup, the only fire attribute Pokemon that has not been on the field is Entei. Including the previous molters, they have actually fought against each other. Being beaten also counts as fighting. And Entei, Marine, and Raikou. These three legendary Pokemon have not yet been truly fought against the outside world. But many trainers have the first feeling. Blue Xiaozhi will not send such a strong Pokemon to strengthen Mikey's Armored Bird. Because Armored Bird itself is twice as weak to fire. In this case, if you use a particularly powerful Pokemon, it will not play the role of training between Pokemon at all. The purpose is actually very clear. Lan, I still approve of Lan Xiaozhi's behavior. Lan, we must increase the strength of the trainer Mikey. Lan, this way she will know that if she has other Pokemon, she still has to play with the advantageous attributes when fighting, and don't play with the disadvantageous attributes for no reason. There is no point. Daigo, what you said is right. It makes a lot of sense, but is there a possibility that Mikey has no other Pokemon except Armored Bird? Shirana, this is a certain possibility, because on the red light curtain side, Mikey fought against Xiaogong's Vulpix and Red Xiaozhi's Infernape, but both won directly and cleanly. As Miss Shirana mentioned the red light curtain. Juniang Chu. While training, Xiao Mao, who watched the barrage, seemed to have unlocked a keyword. Xiao Mao, Miss Shirana mentioned this, and I remembered it. Xiaozhi in the red light curtain made the biggest mistake, which we seem to have discussed before. Shinji, it seems that we have criticized it before. There is no need for us to criticize it again. Shinji, I hope that there will be no more special training after losing like Red Xiaozhi in the future. Musashi, wait, it seems that in the red screen, if it weren't for our attack that interrupted the game, it is possible that the last scene of the little devil was very miserable. Kojiro, that's it, little devil, your Liechtenstein was always at a disadvantage, until later, you felt that your Liechtenstein was not strong enough, so you conducted special training. Meowth, that's it, Meowth, little devil, you should thank us. Xiaozhi, ah. The me in the red light screen has indeed not improved. But now I am completely different. Wait a minute, Serena, that's not good enough. In the blue light screen. After Xiaozhi and Mikey stood on the training ground, and after both sides' Pokemon were summoned, the battle began. Miki's powerful armored bird has fought against many Pokemon and has never lost. So now, when the armored bird fights Xiaozhi's one. When Mikey encountered a Pokemon that she had never heard of or seen before. Although Mikey felt boundless pressure. But she also told her armor bird to work hard. Armor bird, use Shadow Clone plus Brave Bird attack. As Mikey commanded, Armor Bird responded. Immediately, it split into more than 10 clones and attacked Entei. Although it could feel that the Pokemon on the opposite side was very powerful, as if it was a legendary Pokemon. But Armor Bird was still not afraid, she felt that she still had a chance to win. So immediately, after launching Shadow Clone, she immediately folded her wings and flew at a low altitude, rushing directly towards Entei. She wanted to use his speed to give Entei a blow. In Xiaozhi's opinion, the speed of Armor Bird was as slow as an ant crawling. Xiaozhi also waved his hand directly, signaling Entei to attack. Xiaozhi wants to teach Mikey a good lesson. Let her understand that in the career of a trainer, Pokemon must be captured as many times as possible. It is useless to rely on just one or two Pokemon. Bright Flame Fang. This is the first and last sentence Xiaozhi said after the official battle with Mikey. When Xiaozhi's command was launched, Entei immediately stretched out his extremely strong limbs and teleported towards Armor Bird. In fact, because the speed was too fast, Entei's movements were completely unclear on the scene. It was vaguely like teleportation, and it appeared in an instant. After Bright Flame Fang was launched, Entei's mouth also flashed with blazing flames, which seemed to be countless times more powerful than ordinary Flame Fang. The Shadow Clone of Armor Bird, along with Brave Bird's fierce attack, attacked with momentum. The moment it rushed up on the spot. In fact, it was over. At this moment, only Entei bit the Armored Bird, and the Armored Bird lost its ability to fight. It fell to the ground with circles in its eyes. Adieu. No one can bear this strength. In itself, these legendary Pokemon of Xiaozhi are the most powerful in the tribe and the ones who hold power. The size of these legendary Pokemon is much larger than their tribe members. The size of a normal Entei is about 2 meters. But Xiaozhi's Entei is as big as 2 floors. But the good thing is that through Xiaozhi's teaching, his Pokemon can freely change their size. Therefore, Entei will only stretch his body to a normal large state when fighting against others. When training together, Entei will return his body to a normal small size. Because if he does not return to a normal small size, during team training, he encountered giant Snorlax, monster fossil pterosaur, super ancient Jengar, super ancient Alakazam. He had no way to fight against such a battle. So over time, Entei developed the habit of going all out in external battles. He was strict in internal battles. This was also a good habit that all of Xiaozhi's Pokemon had developed. Armored Bird. Are you okay? Mikey looked at the Armored Bird, which had fallen to the ground. She immediately ran forward to check the condition of the Armored Bird, and at the same time, she immediately took out the wound medicine and treated the Armored Bird. While Mikey treated the Armored Bird, she finally realized it. In fact, it was just as Xiaozhi said. She should still capture more Pokemon and train with them more. This is the way to become a qualified trainer, instead of just focusing on one Pokemon and training continuously. Because Mikey also planned to challenge the Chengdu League. If she only relied on one Pokemon to fight, she definitely couldn't challenge the gym well. Thank you, Xiaozhi. I don't know how to thank you. Thank you for your strict method, which made me understand what I should do. If there was no battle between you and me, I might still be obsessed with the complacency of not losing a single battle between Armored Bird and other trainers. This kind of complacency is really harmful. At this moment, Mikey has already cured her Armored Bird and put it into the poke ball. After seeing such a scene and feeling Mikey's determination to change, Xiaozhi nodded and finally smiled. In fact, Xiaozhi was unwilling to increase the intensity of Mikey at the beginning. But if he didn't increase the intensity, Xiaozhi knew very well that Mikey would not change. Because this matter is very simple. Mikey had never lost in the past few months and had been winning. It was only hurt once. Only when Mikey herself can realize that the quantity and quality of Pokemon owned by a Pokemon trainer are equally important, will she wake up. Afterwards, Mikey also did her best to thank Xiaozhi. Afterwards, Xiaozhi waved goodbye to Mikey. Let her continue to pursue her journey as a trainer and challenge the gym from the beginning. And Xiaozhi and Mikey made an agreement. When Xiaozhi finished the gym and went to the Silver Conference of the Chengdu League, Mikey would also visit the Silver Conference. And she would return to Pallet Town with Xiaozhi later. From then on, Mikey would settle in Pallet Town and help Xiaozhi deal with some things in the research institute within his ability. After everything was arranged, Xiaozhi and his party continued their journey. Mahaozhao. Once when they were resting by the lake, Crocodile found a Marillion while playing on the side. Xiaozhi saw at a glance that his crocodile liked Marillion very much. However, Marillion was not too interested in Crocodile. Xiaozhi sent Pikachu to ask, and also sent Pikachu's first girlfriend, Marillion, to ask. With the couple's concerted efforts, they soon learned all the information about Marillion. And with the help of Pikachu and Marillion, Crocodile successfully got together with Marillion, and Xiaozhi also properly arranged the relevant follow-up work. Afterwards, Xiaozhi also captured a shining night owl. And while continuing the journey, Xiaozhi released all the Pokemon as usual. He also followed the routine training. The girlfriends were packing clothes in the tent and preparing to wash the changed clothes. At the same time, Pikachu, who was responsible for managing all of Xiaozhi's Pokemon outside and served as the captain, also came to knock on the door outside Xiaozhi's tent. After Xiaozhi came out and communicated with Pikachu, he found that a large group of symbols appeared. And now they seem to be very irritable, and they are about to run over aggressively. Shinji, I know Pokemon like Kuriko, which is like a big bear in the color of rice dumpling, and is very large. Dr. Sora, maybe these Kuriko are looking for their favorite fruit? If they are hungry, they may be very irritable. In the blue light curtain. When Xiaozhi learned that Kuriko was running over, he was naturally prepared. Immediately, the azure energy wall was directly propped up to observe the situation. Now, Nancy has just come out of the tent, just put on her clothes, and still exposed a small vest. She also propped up the pink super energy barrier. At this time, a round-headed, emerald green cute licking his paw suddenly poked his head out of the bushes. Chapter 138 Xiaoqian, Dad, come and feed me. In the blue light curtain. The Pokemon with a crescent-shaped symbol on its emerald green forehead poked its head out. All of Xiaozhi's girlfriends recognized it. This is the initial form of a rumbly bear, called a baby bear. It especially likes to eat sweet honey, and it looks so cute. And it is a 1 in a million, shining baby bear. One after another. Xiaozhi's girlfriends they all put on their clothes from the tent, some even only put on a coat. The perfect figure is shown. But the girlfriends don't care about these. Looking at it again, it is more familiar and more attractive. What they want now is to hold the baby bear in their hands and love it well. No girl can resist a soft and furry thing. Especially such a unique baby bear. Normal baby bears are brown with a little yellow, and they are also very cute. But those baby bears are obviously not as good as this emerald green, lovely green baby bear. And the current baby bear seems to know how to use his advantages very well. He is licking his fingers, as if he wants to eat honey or delicious food. How can Xiaozhi's girlfriends bear the attraction of such a cute furry guy? They already like furry things. Seeing this baby bear at this moment, they naturally like this Pokemon. On the other side, Xiaozhi nodded immediately after seeing his girlfriends fall in love with this emerald baby bear. Besides, there is no need to support the waveguide energy barrier now. It was just to prevent large-scale rampage. The current situation should be that these combos are hungry because they have no fruit to eat. Pikachu, you can share some of our remaining untouched and undistributed food and some fruit with them. Mewtwo and Mew, go and help. Ho-Oh, you go and help too. At this moment, Xiaozhi's main Pokemon went to help distribute food. The momentum of the combos rushing forward also stopped directly. Roar! Boss, we are just out to find food. We didn't say we would fight with powerful trainers and powerful Pokemon. Although these Pokemon look kind and want to send us food, if we rush forward, they may kill us. Roar! Yes, boss. We definitely can't go forward. It's not worth it to sacrifice this bear's life for food. 437 My wife is still at home, waiting for me to go back and bring her food. My child was just born not long ago. Roar! Or we can just take the food sent by the kind people and thank them and retreat. The food this time will definitely be enough for a short time. They have so much stuff. Accompanied by several circle bears, they grabbed a leader-like group. After the slightly larger circle bear, a series of discussions were also triggered in the tribe. However, these discussions only lasted less than a minute, and the leader made a decision. Roar! Thank you for the gift from the handsome, brave, and invincible trainer. Everyone thanked them together, and then we left immediately. The leader of the circle bears also took a few more steps forward in a very funny way. He waved his hand to show goodwill to Xiaozhi and the others. And he showed goodwill to Pikachu, Mewtwo, Mew, and Ho-Oh. Pikachu, Mewtwo, and Ho-Oh all nodded to show that it was not a big deal. After all, they were all carrying out the trainer's mission. And now, Mewtwo seemed a little disappointed. But he also strictly followed Xiaozhi's instructions and distributed food to the Kamba. And he decided to distribute some of the extra fruit in the inventory to the Kamba so that they could all eat enough. Shiba, good fellow, I shouted good fellow. Mewtwo seemed to want to fight with these Kamba, but when he knew that he couldn't fight, he seemed very disappointed. Adu, if these Kamba didn't know how to respect them and took a few steps forward, they might be beaten to the point of suspecting that the bears had given birth. Fortunately, that leader made the right decision. Xiaomao, sometimes, I really envy these Pokemon of Blue Xiaozhi. The food is the best, the things are the best, the training is the best, the strength is improved the fastest, and there is never any trouble. As several trainers spoke in the live broadcast room, many people nodded one after another. After all, everyone was looking at the blue light screen. They all felt a burst of envy for the baby bear who had been repeatedly loved by Xiaozhi's girlfriends. From then on, as long as this baby bear got a little bit of experience, he could live a life that other baby bears could not get in 8 or 10 lifetimes. Some people went through a lot of hardships to finally reach Rome. But some people were born in Rome. Some people are the king of Rome. In the blue light screen, after solving the problem of the circle bears coming out to find food, Xiaozhi turned around and chatted with the green baby bear for a while. Now the baby bear licked very delicious honey with his left hand and ate delicious food with his right hand that he had never thought he could eat before. Suddenly, the various fruits in front of me, which used to be the most delicious, no longer smelled good. Who? Xiaozhi, can you be my trainer? I'm still very strong. I'm old enough to train alone. Who? Just now, these sisters all called you Xiaozhi. I'll call you Xiaozhi too, okay? Transfer Kun. You see, I'm still very strong. Believe me, I won't let you down. Now, the baby bear immediately figured out who in the crowd was the key person who could decide his coming and going. Immediately, the baby bear also quickly swallowed the food that he had put in his mouth but had not swallowed yet, and came to Xiaozhi's trouser legs to act coquettishly. The big eyes, with black eyeballs shining with very beautiful light, also made Xiaozhi feel very interesting. Okay, then I will train you into a bear god in the future. After Xiaozhi agreed straightforwardly, put the baby bear into the poke ball, and let it out to continue eating. Xiaozhi's team has added another general in the future. At the moment when he subdued the baby bear, Xiaozhi had already thought of all the skills that the baby bear would learn in the future. After that, Xiaozhi, his girlfriends, and Pokemon cleaned up the surroundings and continued to travel along the forest. Not long after, they met a little girl with purple twin ponytails in the forest. Before Xiaozhi took the initiative to say hello, the little girl blinked her big eyes and held her face in disbelief. "Oh my god, are you Xiaozhi, the trainer from Pallet Town? I watched all your previous games and interviews. I didn't expect I could meet the real person. It's really great. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jerry." Jerry walked forward a few steps and stretched out her hands, as if to confirm that it was really Xiaozhi in front of her. After seeing the little girl's enthusiasm, Xiaozhi immediately smiled and hugged the little girl. Because it is obvious that this little girl is really too young, but because of the Pokemon, she must be a trainer. "Little sister, are you out training at such a young age? Or are you traveling?" Xiaozhi asked, and at the same time, he took out some candies that he specially prepared from his backpack and handed them to Jerry. Girls like to eat this kind of candy very much, and it can replenish energy. Jerry took Xiaozhi's candy and ate it sweetly, and felt that it was so delicious. "Brother Xiaozhi, I'm an adult now. I came out to train with my Pokemon. My Pokemon is called Kirin Kikai, and he has the ability to predict the future for a short time. I am also a Pokemon trainer, and I will also participate in the last Silver Conference in Chengdu," Jerry said, and at the same time, she smiled sweetly at Xiaozhi. Because Jerry knew that Xiaozhi could be said to have become the most famous trainer among the trainers in Chengdu. He was even almost as famous as Adu champion. And now in our town, many brothers and sisters are taking their first Pokemon or catching Pokemon in the wild. They all take you, Brother Xiaozhi, as their role model. Because of your story, parents now often say that they use your story, to encourage us to make good progress," Jerry said. The other side also smiled sweetly. At the same time, he smacked his lips, feeling that the candy just now was really delicious. And Kirin Chi, who was brought by Jerry, also playing happily on the side. Now Pikachu and Crocodile are playing with Kirin Chi while giving Kirin Chi a lot of delicious food that they usually eat. Especially, there are many foods that Mew usually likes to eat. There are also many foods that Mew also likes to eat. Because Pikachu and others now have sufficient knowledge. They know that Kirin Chi is a Pokemon with general attributes plus superpowers. So, it is totally fine to give Kirin Chi the food of Mew and Mewtwo. And now Mewtwo is also flying around Kirin Chi. Although Mewtwo is watching from a distance and not taking any action, he is also very happy. He feels that the current trip is very meaningful. Except that there are a few external battles. Other Mewtwo are very happy. But because of the battle, there are too many companions in the team. So Mewtwo also thought about it in his head and immediately drove away this thought. So, Xiaozhi and his party walked and played with Jerry, and arrived at the Superpower Town where Jerry was. After arriving at Superpower Town, Jerry invited Xiaozhi and his party back to her home and had a lunch. Jerry's cooking skills and Jerry's mother's cooking are also very good. After they finished eating, they just wanted to discuss with each other. The main thing is that Jerry wants to ask Xiaozhi and his party about what they saw on the road. Suddenly, a panicked acquaintance ran in. This was Mr. De from Jerry Town. Mr. De said that there was a very huge Jengar in his fishing area. Ate his Pokemon. And they heard that the ant next door, her Casey, was also captured. So these neighbors came to Jerry's house, wanting to ask Jerry for help. Because they knew that Jerry's Pokemon Kylan had the ability to predict the future in a short time. Although it was not clear whether they could predict what this terrifying Jengar would do next. But they also wanted to ask Jerry for help. Ask her for help, because the Pokemon was captured and the trainers were very sad. After hearing this, Jerry was also very anxious. But her Kirin Chi only had the ability to predict the future in a short time, and most of the time, it was used in battle. It could not predict or calculate where the bad guys were. So, everyone turned their attention to Xiaozhi. The moment Mr. De saw Xiaozhi, he suddenly realized that this was Xiaozhi from Pallet Town. "Oh my god, you are Xiaozhi from Pallet Town. Please help us. If we can't find that terrible Pokemon, the town may be in trouble. Please help us." After Mr. De said these words, Jerry was also very anxious, and she also asked Xiaozhi to look for it together. After hearing this, Xiaozhi immediately released the wave guide. When his wave guide had not been released far, Xiaozhi already knew who did it. "Xiaomao, if I remember correctly, this is the robot of Team Rocket, right?" "Kojiro, that's right, it's the giant Jengar robot we made, isn't it amazing?" "Shinji, what's so amazing, it will be easily broken up soon." "Meow, meow." In the blue light curtain. After releasing the wave guide, Xiaozhi felt the breath of an old acquaintance again. So they set out immediately and directly destroyed the plan of Team Rocket and others to prevent them from making trouble in the town. And in the process, they also saw a lot of haunters and other Pokemon who loved to play pranks and make trouble. Xiaozhi also released his Jengar and others and communicated with wild haunters. And successfully subdued a large number of haunters and teleported them back to the institute. Finally, after all, the residents of Superpower Town thanked them profusely and gave them a lot of rewards within their ability. Xiaozhi and others also waved goodbye to the residents of Superpower Town. And agreed with Jerry that they must do their best during the Silver Conference. After that, Xiaozhi and his group also passed by the Pokemon Center and replenished resources near the Pokemon Center. Xiaozhi and his group heard about the Pokemon Divination book. But because Xiaozhi had a wave guide, he easily cracked the scam. Afterwards, Xiaozhi also helped his girlfriends experience a real deduction. During the deduction, the girlfriends also got the sweet results they wanted very much. After a while, Xiaozhi and his group finally arrived in Goldman. After arriving in Goldman, they saw the notice of the closure of the Goldman Gym. Xiaozhi and others also decided to play in Goldman for a day and come back tomorrow. So, they continued to replenish some local specialties in Goldman. After replenishing the specialties, they followed the tourist map of Goldman and came to the Moo Moo Ranch, which is very characteristic of the region. A resident named Howard opened it. "Xiao Qian, so excited. Xiaozhi Lan is finally going to meet Xiao Qian. I should be feeding Milkman in the ranch. Ami, after arriving at Xiao Qian, my Xiaozhi must not be far away. I really hope to meet Xiaozhi Lan soon and let him sign my bow tie. Xiao-kun, come on, come on. After we finish the previous gyms, we should reach my Yanmo gym. I am really looking forward to fighting with Blue Xiaozhi's Dragonite, including his red Gyarados." In the blue light curtain. After arriving at the ranch, Xiaozhi and his girlfriends, led by the ranch owner, began to visit this Milky Way ranch. Milky Way is a very cute Pokemon, and it is also pink. Sometimes it will make some strange expressions, which is very funny. Xiaozhi's girlfriends are also very curious. At this time, Xiaozhi suddenly felt that he was hugged from behind by a sweet-looking girl. Xiaozhi felt that the girl's words were a little confused, as if she had not woken up. "Is it time to eat at night? Xiao Qian is hungry. You have to feed me." Chapter 139 Karuna, this can be so useful. I learned it. In the blue light curtain. A sweet-looking girl with pink hair wearing a red and white short-sleeved top and white hot pants. She also hugged Xiaozhi from behind and rubbed his cheek affectionately. "Xiao Qian is so hungry, is it time to eat soon? Daddy, feed me." It is obvious that Xiao Qian is a little confused. Maybe she just woke up from sleep and doesn't know what time it is. It is also possible that she was sleepwalking while sleeping. It seems like she has returned to Xiao Qian. When they were young, they still needed their parents to feed them. When Xiaozhi felt that he was hugged by a girl with a good figure. And he also saw that the girlfriends around him were covering their mouths and laughing softly. Xiaozhi had also felt such a girl through the power of Wave Guide. It was a girl who was often confused, but had a great liking for Pokemon. It should be the gym leader of the Manjin Gym, Xiaoqian. Coincidentally, Xiaoqian might also come to visit the Milkykin Ranch. But it is possible that she took a short rest around before coming here. So her head was still dizzy. At that moment, Xiaozhi also turned his head gently and stretched out his hand to rub Xiaoqian's face. Xiaoqian, are you confused because of sleep? But if you want to eat, I can feed you. No matter how much you want to eat, you can. My cooking skills are great. While talking, Xiaozhi also guided Xiaoqian to slowly recover his spirit. This is also an application of Xiaozhi's ability that he has recently developed. It can have a strong guiding effect. Xiaozhi usually uses the guiding ability when training with his girlfriends to help them train better. It allows them to use more standard postures and postures that are more suitable for training skills. And some complex postures to cooperate with themselves to complete higher standard skill exercises. When facing Xiaoqian, Xiaozhi only gave a little guidance to let her wake up in time. Xiaoqian was obviously refreshed by what Xiaozhi said and shook her head slowly. Ah, sorry, I had a dream about my childhood. I also dreamed that my parents were cooking for me, and my grandparents were watching me next to me. Just now in my dream, I asked my dad to feed me. That was when I was very young, sorry. Xiaoqian apologized crazily. She also blushed. She felt that she had made a big joke. Xiao Mao, wow, how many people are going to recognize Lan Xiaozhi as their father? This should be the second one. Xiao Gang, that's right, the first one is Miss Ai Mei in the blue light screen. She now regards Lan Xiaozhi as her father. Shinji, Miss Ai Mei, that's purely because her first father was not a person. I think it's good that the second father recognizes Lan Xiaozhi. At this moment, Xiao Mao, Xiao Gang, and Shinji. They are watching the blue light screen of the double comparison live broadcast. While talking, they are discussing about recognizing their father. There is no doubt that it is also a direct critical hit to Xiaoqian. But Xiaoqian's slightly cute and confused personality is indeed objective. Xiaoqian, oh, please stop talking, I'm so shy. Xiaoqian, judging from the situation, the person in the blue light screen should not wake up. Xiaoqian, it should be the kind of winter March that is sleepy in spring, tired in summer, and napping in autumn, and can't wake up. Ami, it's okay. Xiaoqian, you look even cuter in the blue light screen. Ami, maybe Lan Xiaozhi likes to be the father of beautiful girls. Ami, after all, he is really like a father, majestic. And everything can be arranged reasonably, so it's not bad to let him be a father. Adu, hi? I don't understand, but I am shocked and admire it. Shiba, the way Adu looks at you. You react too slowly. Now I understand why girls have such emotions. Shiba, do you want me to explain it to you? Adu and Shiba immediately started chatting in the barrage. It's obvious that Adu doesn't believe Shiba can know the reason. But Shiba's next message made Adu feel enlightened. Shiba, that's not easy. Shiba, because Lan Xiaozhi has excellence that we don't have. This reason alone is enough. Excellent to the extreme. Shiba, which girl, which female trainer, and which truly good trainer doesn't want to find a boy who can improve with her, is much stronger than her, and loves her? As soon as Shiba's speech came out, it immediately won the applause of almost all the viewers who were watching the double comparison live broadcast room. No one expected it. Shiba has changed from the original stage of only knowing brute force to the stage where he can think about such excellent points. Kona, Shiba, the king, the progress now is really too great. It is indeed because of this. Excellent, making progress together, and being much stronger than us, and willing to take care of our emotions. Liwa, Lan Xiaozhi speaks well and can cook well. Few wrong, there are no shortcomings, and he is full of advantages. Bonnie, Pokemon's training strength it is also very strong and can help Pokemon improve together. Catlia, there are also psychic Pokemon that I like. I can't wait to see Xiaozhi in the blue light screen come to the Unova region and play with me. Catlia, I also want Xiaozhi to be my dad. Pakula, Xiaozhi's fire attribute Pokemon is simply fascinating. He has Entei, Moltres, Charizard, and Infernape. He will definitely capture other Pokemon next. Durazna, Xiaozhi is also very good at Dragon attribute Pokemon and has a Quasi-God. Lizzie, Xiaozhi also has Rock attribute Pokemon, and it is so charming. So powerful. I want to have a deep exchange with him. Acerola, Gengar's series of Pokemon are really great, and there is also the super ancient Gengar. Kahiri, Flying Pokemon Blue Ash is also very good. Alice, you sisters have basically said everything. I am at a loss for words, but we just like Blue Ash. Kaloon, to be precise, whether it is the red light screen, the blue light screen, or the real Ash, we like him very much. Shirana, don't worry, sisters. I have just tried our real-life Ash, and he has made great progress. As almost all the female trainers of the King level and the Champion level in the Pokemon world left messages in the Fangbai live broadcast room, the scene was directly boiling. This has never happened before, such a complete and excellent female trainers have left messages in such a uniform manner. Xiaomao, this is in the future. Will these female trainers play games together in Blue Ash's room? How big a room and a big bed is this? Xiaozhi, ah! I have made a lot of progress now. Xiaozhi, can't I spar with these powerful female trainers in a training room in the future? Xiaozhi, I have sparred with several of them now. In the blue light curtain. During Xiaoqian's slightly awkward opening remarks, Xiaozhi also chuckled and took the initiative to resolve the embarrassment. And Xiaozhi also fed Xiaoqian very well as he said at the beginning. Using the raw materials produced on the freshest ranch, combined with the many fruits cultivated around the ranch, coupled with the excellent and various fresh ingredients purchased by Xiaozhi and others after arriving in Manjin City, Xiaoqian was fed so full that she could hardly walk. After patting her slightly rounded belly, she told Xiaozhi that she really couldn't eat any more and was too full. Xiaozhi, let me take you to the ranch for a walk. Also, do you want to challenge the gym? That will have to wait a little. Let's fight in the evening. I'm too full now and need to digest it. I have never eaten such delicious food. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Xiaoqian rubbed her bulging belly and pouted her mouth, seeming a little embarrassed. But Xiaozhi smiled and waved his hand to indicate that these were not a problem. So, everyone came to the ranch under the leadership of Xiaoqian and continued to visit many Pokemon. The most important thing among them was a lot of big milk tanks. Because Xiaozhi had learned from the advance information that Xiaoqian basically had only two strategies when fighting. One was to rely on the almost unstoppable rolling of the big milk tank. The second was to rely on the unpredictable waving of Pippi. These two Pokemon can almost be said to be the Pokemon that Xiaoqian often uses to fight. The other one is Xiaoqian's Nidorina. Xiaoqian also likes it very much. Because Xiaoqian is the owner of the Gold Gym. Because the Gold Gym is a gym with general attributes. So, Xiaoqian's Pokemon has a wide range of attack. But sometimes, whether it can be successfully won, or how much gold content the gym challenge has, this depends entirely on the state of the Pokemon. Xiaoqian, have you ever thought about cultivating more of your Pokemon? Or have you ever thought about going on a trip? Xiaozhi also feels that Xiaoqian and himself are very compatible. Of course, the most important thing is that Xiaoqian hugged him and called him dad at the beginning. Xiaozhi feels that although he can be Xiaoqian's father, just Xiaoqian's brother. But since Xiaoqian said this unconsciously, Xiaozhi also thinks this is a very wonderful fate. Dad is also okay. It's good to take care of my daughter. So, Xiaozhi looked at Xiaoqian while being very serious. Please give me flowers 0. When Xiaoqian heard what Xiaozhi said, she was shocked and almost couldn't stand still. Just now, she was thinking about this. Because Xiaozhi is in Chengdu area, has already had a very high reputation. These gym leaders normally communicate with each other. Xiaoqian even heard that the organizing committee of the Chengdu competition might invite Xiaozhi to Chengdu to become the signature trainer of Chengdu. And Xiaoqian also heard that the Kanto region is also planning this. After all, Xiaozhi is a trainer from Pallet Town in Kanto. Even in the Orange Islands, the person in charge of the Orange Islands Victory Cup is also thinking about expanding the Orange Islands from the original 4 badges to an 8-badge league. They are also thinking about attracting Xiaozhi to become a top trainer, a signature trainer, and a champion trainer at all costs. So Xiaoqian is also particularly fascinated by Xiaozhi. She feels that Xiaozhi fully meets the standards of a qualified boyfriend. Even during training, it is not impossible for Xiaoqian to call Xiaozhi dad. Xiaoqian even feels a little excited when she thinks about it. Ah! Then it's settled. Xiaozhi, you must not regret it. After that, please take good care of me, dad. I will go to the alliance to hand over tomorrow morning. Xiaoqian immediately seized the opportunity. She threw herself into Xiaozhi's arms and made a decision immediately. In this way, Xiaoqian successfully joined Xiaozhi's team and became the 16th adult girlfriend. After the walk, Xiaoqian followed the rules of the alliance and took out her Pokémon to fight with Xiaozhi in the gym. The venue for the gym battle was chosen on the ranch. In this battle, Xiaozhi took out the Forsaken, who had almost never fought outside before and only participated in a fighting competition once. Under the attack of the Forsaken, the Pegasus Meteor Fist was like a storm. Xiaoqian's milk tank was the first to be defeated directly and cleanly. Before that, the rolling, which was very effective and could hardly be restrained, seemed too slow and useless in the eyes of the Forsaken monkey. And Pippi and Nidorina were defeated very easily afterwards. Xiaoqian, it is really good that you like to let Multank use rolling, but Multank's rolling is not a skill of this system. Why don't you try to adjust it later? I will give you a special lesson tonight. In fact, the combo of trampling plus Tarzan is very good. What is the specific trampling and Tarzan? Let's talk about it after changing into training clothes. While communicating with Xiaoqian, Xiaozhi also directly gave a method that can make Xiaoqian improve quickly. After Xiaoqian heard this, stars appeared in her eyes immediately. As for the improvement of strength, Xiaoqian has always wanted to improve. Okay, Xiaoqian really wants to learn about this stomping and Taishan pressure. I must learn this new combo. I must let the big milk tank play well. Just like that, after everyone finished the battle. And after finishing dinner neatly, they took a routine walk and converted all the energy. Xiaozhi took 16 girlfriends and all the Pokémon to start training. All the training was the same as the rules set before. First, all Pokémon were taught uniformly. Then the Pokémon were trained uniformly in the team and the teaching status was checked. During this very long teaching process, Xiaozhi asked Pikachu to inspect and accept the Pokémon. After the acceptance, they could rest individually. Xiaozhi's side began collective skill teaching. Specifically, it was also the 2 special moves of general attributes. Trampling plus Taishan pressure. These 2 skills were taught in various and different ways, including the position of the attacker during the battle. And when defending, whether the defender needs to play a defensive counter-attack or sell a flaw first. Kalun, this skill can be so useful. I learned it. The night passed quickly. Waking up in the same room the next day, Xiaozhi also woke up all his girlfriends with kisses. After preparing and eating breakfast, Xiaoqian also took over the Manjin gym. And then, after the person in charge of Manjin City learned about this situation, immediately, he was very happy. Because, their city can have a girlfriend of Xiaozhi. This is a great thing. Manjin TV also invited Xiaozhi to an interview. The person who interviewed Xiaozhi was a cute female anchor named Walnut. Let me introduce you. The person who was invited to be interviewed this time is Xiaozhi from Pallet Town. When saying this, Hu Tao's eyes were full of admiration and love. Chapter 140 Dandy, I will assist the champion Xiaozhi and become your subordinate. In the blue light screen, Xiaozhi is being interviewed by the TV station in Manjin City. The person who conducted the interview was Hu Tao, the announcer and part-time anchorwoman of the TV station. After the TV station's exclusive interview this morning, Xiaozhi once again shared with all the people in Manjin City about himself and the training stories of his own Pokémon. After sharing, Xiaozhi was also invited to re-record a radio drama tape. When Xiaozhi came to the dressing room, he found that he was paired with Musashi, Meowth, and Kojiro of the Rocket Team. These are all familiar faces. Xiaozhi waved and greeted Musashi, Meowth, and Kojiro. Then he came to his position, and Xiaozhi came in with Xiaozhi and his girlfriends. Led by the female employees, they went to the TV station for a series of visits. When the three members of the Rocket Team saw Xiaozhi, they did not act rashly, but communicated with Xiaozhi in a friendly manner. It seems that chasing and blocking Xiaozhi is their job. And what they are doing now is their hobby. Hey kid, can you record this radio drama well? I am very confident in my own magnetic voice. Musashi held his manuscript while raising his eyebrow. It seems that Musashi thinks that Xiaozhi is already very good in all the skills of a trainer. It is definitely impossible for him to be so good in the recording of a radio drama. Kojiro, who was holding the manuscript and watching it, also felt the same way. Including Meow Meow, he was assigned a pretty good character. Hey Musashi, you are going to improvise when you record the radio drama right away, right? I think it's not easy for this female anchor, you must not embarrass her. Kojiro looked at Musashi's confident look. 4, 3, 7. At the same time, he was scratching left and right in his manuscript and making large-scale modifications. Kojiro also immediately felt something was wrong. Xiao Mao, Kojiro still plays a very good role in the Rocket Trio. Xiao Gang, it should be a role similar to a think tank, and he can communicate with Musashi in time, which is really great. Xiaozhi, although I am very busy with training, sometimes Kojiro is really good. Xiaozhi, can you not always pester our Pikachu? Xiaozhi, Pikachu can only play its greatest power in its own hands. Even Xiaozhi took time out of his busy schedule to give Kojiro a thumbs up. And the Rocket Trio who were watching the blue light screen saw these words. Naturally, some people felt very happy and a little uncomfortable. Now Musashi, Meowth, and Kojiro. In a lounge of the Quartz Conference, they were enjoying very good food while watching the light screen and chatting with the bullet screen. Musashi was actually quite happy at first, because they had already seen the performance in this radio drama on the red screen, but it was slightly different on the blue screen. But no matter which way it was, Musashi was very satisfied with his improvisation. But now, someone actually came out to say that his improvisation was not good. This immediately made Musashi very angry. Musashi, I say to a few little brats, if you don't understand art, you shouldn't talk about others here casually. Musashi, don't you know that gossiping behind people's backs is a very unkind behavior? And you are gossiping in front of people. Musashi, as for the casual performance you mentioned, this is the highest level of performance. What's the point of reading from the script? Don't you think so, Kojiro? Musashi left crazy messages in the barrage, and on the other hand, he signaled Kojiro and Meow Meow to follow. And now Kojiro and Meow Meow can only look at each other helplessly. They chose to support their good friends. Because they are a group, and now their life is really good. They have food, clothes, and such a good training environment. This also makes Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth cherish this kind of lifestyle. Kojiro, I think Musashi's performance in the red light screen and the blue light screen is very good. Kojiro, this is just as Musashi said. It is the highest state of broadcasting, and the realm is impromptu. Meowth, that's it. In the blue light screen. At this moment, Xiaozhi and Xiaoqian have started recording the radio drama with the 3 members of the rocket team. Just when Musashi was full of confidence and began to play freely and had already started to play freely. After a few minutes, Musashi had to admit that his previous idea was wrong. Xiaozhi's performance was more perfect. And the ups and downs in the radio drama performance, as well as the interaction between Pokémon. The relationship between trainers and Pokémon is very well described. Finally, Musashi admitted that he should not have played freely and caused trouble for the female anchor. Little brat, you did a very good job this time, better than me. But our real purpose is not what kind of radio drama is this? At this moment, Musashi revealed his true colors as soon as he said these 2 words. She immediately pressed a switch, as if some trap had been set up in advance. But when she pressed the switch twice repeatedly and there was no response, she knew that something was wrong. At the same time, Kojiro and Meow Meow also knew that something was wrong. Are you looking for this big net? At this moment, Xiaozhi pointed at the trap of Team Rocket that he had dismantled as soon as he came in, and smiled and talked to the 3 people. And he had just said this. Pikachu jumped off Xiaozhi's shoulder. After the thunder and lightning, Musashi, Kojiro and Meowth were blown away from the hollow platform of the TV station. The process may be more exciting, but the ending is also very classic. After that, Xiaozhi and his party dealt with the things in Manjin City and continued their journey. During the period, the red light screen also played Xiaozhi's challenge to the Yuanzi Gym. The outstanding performance of Night Owl shocked a large number of viewers, and then it continued to play in front of the snow mountain before the curtain fell. The blue light screen continued. Xiaozhi and his party, they also came to the nature park to participate in an insect catching competition. Here, Xiaozhi and his girlfriends were very happy to participate in this event. Everyone's strength has been rapidly improved. Then Xiaozhi and his party continued their journey. They also came to a place called the Alufa Ruins. Here, there seem to be many Pokémon fossils. And it seems that there are many fossil-type Pokémon. After visiting the ruins, Xiaozhi and his party also met Professor Oak unexpectedly. This also made Xiaozhi feel very surprised. Because some time ago, when he communicated with Professor Oak was still in Pallet Town. Professor Oak, weren't you still in Pallet Town when we were communicating 2 days ago? At that time, you were still in my research institute, visiting the Charizards brought back from the Charizard Valley and the Haunter brought back from the Hyper Town. While talking, Xiaozhi also made tea for Professor Oak. And Xiaozhi's girlfriends naturally knew Professor Oak, who was a leader in the Pokémon research community and the entire elf world. And during their travels, they also heard that Xiaozhi was taken care of by Professor Oak many times when he was young. They are completely like family. And Professor Oak now has a completely similar feeling, the feeling of seeing a family member. Now Xiaozhi has fully grown up. Xiaozhi, you are really too powerful now. In the elf world, you have already gained unimaginable reputation. I believe that when the Silver Conference in Chengdu is over and you start traveling to the next area, your gym challenge will no longer be called a gym challenge. It is called, to assess the gyms in each area, and now you have to assess them. While Professor Oak was talking, he also dropped a bombshell. After hearing this, Xiaozhi was not surprised at all. He immediately started talking to Professor Oak. And the content of the conversation was also very explosive. Xiao Mao, I roughly understood it. Grandpa Oak in the blue light screen is going to come over and tie Xiaozhi firmly to this area in Kanto, and doesn't want Xiaozhi to be poached by other areas. Is that what he meant? Shinji, that should be about the meaning. Blue light Xiaozhi in the curtain is now too famous. Shinji, as he travels from one region to another, if he suddenly travels to a region and there is no new action, he will settle down in that region. Shinji, Doesn't that mean Xiaozhi will change from a Kanto person to a person from other regions? Xiaogong, that shouldn't be the case. In the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi has traveled to many cities, but he hasn't settled down, has he? Xiaogang now also points out the key to a problem that many viewers have already thought of. Blue Xiaozhi indeed, Xi has traveled to many cities and made girlfriends one after another, but he has not settled down. Why is it possible to settle down later? Adu, wait until one day, for example, he meets Serena in the blue light curtain. Adu, or he meets Miss Serona in the blue light curtain. Adu, or some other very good female trainers, or very beautiful female trainers. Adu, what if Xiaozhi can't walk in the future? At this moment, Adu also directly expressed his thoughts. Because Adu, as the champion trainer in Chengdu, and has a very big reputation in Guandu Chengdu, he also wants Xiaozhi to stay in Chengdu. If he can't stay in Chengdu, he can still be regarded as a native of Guandu. But, I'm afraid that he will stay in Sino, Kalos, or Kuku in the future. The Alola region where Professor I is. These situations are not impossible. And with Adu's worries, more and more champion-level trainers and king-level trainers are very strong and want to keep Xiaozhi in their own regions. Adek, I've been waiting for a long time, Alice, why haven't you said anything? When Xiaozhi travels to Unova in the future, you must keep Xiaozhi. Whether it's here or on the other side of the blue light curtain. Adek is now continuing to travel in the suburbs of the Unova region. Since his Vulcan moth became weak due to overexertion, Adek began to lead his Vulcan moth to travel around and relax everywhere. The birth and death years of the Vulcan moth have been changed. Alice, Champion Adek. I was thinking about what method I could use to keep Xiaozhi with me. I haven't thought of it yet. Alan, the Kalos region is a little farther away than the Unova region, but it doesn't matter. We have the world-class female star Miss Karuna in the Kalos region. Kalun, thank you Alan for introducing me again. If Xiaozhi comes to the Kalos region in the future, I have full confidence that Xiaozhi will become a native of the Kalos region. And Miss Serena seems to be a trainer in the Kalos region too. Serena, where Xiaozhi is from, I am from there. Serena's speech, which was in line with the husband's, also made the two top trainers in the Kalos region not very easy to respond for a while. Adu, Miss Serena can really be regarded as a quick-witted person. Adu, but it doesn't matter. I believe that no matter what, it can't change that Xiaozhi has the blood of Kanto and Chengdu in his body. Adu, although I really hope that Xiaozhi stays in the Chengdu region, there is no problem even if you stay in Kanto. Daigo, after the trip to Chengdu, we will go to Fengyuan. Daigo, Xiaozhi in the blue light screen still has 3 orbs that have not been used. How can we summon the Fengyuan 3 gods if we don't come to Fengyuan? Daigo, so blue Xiaozhi will definitely be our Fengyuan trainer. Shirana, I don't really care where Xiaozhi will eventually become a trainer. I have the same idea as Serena. Where Xiaozhi is from, I am also from there. After the champion trainers spoke one after another. In the barrage, there was also a heated discussion. Although everyone doesn't know what Serena and Ms. Shirana, as well as some other female trainers, are doing in Xiaozhi's private training ground for so long in real life. But everyone can imagine it. Xiaozhi must have had very in-depth exchanges, battles, and training with them. The champion trainer of the Galar region, the unrivaled strongest trainer, Dante. Now, in the barrage, he has also issued an invitation to Xiaozhi. Danda, whether it is Xiaozhi in real life, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, or Xiaozhi in the red light curtain, as long as you can come to the Galar region to challenge me, as long as you can defeat me. Danda, then I will assist you in 3.0 and become the new generation champion of the Galar region. I will be your subordinate. With this statement that Dante wants to assist Xiaozhi, all the audience immediately became energetic. At the same time, they focused on the communication between Professor Oak and Xiaozhi in the blue screen. In the blue light curtain. After Professor Oak and Xiaozhi communicated for a very long time, Xiaozhi also understood Professor Oak's idea. And he very much agreed with Professor Oak's idea of continuing to travel and walking more and seeing more. Because later, after talking more and more, Professor Oak still suggested Xiaozhi to walk more and see more. After traveling all the areas, then decide where to settle down. And after exploring the Pokemon world completely, there are still many areas that no one has ever reached before. But the areas that are legendary do exist, waiting for Xiaozhi to explore. And Xiaozhi also agrees with Professor Oak's suggestion. Then the two of them talked a lot about the travel, exploration, and research during this period. Now Professor Oak has regarded Xiaozhi as a researcher of the same generation as himself, and a very powerful researcher. After some communication, and after Professor Oak tasted Xiaozhi's very authentic food again, Professor Oak left with satisfaction. Then Xiaozhi and some people also rested for a while and continued to set off. In a nearby town, Xiaozhi's Pidgeot seemed to sense something. It ran out of the Pokeball directly and protected one of its own people, Pidgeot. Oh! This is a city with a very developed express delivery industry. But this primitive logistics method is not very good. I will improve it. This will be very helpful for future research institutes and large research laboratories.